The rules say you can't give anything to the strange. Yet you casually gifted the strange lady a pair of exquisite high heels. When everyone thought you were going to die, the strange lady was extremely pleased, not only giving you a very precious strange artifact but also wanting you to become her husband. Simply because you awakened the full-time system. This full-time system can not only hear everyone's thoughts but also unlock various professional skills. At this moment, as you just entered the horror game, a voice comes to your ears. The horror game is about to begin. The game instance is Timid Castle. The number of players is 4. And the task is to survive in the castle for 3 days. Good luck! At this moment, you are standing in an ancient and magnificent Eastern European castle, along with 3 others who have also been selected. You walk towards the 3 and say, "Hello, my name is Li Yunlong. You can call me Dr. Li. I'm very happy to meet you here." "Hello, Dr. Li. My name is Su Jiao. I am not sick." And her inner voice is the first one you hear. You didn't expect that this little girl, while being submissive in front of you, actually wanted to spit at you in her heart. "What are your names?" "I won't tell you. My name is Zhou Yun." Zhou Yun crossed her arms with a wary expression. "My name is Wang Gang. You 3 are all newcomers, right?" Su Jiao and Zhou Yun nodded. "I'm entering a horror game for the first time. I'm a bit scared." "Don't be afraid, sister. You have your brother here to protect you. Don't worry." Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed in the ancient castle, and everyone's hearts tightened, holding their breath as they looked into the distance. The owner of the castle appeared before the 4, accompanied by the butler. "Welcome to Timite Castle. I am the butler, and this is the owner of the castle, Lady Timite." The butler, wearing white gloves, bowed respectfully as he introduced the castle's owner beside him. The 4 looked over, and the faintly visible fitted white dress showcased the castle owner's voluptuous figure to perfection. "Everyone, don't be afraid. My name is Timite, and you can also respectfully call me Lady 8 Feet. Although I am a vampire, I do not feed on human blood. In the next 3 days, I hope you all can have a good time in the castle. After all, it hasn't had guests for a long time." The 2 girls felt their fear dissipate a lot upon hearing Lady Timite's words. You frowned slightly because you heard the lady's twisted thoughts. "Dear guests, the lady has prepared dinner for you. Please follow me." The butler extended his hand and led the 4 people into the castle. You watched the lady's swaying figure as she walked the whole time, and couldn't help but exclaim how big her swaying hips were. A group of people walked for a good 10 minutes from the main gate before arriving at the dining table. "Mother!" The 3 daughters stood up simultaneously to greet the lady. "These are my 3 daughters, the eldest, Bella, the second, Sandra, and the youngest, Daniela." All 3 daughters were rare beauties, dressed in noble attire, looking like princesses. Wang Gang's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but walk over. "Hello, my name is Wang Gang." The eldest sister, Bella, sat down coldly, while the youngest, Daniela, looked curiously at everyone, her finger on her lips, wearing a sweet smile. Sister Sandra, who was very much like an older sister, extended a hand and said, "Nice to meet you, humans." Sister Sandra warmly shook hands with everyone, and soon it was your turn. You, who saw through her thoughts, spat on your right hand, then rubbed your hands together and reached out with a smile. Sandra withdrew her hand with a look of disdain, and you breathed a sigh of relief. The other 3 made a face of disgust and distanced themselves from you, instead growing fond of Mrs. Timid and her family, all sitting in the seats closest to them. You don't say much about it either. "Hey, big brother, why are you sitting so far away? Come over here." Little sister Daniela patted the seat beside her and smiled, waving at you. "I'm not very clean. I like to pick my feet while eating. That's the way to enjoy it." "Oh dear, I haven't washed my feet for half a month, and they are really appetizing." "Miss 3, do you want me to come over and keep you company?" "Forget it," Daniela replied awkwardly with a smile. "Serve the dishes." The lady shook the bell in front of the table, and the butler immediately instructed the servants in the castle to start serving. The servants were all weak and emaciated, resembling dried corpses, placing plates filled with food in front of everyone, with a piece of medium-rare meat on each plate. "Everyone, please enjoy your meal." Wang Gang, who was already famished, began to eat ravenously and said while eating, "It seems this meat is too delicious. You all should try it quickly. Don't let the lady's kindness go to waste. You newcomers won't understand how luxurious it is to have a good meal in a horror game. I've never seen a woman as kind as the lady." Zhou Yun and Su Jiao, seeing Wang Gang, who prides himself on being an old player like this, couldn't resist the temptation and began to eat with knives and forks. "Is this beef? How can it be so delicious?" The 3 sisters, who were dining elegantly, suddenly paused with their knives and forks in hand. Sandra chuckled. "This is human flesh." Upon hearing this, the 3 immediately choked, wanting to vomit out all the meat they had eaten halfway. "And you are grabbing that piece of meat, taking big bites, with your mouth full of bloody sauce. looking quite perverse. You noticed the gazes of the crowd and smiled with bared teeth. This is human meat. Lady Timot frowned slightly in dissatisfaction as she looked at the dirty thing spat all over the ground. Sandra, you shouldn't joke like this with guests. Sandra immediately stood up and bowed. I'm sorry, dear mother, this is all beef. I was just joking with you. Upon hearing this, the three were half convinced, but you alone looked regretful. What a pity. The vampire sisters were once again left speechless by you. Madame Timotef tapped her wineglass with the spoon in her hand and welcomed the guests to her castle again, saying, let's raise our glasses together. Everyone looked at the swaying red wineglass in front of them. The red wine inside was a deep crimson, exuding an unusual beauty. Cheers. Little sister Daniela looked at everyone. Why aren't you drinking? This is a 1982 Lafite. It would be a waste not to drink it. Come on, drink up. Holding the wine glass, you couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. Indeed, there was a trick. Fortunately, you were clever and observed them first. It seemed they had also learned to be cautious, and you had worried too much. Hearing it was the 1982 Lafite, Zhou Yun and the others, who were still a bit worried, did not hesitate to pour the red wine into their mouths. Such a precious wine must not be missed. The three people put down their wine glasses and savored the rich aroma of the red wine with the taste buds on their tongues. Su Jiao pursed her lips and said, why does it feel like there's a strange smell? Like the smell of blood? Upon hearing Su Jiao's words, Zhou Yun and Wine Gang were taken aback, pursed their lips, and indeed detected a rusty iron smell of blood. They immediately looked at the vampire sisters in terror and asked, how can there be a smell of blood? You're overthinking it. If you don't believe me, let him take a sip and see if there's a smell of blood. Sandra cleverly looked at you, the only one who hadn't drunk the red wine. You poured the red wine glass back in front of them. It's been 82 years. Isn't that expired? Is it polite to serve guests expired wine? The three vampire sisters exchanged glances, their eyes filled with an indescribable expression. No, are you sick? Red wine can also expire. You've never eaten 3 dishes and a soup in your life, have you? Second sister Sandra looked at the red wine you wasted, gritting her teeth in anger, unable to contain her fury. I'm feeling so dizzy. This alcohol is really strong. The two girls covered their heavy heads and said weakly, Wine Gang, who drank the most and the hardest, fell asleep immediately. Sandra looked at Wine Gang and licked her lips. 3 people fainted at the table, leaving only you. You are filled with helplessness. You humans really can't hold your liquor. Since they are drunk, let's send them to the guest room to rest. As for this gentleman, even though you haven't had any alcohol, I still ask you to return to your room. I need to remind you that no matter what sounds you hear at night, you must not leave the room. After all, besides me, there are quite a few guests in this castle, and it wouldn't be good to disturb them. You frowned slightly, and before you could think more, the butler had already walked up to you. Guest, please follow me. Following the butler, you arrived at the guest room area of the castle. The huge castle guest rooms are like a hotel, with over 100 rooms. Guest, your room is ready. You will be staying here for the next 3 days. The butler opened the door, revealing an old yet well-preserved room, filled with antiques and exuding a noble style from the last century. By the way, let me remind the guests once again, no matter what you hear at night, please do not open the door and go out. I wish you a pleasant stay. The butler smiled and closed the door. Li Yun was alone in the room. It wasn't long before a miserable voice cut through the quiet. Ah, help! Li Yun felt that the voice was somewhat familiar, and just as he wanted to probe a bit, the cry for help ended abruptly. The whole room was back to dead quiet. Li Yun heard a heartbeat not far away. The second lady is in such a hurry. It looks like the poor man is going to be the prey of her abuse. The other 2 girls, being looked at by Missy and Missy 3, are still considered lucky. As for the one in the room, hey, no one can escape. It's that steward's heart. He's not gone. Been outside my door. Crap. Li Yun's face sank. The heartfelt words of Mrs. Timot and the 3 bloodsucking sisters at the dinner party had told him. After the 4 of them stepped into the ancient castle, there was a high probability that they wouldn't be able to get out. The goodwill of the blood-sucking creeps in the old castle is all camouflage. Who knows when they will tear off this disguise and thus reveal their true colors. The butler's heart told him that the impatient second young lady, Sandra, had been the first to tear off her disguise. The scream for help just now was Wang Gang's, knowing that the remaining 3 could have been killed, and with the butler standing outside the door, Li Yun didn't dare to breathe more than a breath. His head raced as he listened quietly to the mind of the butler at the door. Ha! There's no movement, is it asleep? Ha! What a big heart. Eating and sleeping. Ugh. I want to get off work too. I want to go back to bed. I don't want to stand guard here. Yo! These guests seem to be hungry and want to covet the food inside. Get lost. This is what my lady has her eye on. You guys deserve it too? Oh, why isn't Madam here yet? I'm so tired. I want to get off work. I don't want to stay here. Lee Yoon. This housekeeper has so much drama in his heart. But it also gave Lee Yoon a very important message. He was guarding the door for his own wife. The owner of the old castle, Mrs. Timmet, has her eye on Lee Yoon. Chapter 5. Her ladyship was overworked yesterday and is recuperating in my bed. Time ticks away. Topped with dark circles under his eyes, Lee Yoon always sat on the sofa full of vigilance. The night passed, except for the housekeeper's contemporary beatings of the worker's insane heart, with the constant succession of screams of misery outside the house. There's nothing unusual about his room. Ma'am, didn't come. As to why he did not know. I don't know how long it was, but there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. He turned his head alertly to look. Guest, it's dawn. Time for breakfast. Dawn. At the door was the kind voice of the butler. Rest? Lee Yoon stood in front of the mirror and looked at himself, who was incomparably tired with dark circles under his eyes. Pulls out a silver pendant he carries with him. The palms of her hands loosened downward, and the pendant fell, bobbing more than a little in the mirror with it. Lee Yoon stared at the swaying pendant and stated in a wooden voice, I'm not sleepy. I'm not sleepy. Not long after, a spirited Lee Yoon opened the door to the room. The butler resumed his usual demeanor and asked with a courteous smile, Did the guest rest well last night? Lee Yoon nodded without a trace of fatigue and said, Rest can be full. You guys are too good to sleep here. The butler looked at the spirited Lee Yoon and sneered in his heart. What a defenseless human being. Last night you would have been a blood bag if madam hadn't changed her mind. I didn't sleep all night, but you slept well. Ha! As Lee Yoon listened to his heartfelt words, his face remained unchanged, but his heart was flooded with mutterings. Change your mind? No snacks to lose weight? Lee Yoon also didn't know why the lady who had set her sights on him last night didn't show up, and he didn't dare to ask. Follow the butler all the way to the table. There's not much difference between the old castle in the morning and at night. The place was tightly closed in all directions, and not a single ray of light could penetrate except through a skylight that allowed a view of the outside. Luckily, there was quite a bit of greenery around, so it didn't look so dead. The well-bred blood-sucking trio of sisters had taken their seats. Compared to last night, today they are full of color and very radiant. Next to them were Jo Yoon and Su Jiao. No Wang Gang. Lee Yoon wondered. So the old hand? Why not? Sandra, the second sister, licked her lips with a look of intent. I'm sorry, last night was so exciting with your friend. He should still be recuperating. That stupid pig has long since been abused by me. I haven't had this much fun in a long time. In Sandra's room, Wang Gang, who had stabbed out his eyes, cut out his tongue, and chopped off his limbs to make a human swine, was placed in a flower pot. Fresh blood was being drawn from his 4 tubes all around him. Sandra has gone down. It looks like that man is in a bad way, and the voice from yesterday should be his. Lee Yoon's eyelids sank slightly as he looked towards Jo Yoon and Su Jiao, who were sitting quietly, not as lively as they were last night. Both girls were pale at the corners of their mouths and had a piece of gauze wrapped around their necks. Did you guys get excited last night too? Lee Yoon pointed at the 2 girls. A frightening scene emerges. Accidentally. It's okay. Accidentally caused. It's okay. These words were clearly from the heart of her little sister Daniela, but they came out of Su Jiao's mouth. Su Jiao's face was expressionless, like a puppet that had lost its soul. Bella, the eldest sister who had always been the most silent and temperamental, nodded her head slightly and praised in her heart. Little sister's ability to control puppets is getting better and better. I'm not like the second one, who likes to abuse his prey and make it worse than death. I agree more with my little sister on this point. Use your prey as doll puppets and then slowly enjoy the blood flowing from them. Groove. Even if it is again, the mental hospital has seen countless worldly Yoon at the moment or some clamport to live. In one night, the remaining 3 were all but wiped out. Did we say you were nuclear good vampires? The 3 blood-sucking sisters turned their heads at the same time and looked at Lee Yoon, who exploded out of the exit. Lee Yoon coughed twice and tactically covered it up. Grass is a plant and a life. It's resilient. It doesn't blow in the wind, and we should protect it. Fukai ice. Protect the grass? You protect yourself first. Wait. Why didn't Mother Superior go after him last night? The 3 sisters looked at each other, somewhat surprised that Lee Yoon was not only intact, but also showed no signs of being made into a puppet for manipulation. Mother never shows mercy to humans, unless her blood devouring advances so that she has to give up the hunt. An idea arose in the mind of the most calm and collected Bella. Blood devouring? It seems to be one of the most crucial conditions for a kind of vampire to be promoted. A vampire who is subjected to blood eclipse will lose all power for a period of time and be weak, until the blood devouring is over and the promotion is complete. Mother won't be blood devoured, right? Ha ha ha. I've waited for this time for hundreds of years. The 3 blood-sucking sisters, their eyes meeting, understood the speculation in their respective hearts. It's a good chance to get away from my mother. I want to see the world outside the old castle. Daniela's doll-like purple eyes peered out at the gates of the old castle. Li Yun keenly captured the hearts of the three sisters. They seem to have an unspeakable conflict with her ladyship. Can I use this to find a silver lining? Sandra suddenly stared at him. Since mother is caught in blood devouring and can't hunt, her prey belongs to me. I. Make it so. I'm your mother's. What are you going to do to me? Li Yun inwardly cried out furiously as Sandra stood up. With a pair of white and long thighs, she walked condescendingly to Li Yun and lifted his chin. A wild and highly offensive lick of the lips. Second sister wants to steal mother's prey? How exciting, Daniela said with immense excitement in her heart. Bella frowned softly. Just right. Use her to try and see if mother really has blood devoured. Li Yun gulped as he looked at the stunning cheeks of the imperial and queenly one. What do you want? Sandra laughed softly. Relax. I was just asking. Did you see my mother last night? She was always prepared and demanded that we not miss every heavenly treat. But look, she hasn't shown up this morning. Li Yun's brain raced. If I tell her I didn't see the lady last night, this Sandra will tear me apart on the spot. Won't she? She always seemed to have a rebellious heart and wanted to challenge her mother's authority. Figuring this out, Li Yun said the most powerful grass words without changing his face. Oh, Madam was overworked last night and is still recuperating in my bed. Bella, huh? Sandra, huh? Daniela, ah. Chapter 6 The Masochist of Masochists. None of this family's shenanigans are normal. Such a counterintuitive statement. He dared to say it like that, so it's probably true. Sandra froze in place at the moment, her down brain slowing down. She believed it. Ha. Li Yun laughed wildly in his heart. No one can tell the truth of this statement as long as they act like it. Most crucially, Li Yun returned the favor of Sandra coaxing herself to Wang Gang just now. Too clear. Little brother, do you know what you're talking about? Daniela stood up in disbelief. First of all, by seniority, you can't call me little brother. From now on, just call me little uncle. And then, uncle's business. You're too young to care. What? Li Yun took his stance and grabbed a cup of water on the table with his hand and took a light sip. Daniela's newly acquired aura was instantly silenced. Sitting on his ass in his chair, he clasped his hands in indignation and beamed. No. Mother-sama has such superior taste. How could she like such a guy? Pfft. Li Yun spewed out a mouthful of soup. Looking to Daniela. Are you offended? It still didn't come out. Sorry, this water is too Thai to hold back. Water? The three blood-sucking sisters were a little confused. Where's the water? Three ladies, have you seen the natural nutrients I fertilize the plants of the old castle? It's in a cup that looks like water. A gardener's shenanigans over and asks. The three blood-sucking sisters looked at Li Yun with a bad smile on their faces. Pfft, vomit, it's all back to you. Every drop. Thank you all. The gardener's guile wiped a tawdry cheek. This old castle is no place for a human being. There's human blood in the red wine, and the glass is fecal water. Can we still have a good game? Li Yun spat it out and looked aside to Sandra. I've already emptied myself before you even did it. Sandra? Doesn't this guy have a bottom line? The tart words are all over the place. Since mother isn't a blood devourer, I can't touch her prey for now. Sandra beat a good handful of retreats and tried to return to her room. Take yesterday's prey and continue to abuse and piss it off. Sandra, you're leaving before I've dined you. Have you forgotten all the rules in the old castle? Bella, Daniela hurriedly rose and bowed respectfully. Mother superior. I saw it all just now. Are you trying to make a move on my guest, pray? The lady took a step forward, and Sandra, who had none of her earlier bravado, slowly bowed her head. In front of the lady who was nearly 2 meters tall. The 1.7.5 tall imperial sister was also like a child who had done something wrong and could only bow her head. According to the family law, the following offenders should be whipped. Whip. Sandra drew her own special whip from her mouth, which was glowing scarlet. Take off your pants and get down. Sandra dutifully took off the bottom half of her cake dress, showing off the gartered black silk and those slender thighs, then plopped down on the dining room table, rising high on his ass. Li Yun looked at the sexy body and provocative posture and almost spewed out a nosebleed. Female shenanigans aside, the wild, devilishly fit Sandra is enough to make a normal man horny. Snap, the whip cracked like thunder on Sandra's ass. Ah, so good. It's been a long time since I've been punished by my honorable mother-sama. Mom, hit me again. Li Yun, I thought you were a sadistic jitterbug, but it turns out you're hiding a jitterbug inside? What you call rebellion is trying to make a mistake on purpose and then get beaten up, right? The punishment ended and a drop of blood fell to the ground from Sandra's black silk. She wiped a bit into her mouth with her hand, with a look of lust on his face. I can see that. Cool. Madam slowly walked towards her and put her pants back on, gently stroking her head. It's like petting a kitten. I'm beating you for your own good. So you'll understand what the rules are. Don't blame me, okay? Sandra nodded good-naturedly. Li Yun couldn't help but spit. She can blame you. You can't see how good it looks on her face, can you? There's a masochist living inside every sadist, isn't there? I thought I was psychotic and perverted enough in the human race until I heard Bella and Daniela's heartfelt words. Happens to be a little out of place. Mother is PUAing her penis again, and her penis is always like that. Every time she gets beaten up, she forgives her mother by saying for your own good. Ha, stupid guy. I'm not like her. Sooner or later, I'll finish off mother and end her reign. Start my own era. Filial piety. Great filial piety. I'm so sorry. How could Li Yun not expect that this big sister Bella was so young that she had a dream of matricide? Mother is horrible. I want to leave the house. No, 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 no. Mother's ass is fun to spank. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Daniela's heartfelt voice came through. How can there be two voices? One delicate and sweet. One evil and lowly. As a psychiatrist, Li Yun made a diagnosis of the deep-seated psychological problems of this family of 4 daughters. The lord of the old castle, Mrs. Timmet. There is a strong sense of possessiveness and control. Big sister Bella, extremely ambitious and deeply obsessed with power. Second sister Sandra, the masochist of masochists. Underneath the rebellious wildness is years of being punished by her mother for PUA, thus leading to a sick twist in her psyche. As for the third sister, never in a million years did I realize that the sweet-looking lowly was the one who was the most deeply ill. The 2 puppets she had mastered appeared on Su Jiao's face while Zhou Yun's face was filled with excitement, symbolizing the division within her. Split personality. In short, every single one of these family of 4 shenanigans is normal. In other words, who could not be perverted after staying in this old castle for hundreds of years? Sorry to make you laugh. There's always a problem child in the family. Looking at the apologizing lady, Li Yun deflated. Is it possible that your family hasn't been normal since you? The lady looked at Li Yun with a playful smile on her face, and her heartbeat came through. This damned human dares to offend me with such shameless words. I am Mrs. Timmet, the mother of 3 children. The unspeakable chi. But it helped me for a while. He can't get out of my castle anyway. Let's just scare him. The lady raised her eyes to Li Yun, her enchanting demeanor spitting out fragrance. You guys go ahead and dine. I was tossed around enough last night to get some rest. The little thing is so playful, you eat more tonight. I'll keep looking for you, ha. Li Yun's tiger's body shook. The 3 sisters looked at him with unbelievable shock. It's over. He's my little uncle now. With a hint of a sob in her heart, Daniela accepted this reality helplessly. Chapter 7. Bella's Jade Feet. Cool and hot. Her ladyship returned to her room without proceeding to dine. This unusual behavior should have alerted the 3 sisters. But with Sandra being penalized, the 3 sisters didn't dare think twice. Mother's gone, and I'm not eating. I'm going to my room. Sandra was the first to leave. Enjoy yourselves. Bella proceeded to leave. Ah, what's the matter with you today? You won't even eat with me. No, Kason. 2 young ladies, why don't you play with me? Daniela asked Su Jiao and Zhou Yun for their opinions under false pretenses. Yes, yes, yes. Su Jiao and Zhou Yun nodded their heads and said yes at the same time. Danny pulled away from the heart and left with Su Jiao in her left hand and Zhou Yun in her right hand, bouncing away. Even if you have a split personality, you're still a drama queen. What are you doing here for your little uncle? Li Yun looked at Daniela's back as she left and spat a few words. A bunch of blood-sucking creeps pretending it's not the same whether they eat it or not? I can't. I'm really hungry. I was up all night last night. Strong with hypnosis. At the moment it's heartbreak. Li Yun shook the ringing bell on the table and signaled the butler to arrange for the food to be served. Soon, an exquisite breakfast was brought up. Looking at the table of breakfast, Li Yun was just about to make a move to have a full meal. A key question suddenly came to mind. Is this milk real milk? It can't be human milk. Is this tomato juice sure it doesn't add blood? Hey, are there any blood-sucking shenanigans to eat with me? I can't even put down my chopsticks without hearing your evil hearts. Is there a problem with this food or not? Oi. There were no blood-sucking shenanigans present. As if the food safety instructions had been lost. Li Yun was dumbfounded. I wouldn't dare move the food if it was in front of me. Wicked to know what the ingredients are in it. Ah, guest, you will not continue your meal? The butler looked at Li Yun, who walked out of the restaurant, and asked, no more food. By the way, I'm going to my room now. Do you want to follow? The butler smiled and shook his head. The guest is joking. I have so many things to do that I don't have time to follow the guest to the guest room. If you can't find it, I'll have a servant take you there. Li Yun was happy. Ha, you blood-sucking shenanigans will die if you don't pretend, will you? You spent all night outside the door last night, and now you're starting to act bratty? No, I'll just go by myself. The butler nodded to make way, and Li Yun walked towards the guest room. He confirmed one thing: he is safe during the day compared to the night. The butler really didn't follow, and there was no presence of any creepy things outside his own door. He unlocked the door and got comfortable on the bed. Finally, I can get some solid sleep. Self-hypnosis. Disarm. I don't know if I'll be able to dream a good dream either. Self-hypnosis works well, but it also has a lot of side effects. For example, Lee Yun kept himself awake. After the hypnosis was lifted, sleepiness is then magnified twofold. The moment the hypnosis was lifted, he had opened his eyes and huffed and puffed. Lee Yun really did have a beautiful dream, dreaming of a fairy falling from the sky, a pair of spotless jade feet, icy skin and jade bones, small and exquisite, just like the cold and beautiful jade, exuding a unique charm. It was followed by the perfect body that was clad in tulle that was hidden from view, and a pair of eyes that looked down on the world with indifference, ice-clear nymphs, proud and cool, as if they don't eat earthly fire. Just look at him. Looking at it, Lee Yun snapped out of it. Missy, why are you in my room? Damn it, this isn't a dream. On the couch, Bella crossed her legs, wiggled her jade feet, and stared expressionlessly at Lee Yun. This is my home and there is no place I can't enter. You seem tired. The tiredness of a sleepless night, Lee Yun said while trying to calm his accelerated heartbeat. Harm. As you know the lady she. How dare you lie with me? Bella's eyes released a scarlet ferocity. Lee Yun's inability to hear Bella's heart meant that her heart and mouth were in unison at the moment. Don't think I'm brainless, Sandra. Brain-developed Daniela. Mother's body is not tainted with the scent of man. There's no smell of mother's remnants here either. I don't think you even saw her last night. Bella said it in one word, her eyes sweeping Lee Yun out of the corner of her eye. You're not like my other three humans. Obviously you're more. Pervert? Bella glared at Lee Yun, who covered his mouth and promised not to interrupt again. Smarter. You should have realized by now that you are prey to your mother. No matter what, you can't leave the old castle. The only way to end up is to have your blood incorporated into the wine by your mother using her skillful brewing techniques. I can give you a way out. Just talk and tell me what happened last night. Bella's eyes looked straight at Lee Yun, who couldn't avoid it. The scariest thing is this big sister, who has no inner turmoil. It made it difficult for Lee Yun to detect her mental activities. It's not that the villain is bad, it's that the villain's heart is in the right place and he's telling the whole truth. I'm your mother's prey, and you wouldn't dare lay a hand on me. Ha, that's pretty smart. I'm certainly not stupid like Sandra. Bella laughed softly and dismissively. If you'll tell me, I'll consider giving you a way out. You only have 10 seconds to think. 10, 9, 8. Bella's cool face held a light smirk of disdain, her mouth coldly counting down. The cocked jade foot bobbed up and down. This jailbird countdown makes Lee Yun want to take a shot. Lee Yun still couldn't probe Bella's mind. Just as the 10 seconds ended and Bella got up to leave. Madam did not come last night. Bella sat back down on the couch, crossing her jade feet. The playful grin that mastered everything on his face intensified. Good boy. You've worked hard at taking control of your pathetic destiny. If you really want to survive, then you need to try a little harder. Bella held out her fingers. Index finger and thumb compressed into a thin slit in a gesture of painfully missing the stick market. Come on. I'm trying so hard. Almost. You asshole. Get your hands off that filth. Sorry. You're really pushing my buttons with this countdown. Disgusting XP. You rat. Bella turned her face away and gritted her teeth. If it weren't for the plan, I'd kill you. You stinking rat. Even if it offended my mother. Bella's heartfelt words were finally answered. Lee Yun's face showed a long-lost satisfaction. The heartbeat always hooks up. As for Bella's plan, if you want to live, find out what happened to my mother. I can't believe I managed to get her to give up hunting. I promise you, if you can give me the answers I want, your life, I'll save it. It's just a rat's life. It's nothing. Chapter 8. A way out of the castle. Bella came and went quickly. When she was gone, Lee Yun threw the paper towel into the trash can. Mumbles. Ha, what does she think I am? A dog. Needed her to give me a handout to live. For the sake of her jade feet, I won't bother with her in general. A great man can be hard or soft. Lee Yun gathered himself and a confident smile appeared on his face. This Bella is really smart. As I expected. She can't hide her rebellion anymore and will come to me. She wants to use me. And why wouldn't I want to use her? With her secret shelter at least I don't have to worry about being killed anytime. Anywhere. As for trying to get out of the old castle and get back alive, that's not enough. A master psychiatrist. In listening to Bella's heart and judging her psychological problems, Lee Yun had already guessed that Bella would definitely come looking for herself. Ask her mother about last night. I just didn't expect Bella to come so quickly. Which did come as a shock. It really doesn't seem like I can get a solid night's sleep here. In case it's not Bella, it's Sandra. It's the lady. I might not wake up for the rest of my life. Lee Yun gently shook his head, reviewing just now still loosened a trace of vigilance. He opened the room and walked out. As per Bella's explanation before she left, the shenanigans in the old castle are very much about the rules set by the lady. You won't be hunting during the day, so there's not much danger. Extra care would have been needed at night, if he hadn't been prey to the lady's eye and had the butler on guard. Last night the door to this room was split early by the other guests who stayed here and showed up to hunt at night. Li Yun appeared to be idly admiring the ancient castle, but in actuality, he was calculating the distance between his room and the lady's room in his mind. Madam's room was located in the center of the old castle, a full 3 miles from the guest house. It's really a big family. You have to drive a car to go to the bathroom. Li Yun sighed at the enormity of the ancient fortress and continued to calculate. My room is 3 miles from the lady. My listening range is within 500 meters. Just now I pretended to appreciate coming 500 meters outside the lady's door and didn't hear any heartbeats. It means that the lady is really sleeping and won't wake up until the night. If I want to eavesdrop on her secrets, I'll have to do it at night. But at night, in Bella's description, it was the spectacle of a million tricky nights. It was a far cry from the cold old castle during the day. This was in line with the life pattern of the tricksters, who rested during the day and acted at night. If you want to go out at night and listen to her ladyship's secrets, you'll have to deal not only with the butler who guards you, but also with the creepy things along the way. Looks like a scavenger hunt is in order. Bella, pull back. How could the queen who was pretending to master the castle to become the next lady be a punching bag for a human? Sandra? Ha! She was indeed a battering ram, but hated every lash on herself to please her excitement with my pain. Li Yun calculated in his heart, excluding 2 of the 3 sisters. Wouldn't there be only 1 person left? As it happened, he saw Daniela at the old castle near the gate. Third miss, what are you doing here? Daniela stood in front of the gate of the ancient castle with her 2 puppet dolls, Su Jiao and Zhou Yun. Hearing Li Yun's words behind him, he turned and spoke. They're both trying to escape and I'm stopping them. Li Yun, you're the one who escaped, right? Seeing through it without breaking it down, Li Yun looked at Zhou Yun and Su Jiao. Is this old castle bad? The lady and the creepy things in the old castle are so nuclear good. The 3 young ladies are even more beautiful than one another. And the most beautiful of all is the 3rd young lady. I can't believe you guys are still trying to escape. What an ignorance. Right or wrong? Third miss. Daniela, right. Even though you're wrong about everything, if you say I'm the most beautiful, then you must be right. Daniela smiled her heart out, her eyes squinting slightly. The little white silk loli was extremely cute. Excuse me, third miss. I'd like to chat and hang out with my partner. Does it look convenient to you? Daniela had just been given a compliment by Li Yun, and this was the right time to look at him in a favorable light, so she immediately nodded her head. Convenient. Zhou Yun and Su Jiao walked towards Li Yun, one on the left and one on the right alongside Li Yun in the center. Only, there was a little tail behind it. It's so big here. I got lost. Hey, Su Jiao, do you know where this is? Li Yun asked as he pointed to the standing place and opened his mouth. This is the hospitality lounge at the gate. Oh, so that's how it is. But I'm asking about Su Jiao. Li Yun looked at Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun immediately shut up as Su Jiao opened her mouth. This is the hospitality lounge at the gate. Repeat chicken is right. And, how did you two know that? It's not right. Daniela, who was secretly following the trio, appeared out of nowhere. I told both sisters. Li Yun pretended to be surprised and said, Third miss, why are you here? Didn't we just agree to give the 3 of us a little space alone? I've got some whispering to do with the girls. That's not very polite of you. Daniela was at a loss for words as she listened to Li Yun's words. Madam is an aristocrat. Even after becoming a vampire, she is an aristocrat among vampires. Even drinking blood is more elaborate than the average vampire, preferring to brew human blood into wine. The education of his 3 daughters was even tougher. Aristocratic, ladylike, polite, disciplined, nonetheless. So the oldest daughter is out of school trying to be the one to make the rules. The second daughter perverted and became a masochist among sadists. The third daughter is full of stress eating and is hell-bent on escaping the place. Li Yun had already seen through their own psychology. The sentence politeness is considered to hold Daniela to death. Daniela snuck a cold grunt of discontent. Where else would I be if I wasn't here? Trying to get rid of me? Whisper. I'd like to see what you're going to say that's not creepy. You think I've disappeared, but I've been there the whole time. Clumsy. Daniela's form flashed and she just flew away. Li Yun smiled gently. You think I don't know that both of these are puppets you manipulated? You can hear everything I say, and they're just sounding boards for your mind. Li Yun continued to hang out with Zhou Yun and Su Jiao. Suddenly Li Yun spoke. I don't know if I'll make it back alive, so there's something I want to tell you too. The 2 puppets nodded at the same time. Why don't the 3 of us just live here together? Ahem. Just kidding. Let's see how you guys react. I didn't realize you guys had such cold expressions. Looks like neither of you want to have me together with the other. One of them slapped me on the left side of my face and the right side of my face. I was careless and didn't flash. I was just kidding. What are you doing? Li Yun covered his face in aggravation and grunted coldly in his heart. Good one, Daniela. Instructing them to come and beat me. Just you wait. I won't be surnamed Li until you're taken by me in a moment. Li Yun gathered his emotions and looked at the two men. Actually, I was looking for you guys to tell you. I know a way to escape the castle. Zhou Yun and Su Jiao had the exact same shock on their faces. Really? Chapter 9, torture me? I am not going to turn you on. Would I lie to you guys? But this gate is being used by Mother. Mrs. Timid has inflicted a specific trickery, and it can only be left with her permission. Li Yun rubbed his chin. So that's it. Zhou Yun and Su Jiao's faces looked strange. You wouldn't not know it. How could it be? Of course I knew that, and made a detailed escape plan. Well, tell me about it. Well, tell me about it. The pleasant heartfelt voice of Daniela came from somewhere hidden. After 100 years in the old castle, she had gotten tired of it a long time ago, a little impatient at the moment. Finally, the butler suddenly rushed over. Looking for me? What's the matter? The second lady wants you to go to her room. Sandra wouldn't be a thief and still want to do it to herself. Li Yun was a bit flustered for a moment. What does the second young lady want with me? Guessed. I don't know. Since the second young lady has given the word, you'd better go for a while. Can I go and come back? Second Miss said that if you don't go, she'll take the initiative to come to you with her whip. I hate it. Why are you interrupting me? No, I have to ask about his escape plan. Daniela's disgruntled heartbeat came. Hey, you haven't told us about that plan you were talking about yet. Zhou Yun and Su Jiao spoke together. It's not that second Miss is looking for me. I have to go there first. Don't worry. If I die at the hands of second Miss, I'll take the plan away. Never tell anyone. Li Yun looked like he wouldn't say anything even if he died. So how could Daniela feel at ease? Damn it. Who wants you dead? I want a plan. A plan to get out of the castle. Ha! No one can take your life if you don't give me a plan. The voice of another personality came from Daniela's mind. Li Yun, steady hot. Steady hot. He beckoned the two women to stay close, then whispered in their ears. Come to my room tonight and I'll tell you all about the plan. Now, I have to go find the second lady. Wish me luck. Li Yun spread his hands and followed the butler away. Daniela appeared beside the two women, looking at his back as he left. Does he really know how to escape the old castle? He's so confident. He must know. I could care less if second sister wants to abuse others. He can't. Daniela's small fists clenched tightly, and her figure flickered away once more. Did Miss Tu say what she wanted to see me about? How is the second young lady's temper at this time? Did the second young lady seek me out because she didn't get enough to eat this morning? Second Miss. The butler who finally couldn't take it interrupted Li Yun. Guest, you have too many questions, and all of them are beyond my ability to answer. What does the second young lady want with you? Won't you know when you go? Li Yun rolled his eyes. That's bull asterisk. You'll be responsible if I go and get caught in a tiger's trap? The butler saw Li Yun's worry and said calmly. Don't worry, guest. Our ancient castle has always advocated peace. It won't go down on the guests. Please. The butler pushed open the door and was greeted by rows and rows of bloodstained torture devices. Tiger stools, chains, saws, binding frames, and one gang, who was made into a human pig in a flower pot. Is this what you call not laying hands on your guests? Li Yun pointed at Wang Gang, his hands trembling. The butler looked embarrassed. Then the lie was told without changing his face. It's just a fling between that guest and the second young lady, who volunteered to go into the flower pot and guard the second young lady for the rest of his life. Let's see if I can believe that tricky talk of yours. I can't, so I'm not trying to convince my guests. Is it really okay for you to lie to me with such a straight face? Guest, you may not have realized it yet, but you've already entered the range of second Mrs. Domain. You can't escape. Asterisk. You're all done pretending, aren't you? In the next second, the ghostly Sandra appeared behind Li Yun. As soon as he did, he grabbed the unarmed Li Yun into the room. The butler closed the door gently. All good ingredients need to be refined 1,000 times. Your ladyship should be able to understand the second young lady's bitterness. In the middle of Sandra's sadistic-filled room, Li Yun was tied to an X-shaped binding frame with both hands and feet. The eyes were covered with black cloth, and nothing could be seen. Cluck cluck cluck. What has been used to hammer this mother's delicacy? Is it a barbed whip, a red-hot iron, or a rusty saw? Only pain and despair can cook the best flavors. Mother Sama will love it if she tastes it. Ah, my greatest mother. Li Yun heard Sandra's perverted to the point of light laughter. It's over. She's not trying to kill me. She's trying to make my life worse than death and inspire the blood to boil inside me. No wonder the steward agreed to send me here. As long as I don't die, neither Missy nor Missy 3 will save me. Who cares if an ingredient gets abused? Unable to move, Li Yun gritted his teeth and listened to the sound of Sandra's high-heeled boots ticking closer and closer. Poor little thing. Accept my tuning. I will make your blood boil and make your taste peak. Snap, the whip pierced the air and swung with a sonic boom hitting Li Yun's body. Li Yun didn't feel an ounce of pleasure, only the agony of his skin splitting open. He gritted his teeth in death and said nothing. Ha ha ha, comfortable? At Sandra's perverted questioning, Li Yun gently sneered. You didn't eat? It is not right to base one's pleasure on the pain of others. Such a core value. Ha! The odds are that a pervert like you, who grew up lacking love and calcium, can only justify his existence by seemingly mastering the lives and deaths of others. There was a brief silence in the air. In the next second, Li Yun only felt a wave of suffocation. Sandra snapped as she grabbed him by the throat and pressed herself against his ear. Do you realize what you're saying? Do you believe I'll pull out your tongue? Li Yun's covered eyes had a hint of a smile when he saw her anger rising. Psychopath. That's what he's good at. Can't you be cured? There is nothing a typical sadist like Sandra enjoys more than looking for negative emotions in her prey, such as the other person being afraid, cowering, begging for mercy and crying. Once she doesn't provide it herself, then she doesn't get any cool points. It also doesn't achieve the desired GC. It is summarized in one sentence. Li Yun's unexpected behavior just now made Sandra anxious. Chapter 10, Psychotherapy opens. Sister is queen. Confidence shines. Actually, I'm a doctor. A psychiatrist. I've seen a lot of perverts like you, so it doesn't seem so perverted. Do you think you're cool and new? It's actually not cool at all. The more plainly mocking Li Yun's tone became, the more disturbed Sandra's emotions became. Strangle me. Your Lord Mother won't spare you if I die. You, however, are just a dog for your mother. Pitiful. Wagging tail, not pleading for her approval and affection. Ha, you're already in my sights. Sandra's hands went limp and her breathing became labored. Word for word, you begin attacking Sandra's heart. Plus 10 to occupational value. Plus 20 to occupational proficiency. See through me? You, a mole human, are a mouse that I casually crush under my feet. Who do you think you are? Li Yun continued to attack the heart, turning words into blades and plunging them straight into Sandra's heart. Poor thing. You don't have your big sister's steady excellence, and not as cute and sweet as the third sister. Of the three sisters, you Sandra are the most neglected. That's why you crave most of all to be recognized, to get the look of others looking up to you and praying for you. And you don't realize that the more this happens, the more pathetic you look. You have successfully penetrated Sandra's heart. Career value plus 10. Career proficiency plus 20. Sandra's favorability plus 10 inch. Thump, the whip in Sandra's hand falls to the floor. The choking sensation in front of Li Yun's neck disappeared. He heard a helpless cry. Oh, all I did was just try to obey my mother. But she sees her big sister as the future heir in her eyes. Seeing my little sister as the most take it or leave it lovely daughter. And me, what am I? The only thing is that every time I make a mistake and get punished, my mother's whip falls on me. It was only then that I could feel the warmth she passed on to me, the love she gave me. Li Yun faintly said, whether abusive or masochistic, it is a psychological problem, and the odds are that it is due to a dysfunctional childhood. But you're different. Sandra snapped her head up and removed Li Yun's blindfold, eyes looking up at him longingly. What's different about me? You're sadistic and masochistic and seriously psychopathic. Sandra didn't take it well. How can I feel my mother's love if I don't? Why am I always ignored? What part of me is not as good as my big sister? Not as good as my little sister? Li Yun looked her up and down. Stature? A blasphemous divine authority emanated from Sandra's eyes. It was as if he was going to tear this griffin that was sizing him up to pieces. Seems like it's going to be a little better than them. You recognize Sandra. Career value plus 10. Career proficiency plus 20. Sandra's favor plus 10. If big sister Bella is pure lust, Sandra is the queen of sexy as hell. At the moment, she was wrapped in leather, with a convex front and back, without a trace of extra fat. Li Yun's words made Sandra's anger disappear instantly. Sandra untied his bonds. Unexpectedly, Li Yun suddenly stretched out a hand and squeezed Sandra's. You seek death. Sandra stormed off. Li Yun, however, had a face that verified the truth. Better than all of them, indeed. You have recognized Sandra once again. Career value plus 10. Career proficiency plus 20. Sandra's favor plus 10. Sandra's anger came to a screeching halt, and instead she looked at Li Yun with some embarrassment. You really think so? Li Yun smiled faintly. Whether it's a human or a trick, it's a unique being. You always think your mother doesn't care about you and values you. It's big sister, third sister who took away your aura. You deserve to be valued for what you have. But have you ever properly thought about who you, Sandra, really are? Sandra's pupils were slightly stunned. Who the hell am I? Sandra. Who am I? And who is Sandra? And who am I supposed to be? Sandra's mind was in complete disarray. Seeing this, Lee Yun immediately rode the wave of victory. A silver pendant fell in front of Sandra's eyes. Stare at it. Your heart follows it. You're sleepy, numb, and sleepy. You have hypnotized Sandra. Occupational value plus 10. Occupational proficiency plus 20. Sandra's favor plus 10. Lee Yun's voice was light, soft, and with 30% affinity. It just invaded Sandra's heart. Sandra's mind was then hypnotized. I'm sleepy and numb and want to sleep. Very well, Sandra. You do what I say next. I'm Sandra. I do what you say. Go on. Sit there. Lee Yun gave the order. And surprisingly, Sandra really did sit there obediently. Keep your legs together. Straighten your body. And don't move a muscle. As a noble girl, her grooming was impeccable. Sitting here, what do you feel? I feel like when I was a little girl. My mother took us 3 sisters to practice sitting and grooming. And mother praised me. Said I had the best sitting posture and the most perfect body shape. Rewarded with a little red flower. You, laughing? Well, I was rewarded by my mother. So of course I had to smile. Lee Yun found a mirror in which Sandra had a very warm and soft smile without a hint of offense. It was a simple satisfaction. A smile from the heart. Is that my smile? Yes. Look how heartfelt and confident the smile is. Confidence. I don't seem to have any such thing. A hint of grief appeared on Sandra's face as the memory of one of her mother's unpleasant words filled her mind. Mother always said, Sandra, you're not as good as your big sister, much less your little sister. Said I didn't deserve to be her daughter. Not even good enough to be a vampire, much less a noble. A tear fell from Sandra's eye. Her childhood, filled with disapproval, and the occasional chastisement of my mother. The confident smile from earlier was all gone. Go on. You laughed. Then you cried. Then, I've changed. Perverted. Sandra, who was punished from time to time, fell in love with the feeling. It is only through abuse and masochism that one can find the meaning of one's life. Her face began to grow livid, her smile taking on a cruel, spicy edge. Hands constantly ravaged the air, and his entire body carried a great deal of offense. They all fear me, and are afraid of me, and honor me. Fall to your knees under my high heels and violence. Don't dare ignore me and look down on me again. Sandra shouted sternly. Really? Really? Sandra, who are you? There's that problem again. And once again Sandra's CPU burns dry. The berserkness in her body disappeared, and was replaced with an unconfident and incomparably despondent demeanor. Her heart was like a steel wire being constantly ravaged by Lee Yun. 1,000 times. Smiles, low self-esteem, sadness, cruelty, violence and then now despondency. Seeing this, Lee Yun snapped his fingers in front of her eyes. Sandra remembered. You're the queen. Confidence shines through. A powerful confidence was born. Sandra muttered. Sis is the queen and her confidence shines through. Sis is the queen and her confidence shines through. Sis is the queen and her confidence shines through. The sound gets louder and louder at once, until Sandra came out of hypnosis completely. Her mouth was tinged with an incredibly confident smile. I, Sandra, am the queen. Such confidence is no longer the feeling of falling from the prey. Instead, find your confidence from the inside out. Sandra looked at Lee Yun once again, her eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you, Dr. Lee, for helping me get my confidence back. Lee Yun smiled gently, breezing. You have healed Sandra and awakened her inner confidence. Occupational value plus 10. Occupational proficiency plus 20. Sandra's favor plus 10 inch. Sandra's favorability plus 50. She's developed an admiration for you. Sandra gently bowed her head and looked at Lee Yun somewhat shyly. Dr. Lee, you're so good. You're even better than me. Were these treatments just now part of your new R&D play? Lee Yun? Chapter 11 Dining Guide to the Vampire Castle. No harm to Lee Yun is allowed. The door to Sandra's room was pushed open. Zhou Yun and Su Jiao looked dumbfounded at the one person and one guile sitting on the sofa, communicating as equals, talking and laughing. Sandra looked at Lee Yun with eyes full of admiration. Lee Yun was a bit embarrassed. How did I become a master at this? Psychotherapy can be a part of play? Someone broke in and Sandra, who had been a little angry, looked at the duo. Understand that it was a puppet manipulated by his own little sister. She looked at Lee Yun with a light smile. Dr. Lee is really popular. He's only been here with me for a while and someone can't sit still. Lee Yun looked at Su Jiao and Zhou Yun and muttered in a good-natured manner. You Daniela, why don't you wait until I get my tongue pulled out? I don't know what's going on. How can second sister be so polite to a human? I must have opened the door the wrong way. Come again. Zhou Yun and Su Jiao exited the room and then pushed the door in again. No harm to Li Yun is allowed. Li Yun, just have to be awkward again? What the hell is going on? I'm not mistaken. They're really communicating as equals. The human isn't kneeling, he's sitting, and his posture seems to be even higher than the second sister's. Is this Ernie's new game? Sandra looked to Zhou Yun and Su Jiao. The one who actually inquired was Daniela. Why? Are you here to see Dr. Li? Dr. Li? Ah, yes. Yes, yes. Zhou Yun Su Jiao nodded her head in silent agreement. Sandra sighed, mentally spit out a comment. Little sister, this puppet is really stupid. Where there are two people like one. It's a good thing Dr. Li didn't see it coming. Dr. Li is good at everything, but he's not very smart. Yako, Li Yun? What kind of shenanigans crickets people in their mind in front of people? Do you really think I can't hear you? Even if you hear it, what can you do? You can't just keep pretending. Second miss. These two are my companions and are probably worried about my safety. What? Is Dr. Li thinking it's dangerous to be in my place? Li Yun looked towards Wang Gang in the flower pot in the distance. Well, in that case, I won't keep Dr. Li much longer. Thanks again Dr. Li. Sandra enthusiastically took the initiative to hold Li Yun. Li Yun only felt a soft and fleshy feeling. Is very good, Sandra gently said in his ear. Dr. Li has excellent skills and is looking forward to the next cut. Next time, I'll make you the master. Li Yun, I'm a psychiatrist. Don't play the sick. Zhou Yun and Su Jiao looked at each other, dumbfounded. Naysan's making a pass at a human? What the hell is going on? Can't you just let my 100-plus-year-old kid know that you know? Li Yun followed Zhou Yun and Su Jiao out of Sandra's room. Li Yun, what exactly happened just now? You seem to be on good terms with second sister. Second sister? Second miss. Oops. Look at me. Little was swallowed by me. Li Yun was caught off guard groping Su Jiao's ass. It's not so small. Dash. A tingling, electrifying sensation traveled to Daniela's hips. How dare he? How dare he touch my lady's ass? Yuck. It's my lady doll's ass. This disgusting human. Yada yada yada. Gas. Li Yun heatedly snickered. So the puppet transmits not only images, sounds, but even perceptions. Su Jiao took a step back. Zhou Yun continued to speak. By the way, that escape plan you were talking about. Ah, what are you doing? Don't worry, we agreed to come to my room tonight. You guys together, oh. Hey, it's so moist. Dash. Whoa, 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 whoa. What's wrong with this man? He touches one and then the other. Doesn't he feel guilty about molesting two girls at the same time? Li Yun snickered as he eavesdropped on Daniela's heart. Just touched the left side, then the right side. Now that's symmetry. But compared to your ladyship, the third young lady's ass is still too green. After all, it's still just 100-odd-year-old Lolita who still needs to develop. Understandably, Li Yun hummed a little song prettily and left the place under the shocked eyes of the two women. Jingle bells. The dinner bell rings at the table. It's time for dinner again. Dinner is served from 18 to 2000 hours p.m. Whether he finished eating or not, Li Yun had to return to his room under the butler's guidance, because after 2000 hours, it's time for the real partying in the old castle. 100 strange nighttime acts. If Li Yun doesn't leave, he's still at the table. Then the odds are that it will just turn into fresh food for the 100 tricksters. And of course, back in the room, it would be the lady's choice of food. Hundreds of people or one person. This was an existential question that Li Yun would face. At the table, the three bloodsucking sisters remained very disciplined and took the lead. Zhou Yun and Su Jiao were also sitting to the left and right of Daniela. Li Yun still chose the first position, a solitary seat at the end of the long table, right across from the ladies' main seat. Three young ladies, guests. Her ladyship is still a little tired and will not be able to attend the dinner. The housekeeper bowed and apologized. And the second sister, Sandra, and Daniela looked at Li Yun at the same time. Dr. Li is so good. Even my mother can't hold her own. I'm looking forward to the next time he's the master. Li Yun. Wah. This dog man not only molested my doll, but he also dared to bully my mother. If it weren't for the fact that he could get me out of here, I'd make a straw man out of him and pierce him with 1,000,000 arrows every day. Let's see if he'll be heartbroken. Li Yun, don't zap it. It hurts already. Sandra and Daniela each have different opinions on the matter. Bella glanced at Li Yun in the distance. 4 eyes locked. It seems that something has really happened to mother. As to whether it's what I suspected, we'll have to see if this little mouse can give me a surprise. Li Yun coldly snorted in his heart. Surprise no. Fine. Want it? I'm plenty. Hundreds of millions for you. That's something to think about. Not to say. Serve. Serve. I heard that the guests did not have an appetite in the morning, so the lady specially asked the back kitchen to make a few dishes that you humans love to eat. Don't be polite tonight, guests. Be sure to eat your fill. Only when the ingredients are full can the lady eat. Hey! The butler's skin smiled. A dish was served. Li Yun looked at the three sisters who had already started, and then he rubbed his stomach comfortably. Am I the one who doesn't eat in the morning? That's not without 3 bits of the Vampire Castle dining guide in. That's great. I can get a full meal too. Chapter 12 The Aggrieved Blood-Sucking Loli. How could there be such a brazen person in this world? With every dish that Li Yun touches, he has to pause to see the reactions of the 3 old fort dining guides. Human food is really bland and uninteresting. Forget about it. Make a show of it and eat it. Bella's heartbeat came. Li Yun was overjoyed. There was nothing wrong with this dish and immediately started feasting on it. Blah blah blah. A loud dinner barf breaks the silence at the table. The elegant 3 sisters looked at the soundmaker. Li Yun. At the same time. Sorry, I'm used to eating alone since I was a kid. That's okay. The 3 sisters smiled, signaling that it was okay. And yet, it's okay. My ass. Dog man. Eat like a man. I can't choke you to death. A purple evil aura sprang out of Daniela's body. Words out of the law follow. Ahem. Water. Water. Li Yun choked. Sandra hurriedly asked the butler to bring a glass of water. Li Yun, who was choking on his red face, did not drink it immediately, but waited. Humans are really fragile. He can't die yet. This water is fine. You can drink it. Bella looked away, then boredly continued to fiddle with her food with her knife and fork. After half a day's work, it's hard not to take a bite. The whole fake eating do-gooder thing. Li Yun was then relieved to drink the water and swallow the choking food. Who? Sandra gave Daniela a no-nonsense look. Put away your little curses and such tricks. You can't be rude to Dr. Lee, Daniela said with some aggression. Second sister. I didn't. I just thought about it for a moment and then. I know. It's her. It must be her. Ha ha. She can't stand the sight of the dog man either. Sandra tapped Daniela on the head with the fork in her hand. Honorable Dr. Lee from now on. Oh, I know second sister. Don't call me second sister. From now on call me Queen Sama. Daniela covered her head in aggravation, and her eyes went helplessly to her big sister. Bella was faintly yin and yang as she chopped vegetables. I didn't expect the always brutal second sister to respect a human so much. What? You got a new game? Don't play yourself in by accident. And Lord Queen, where do you get your confidence? If it were before, being yin and yang by her big sister, Sandra would only be impotent and furious, but without the confidence and courage in her heart to fight against it. Now, after Li Yun's tuning, her confidence was born. Big sister's sightless dead look still hasn't changed, always posing as the head of the family when mother isn't around. It wasn't just a few seconds before I was born. What are you pretending? Why don't you let Dr. Lee tune you up for your head of the family delusions? Sandra grimaced and argued. What did you say? Bella slammed the table and the knife and fork on the table floated up into the air at Sandra. Sandra didn't show any weakness either. Her eyes glazed over and her own knife and fork aimed at Bella. If you don't like it, let's have a fight. I'm the queen. Daniela was eating her cake beautifully while her little white silk feet bobbed up and down. One side of the archfire said, you guys stop fighting. You can't beat each other like this. Li Yun was happy. The proud eldest sister. The unyielding second sister. The archfire third sister. The melon eating him. Zhou Yun. Su Jiao. Who do you think will win? Asterisk 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 off. Dog man. The two women opened their mouths at the same time, cursing at Li Yun. Li Yun had an aggravated look on his face. Get lost. I just hope I have some value to you before I do. This escape plan. Ah, it's like this. Zhou Yun and Su Jiao immediately came over, and involuntarily Daniela. Li Yun looked at Daniela through the two women. Third miss. It's rude to eavesdrop on someone's whispers so blatantly. Bella snapped. Daniela, we as nobles must not be rude. Daniela huffed and pulled back, grimacing. Big sister. You and second sister had a fight over dinner, and you're calling me rude? And this dog man. Okay, I won't eavesdrop. I'll listen in plain sight. I'm not going to kill you. Li Yun snickered, then looked to the two women. The escape plan was, wait, I can only execute this plan with a maximum of 2 people. One is me. The other. Oops, so hard to choose. I love all of you. I want to take them all, but I can only take one. How about this? You both kiss me and I'll see who I take. Daniela was utterly speechless. I've never seen such a shameless man. No kiss? Then I'll take the butler away. Butler? Daniela. Zhou Yun kisses the left side of his face. Yuck yuck yuck. That's disgusting. Dog man. Li Yun looked at Su Jiao. How do I know if she's making this kiss realistic if you don't kiss it? Daniela has a face like a pig's liver. I thought a kiss would be good. But I didn't expect this. Ha! I'm gonna kill this dog man. My first kiss. It's not my mouth. But the feeling is the same. Kissing a human in the face. What's the difference between that and kissing an ass? Li Yun, polite? Mama Su Jiao gritted her teeth and kissed the right side of her face. Dog man. That's it. My lady's giving you her first and second time. Come on. What's the plan? Li Yun laughed wildly in his heart. But his expression was complicated. As if he was really experiencing whose kiss was more realistic. Hiss. I can't seem to feel my face. So why don't we kiss and tell? Li Yun beamed and closed his eyes. Dash. Unable to hold back any longer. Daniela's wickedness grew. Take your own little Lolita shoes off. Showing her cute little white silk feet kicking towards Li Yun's mouth. Li Yun felt the touch was wrong and opened his eyes to see that he was kissing the soles of Zhou Yun and Su Jiao's feet. Dog man. I can't handle you. Can I? Li Yun perverted excitedly. You guys. Why are you rewarding me? Daniela's silence was deafening. The aristocratic etiquette, knowledge, and 3 views she had learned in the ancient castle over the past 100 years collapsed with a bang at this moment. She couldn't help but begin to wonder about Guishan. Asked a question. How in the world can there be such a shameless man? Jingle bells. Mealtime is over. 3 ladies. It's time for the guests to return to their cage. Room. Bella and Sandra had both been looking at each other with swords drawn for several moments. Li Yun would like to ask. Their eyes do not dry? Li Yun looked at Zhou Yun and Su Jiao and hemmed and hawed. Remember to meet me in my room at night. I'm going back to my room. Follow the butler toward the room. Looking at Li Yun's back, Bella took the lead in lifting her dangling knife and fork and snorted coldly. Ignoring Sandra. Daniela, come with me to my room. Big sister. Hold. Don't you have feet of your own? Bella chortled in displeasure. Daniela dropped her little pearls in aggravation and looked at her cute little white silk feet. My feet are not clean and spicy. Chapter 13, Another Personality. Evil Daniela kills all. Guests, let me reiterate that in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, you may not leave your room during the night. Li Yun nodded knowingly. Don't worry. The best thing about me is that I listen to advice. The butler bent slightly. Have a good night's sleep. Guests, you too. I'll sleep at the fair. If you don't come tonight, I'll have to stay up all night again. All night long. And then you have to get up the next day to serve you little brats. The life of a wage earner is so miserable. Ugh. So desperate to get off work. So helpless. So pathetic. Family, who knows? Li Yun silently closed the door. Not looking at the housekeeper whose heart was full of drama but whose face was expressionless. Ding dash. The old antique clock outside the house made a sound, meaning that the time that belongs to the old castle shenanigans has truly arrived. The group of special guests in the old castle came out of their rooms in droves. It's time for a pleasant drink. Drink. Hey, where's my head? Hungry. Quickly, a blood packet. Comforting. As tantalizing as jelly. Posted on the wall and listened to the hearts of the guests outside. It's a measly thing to talk. Li Yun blankly sighed. It's really 100 creepy things at night. And a swarm of hungry, ravenous creepy things at that. The butler has not yet left. And there is a great likelihood that the lady will not appear this night either. If I want to leave the room to explore the lady's secrets, it will have to wait. Li Yun was in no hurry and sat on the bed. How about a nap? As soon as I close my eyes, all I can think about is Madame's arse, Missy's jade feet, second Mrs. Body, third Miss White Silk. Slap. Li Yun gave himself a slap. Li Yun, you're so like that. How can you sleep when you're thinking about female shenanigans? Li Yun rolled up in a flash, deciding to give up on sleeping for the moment, and pulled out a few tissues from a side. The door to Li Yun's room was pushed open. The 2 puppets, Zhou Yun and Su Jiao, were wide-eyed with him. What? Ahem. Cold. Can you guys knock later? Li Yun hid the tissue paper, then pointed to the door. You two, you just walked in here all watered down? Didn't meet any obstacles? This young lady can go wherever she wants. What else could be in the way? The butler was quietly dismissed by me, and I don't think it will take him long to realize it. Gotta hurry up and pull out the plan I want to know from this dog man. Li Yun wanted to applaud Daniela. This third young lady was still reliable sometimes. With one hand, Li Yun grabbed Zhou Yun and Su Jiao. Since you're all here, then let's get on with the program. The plan? Su Jiao and Zhou Yun were just about to open their mouths when Li Yun said, Hold your tongue. This plan thing doesn't work when you talk about it. You made a wish here, and if you say it out loud, it won't work. Okay, hurry up and follow me. Seeing that Li Yun hurriedly grabbed the 2 girls and walked out of the room, it took Daniela a moment to realize the bad. Don't go out. Leave this room and your breath will be sensed by the other guests. Do not go out. Leave this room and your scent will be sensed by the other guests. Through the mouth of the two women Daniela's heartfelt words were delivered. Li Yun, however, did not look back. Can I not know? Why else would I have tricked you into coming here? Sure enough, as soon as Li Yun stepped out of the room, the guests in the old castle, who had been enjoying themselves in 100 strange groups, suddenly stopped what they were doing and looked at him. Human breath. There's a fresh, good human. Get him. I don't know who shouted. And the creeps were restless and came towards Li Yun. Headless shenanigans, blood-sucking shenanigans, ghosts, stumpy mummies, all sorts of old castle guests. I'm on the morning 8, and I can't believe it's so much. Why are you only after me? Zhou Yun and Su Jiao no longer had a human aura on them. They were just puppets. Li Yun looked at the densely packed creepy things and hurriedly said, "You two don't have time to think of something." "Ah, me?" Li Yun gritted his teeth and stomped his foot. "What time is it and you're still here pretending with me?" Li Yun shouted. "If I get killed by the creeps, neither of you will be able to escape. Dog man, you're really going to get me in trouble." Su Jiao and Zhou Yun suddenly pointed to the distance. "Wow, Third Miss is here. Third Miss is so beautiful. So cute. She's a savior. Yes. Third Miss is the only goddess of the ancient castle. Li Yun, don't boast. The shenanigans are drowning me in saliva." Daniela manipulated Su Jiao and Zhou Yun to satisfy a wave of her own small vanity. Thinking he was handsome, he straightened his back and walked slowly. "Hey, he's my mother's guest. What are you doing?" 100 creeps looked over at Daniela and subconsciously took a step back. "I count on you to know whose territory this is. All right, get back in there. All of you. This human. Daniela, cover. It's so great to be the boss. It's a pity that this dog man is the prey of mother's fancy, or else he'd be my little brother. How wonderful." The 100 creeps looked at each other, in the way of the lady's intimidation, while at the same time craving for fresh humans because they hadn't had any in a very long time. Finally, between appetite and awe, they chose appetite. "Third Miss, if Madam and the other two young ladies say that, we will retreat ourselves. But you, the portions aren't enough, are they? You're hogging such a big castle, eating and drinking your own food and tasting this fresh human. It's not proper to greet your guests with scraps of food that are devoid of nutrition, is it? If this gets out, your timid family's reputation won't be good." A civilian vampire looked at Daniela with envy. Everyone is a vampire, and the Timid family has been elevated to nobility and dominance by Mrs. Timid, getting to taste the freshest human blood. He, on the other hand, could only drink the blood of the animals in the old castle, and was naturally most resentful. Daniela blushed hard in the face of the accusations of the shenanigans. Li Yun gulped, wondering if he should retreat to his room. It's like Daniela can't calm the chaos. Just as he was thinking, Zhou Yun and Su Jiao suddenly walked out. Slap. One man slapped Daniela across the face. Daniela, who had been slapped twice, was so aggrieved that her little pearls were about to fall. Li Yun hasn't figured out what's going on yet. Only her white Lolita princess dress transformed into black and red. The white silk on her feet turned into deadly black silk. Sweet and adorable Daniela is gone, transformed into an evil young girl with a purple and black bizarre aura. The evil Daniela looked up with a sneer on her lips. "Who hit me?" Zhou Yun and Su Jiao point to the 100 shenanigans. He. Kill them all then. Evil Daniela's creepy aura is out in full force and killing. Chapter 14, GGG. Madam, you don't want others to know either, do you? Boy, that's too much of a split personality. So out of the three sisters, the one with the most terrifying battle power is this Daniela. Go. The 100 tricksters are being slaughtered right now, and I need to seize the opportunity to get closer to the ladies' room. Li Yun made an instant decision and took advantage of evil Daniela's killing spree to head towards the ladies' room. Having stepped on the spot in the morning, it was naturally a breeze at the moment. Mrs. Timot's room was like another fine old castle in an old fortress. A luxurious carpet lined with centuries-old antiques, each worth $1,000. At the center of the antique is a giant portrait of a refined and elegant lady. Li Yun touched the antique and looked at the lady in the portrait. 100 years old, still charming. Passing through the carpets and antiques, you see two huge and heavy doors. The $10,000 family, the blood of nobility, the owner of an ancient castle, is on full display all the way through. The tall door of the room revealed a crack, and Li Yun drilled in like a small mouse. The ladies' room was decorated with either expensive animal skins or a variety of furniture cast in gold. Li Yun hid behind an antique screen, quietly observing everything in the house. From his angle, at a glance, the two long white legs exposed by the lady who was only clad in a layer of transparent white tulle. Madame was on the phone and did not notice the little mouse peering at her from behind the screen. She hung up angrily and rose from her seat, pressing her hands on the table without a word. Damn you! You're just a side branch of the Dracula family, and you're thinking of marrying me. The Timid family. Dream on. Knock, knock, knock. Who? Madam looked disgruntled at the knock at the door. Ma'am, it's me. Out. Something big has happened. The butler's trembling voice came. The lady stood still, her voice not angry, and said, What is it? The prey you had your eye on ran away. What? You punk! Her ladyship's anger was even more furious, and through the door, it frightened the butler outside of it as well. Madam is angry. It's over. I'm not going to be torn apart by the missus. Wouldn't kneeling take the edge off, ma'am? The butler at the door continued to have a lot of activity in his mind. You don't have to go look to know that you're now kneeling, numb. Only to his surprise, the lady did not go out, still standing in the room. How did he leave the room? I thought I told you to watch over him, the butler said timidly. It's third miss. She said there was something she wanted to see me about. By the time I looked back, the room had been opened by her puppet and the prey was gone. Heard it was Daniela who did it. Her ladyship's anger was a few shades less, and her tone carried a hint of helpless coddling. So it's that naughty child. Her big sister has already given up a doll to her. Isn't she enough? It's really getting out of hand. Where is the third young lady now? Tell her to come and see me. The butler's face was ashen when he heard this. The current third miss is not the normal third miss. She's a killer. I'm sure she'd prefer to have her ladyship meet her. Third miss has turned into an evil spirit and is killing the guests of the castle. The lady covered her forehead at the news. What a chaotic night. Ma'am, if you don't step in, I don't think the evil spirit will stop. I know. Let her release it. Wouldn't this massacre of guests be bad for the reputation of the lady's old castle? And you dare question my decision? Yuck! What am I talking about? The butler slapped himself. My subordinate wouldn't dare. Get the hell out of here and find that human for me. A little mouse can't escape the old castle. Subordinate obeys the order. This is to go and do it. If it's not done well, the subordinate brings his head to the table. If you can't get it done, you can go and get Bella to help you. And since you're so confident, then it's on your terms. Shucks, I shouldn't have had that mouth. The butler, kneeling outside, slapped himself again. It wasn't until his heart was no longer being listened to that Li Yun, who was watching the fun, was sure he had left. Damn little rats for making a mess of my old castle. And I don't know what he said to Daniela. Should have eaten him last night and made wine from his blood. If I hadn't. The lady came to a sudden and abrupt end, and with a heavy sense of stealing she shut the door of the room completely behind her. The tall body trembled more than a few times, clenching his teeth in death and enduring the severe pain in his body. The blood devouring came so suddenly. If I hadn't taken the blood-eating pill, I would have been exposed yesterday. My 3 daughters have their own minds. I can't let them know. It's just that. I didn't realize that the side effects of this blood-devouring pill were so horrible. The lady forced herself to endure the backlash in her body twisting a bit. Finally, I couldn't help it and moaned out. Ah! Li Yun listened to his wife's moans and looked at the back of the arse that could no longer be covered due to the distortion. A bloody nosebleed erupted. The smell of blood instantly revealed Li Yun's location. The air seemed to freeze and no sound could be heard. Suddenly, on the screen, the face of the lady appeared. Little mouse, I got you. The lady had a cruel smile on her face, and Li Yun subconsciously turned around to flee. The door to the room was closed and there was no escape. Little mouse, when I catch you I will drain all your blood. Make a fine wine. With the help of various furniture in the house, Li Yun and his wife played a cat and mouse like hide and seek. You come out. Don't try to hide anymore. Li Yun jumped up and down, dodging the lady's pursuit. You can't run away like this. You have to fight back. Li Yun grabbed something in his smooth hand and listened to the lady's footsteps. Slapped it hard. Splat, it was a giant fly swatter on the lady's ass. You damned little rat. Humiliating me with such a small thing. I will make your life worse than death. The lady was furious and completely nuzzled. As the owner of the old castle, what she cared most about was her status as a noble. If word got out that he got his ass swatted with a fly swatter by a little mouse, then how can she have any face left? Hiya, why don't I use my hands? A remorseful Li Yun dropped his fly swatter and accidentally hid in a corner with no way out. The lady finally trapped him, her face shamed and angry. Seeing that there was no way back, Li Yun did not see any worry, lifting his eyelids to look squarely at the magnificent lady in front of him. Odd laugh. GGG. Ma'am, there are some things you don't want others to know either. Chapter 15, It's So Moist. Ma'am, in my part of the world, there's an old saying, those who know what's good for them are good for them. Ma'am, I've seen through all of you. You're just strong on the outside and dry on the inside nowadays. Even if you want to suck my blood, killing me would be difficult. Wouldn't it? Do you want me to call your 3 daughters? The the servants in the old castle to help you ah. The lady looked at Li Yun with incomparable shock. You, what do you even know? Li Yun looked at the slightly flustered madam and laughed strangely. It's not much. It's just a Personki's ulterior secret. Li Yun took advantage of the lady's panic and came to her side. Ma'am, it's so moist. Li Yun gained an inch, patted his feet, and whispered close to the lady's ear. How about we talk about a secret? Like, blood devouring? Hearing those two words, the lady who had wanted to resist was now angry and ashamed. How did you know? Not only do I know, but your oldest daughter, Bella, wants me to tell her your secret on the condition that I live. Humph. I'm still the one who's in charge of this family. So yeah, I want to make a deal with the lady ah. Well, can you take your hands off my ass first? Can't. The lady's whole body was tingling at the moment, making her inch a little closer. The lady just tried to kill me and bleed me out. I'm just trying to collect some interest first so I can make a deal with madam. Right you are. Ma'am. Darn little mouse. How dare you desecrate my Mrs. Timot's noble body. Don't let me catch a chance. I'll drain your blood and make a carpet out of your human skin to be trodden under my feet forever. Look, ma'am, you still want to kill me after all this. Can't we just sit down and talk? The lady did not expect her heart to be seen through, and at this moment she had to look squarely at Li Yun, whom she regarded as food in front of her. Sitting down is fine. Can you stop sitting on my lap? Li Yun got up from the lady's body, embarrassed. It's only because the lady is so charming that my generation of chow thieves can't stop thinking about it. Excuse me. Li Yun sat across from the lady, and from this moment on, he was in control of the situation. Her ladyship's face was pale and cold sweat soaked her light veil. Even so, the lady maintained the dignity that a noblewoman should have and eyed Li Yun. I underestimated you. You're not like a normal player. Is it a high-end player who has mastered some kind of ability? The ancient castle has also had such high-end players come in, but they were even more powerful than you. Unfortunately, it still didn't manage to escape the ancient castle and died by my hand. The lady's heart didn't move. She didn't tell a lie. So, what qualifications do you feel to make a deal with me? No one can leave the old castle without my permission. I can trap you here forever. Understand? Her ladyship was not angry, and there was a great deal of pressure in her words. Master of an entire old castle, and a Timite nobleman by virtue of being a woman. The lady carries with her a sophistication polished by age, and an undercurrent forged by agelessness. I naturally know what the lady is talking about. But your ladyship should also understand that if I were to tell Bella about you at this moment, I think the owner of this old castle might just change hands. You know, she's the most like you and the best oldest daughter. Her ambition has been suppressed by you for 100 years, and it can no longer be suppressed. Li Yun crossed his legs. His aura was overwhelming. Negotiation. If you are coaxed by the other side in a few words, there is no point in negotiating. Between words, he couldn't help but radiate his affinity. Bella, this kid is really like me. All about power and proving herself. He's obviously arrogant and should be talking to me in such a manner, but why can't I resent it in my heart? What a strange human being. The lady was affected by the affinity and eased her attitude towards Li Yun by a few points. Li Yun is also a little bit of his own psychiatrist identity, trying to break through the lady's defenses, but the lady's psyche is too strong to be attacked forcefully. Only a little bit of attack I remember. Your name is Li Yun, right? I'm grateful to your ladyship for remembering my name. Cheeky. Yuck. You want to use the secret of blood devouring in exchange for a way out. I can agree to this deal. No good. The blood devouring is getting more and more violent. I can't hold it any longer. This human needs to be sent away quickly. Or else. Li Yun heard the lady's heart and slowly stood up. Your ladyship is a man who knows what's right. But I'm more greedy. And I don't just want to live. I want more. Taking a step toward the lady, he gave another squeeze. You. A man's heart is not enough to swallow a snake. Aren't you afraid of being propped up? The lady dared not move, or rather could not move. One could only grit one's teeth while enduring the humiliation of human licentiousness. You have to know, ma'am, compared to a big sister like Bella, I prefer my aunt who is mature and has endless charm. After all, I grew up without a mother. Hiss, he's so sick. Somebody help me. For the first time, the lady was in a hurry. The heart is starting to get a little messed up. Li Yun smiled gently, dealing with an unattainable big shot with a strong possessive and controlling nature like Madam. The best offense is a rogue-like behavior that creates a contrast of shame in its heart. Then, little by little, you dismantled the defenses in her heart. You are dismantling Mrs. Timot's inner defenses in a perverted way. Career value plus 10. Psychologist proficiency plus 20. Mrs. Timot's favor plus 10 inch. See, the system doesn't lie. How has the high and mighty Madam ever been subjected to such lightness if it were in the past? Not to mention human beings, even if other creepy things came close to her? they would all be torn to pieces by her without hesitation. He was sniffing my hair, leaning so close to me, but I'm suddenly so excited. No, he's clearly desecrating the noble me. How can I get excited? Li Yun smiled as he saw through everything and grabbed the lady's hand. Stroking gently, he continued, "Ma'am, do you know what you look like at this moment? Like a great work of art, clearly worth $1,000 and unattainable. Yet it is collected, robbed and cherished by me. Oh, why this shameful pleasure? I can't hold it in. This human, he's so good at it." Finally, under Li Yun's constant attack, the lady's hard defense completely broke. The inner loneliness, nobility, and invincibility collapsed into ruins at this moment. Mrs. completely broke the defense. Was Li Yun dead to catch the sense of contrast in the heart? Cannot be helped. Chapter 16, Madam's Thirst, a new profession, gynecological sage. Ma'am, you don't want people to see you like this, do you? Don't. I don't want to. Asshole, get off of me. I'm older than you, and you're just a kid to me. Then I'm even more excited. Ha, why is he so excited when I obviously didn't say anything? I can't move. Damn blood eater. Damn humans. Here, ma'am, look at this trinket in my hand. I don't want to see it. Asshole, how dare you threaten me? You're sleepy now. Very sleepy. I'm so sleepy. I'm sleepy. You're in over your head right now and you just want to drop everything. Let go of all that is high and mighty. Let go of all that is untouchable. You are no longer the master of the old castle. No longer the great Mrs. Timmet. No longer a vampire. You, just you, a benevolent wife. I'm just Jen's wife. Hey, so benevolent wives can be deceived. Ma'am, I'm coming ahem. It almost worked, and I had to make this stupid joke. It's okay, ma'am, let's continue. Very sleepy, and then, you go to sleep. Go to sleep. You've hypnotized Mrs. Timmet. Occupational value +10. Psychologist proficiency +20. Seeing that the lady was hypnotized, Li Yun was relieved. He now had to figure out what blood devouring was. The only way to really get a grip on the lady is to actually leave the old castle. Ma'am, you answer whatever I say. No resistance. Oh. Madam nodded her head obediently and without resistance. Harm. I am now like the pilgrim who fixed the 7 fairies to steal only peaches, giving up the ghost. Li Yun resisted the temptation of the lady not to resist and took a deep breath. What is blood devouring? The lady spoke slowly. When a vampire is promoted to prince, all female vampires are shackled by the blood eaters, losing all power and being constantly tormented by the blood they once absorbed. Once you hold out, you will be promoted to a true vampire prince upon success. For the vampire's rank, Li Yun had some knowledge. Last of the Bloods, Baron, Viscount, Earl, Marquis, Duke, Prince. There are 7 levels, which also correspond to the level of the player. Novice player, Grade F, Grade E, Grade D. Master player, Grade C, Grade B, Grade A. Ultimate player, Grade S. Ma'am, you don't seem to be able to hold up. I don't have enough depth, but in just 100 years, I have the talent to be promoted to prince. Vampire princes. It takes 1,000 or even 10,000 years of heritage to be promoted. The lady, however, only took 100 years, which was enough to show the terrifying nature of her talent. What goes around comes around, and that's the same with guile. What will happen to the lady if she fails? Completely devoured by blood devouring. Li Yun frowned slightly. Then why don't you open the old castle first, ma'am, and let me go? The lady shook her head gently. I have lost all vampiric power now and cannot undo the ancient castle's entry-only seal. If I die, no one will be able to open it unless Bella and the girls can be promoted to Duke. According to their strength today, in another 100 years, they should be able to be promoted to Duke. Li Yun, you've been snapping your fingers for 100 years. I'm snapping my ing fingers. Listen to that. Is that human speech? Watching the increasing pain, even hypnosis was going to suppress the lady. Li Yun decided to let go. Madam can't die. Once she dies, it will be really difficult for her to leave the old castle. What's more, it would be a shame for such a beauty to die. Full-time system. Host, Li Yun. Occupational value, 650. Unlocked profession, psychiatrist, master. You can upgrade/extract a profession once for every 500 points of profession value. Li Yun didn't hesitate to start extracting new professions. A new profession appeared in the panel. Gynecologist. Occupational level, elementary. Natural skill, plus 30% healing effect on female creatures. Occupational skills dash. Literacy, knowing everything that a gynecologist knows. Sacred hands, soothe the pain of the sick with your hands. The rest of the skills can be unlocked by upgrading. Ah, that hurts. The pain of the lady's backlash made her break through the hypnosis completely. covering his torso. He gritted his teeth and trembled. I came to see what's going on. Li Yun, who had gained a new career, took hold of his wife's pulse as soon as he could. So that's it. My ass. Where the did creepy get a pulse? Looking and smelling seems to be the only way. Li Yun poked and prodded his little hand with a good look on his face. Don't blame me, ma'am. I can't help it. It's a doctor's appointment. Don't care so much. Li Yun stayed close to the lady and smelled her fragrance. The lady gritted her teeth and grimaced a little. I'm dying and you're still making light of me. Do you believe I won't let you go even if I'm a creep? Li Yun spread his hands. Aren't you just creepy now? Dark blood began to spill from the lady's body. These were the human blood that had been drunk over the past 100 years, and now it was backfiring on her body. Li Yun's calf was soon flooded by a sea of blood. Die. Let me die. All of you. The lady howled violently, her mood swinging like a ghostly cry. Hiss. These symptoms. Why do they look so much like menstrual disorders? What? General weakness, physical fatigue, pallor, irritable and violent moods, accompanied by hemorrhages. Blood devouring is only for female vampires. The total collection of signs looks steady hot. That's great, auntie. After drinking blood for 100 years, if you want to refine the purest essence blood of the prince, you must carry out a detoxification and blood exchange refining. That's not good enough. You see the patient's problem. Career value plus 10. Gynecologist proficiency plus 20. Mrs. Timot's favor plus 10. Do you really know how to save me? Madam had a longing in her eyes at the moment. Well, that's not a big problem for you. Don't worry. Li Yun's hand wrapped a green light and pressed on the lady's stomach. The lady clearly felt that the pain of the backlash within her body had diminished quite a bit. You treat patients with your sacred hands. Career value plus 10. Gynecologist proficiency plus 20. Mrs. Timot's favor plus 20. You can really save me. The lady's eyes were full of surprise, as well as a hint of admiration for Li Yun. Li Yun withdrew his hand, and the lady felt the pain of the backlash again. Come on, come on, come on. Use the same maneuver you just did and help me. Li Yun gently shook his head. Oh, Honorable Mrs. Timot, you haven't begged me yet. The lady bit her red lips lightly, her face flushed, and she hummed softly with some panting. Please, Dr. Li, don't. Stop. Chapter 17 Unlocking a New Tie. A benevolent wife can be deceived. If you use the sacred hand again after Mrs. Timot's plea, your career value will increase by 10. Your gynecologist proficiency will increase by 20. And Mrs. Timot's favor will increase by 5. You have relieved Mrs. Timot of the pain caused by the bloodletting. Career value plus 10. Gynecologist proficiency plus 20. Mrs. Timot's goodwill plus 20. Mrs. Timot's goodwill has reached plus 50. And she's bonded to a kind wife. Is this detention serious? Li Yun continued to output the lady to ease her pain. Ma'am, you can't get cold water or suck blood these days. Get some rest. Blood eater won't take long. Li Yun withdrew his hand and barked. Dr. Li, thank you. The lady opened her mouth weakly, and even with her weak veiled face, she was still so beautiful and attractive. She was all curled up in the covers of her bed, just showing her head, like a lazy kitten. With Li Yun soothing and healing, the pain on his body was alleviated. I also hope that Dr. Li will keep my secret. The lady's eyes held a prayer. Don't worry, although I, Li Yun, am a scum, I am not a scum. I'm sure I'll remember this night's love, and I won't tell the three sisters the truth about your blood devouring. The lady's eyes lit up, and her gaze towards Li Yun was even more adoring. Actually, Dr. Li is quite handsome. Dr. Li, I haven't regained my strength yet today, and I can't open the door of the ancient castle to let you leave. And I hope you understand and stay here for a few more days. I can make a contract with you, and from now on, you will be a valued guest of my Lady Timot. I won't have an appetite for you anymore. The lady held up a hand with 3 fingers reaching for the sky. A covenant condensed. Contract, Mrs. Timot will treat you as a guest of honor and will never again treat you as food. Just rest, ma'am, and call me when you need me. Li Yun saw that the contract had been finalized and his biggest threat in the ancient castle had been eliminated. It was also a relief. The lady hummed softly and closed her eyes. The mind murmured, can't look at Dr. Li anymore. He's really handsome. Li Yun saw that his wife was asleep and did not stay any longer. Standing up and leaving the room somewhat wearily, after another sleepless night, he yawned and headed back toward his room. Outside the guest room, the remnants of countless creepy things were piled up. Daniela, who released her other personality evil spirit, was covered in blood and killed a lot of people. Seeing Li Yun walking in the distance, she giggled, and a little mouse. Li Yun's back went cold, and in a blink of an eye, the evil spirit Daniela had appeared behind him. No, forgot about you, Daniela. I'm your mother's guest. Evil spirit Daniela coldly grunted. No calling me Daniela. My name is Evil. Mrs. Timid is not my mother either. I'm not interested in eating you. I just want to use you as my toy. Toys? How? Evil suddenly pulled out a Lolita princess dress. Put it on and be my doll. Just like them. You have a problem with that? I'm male. This is women's clothing. Evil thought for a moment and nodded. I didn't think it through properly. I had to castrate you first. Li Yun hurriedly took the clothes and put them on his body. I'll wear it right away. I just love wearing women's clothes. Women's clothes are my life's pursuit. Draped in a princess dress, with a princess hat and princess shoes on her feet, the woman in costume appeared in front of Evil. Evil's mouth was tinged with an evil smile as he looked Li Yun up and down with satisfaction. That's somewhat cute. Come on, play with me. As soon as Evil held Li Yun's hand, the young girl who had just been full of killing breath was now bouncing and playful. The butler came face to face with the ancient castle crowd of shenanigans. Third Miss, Lord Evil, have you seen the escaped prey? Evil looked to the female Li Yun beside him. The butler followed her vision. What a fine-looking girl. Girl, how come I've never seen you before? Are you a new guest? I am the steward of the old castle. Can I leave your contact information? Li Yun, this is my toy. Are you trying to steal it from me? Evil looked coldly at the housekeeper. The butler immediately bowed his head. I wouldn't dare. Since there is no such little mouse here, my subordinate will go to another place to look for it. As long as he's still in the old castle, sooner or later I'll get him. The butler left immediately with all the shenanigans. As he left, his eyes lingered on the female Li Yun for a few more moments. What a pretty girl, but it's a shame she's mute. Li Yun, is there anything normal about this ING fortress? What a fetish, like the ladies' man? Can I say anything? If I do, I'll be exposed. Women's clothing isn't scary. What's scary is being recognized to your face. I, Li Yun, am shameless. Evil suddenly closed in on his cheek, for eyes facing each other at a close distance. Li Yun looked at the evil breath on the delicate cheeks of the little loli in front of him and could not help but feel his heartbeat accelerate. What are you blushing about? Evil asked, disgruntled. The thought of me as Lord Evil's toy refreshes my spirit. He, you really think so? Well, after all, I love wearing women's clothes the most. Li Yun, who was afraid of being castrated, clamped his voice and said, rather an interesting toy. Nothing like the two Danielas. I've decided not to turn you into a mindless puppet. How boring that would be. Hearing this, Li Yun was greatly relieved. This evil spirit was completely different from Daniela except for the rest of her looks. Whether it's battle prowess or personality and temperament, totally opposite extremes. Ha, why are you yellow again? Li Yun felt his body shiver. The mind shouted furiously. How can I not be yellow when you grabbed my tail? As if evil had read Li Yun's mind. He smiled evilly. Small hands clenched hard. So the human's weakness is this tail. And when I scratch you my face is yellow and scared. Hey, Li Yun. She can read her mind? It's like being able to listen to the minds of other creepy things yourself. The scariest thing is that evil hearts and mouths are aligned and never hide their thoughts. Li Yun listened without seeing. It was thought that the third young lady, Daniela, was the best one to bully and deal with among the blood-sucking shenanigans in the ancient castle. I didn't realize that this evil spirit from her split personality was so tricky. The difficulty was surprisingly worse than Mrs. The means by which Li Yun patiently survived were comprehensively suppressed. I grabbed you by the tail and you got a lot more dirty thoughts in your mind. You, tail, are a scourge, a source of filth, and must not be kept. Evil's small hand transformed into a scythe, and his eyes looked at Li Yun with an icy tone. Chapter 18, Women's Clothing. What a clean girl. Dr. Li, why are you dressed like this? In the distance, Sandra, who had stepped out of the room, looked over at the female Li Yun. Li Yun looked to Sandra, his mouth wordlessly converging into the word save me. It was then that Sandra saw Evil off to the side and frowned slightly. Daniela, why are you dressed up like this again? Evil heard Sandra's words and turned his head to her. Indignant. How many times have I told you? My name is not Daniela. My name is Evil. Okay, Daniela, let Dr. Li go. What's the point of dressing Dr. Li up like this? Even though it's kind of cute. Sandra walked up and just tried to pinch Li Yun, who was cute in her princess costume. Li Yun was already clean and slim, and in women's clothing and a wig. He was also a beauty. Otherwise the lecherous butler wouldn't have failed to recognize it and tried to leave her contact information. As if Evil was a fried kitten, she crossed her arms in front of Li Yun. Block Sandra. Sandra, who am I to listen to you? Sandra clasped her hands. Because I'm your second sister, and Dr. Li is my honored guest. You can't do this to him. Evil snorted in disdain. You're Daniela's second sister. Not mine. If we're talking about strength, I'm the one who should be the boss of this family, the owner of the old castle. The owner of the old castle successfully activated the keyword. Bella, who is always keeping a close eye on everything that goes on in the old castle, but doesn't show up easily, descends from the sky. The jade feet hovered in mid-air, looking condescendingly at Evil. Take what you just said and say it again. The words were thick with intimidation. Well, even you're here. Listen to me. You too. In terms of strength, I'm not afraid of you guys. From today, I, Evil, am the boss. What an inverted Big Dipper. Li Yun hid aside and started eating melon. How could he not expect the evil spirit to be so evil? A Daniela Lolita look-alike. Height, but with Sandra's brutality and indomitability, as well as Bella's ambition and loneliness. The key thing was that she was indeed too much stronger than Daniela. And what a misbehaving and rebellious child. Daniela, is this your idea of a spanking? Sandra clasped her hands together and sulked. I said my name is Evil. Daniela is afraid of you guys. But I'm not. Bella glanced down indifferently at her little sister's second personality, her gaze sweeping over to the female Li Yun. After a slight surprise, he opened his mouth. Daniela, put away your stubborn touch. No time for you right now. Evil pierced the mind and knew what was important to Bella right now. A wicked grin appeared on her face. Both hands condensed purple and black evil aura. I said he's my toy. None of you can rob it. You're the one who should stop being condescending. Evil rushed towards Bella, who was suspended in mid-air. A fight? That's quite a show. Li Yun Li's melon eating, found a comfortable position to lean on the wall, and watched with interest. The Vampire Guile Two Sisters battle was great. Pinch Dr. Li turns out to like this. Rubbing that's still cute. Coax, come on, let your sister hold you. Li Yun didn't have the heart to look at Sandra, who was smiling at him up and down with a smirk on her face. Don't touch me. I'm not a ladies' man. You saw how vicious this little sister's second personality is. If I didn't, he'd have castrated me long ago. Sandra nodded approvingly. My little sister is usually the most obedient and well-behaved to her mother, and the most beloved of mothers and given the most hope. But I know that it's all superficial, and the more hope my mother gives her, the more attention she gets, the more it deprives her of the joy that belongs to her that she should have wished for. So yeah, her rebellious heart breeds the other side of the evil spirit. Li Yun spread his hands. There's no normal ones in your family anyway. Get used to it. You're not going to help? Sandra shook her head. Who do I help? I've long been tired of big sisters condescending. I'm the heir of the ancient castle look, and if I couldn't beat her, I would have fixed her long ago. This personality of my little sister is even wilder than mine, and I can't stand it. What's more, the fight won't last long, and Mother will intervene herself to quell their fight and suppress the evil back into her little sister. When Li Yun heard this, he was slightly stunned. If the lady doesn't come out and intervene? Sandra hemmed and hawed heartlessly. Then Dr. Li will have to wear this women's clothing all the time. Evil won't go back voluntarily. Big sister isn't necessarily her match. Dr. Li's women's clothes are so cute. Why don't you come to my room in a while so I can play with them too? Li Yun sniffed, revealing a look of play the hell out of it. Evil and Bella too big battle from the beginning of the dark power sparring, to close combat on the blood-sucking trick of the flesh of the strong physical combat. I don't know how many antiques were smashed when they hit the ground from the air of the old castle. The loud noise attracted the butler, and the ancient castle's crowd of trickster slaves rushed over. With all this noise, why hasn't Mother shown up yet? Is it possible that, instead of not wanting to come, the lady can't come? Ha! What happened to Mother? It's nothing. It's just that the lady was overworked last night and is still in bed recuperating. This time, Li Yun was telling the truth. Sandra frowned slightly. Big sister is going to lose. I don't want to turn into third sister. I'm going to give her a hand. Sandra opened her hands like a bat, her body heading towards Bella and Evil. Watching Bella, Sandra 2 for 1. Li Yun couldn't help but gulp. I seem to have made a big mistake. What a way to let this mongrel out of Daniela's body. Who can subdue her in the absence of the lady? Jingle bells. Meal time. The butler stood at the table. Hand over a copy of today's menu. Eldest miss. Madam said that she worked hard last night, so she won't be dining today. Would you look at today's menu and see if there's anything you're not happy with that needs to be replaced? Bella was just about to take the menu when Evil glared at her. You lost to me, and you are now the second lady. Asterisk 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 off. I'll see to the menu. It's good. It's all the ones I love and the two of them don't. Just press this menu. Do you have a problem with that? Little sister? Not seeing a response, Evil was disgruntled. Little sister. Big sister asked you a question. Are you deaf? Sandra, with a bruised face, clasped her hands and gritted her teeth. No. Well, pay attention to your attitude from now on. and answer promptly when big sister asks you. Evil was satisfied and handed back the menu, a proudly clasped hand, ignoring the two defeated men beside him. Serve, the butler replied with a soft yes, sir, and as he turned to leave for the back kitchen, he threw a wink at the corner of the table. What a good-looking girl. Oddly enough, where the hell is that darn little mouse? Dressed in women's clothing, Lee Yun, who was sitting at the table, only felt a wave of nausea. Chapter 19. A secret the lady can't hide. The arrival of an uninvited guest. In the absence of Madame, the old castle is in disarray. Daniela's rebellious personality, evil, overpowers Bella and Sandra. Sitting in my big sister's chair, she held her glass high with a contented smile on her face. From now on, I'm Missy. Bella's face was calm and Sandra gave her a dismissive blank look. Zhou Yun and Su Jiao immediately cupped their hands and applauded. Li Yun lowered his head. All you want to do is eat your vegetables and eat your vegetables. Evil, who could read minds, naturally understood Bella and Sandra's defiance. And she's used to it. It's not the first time in 100 years that such a drama of three sisters fighting for supremacy has been staged. Success, however, comes only once. It used to be that halfway through the fight, the lady would step in and calm them down, telling them the inferiority of the eldest and the youngest. In this old castle, the manners, face, and rules of the nobility must not be lost. You seem very unconvinced? Evil looked towards Li Yun, who was eating his food with his head down and didn't say a word. I didn't say a ing word. Those two have defiance written all over their faces. You picking on me? Li Yun put down his knife and fork and said with a fawning face. Missy, that's what you said. I'm 100% convinced to support you. The corner of Evil's mouth curled up, and the lowly's face revealed the flirtatiousness of a royal sister. But your heart tells me that you do not have that obedience in words. Harm. Men are all heart and soul. You should understand. Toys don't have a gender. That would be so westernized. ZZZQ. Li Yun praised. Daniela, stop this nonsense. If you're sick, let Dr. Li give you a good look. You can't be the boss just because you're strong. Grumpy Sandra couldn't help but speak up. Why? Sandra, how about we fight again? Just fight. I'm not afraid of you. It looks like there's going to be another big battle, and it might even spill over. Li Yun couldn't help himself. Two aunts and little ancestors. Stop it. Can you guys wait until I get back to my room to fight? Evil and Sandra refused at the same time. Can't. Bella, who seemed to have eaten her fill, wiped her mouth and spoke coldly. Enough. Take this big sister status if you like. It's not the status that matters. It's the responsibility. Responsibility? Evil obviously didn't get Bella's point, and was just full of smiles when he heard Bella offer to step aside. Even Bella is compromised. Sandra, and you're going to struggle? Sandra was about to say something when Bella spoke again. Sandra, come back. Do not leave at will during meals. This is a rule set by Mother. Have you forgotten it? Regardless of which of us is older or younger, never disgrace the Timid family in front of outsiders. Listening to Bella's words, Li Yun silently gave a thumbs up. Though Bella had always been ambitious to become the second Mrs., but her heart was always toward the honor of the family. Sandra could defy evil, but still had respect in her heart for Bella. She sat back down angrily and clasped her hands, having no appetite for the food in front of her. What a damned kid. All anticlimactic. What's the matter with Mother? This doesn't come out and take care of it. Evil grunted coldly. You'll have to ask him about that. Last night, if I'm not mistaken, he went to her ladyship's room. Bella's eyes sank as she heard these words and looked at Li Yun. You have seen your mother and walked safely from her room? Li Yun had thought that the three sisters were in internal strife, and the rain eye had no melon. Unexpectedly, the spear suddenly turned and the three sisters looked at him in unison. Ilu of Thunder. Just said eat melon, don't leave too close. Something happened. Evil saw through Li Yun's mind and shook the red wine in his hand, his eyes blooming a purple light. Something's wrong? What happened? Could it be that something has happened to the lady? Cluck 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 cluck. Then this old castle. It's mine. Sandra didn't take it well. High treason. The two sisters locked eyes and began to fight again. Only Bella, after gathering all sorts of information, had her eyes dead set on Li Yun. I don't suppose you've forgotten our agreement. I want the answers I want now. Otherwise, no one can save you. And I can get you killed right now. Bella gripped the table knife in her hand tightly, and a cold light emanated from it. Her words were in no way intimidating. Even if she couldn't beat evil, if she insisted on trying to kill herself, evil couldn't protect her. She's my toy, and it takes a dog to beat a dog. Shut up. Big sister can give it to you. Stay out of this matter. It's not just a toy. If one of him dies, I'll pay you 10. A great majesty emanated from Bella's body, and hearing this, evil unexpectedly shut up obediently. Cold sweat was all over Li Yun's behind. Bella, the big sister who had once been able to save his life, was now the most threatening presence to himself. Ha! Female shenanigans. Flip-flopping is like turning over a book. Things change in an instant. 5 female creatures at a table looked at Li Yun at the same time. Nowadays, the only one who can calm this scene and save him is the madam who was the biggest threat to him in the beginning. Madam. She's just a little tired from last night's labor. She's recuperating. Evil smiled lightly at the corner of his mouth and pointed at Li Yun. He's talking panic, though he's trying hard not to let his heart voice be exposed. But his heart, it's a mess. Li Yun froze. I'm your toy. Ha! One dead you for 10. Am I stupid for not wanting it? Makes sense. Li Yun looked to Sandra. Sandra gritted her teeth. Dr. Li, it's about my mother's safety. I want you to tell us. What's wrong with mother? Why the delay? Okay, there goes the last straw. The table knife in Bella's hand automatically detached from her hand and came in front of Li Yun's eyebrows. Cold light coldly against. 3 seconds to not get the answer I want, and you will become a corpse. Li Yun gulped. He was completely deaf to Bella's heart. It shows that what Bella says is what she does. The heart and mouth are the most deadly. Ma'am, she's got the blood eater. Li Yun shut up and his heart rang out. Hiss. He said inwardly that the lady had blood devouring. Evil pointed at Li Yun and shouted in surprise. The table knife in front of him dropped, and Li Yun let out a long breath. Ma'am, I didn't say that. I just thought it in my mind. It's your dear little daughter who said that. Sandra covered her mouth in surprise, the excitement on Bella's face hard to suppress. Snap. There was a group of strange blood-sucking shenanigans coming from outside the old castle, all the way to the table. Who are you? Evil saw the visitor and opened his mouth to ask. A young blood-sucking creep in an expensive suit, well-groomed and gentlemanly, walked out. Take off your hat, bend over, and salute. And I ask the 3 ladies to forgive me for coming uninvited. My name is Dracula. Sin, a side-branch son of the Dracula family. At my father's wish to come with generous gifts to propose marriage to the 3 ladies. The young bloodsucker snapped his fingers, and the squire following behind him let out a generous gift. It was a single human being, tied to a rope like an animal. The face was full of awe and fear. Chapter 20, can't even play 3 to 1? Will you guys play? Rumor has it that Mrs. Timmett still has her charm and is a rare beauty. I didn't realize her 3 daughters were all so beautiful. It was really hard for me to choose. Who's going to marry me? It's hard. Why don't you marry me along with your wife? Ha ha ha. Li Yun couldn't help but mutter as he listened to the heartfelt voice of the young blood-sucking creep who boasted of being a side branch of the Dracula family. Shame on you for thinking the same thing as me. The 3 sisters in the spotlight didn't hear. The smile on Evil's face tightened, and purple-black energy bloomed in his hands, heading towards Dracula. Xin. To come here uninvited is rude enough, and to talk about the lady in me is even nastier. I'll tear you up. Seeing this, Sin caught Evil's attack with a smile on his face. To have the strength of a marquis at such a young age, it's worthy of being the most popular Timmett family in this century. I'll play with you. Sin unleashes the dark energy of the blood-sucking guile on Evil. Evil disdained Sin's movements as she saw through them. Several strikes in quick succession. Sindu ate it up, getting more and more alarmed the more he fought. I've seen through all your moves, so what are you mad about? Mind reading? Evil didn't say much, and again, he looked through Sin's heart ahead of time and knew his next move. A palm was handed out, knocking it back. Bella and Sandra saw this and couldn't help but feel a pain in their faces. Just now, when the 2 sisters combined their strength, they were suppressed and defeated by Evil after seeing through it. As Evil tried to capitalize on his victory, Sin's human face suddenly transformed into a bat-like shape. A wave of sound emanated from his mouth. Evil kept retreating in terror, and under an invisible suppression, both knees fell heavily to the ground. Bloodline suppression. Bella and Sandra were so far apart that they both felt a crushing force in their blood. The pull made their hearts cringe and want to submit. Even though I'm only a side branch of the Dracula family, the blood has but 1% of the blood ancestor's essence blood in it, but it's no match for hybridized blood-sucking creeps like you. Sin took a step towards Evil and slapped her across the face without mercy. She then kicked her over and stomped hard on her arm. Father is right. It is far more feasible to trample underfoot and make you fearful and submissive than to be a gentleman against you, the self-styled fledgling nobles. I've heard that the lady carries the blood devourer. You must be the eldest of the 3 sisters of the Timmett family, and you're in charge of the old castle nowadays, aren't you? Weren't you arrogant just now? Ah, answer me. Sin kept crushing, and Evil's face was filled with fear and pain. I'm not a big sister, Evil said in horror. No? Then what are you pretending in front of me? Sin crouched down and looked down at Evil. Seeing Evil being trampled on by outsiders like this, a surge of anger grew in the silent Bella. I'm the big sister. Sin looked at Bella who walked out. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. By temperament, you do look more like it. Let her go. What do you want? I'll talk to you. Evil's face held shock as she looked at Bella in disbelief. As if to say, why did you save me? Bella faded. No matter how much we fight amongst ourselves, we are all family and sisters. Remember, big sister is a responsibility. In the absence of Mother Sama, the Timid family will be held up without being trampled on by outsiders. Not to mention being unintelligent and just wanting to release the evil of rebellion in his heart. Even if Li Yun heard these words, also had a change of heart about Bella. So she's not the only one with ambitions bent on taking power. She has long had the determination to be the head of the family and take responsibility for the rise and fall of the family. Seeing Li Yun's heart, Evil lowered his head in some shame. Ha, there's shame. Then there's salvation. Do you really think your big sister and second sister can't beat you? That's just for you. When mother is away and something happens at the ancient castle, you can't let your big sister face it alone. Sandra moves her wrists and walks towards Bella as the two sisters look together at their unexpected guest. Dracula. Sin. Yo, it's really a sisterly love that touches me. And don't you worry, when I take the lady and become the new owner of this castle, House Timid, all three of you sisters will be mine from now on. Dracula. Sin. Sin rips off the disguise of a gentleman and reveals his true colors as a savage. Nasty man. Once I can annex the Timites, my father and I will rise in the ranks of the Dracula clan. Who says that the side clan is not as noble as the original clan? If I am more powerful, if I have a bigger fist, what is this clan? Listening to Dracula. Sin's stormy mind, Li Yun knew his purpose. This guy really did come from a bad place, and was trying to completely devour the Timid family. Originally, Mrs. Timid was scorned, under the guise of a marriage. Get inside and play a son-in-law turned power play. Now that he knows that the lady is pregnant with blood devouring, he has changed his mind and wants to take down even the lady. The beautiful blood-sucking Gue was fascinating, and having the attribute of a benevolent wife was even more fascinating. If you add to that the fact that she was already a powerful party queen, that would make people want to stop. Not to mention, she has 3 equally beautiful daughters. Dracula. Sin's face was all lustful covetousness. Bah! Disgusting as a sewer guy with such a sick mind. Evil, who could also read minds, gripped his arm, which had almost been stepped on, and filled his eyes with resentment. That's right, an ancient fortress can't accommodate 2 chow thieves. Him, Li Yun echoed in exasperation. Evil gave him a strange look. Ahem, my point is that this guy is so rude. I support the 3 ladies. Support the lady. Li Yun's move to raise his arms in the air has caught Dracula. Sin's idea. Your Timid family prides itself on its fledgling nobility, and yet you can even serve this filthy ingredient? It seems that the so-called rules still need to be taught to you slowly by me later on. Later? Grandma Tay. This guy is so ed. Dracula. Sin's figure flashed and was about to strangle Li Yun. Sandra stepped in just in time to block him. Without the master's consent, the reputation of the blood ancestor Dracula clan has been completely tarnished by villains like you. This is the old fortress of Timid, and there's no room for you, Bella said coldly, then struck from behind, joining Sandra in the clinch. Still not stepping in to help? Forget the humiliation this guy brought you? The nest was great. Now you're scared? Li Yun saw that Bella and Sandra together couldn't create a threat. If he loses, he will be killed by Dracula. Sin killed. Immediately, he said to the evil stimulus on the side. Who's afraid? You're right. I'm going to pay back the humiliation I received. Big sister. Second sister. I'll help you. Watching evil rush up, Li Yun then breathed a long sigh of relief. That's right. The 3 sisters will strike together so that they can. Lying neatly, looking at the 3 sisters who fell to the ground at the same time, Li Yun was dumbfounded. You can't even play 3 to 1? Do you know how to play? Chapter 21 Promotion to Prince. Ladies debut. What are you waiting for? Your teammates are resisting damage. You output. Insert I. Lockjaw. Ruffled as foot. Ah. Fool. Hey. And you. Can't you read minds? Tell your teammates in advance to avoid damage. Bloodline suppression? Then can you not let him use that trick? Do you have to teach seamless stiffness output too? What a pain in the ass. The 3 sisters were outputting with their lives, and Li Yun was outputting by his mouth. An output that really puts Dracula. Sin was beaten to a standstill. Hey, 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 hey. The 4 of us are really strong. Li Yun's maneuver not only made the blood-sucking shenanigans look dumbfounded, it also made the group of bundled lambs to the slaughter look dumbfounded. As food, it was the first time they had seen someone who could output blood-sucking shenanigans like that. Who the hell is this pervert of a woman in a big costume? So powerful. It's true. The original skins of the masters are extraordinary. Thought it was a pervert, but didn't realize it was a master of perverts. Hearing the crowd's heartfelt words, Li Yun swept a glance at them without any good humor, slammed the lady's hat down hard on her head, 1 foot on the chair, continuing to roar with assisted output, helping the three sisters press Dracula. Sin to fight. Dracula. Sin locked onto Lee Yun with resentment. You're the one who talks too much, aren't you? I reward him to you. Dracula. Sin's consort, the blood-sucking guile, lit up his fangs and flew towards Lee Yun. Protect the auxiliary you guys. The three sisters watched him rattle around, dodging attacks. There's no chance of a shot at protection. It's not over? I thought it was a king, but I didn't realize it was a king with a strong mouth. Alas, the sad fate of humans as food for blood-sucking creeps is mutual. Seeing that Lee Yun, who was hiding under the dining table, exposing her rounded buttocks and holding up the cute floral pattern on her princess dress, was about to be caught out, Butler makes a heroic entrance. What a clean ass. Yuck. Girl. I'll save you. Lee Yun didn't call the housekeeper a pervert this time. He is, simply, a hero. The butler knocked back a few blood-sucking creepy squires and pulled out Lee Yun as soon as he could. Clean girl. You're the little mouse. Seeing Lee Yun, who had lost her lady's hat to reveal her true face, the butler was shocked. Ha! Male shenanigans. That's not what you called me when you saved me earlier. They're coming again and you're still quick to protect me? The deceived steward's battle strength dropped rapidly, and he was just able to repel a few blood-sucking creepy squires. At the moment it was being beaten back. Lee Yun looks around and puts her lady's hat back on. Clipped the soundtrack. If you win, I'll reward you with a kiss. Vomit. No more fighting. You guys either kill him or me. Looking at the vomiting housekeeper, Lee Yun was a bit yuck. Once again, the lady's hat was slammed down hard. Tay grandma, none of the creepy things are reliable. Go ahead. Hit your daddy me. I'll fight you. As soon as the vicious words were released, Lee Yun turned around and headed towards the group of people who were tied up. Don't you come over here. Lee Yun hemmed and hawed as he quickly approached. They're hungry and I can't outrun them. But I can outrun you guys. The blood-sucking trickster squire with a decidedly low IQ receives the order that Dracula Sin can eat. Sin could use food after the order. Who cares who Lee Yun is? As long as it's a human being, they want to shiver. Immediately, he rushed the crowd. The lambs tied up and already waiting to be slaughtered got up in a flash and ducked around. Not being a proper person, is it? Woe to you. I Lu a big chow. This guy is not only a pervert, but also a psychopath. Can you all run in a unified direction? We're on the same rope. Tug of war. Right. Just as the blood-sucking creepy waiter was about to get his way, the body suddenly froze in mid-air, and then the blood exploded. Being so rude in my ancient castle. Death-seeking bedbugs. Up the stairs of the hall. The stately and flamboyantly dressed lady came slowly, lightly lifted his hand to kill the blood-sucking creepy squire in seconds. Today, she has the confidence of a queen in her hands and feet. The prince's energy fluctuation. Madam has really succeeded. Become the first female blood-sucking creep of the Dracula family to be promoted to prince in the past. Oh great lady, accept my devotional rites. The butler dropped to one knee and gently bowed his head. The lady raised her hand and killed the blood-sucking trickster squire in seconds, watching the crowd of people who had returned from the dead dumbfounded. When they heard the prince, they were just hanging on to their hearts, and now they were completely dead. Blood-sucking guile. Prince. I don't know how many times better than the blood-sucking shenanigans that captured us. It's over. It's over. It's dead. The lady does not go to understand the little mice that hug in fear. Instead, he looked to Lee Yun and gently bent down. Thanks to Dr. Lee, if it wasn't for you, let alone successfully promoted to prince, I don't know if I'll be able to survive the blood devouring. You are my Mrs. Timot's noble benefactor. Seeing a prince bending down to Lee Yun, his words were full of sincerity and gratitude. The crowd was completely dumbfounded. People are so different from each other. Too, they are in constant fear of becoming food next. Lee Yun, on the other hand, was already a guest of the prince. As long as there was Mrs. Timot, no one could move Lee Yun in the slightest. Ahem. You're welcome, ma'am. I actually didn't do anything. You're welcome, Dr. Lee. I remember everything you did. Pinched my ass. The crowd heard their conversation and their entire body went numb. Looking at Madame's voluptuous posture, that ass would make anyone want to pinch it. It's not guaranteed to pinch, but, man, how dare you? Don't kill yourself. Lee Yun spread his hands and shrugged. It's not always a good thing for a lady to have too good a memory. The lady sought his roguish appearance and covered her mouth with a smile of flavor. Well, I won't tease you. These three children of mine have enough talent, but they're still weak. Dracula, a little sidekick, is trying to ride on my lady's head, and I'm going to have to teach them a little lesson. Lee Yun nodded, pondering in his mind. Who wouldn't want to ride a lady? Dude, how dare you think that? You can read minds too? That's not true. I saw you touching me the same way just now, and I guess you're thinking what I'm thinking. Asterisk 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 off you. Can we be the same? It's all men. Why not? I think with my brain. You think with your lives. How is that the same? Seems to make some sense. Li Yun ignored this group of people who dared to be YY even when was dripping on their heads and followed the ladies back as she stepped into the battlefield. A junior who thinks he can do whatever he wants just because he has a bit of blood ancestors' bloodline? Dracula, who is currently suppressing the three sisters with the power of his bloodline. Sin turned his head once. Who's talking? The lady softly coldly grunted as power erupted from her body. Reverse pinfall. Dracula. Sin poofs to his knees. He looked at the lady in surprise. The power of a prince. You've been promoted to prince? Madame ignored it and simply raised her hand. Not far away. A silver blade pierces Dracula's heart. Sin's heart. Dracula. Sin instantly hissed in pain and went up in smoke. Chapter 22 Daniela who wants to see the outside world. Mother Superior. Bella and Sandra looked over at the lady with some disbelief. A side child of Dracula makes you all so embarrassed. Do you know the error of your ways? The lady was so dominant that Bella and Sandra, who had tried to get up, knelt again. No, it's wrong. Bella and Sandra bowed their heads in silence as they felt their mother's long-lost authority. And you, showing up without my permission, get the back, the lady reprimanded. And the evil scared immediately faded all over, transforming into the dull Daniela. Dog man, tell me the escape plan. I'm going to escape from this. Mother Superior. I don't know what I'm talking about. Don't you do it. I'll kneel down myself. Daniela slid silky and well-behaved onto her knees. Looking at the three sisters who were kneeling and admitting their mistakes, Li Yun realized how terrifying the madam's pressure was. Standing on the sidelines he could feel a thick wave of suffocation. No wonder. All three sisters have a hint of psychological problems. Li Yun had wanted to say a few words on behalf of the three sisters, but the lady had already taken the lead. Bella, I know you're hellbent on becoming the owner of the old castle and gaining power. Today you proved yourself to your mother, as a big sister, undaunted and sworn to guard the honor of the Timid family. From now on, all the affairs of the old castle will be left to you. You have grown up, and mother is very satisfied. Bella looked up slightly in disbelief to see the lady nodding and smiling in satisfaction. When the coveted right fell on her head, she didn't feel as joyful as she thought she would. She just kind of wanted to cry and hug her mother. Sandra, it's mother's fault for always comparing you to Bella and Daniela all these years. Think you're not as smart as Bella or as well behaved as Daniela. You tried so hard to prove yourself, but your mother couldn't even approve of you all the time. It was mother's fault for being indifferent to you for too long. Actually, you're great. You can help your big sister carry the family, and you can love your little sister and guard the family. You are a good daughter to your mother. Sandra bowed her head, her body trembling with tears. She was finally recognized and seen by her mother. At the moment she wanted nothing more than to hug her mother and pray that she would hit her again. Li Yun, who was listening to her heart, had a head full of black lines. Daniela saw that not only were her two sisters not punished, they were praised. Immediately, he looked up at his mother with a smile. Mother Superior. It's my turn. It's my turn. Madame would have liked to be angry with the little girl who was so intent on escaping the castle. After all, her other personality not only killed all the guests, but also made the three sisters chicken out. But the sight of her cute and giggly face at the moment was too much to bear. She opened her hands and whispered, "Children, mother wants to hug you." Daniela was the first to get up and rush to her mother, followed by Bella, and Sandra letting go of years of hard feelings. It was like going back to being a child and flooding into my mother's arms. Good boys, all my good boys. Watching the heartwarming scene, the housekeeper wiped away a tear. It's so heartwarming to see that there's finally a détente in the relationship between the lady and the ladies. You move a hammer, you don't get paid. A sentence that killed the working man's shenanigans. The butler looked at Li Yun angrily. Don't you people have a mom? Indeed not. I'm sorry, I'll be damned. The butler slapped himself in the face, somewhat regretting his words just now. Harm, be polite to me Nima. I understand you. I actually haven't seen my father since I was a kid. That's just as well. I can be your daddy. The housekeeper now finally understood what it meant to be truly sorry. He shouldn't have slapped himself in the face with that slap, but huffed Li Yun in the face. He may not be a trick, but Li Yun is definitely not human. By the way, once again, I solemnly present to you, Dr. Li will be the most honored guest of the Timid family from now on. Friend, if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have been able to survive the blood devouring and be promoted to prince. You all know how difficult it is for a female bloodsucker to be promoted to prince and resist the blood devourer if she is not a direct descendant of the blood ancestor. Dr. Li is wonderful. In the future, he can help you solve this problem. Oh, Daniela wondered. Mother, how did he help you out? Li Yun said as he skillfully demonstrated. Pinch the ass. 3 sisters. Madam. Madam was promoted to prince by removing the blood eaters. Relationships with his 3 daughters have been eased. Li Yun completely lifted the existential crisis. The atmosphere of the old castle can be a joyful one. At the dinner party, it was the same shenanigans, with Li Yun a live one. Only this time, he didn't have to listen to them carefully. Jingle bells. Madam tapped the glass in her hand. I have a big announcement to make. Concerning the entire Timid family. From now on, the Timid family will no longer feed on human blood. The horrors of blood eaters tell me that human blood is a shackle on blood-sucking shenanigans. Be quit. Upon hearing the news, Bella's expression was bemused. Sandra was a little regretful. And Daniela was in tears. And what if I get hungry later? Animal blood is also satiating. Tomatoes are the best. They're full of tons of vitamin C and help you grow. Li Yun lifted a piece of tomato with his fork and put it in his mouth. Dog man, how dare you call me small? I'll fight you. The lady opened her mouth. Daniela, why are you talking to Dr. Lee? Dr. Lee is right. Animal blood can be satiating too. Human blood is not a necessity, especially if you want to be promoted to prince in the future. Bella and Sandra nodded at the same time. Got it, mother. Seeing this, Daniela had no choice but to stuff the tomato into her mouth. I know it too. The lady continued. And your 2 toys whose souls you sealed. They're both friends of Dr. Lee. Give them back to Dr. Lee. Ah, but that's my doll too. Daniela looked at Zhou Yun and Su Jiao with some reluctance. Understood, mother. Let them finish this meal with me and I will release their souls. Ooh-hoo, I've got nothing left when the dogman comes. Li Yun couldn't help but snicker as he listened to the sound of blood dripping from Daniela's heart. Dr. Lee, you're about to leave the old castle. This is an invitation to the old castle, so you'll be able to come over to the old castle whenever you want from now on. An invitation was handed to Li Yun. Hearing that Li Yun was leaving the ancient castle, Daniela's eyes lit up. It was the first time she had ever seen a human leave the area. There was a hint of yearning in his eyes. Her ladyship wouldn't be able to tell. She asked with a soft smile. Daniela, do you really want to see the outside world? Chapter 23, Prince's Essence Blood. Mastering the power of blood-sucking guile. Daniela didn't expect her mother to ask that question. Daniela bowed her head gently. I actually love my mother's pampering and want to be with her all the time. But I want to go out and see it too. Whenever I have guests, I always hear them describing the outside world. I want to see it too. The lady nodded gently. In that case, you sign a soul contract with Dr. Lee, with Dr. Lee taking care of you. I'm relieved you're going out into the world. Daniela sniffed and her face was delighted. But she looked at Li Yun and deflated. I'm a noble blood-sucking guile. How can I make a soul contract with this dog? How can I sign a soul contract with this dog? Sandra laughed. Since my little sister doesn't want to, let me do it. I can look forward to signing a soul contract with Dr. Lee as my master even more. Sandra's winks made Li Yun shudder. No, 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 I do. To go out into the world. Sign it, but let's talk. Despite the soul contract, I'm not your slave. A soul contract is a contract by which a human harnesses a trickster. A portion of high-end players can become part of their battle force by contracting a trickster. However, most of the trickster things are unwilling to bind their souls to humans, so it's tough to make a successful contract. Li Yun didn't expect that this would be delivered to his door. Bella quickly saw through her mother's mind. It seems that mother is really good looking at Dr. Nakanishi Lee. I'm willing to bet my little sister's future success with Dr. Lee will be even higher than hers. I'm a bit envious of my little sister. If I wasn't the eldest sister with more responsibilities, I would have wanted to contract Dr. Lee. Sandra was more of a monkey wrench. Can't we have 2 contracts? 1, 3, 5 for my little sister. 2, 4, 6 for me. Li Yun snorted and sprayed out the red wine in his mouth that wasn't stained with a trace of human blood. The soul contract also depended on the strength of the host's soul. Just how could the budding Li Yun beckon 2 marquee-level blood-sucking shenanigans? If there are no restrictions, wouldn't it be better to just deed the lady? Big and moist, you are not my slave and I am not your toy. According to our human language, we can be friends. Li Yun raised his red wine, and Daniela happily did the same. A friend? Wow. For the first time I have a friend. Quickly, sign the contract. Li Yun nodded and signed a soul contract with Daniela in the presence of the lady with Bella and Sandra. When the souls of the 2 men were packed without any trouble, the lady could not help but sigh. This is an incredible sight. I can't believe the heir of my timid family took the initiative to make a contract with a human to forge a friendship. In Dr. Lee, I see human strength. I believe that today's choice will make my timid family more prosperous in the future. Even, it can replace the Dracula clan and become the first clan of blood-sucking shenanigans. The lady raised her wineglass high and spoke her approval of Li Yun without hiding it. Well, Dr. Li, come with me to my room for a moment. I have another gift for you. The lady was the first to rise and head for the room. Sandra and Daniela had a look on their faces as they ate it up. This is the first time Mother has invited an outsider into her room. What do you think Mother is taking Dr. Li to her room for? I guess skinny dipping? Anyone who is as childish as you are right. Sandra glanced at Daniela. What the lady was up to, Li Yun didn't know, and so following the lady's back, looking at her swaying form, he entered her room. I remember the first time Dr. Li came in, he was still hiding as if he were a thief. At that time, I really hated to eat Dr. Li. The lady's fingertips gently ran over her red lips, turned her head, and smiled at Li Yun. If it wasn't for the sudden attack of Madame's blood devouring, I think I would have been eaten by Madame long ago. Dr. Li isn't like the others. It's not that easy for me to eat you. Madame meant what she said. Even if she wasn't there, none of the three sisters would have been able to eat Li Yun. He who listens to the heart always finds a way out of desperate situations. Tailgate all the way into the room, only to see the lady gently take off her outerwear with her back to Li Yun. Her voice was lazy and feminine, yet she carried the mature majesty of the ancient castle's owner at all times. The last gift is my body. Once Li Yun heard that, then what are you waiting for? The soul of the Chow traders was completely ignited at this moment. The lady held a clear vial in her hand, containing a golden blood, the most precious prince's essence blood in my body. He can make you as if you were first embraced, gaining abilities such as blood-sucking shenanigans, vitality, nighttime combat, and agility of movement. And yet it will not transform into a blood-sucking trickster that needs to suck human blood. Dr. Li, why are you taking your pants off? Just take this internally, not externally. The lady turned around and met Li Yun on all fours. Embarrassed, Li Yun put his pants back on. Oh, I thought it was used externally. Misunderstanding cleared up. It's fine. Li Yun received this drop of Prince's essence blood that was worth more than 10,000 gold. Once he drank it, he went from being an ordinary man to a superman with extraordinary powers. One more point for survival in the face of horror games. Li Yun received the Prince's essence blood and opened it up. A rich breath of life came from it. The Prince's essence blood entered Li Yun's body and immediately had an effect. Li Yun's entire body began to wriggle as if the cells were reorganizing. He had grown a few inches in height, and his clean-cut cheeks had become even more handsome. A single abdominal muscle turned into an 8-pack, full of power. The eyes were glowing with purple evil, with a bit more of the mysterious nobility of the blood-sucking trickster. In layman's terms, he evolved from a man to a male god, but the lewdness in his bones, apparently, remains the same. Thank you, ma'am, for passing on your sperm and fluids. I will definitely return the favor in the future. The lady, apparently not listening, nodded her head gently, looking at the even more handsome Li Yun. His cheeks flushed a red cloud. Last 10 seconds of the game countdown. Survivor status. Players with sound souls will be exited from the vampire castle. The game's countdown came, and Li Yun was leaving. At the same time, Zhou Yun and Su Jiao, whose souls had been released, looked at each other. Sealed souls lose all their memories. They looked at the familiar table in front of them, and the drained wine. Didn't we just get here? How come the system is telling us to go back after drinking red wine? This blood-sucking castle isn't that scary. A meal and a drink and you're through? A pillar of light shone. The two figures disappeared above the table. Li Yun waved goodbye. The lady was a little reluctant, biting the corner of his mouth lightly. He still said the words, "Next time you come, I'll let you touch it all." Li Yun's eyes were stunned. Ugh, hi. Wait, can I not quit yet? Dog game, you spoiled me. Chapter 24, Against the Sky ID. Against the Butterfly. Mud Blood. Player, Li Yun. Have you completed the horror game once and are you a full player? Yes. Please register your game ID to facilitate the display of your profile in the game. I'm a big oddball. The name has been registered and cannot be used. This can be robbed? Reverse Butterfly. Players, please check your IDs. Reverse Butterfly. I am Reverse Butterfly. I confirm. Wait, it's kind of infuriating to feel humiliated by a player with no proof. ID has been successfully registered. Reverse Butterfly. I'm Reverse Butterfly. I've been humiliated by a game system? And there's no proof. I'm a little pissed off too. Game evaluation in progress. Soon. A string of data appeared before Li Yun's eyes. Game length, 3 days, unlockable achievements, 5, kind wife, ma'am. You don't want to be known either. Master Slave Game, a secret game of shyness with Sandra. Psychotherapist, I don't treat people who aren't perverts. If I do, I'll only get more perverted. Castle Escapees, the lucky escapees from the blood-sucking castle. Timid Family Friendship Badge, recognized by the Timid family for a deep friendship. Acquired items, invitation to time the castle, Prince's Essence Blood, Soul Contract Game Evaluation, SSS Grade Game Comment. If you keep playing like this, the lady won't be able to hold it. Reward, leveling experience plus 500 game points plus 200 spirit coins plus 5000 game free ticket *1. I didn't realize that the SSS rank evaluation gave so many things. It's still me. Genius. Out of the hospital. Sorry, discharged. At this moment, Li Yun stood outside the mental hospital with a deep sense of loneliness. There was no time to grieve. He had to take a good look at this reward. Leveling experience that comes to level up the player. The higher the level, the higher the corresponding abilities, permissions, and survival rates. Game points, which can be exchanged for some props in the game to increase the survival rate. Spirit coins are naturally the currency common to tricksters. The most valuable part of the game is the free game ticket. It allows for one free entry into the game and is very hard to come by with a price tag in the player's market. After all, anyone who makes the mistake of playing a game with a very low survival rate is eager to get paid for their life. Opens the properties panel for itself. Player, Li Yun. Game ID, Butterfly. Player level, E. Game points, 200. Spirit coins, 5,000. Number of games, 1. Ability, Blood-Sucking Power. Pact, Daniela, Evil. Items, Invitation to Chateau Timid. Free entry ticket to the game. Congratulations to the player against the Butterfly for topping the newcomer charts. Clicking on the message, Li Yun saw that his game ID was located at NO1 on the newcomer ranking. Is it because I'm an E-ranked player in my first game? In addition to the newcomer ranking, there is also the guild ranking, high-end player ranking, wealth ranking. It's where all the official players from around the world are gathered. Curious, Li Yun looked and suddenly saw a name. Mudblood? I'm a Mudblood? Li Yun couldn't help but think of a guy who used to bully him when he was a kid. Li Yun, who was still too young to fight, could only rely on his mouth to attack. What do you think I look like in this outfit? Butterflies? The butterfly flew against the grain? Reverse butterfly. Yeah, I'm reverse butterfly. Li Yun, come here. What's this? How old are you to be playing in the mud? Well, that's a good point. It's a mud buster. From then on, Reverse Butterfly and Mudblood became the two core aces of Li Yun and the man's mouthpiece. It can't be such a coincidence. She became a player too? Or the vice president of the 8 strongest guilds? Li Yun stroked his chin, feeling a little surprised. Guangzhou City Psychiatric Hospital. An extremely good-looking woman sat in the dean's chair. Even with short hair, it doesn't affect her face value at all, but adds a rare valor. Her legs in boots rested on the table. On her long legs were a pair of leather pants that wrapped and outlined her beautiful legs in a very slender way. My name is Li Rui. I'm Li Yun's sister. I just have to ask, why did you expel my brother? What was so bad about him that you had to kick him out? Dean was sitting on a small bench, flanked by black men in suits of 5 large men. At first he thought he had met a gang organization. Li Rui called the police in front of him, and he realized that the woman in front of him was scarier than a gang organization. Her identity is an absolute secret to ordinary people. Girl, Li Yun is good at everything. Nothing bad. So you kicked him out? I'm in a mental hospital. He's all better. What's he doing here if he's not discharged? Kind of makes sense. Li Rui clasped her hands, her mouth dissatisfied. But he completely vaporized after he left your place. Do I know how long it's been since I've seen him? A full 5 years. Do you know how I've spent the last 5 years? Dean. A man in black walked over and attached his ear beside Li Rui. Vice President. We can only stay for 7 days this time back home. The next terror game will descend in 7 days. And you are needed to go back and lead your guild brothers through it. In order to find your brother. We've used all our resources to turn Jiangchuan upside down. The money is trivial, but the time. Li Rui looked at the man with displeasure. I know. Isn't it 3 days away? I've gotten what the chairman wanted for him. Can't I just want to see my brother? You're a brother too. Can't you understand how I feel? The man smiled awkwardly. Vice President. My family has no siblings. Now let your mom give you one. Hey mom, you and my dad want a second child right away. Don't ask for anything. I want a brother. Li Rui doesn't bother with the guild's subordinates. Holding a picture of Li Yun in a mental hospital wearing a white coat. Witness the word. Brat. Haven't seen you in 5 years. You've grown so tall and handsome. Good for you. Dean couldn't help but mentally sputter. Whose kid made it to the mental hospital? Leroy sighed more and more as she looked at the photo. So where the hell are you? A subordinate ran over in a hurry. Vice President. The president called. There's a newcomer on the newcomer list who has risen to level E on his first time in the game, and locked onto his location right here in Gangkan. The chairman told you to take him down no matter what. Li Rui opened the game interface and saw the name of the person on the newcomer list. Reverse Butterfly. Vice President. This newcomer's name seems a bit underwhelming. What do you mean? He could very well be my dad. Ha! It's really your father. Ugh, my brother. Li Rue Tue took a bite, then hailed. The only name that can be compared to my mudbug is this reverse butterfly. I really can't think of anyone other than that guy who would take a name as counterintuitive as mine. So you boys are hiding out in a horror game. TCH, I've got you by the scruff of the neck. Chapter 25, This kid is a real criminal. Taxi. Guangzhou City Mental Hospital? Holy, hey, don't run. Watching the driver see his uniform foot on the gas and run, Li Yun pulled his leg and followed. I'm out of the hospital. Don't worry, I'm fine. Dude, you're running faster than my cab and you're saying you're fine? The driver looked at Li Yun, who was running 100 yards flush with himself outside the car, and his whole body was bad. I must be crazy. What kind of person runs faster than a car? Admission. I want admission. The driver went crazy, turned the car around and yelled for admission, and drove toward the mental hospital. Li Yun. Nowadays, ordinary people make a fuss. Is it unreasonable for me to run faster as a person who carries the blood-sucking Prince Kyle's essence blood? Alas, the mental hospital is remote and dozens of kilometers from where you live. I'd run all the way back, but I don't know how many people I'd have to scare silly. That's just it. It's sparsely populated. Let's run to a nearby station and wait for the bus. Li Yun ran with a hard heave of his legs. Traffic control speed cameras clicked and captured a blurry image. Speeding, huh? Let me see the license plate. I'll penalize you to death. Captain, am I blind? Why is there no license plate here? Gangkan Psychiatric Hospital. Not a car. A person? Is he crazy or am I crazy? What kind of person runs fast enough to speed? Anyone can really dare to come and wait for the bus now. Young and psychotic. Let's stay away from him. Don't think he's a little bit handsome, and his temperament is extraordinary. But these are all illusions. What use is a psychopathic handsome? No talent. Look for a man with money. Understand? Ha! Why are you still looking? At the bus stop, a girl pulls her best friend, breaking her florid face back. But, he's really handsome. Too handsome to be a psycho. Ugh. I'd say you're even more psychotic now. He's out in his uniform and you still think he's not sick? Then you're probably the one who's sick. I thought he wore those clothes so he wouldn't have to pay for a ride. Hiss. That's even worse. Ajime. Bus money are not willing to pay. Poor than crazy. By the way, I went out today and forgot to bring money. A moment you help me give down. Oh, Li Yun, who was separated by a long distance, had unusually sharp senses and caught the conversation between the two girls in the distance, and all around pointing fingers at myself. He's not even afraid of creepy spit, and he's afraid of people? The bus hadn't come yet, and a fleet of luxury cars pulled up to the platform in an overbearing manner. The body of the car is directly over the words "No stopping in bus lane." The two girls, who had never seen such a world, stared blankly, and the surrounding people waiting for the bus were also talking, looking at the people getting out of the car. It seemed like they were coming to pick someone up. Bus stop pickup? What a guy! Reverse butterfly. Who's reverse butterfly? Li Yun frowned slightly, looking for himself? If it were before, when I saw this aura of black dress, I would have turned around and run, or be silent. Nowadays he is not afraid. I'm reverse butterfly. Me. The black-clothed man who got off the bus had black lines all over his head. It always felt like he had been dipped in the sky. Found you, and please get in the car. The man in black squeezed out a smile and respectfully invited Li Yun to get on the car. Yikes. It's coming for him. He wouldn't have been originally identified as the youngest son of some powerful family, sent to a mental hospital after being victimized by the family housekeeper, stepmother, and siblings in a fight over the family fortune. He was actually wrongly accused. The 3-year period has come and gone, and he was discharged from the hospital today in order to get back everything that belongs to him. The girl who was always secretly staring at Li Yun was surprised. Her BFF couldn't help but spit. Read less Return of the Dragon King, Overlord novels. I'd say odds are he doesn't recognize the group either, or he wouldn't still be standing where he is. Looks like he's just mentally challenged, but not stupid. Knows you can't get into a stranger's car. Li Yun was indeed on the hunt. Who's looking for him? He thought about what he had done, opened his mouth and asked, "You guys are the owners of that stray dog I bit 3 years ago?" The man in black froze and shook his head. The family of the cat boss whose face I scratched 2 years ago. The man in black was even more stupid, still shaking his head. Come to me for psychological problems and be seen as a psychopath. The one who picked up my dollar and was locked in my bathroom for 48 hours. I did a good deed and didn't say thank you, and I was hung under an overpass. Li Yun struggled to respond, and the black-clothed man's expression grew dazed. Everyone around was dumbfounded. Only one thought came to mind. No, he's really sick. Who the hell in their right mind would do such a thing? Very well, you keep on shivering and I'll keep on memorizing. I'm in plain clothes. Here's my ID. You boys are so criminal. Out of nowhere, a plainclothes aspirant appeared, looking at Li Yun with a surprised face. Pie in the sky? Go out and meet the head honcho. The man in black hurried over and took out a piece of information with a black face. A few words in the plainclothesman's ear. You mean this kid is a player like you guys? Well, a reserve member of our guild. What he said just now was something he did in the game. It's not against the law, is it? Even if you commit a crime, it's not under our control. For you players with special identities, there are naturally special departments to deal with them. Fine, we'll take him away now. The plainclothes man lost his head and looked up and down at Li Yun, and the head honors just passed him by. Eventually unable to resist, he spoke up. Even if it's not illegal for him to do these things in the game, isn't it purely and simply sick? The uniform's on and you're still bothering with him? There's some truth to that. You guys keep an eye on him and I'll report it to the special services. Yes. Coaxing the plainclothesman away, the man in black was finally relieved. Reverse butterfly. We're the Elk Guild, one of the 8 guilds, headquartered overseas. Someone wants to meet you. The man in black rushed to reveal his identity. He realized that Li Yun's brain circuits were indeed different from normal people. The Moose Guild he had seen in the guild rankings, a powerful existence in the top 10 of the list, and the elk insignia on the black man's suit is the guild's logo avatar. Reverse butterfly. Aren't you curious who wants to see you? Who? Your father. Call me names. The black-clothed man snickered in his heart. The cheapness he had just gotten was finally a comeback. Ahem. It's our vice president. She has the same ID as you. Exasperating. Mud blood. Hearing this ID, Li Yun's eyes looked towards the person who walked down from the backseat of the overhead limousine. Li Yun's mouth gently smiled. Li Rue. TSK. Now you're mixing it up in style. Li Rue didn't have the good sense to grab him by the ear. Brat. It's sis. Chapter 26, Prince's Essence Blood. Shock from Li Rue. In full view of everyone, Li Yun was hooked by Li Rue's neck and pulled into the car. On her way out, Leroy even smiled and winked at the two girls. It doesn't matter if a man has no money and is sick. I do. He's handsome. I'll support him. The two girls froze, and a look of envy passed through their eyes. The car door closed and Li Yun broke free from Li Rue's clutches. Li Rue. Speak properly. Who's your little white boy? You're ruining my reputation. Leroy scanned his uniform. Do you need me to badmouth your reputation? Look at all the things you've done. Suddenly Li Rue drew a change in style and held him in her fragrant arms as she tenderly said, all these years of sister's absence have been hard on you. Now sis will take you and give you revenge. Tell sis where that dog is and I'll bring someone to bite it for you. The man in black driving the car. I'm sure it's siblings. One just out of the hospital and one step away from going in. They're all ING geniuses. Gee, my brother has become so handsome and good looking. I need to cuddle more. Or what if I get tricked by some other little vixen? Li Yun. He tries to break away from Li Rue's clutches, but finds that it won't budge. That's not the kind of power a new player should have. I felt a mutation in your body when I saw you, and by the looks of it, you've acquired the enhanced essence blood of the blood-sucking guile? Li Rue, who had seen a lot, lifted Li Yun's face and looked into his violet eyes. Ha, why have your eyes changed as well? And you're still not afraid of sunlight? Kid, you're not thinking about sucking human blood already. Blood-sucking guile's enhancement is a recognized subpar product in the player community, with so many side effects that it causes everyone in the enhanced player's life to cry foul. Li Rue had a worried look on her face. Let go of your salty hands. Those inferior products can compare to me? I'm not afraid of sunlight. I don't draw blood, and I have no side effects. Li Rue had a shocked look on her face. How is that possible? And what level of blood-sucking shenanigans are you reinforcing? Prince! Scratch. The limousine suddenly braked sharply, and Li Rue looked at the black-clothed man driving the car. Sorry, Vice President. Your brother is too capable of blowing awesome. Li Rue glanced at him without a good look, then looked at her brother. Li Yun. Bragging also depends on the person. Your sister. I'm the Vice President of Elk, a powerful player on the list, an A-rank master player. A prince-level blood-sucking guile is a top-notch existence anywhere, let alone giving you precious essence blood. It's impossible for you to come back alive. The purple color of Li Yun's eyes glowed with an evil light. It actually caused Li Rue to have a brief moment of disorientation. Did I just lose my mind? An E-rank fledgling, making an A-rank veteran like me lose his mind? Oh, my god. It's not really the prince's blood, is it? Li Rue had begun to believe in Li Yun's words. She looked ahead at the man in black with incomparable solemnity. Everything you hear about my brother today must be kept secret. Vice President, don't worry, don't talk about that nonsense. I need you to make a soul oath. It wasn't until the man in black made a soul oath as requested by Li Rue that Li Yun felt her killing intent dissipate. Li Rue looked at Li Yun and explained. Doesn't it seem like sis is being a little impersonal these days? That's because you don't yet know how treacherous the human heart is, and how often people are worse than guile. Once one lets it be known that a newcomer carries the prince's essence blood and has great potential, and they can't fetch your essence blood, they will utilize all sorts of means to control you and become one of their swords. Li Yun nodded, then looked at Li Rui as if to say, and you know it. Li Rui saw through him with a glance and slapped him on the head. Brat, I'm your sister, can I harm you? It's true that you should beat your brother before it's too late. If you had a little more strength, you might not be able to beat him. Prince's essence blood. The last guy who got lucky was already a top-ranked guy on the list of powerful people. If you meet him in the future, you have to help your sister beat him up. Li Yun wondered. What? Sis can't beat him? Li Rui didn't look at Li Yun's purple eyes in a good humor. We players all get a portion of the transcendent power from horror games to a greater or lesser extent. The most underrated of these is the power of blood-sucking guile, which is laughed at as a chicken rib because it has too many side effects and too many weaknesses. The prince's essence blood is different. The side effects and weaknesses are non-existent, and the powerful life force is the most terrifying battle power. Your old sister's demon side power of mine is really a headache when it meets undefeatable guys like you guys. Your bloodline seems to be purer than his, and your future achievements are bound to be higher than his. Li Rui spoke with relief and pride on her face. Her own oldest brother had more to offer than she thought. She had seen too many so-called geniuses over the years, but none of them could compare to his oldest brother. In her place, could she have gotten out alive from under a prince-level blood-sucking creep? Li Rui suddenly took out a black card. What is it? Wrap your card. I'm not like those bloated rich women, and even more different from the men who are full of being dominated by the lower body, a little bit of money to fool around. Li Rui hooked Li Yun's chin with her hand and smiled. Li Rui, you've learned something bad by going outside these past few years, haven't you? The Pac-Man is getting more and more skillful. Li Yun dodged back to avoid his older sister's salty hands. Bah! How many people can't wait to be bagged by your old sister? They'd pay to lick my toes. There's not a single one your oldest sister is looking at. No more teasing. Our guild president wants to invite you to join us. After all, you're the meat and potatoes nowadays. Number 1 on the rookie list. So, come to my guild. Sis will cover you. Li Yun shook his head without thinking. Parents are not far away. I buried mom and dad myself. I'm your sister. Are you pretending with me? Ahem. Excuse me for a different set of words. Okay, I can see that you kids don't want to join. Li Rui directly interrupted him. Li Yun deflated. What's the use of my not wanting to? When in your temper you shall not drag me away raw and bewitched? Li Rui shook her head. At first, I thought that your old sister. I'm the second in command of the guild, and that I'd pull you into the guild even if I broke your legs. Now that you're carrying the prince's essence blood and have the potential to be stronger than your oldest sister, you can rely on yourself to survive the horror game with or without joining the guild. Instead, the guild is crowded and maybe even more unfavorable to you. Li Yun scared and looked at his elder sister, who was different from his impression of being incomparably strong and domineering. Truthfully? Sincerely? That is, Li Yun, no matter what happens to you in the future, old sis just wants you to live well. Li Yun couldn't hear Li Rui's heart and mind. There was a hint of warmth in his heart. After 5 years of not seeing him, his oldest sister was still the only remaining loved one in the world who genuinely wished him well. Chapter 27. Sister. I'm your brother. How are you going to deliver when I turn you down? How easy is that? I'll just say you're a newcomer who's gained the power of a common blood-sucking trickster. When the president hears that, he can't wait for you to say no. It's still my oldest sister who's resourceful. That's right. The siblings looked at each other and hemmed and hawed. On this day, the two siblings who hadn't seen each other for 5 years seemed to be back in time. Li Rui, in order to make up for the lack of these 5 years, take Li Yun, that is to buy. In the high-class shopping mall, looking at Li Rui's trenchant. Anyone who envied the little white boy Li Yun for evening such a young, gold and beautiful rich woman. Returning to her former home at night, Li Rui pushed open her room, which was not as dusty as she had expected, but as cozy as ever. 5 years ago you suddenly went far away overseas, and I don't know how soon you'll be back. I'll just have to organize it for you every week in case you come back with no place to sleep. Li Yun spoke plainly, but Li Rui's heart was like a warm sun. Both siblings are, in their own way, attached to each other. Li Rui walked into her room and looked at the old familiar objects, full of memories. Nowadays, even if she is in a high position, one person, she has become a master player who is above this world. The heart still misses the home that belonged to this dilapidated shack from time to time. Did you put away this strawberry underwear hidden under the pillow for me too? Leroy held the strawberries with a wicked grin on his face. Li Yun was dumbfounded and tried to take it away, but Li Rui's hands were quick and hid behind her. Brat! I told you where my favorite strawberries were, so it was quietly hidden here by you. Seeing things every night. Li Yun exasperatedly said. That's fat libel. I'll sue you for fat libel. How is it here I don't know. Obviously you didn't take it with you 5 years ago. Li Rui looked at her brother's anxious touch and smiled gently, suddenly pointing at the clean, smooth ground with a look of horror. Rats. There are rats. You can't sleep in this room. I'll sleep with you tonight. By the way, perform your sister's duty of checking your brother's body. Li Yun pushed away his oldest sister who scurried into his arms. A glance through her poorly thought out ruse. Frogs of the mind touch your belly. You're not even afraid of shenanigans. You're afraid of a ing rat. I'm your brother. Leroy spread his hands. It's not like I'm a pro. According to ancient times, I should be considered your child bride. The Qing dynasty is dead. Humph. When you were little you loved to cuddle your sister to sleep. Did you forget? Now it's big. Where's the big one? Look, let my sister check it out. Hey, demon spirit? There's a female sex fiend here. Please send out your SDU for a moment. Li Rui pounced on him as she grabbed his cell phone, which was not even charged and turned on. Go ahead and scream. No one cares if you scream your head off. No. You still know that trick? I can do a lot of things. You want to try? Sis, I'm your brother. Child bride. Child bride. Just as Li Rui insisted on helping Li Yun check, the two were at a standstill. A creepy shadow suddenly appeared. Wow. Is this the outside world? Li Yun. What are you guys playing? I want to play too. Me too. Li Yun looked at Daniela with a black face. A soul contract? This is your contractual partner? Li Rui looked at Daniela with a surprised look on her face. Well, her name is Daniela, and this is my oldest sister. Rui Li. Daniela held out her little hand adorably. Hello sister, my name is Daniela. From the noble Timid family. Leroy shook Daniela's hand, a kind smile on his face. What a cute little sister. Cute? If evil appears, let's see if you can still say that. This kid really has a lot of secrets. Not only does he have the prince's essence blood, but he even has such a cute contractual partner. We must examine his body properly tonight to see if he's mutated. A newcomer, but so scary. Li Rui made up her mind. Li Yun was deeply unhappy. As soon as he took Daniela by the hand, he headed out of the room. Sis, get some rest. Daniela and I have some things to explain. Li Rui couldn't help but huff and puff as she looked at her fallen brother. Bastard. Rather stay with the blood-sucking creep than me? Am I scarier than Guile? Li Yun returned to his room and closed the door, which was a relief. Daniela wondered, are you guys playing hide and seek? I want to play too. Play your ass off. What are you doing here? Humph. Dog man. You promised to show me the outside world, and then you never called me, so I had to come on my own. You're not a prince nowadays, and you can withstand the daytime sun? Daniela was silent, which was the reason the impatient one hadn't shown up during the day and waited until now. It's just as well. Since you're here, help me practicing how to master the power of the blood-sucking guile in my body. Ah, didn't you say you'd take me for a ride? Madam is asking you to follow me and protect me, not just play. If you don't agree, beware, I will go to the ancient castle next time to tell Madam off. Ah, don't sue. I'll just teach you. Seeing that his treacherous plan had succeeded, Li Yun hemmed and hawed. Li Yun accompanied his old sister Li Rui to revisit his family during the day, and followed Daniela to train in blood-sucking trickster power at night. The days are incredibly full, but within a few days, Leroy was leaving. Go back to the overseas headquarters and take a bunch of rookies from the guild down to the game. This is why many people are willing to join a guild. With a master player leading the way, significantly improves copy survival rate. Before leaving, Li Rui left the extremely high limit black card. He also gave Li Yun many items that were used in the game and boosted his survival rate. In the words of Rui Li, your body is mine. You can't die in a game. Li Yun waved his hand in obeisance, though his mouth was disgusted. Get out. Get out. In his mind, but a little reluctantly, he made his exit pattern into the rearview mirror. Sis, you have to live well too. Sending off Li Rui, he returned home alone, came to Leroy's room and rummaged under the pillow. Big surprise. Damn you, Li Rui, for taking away the strawberries I was witnessing. Congratulations to the players who have qualified for the game, Sin City. Are you in the game? Yes/no. Rui Li said that players need to actively enter the game once every month, or you will be punished by the system's death penalty. I've only been out a couple days. Why am I getting into the game again? Li Yun looked at the game interface with some confusion. This game is randomized. Participants are not required to pay game money. Double settlement reward upon completion of the game. No money spent. Double settlement rewards? If you talked like that and hesitated for a second, I wouldn't have counted as a human being. Li Yun chose yes without hesitation. Chapter 28. The creepy bride who didn't bring any money. The neon-lit city is filled with all kinds of citizens. It is these citizens each with their own role to play, that contribute to the orderly development of the entire city. And you are an ordinary cab driver in this city. Now that your life in the game has begun. Deserted Cemetery number 108, passenger destination reached. A total of 32 spirit coins to be paid. Thank you for the ride. All the best and have a great trip. In the cab, the arrival blessing was broadcast. Lee Yun, who was the driver, looked at himself in the mirror wearing a uniform and a pair of white gloves. I'm so handsome. You're asking me to drive a cab? Does that make sense? Lee Yun spat, then moved the mirror to see the passengers in the back row. It was a bloated, ugly-looking creepy thing with yellow fat flopping out of its stomach. Hello, your destination has been reached. You need to pay 32 spirit coins, cash or credit card? The code about cab drivers appeared in Lee Yun's mind. Service with a smile is the first rule. He squeezed out a smile and looked at the creepy thing. 32? I don't give a dime. The creepy thing grunted coldly in his heart and laughed hideously on his face. Oi, kiddo, can't you see I'm an evil trickster? A human dares to collect money from the Grand Master. Do you believe I'll swallow you? Lee Yun tightened his smile. I see. You want to ride in the bully car. Ha 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 ha, not a stupid kid. What can you do if I just sit down? Creepy thing laughed out loud, his heart filled with contempt. Lee Yun loosened his seatbelt and opened the door to get out of the car. This was followed by opening the back seat door. Get off! The creepy thing thought he was afraid and was emboldened to say, Oi, use honorifics when you speak to the big man. It's only right to welcome Ben off the bus. Start over. I'll swallow you if you don't say it right. Arrogant. Extraordinarily arrogant. Even if you don't pay. You threaten Lee Yun. Lee Yun who would spoil him. A hand ripped his small mountainous body out of the back seat. Evil Guile, who had fallen to the ground with his ass in the air, was confused. This human, where did he get so much power? Before he could get back to his senses, Lee Yun's leather shoes had already invited him to eat on. I'm against the butterfly. What are you pretending with me? Is creepy scary? A scumbag from the evil trick realm, pretending to be a great man with me here. Still want to ride in a bully car? Sit sit sit. I'll let the crows take the airplane. Until his huge body was lifted above his head by Lee Yun's hands, about to be ruthlessly smashed down and fall to break his limbs. This evil trickster is always afraid. I was wrong. You're the big man. Put me down. I'll pay. I'll pay. Lee Yun threw him to the ground and kicked him a few more times like mud. A small character like a blood servant among the evil Guile and blood-sucking Guile dared to give him. Who was carrying the prince's essence blood? An eye drop? This is not going to the latrine with a lantern at night looking for death, sure. Lee Yun's leather shoes stepped on his face and watched as he panicked and flipped out a sheet of spirit coins from under his 3 layers of belly. I have money. I'll give it to you now. Lee Yun looked at the disgusting yellow fat on the spirit coins and snatched all the money away with one hand. 32 is the fare, and the rest counts as the fortunes of your ungrateful beating. Ha? You hit me and I have to pay for it? What? No? Row. Very good. Keep your hood up when you go out in the future. And be nice to cab drivers when you meet them. Lee Yun took the money and slapped its face, using its face to get the yellow fat off the spirit coins. That's when he let go of his leather shoes and turned toward the car. Seeing this, Wicked Creep cried out like a 300-pound child and ran toward his grave. Mamma mia. Humans are horrible. Lee Yun didn't bother and counted the money. Over 300 spirit coins. Hey, small profit. I was just about to put the money in my pocket when, suddenly, it disappeared from my hand. 12 o'clock has arrived. Confiscated player assets total, 360 spirit coins. To pay off the interest owed. Players are warned that their behavior just now is not in line with the guidelines of a 5-star good citizen, and they will easily eat the cities wanted. We also hope that the players will travel in a friendly manner and work hard to pay off their debts. Working to pay off your bills? Labor's 5,000 spirit coins and the money from just now were taken? Asterisk. GM, get your ass out here. What the hell is going on here? As Lee Yun pounded on the steering wheel, a task appeared in front of him. Mandate, repayment of loan shark debts. Principal, $2,000,000. Reason, you had borrowed $2 million in usury. Interest rolls over. Money begets money. Money earned at 12 o'clock every day will be automatically deducted to repay the interest. Note, once the interest rate is less than 5,000 spirit coins at 12 o'clock every day, you will be penalized by the game. You can only leave the game if you pay back all the principal and interest. Lee Yun? What a pitiful game. You came in here with a loan shark debt? I'm here to play a game, not to be a cowboy in a game. Seeing that Lee Yun's loud protests went unheeded, until the steering wheel is almost tapped out and a cue appears again. Steering wheel repair quote, 300 spirit dollars. Asterisk. Lee Yun glanced at the steering wheel that was about to be flattened. Being penniless, He did not want to go into debt again -300 because of this. A foot on the gas made him accept the outrageous setting of being a cab driver in a game to pay off his debts. Hello, this is cab number 1516. May I ask where you're going? The car door opens and a creepy bride with a red cloth on her head sits up. Come on, wherever you're going. The creepy bride sounded a little anxious, leaving Lee Yun too late to ask more questions and start the cab. As the car drove into the neon glittering center, magical city lights, huge LED posters, countless street creeps of various professions. The clamor outside couldn't get into the cab with the windows closed. The only sound in the car was the soft sobbing of the creepy bride. Passenger, can you control your emotions a little? I'm sorry, I can't stand it. Is it affecting you? That's a scary cry you're making. Looking at the guile bride with some embarrassment, Li Yun changed the topic and asked again. By the way, where are you going? I've been circling this place quite a bit. Now that the fare is almost 100 spirit coins, I see you look like this. You should have money, Tricky bride said with some shame. No money. Li Yun kicked the brakes. No money? Turning his head, he looked viciously at the trickster bride. No money? Here comes another bully bus rider. See me as a human being to be bullied. Right. The creepy bride slowly lifted the red cloth, revealing an incomparably delicate little face. Slightly bowed his head, his voice like a fine mosquito. But I can pay in flesh. Li Yun. Episode 29. I'm going to eat this woman. And Yezu can't keep her. This gentleman. So handsome. He won't mind that I was almost married. Surely, who'd like a half-stepping benevolent wife who almost got married off? But I really didn't have any money when I ran away. Half of Jen's wife? It does fall short of the full Jen's wife. But how could Li Yun, as an awakened equal under compulsory education, blame her? After all, she looked so beautiful. Ahem, my lady. Bah, passenger, I'm just a driver in debt. Please don't try to seduce me, because I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on and fall into your beauty trap. We don't know each other well, Li Yun sternly declared. The trickster bride beamed, obviously a little disappointed. It's true that a half-step-in wife will be disliked. There was some aggression. But I don't really have any money with me and I don't know where to go. In the whole city, there is no longer a place for me to land. If you can't have me, sir, then I'll have to pay for the fare with my death. This serious? Death. Sensing the ghost bride's heart, Li Yun suddenly felt, saving a life is better than building a 7th-floor pagoda. As the flower of compulsory education, how can you watch a beautiful female guile die in front of you like this? That's not good. He began unbuttoning his uniform. Let's get one thing straight. I'm doing this so you don't get off lightly. It's not that I'm the one who lusts after your beauty. Saving lives is not a small thing. So I don't have any extra money to go to a hotel either. Just in the car. Do you think it's okay? The trick bride nodded shyly and put the red cloth back on, for her little face was rosier than red rags. It's better to give my first time to this handsome gentleman than to that ugly bastard. In the car. Exciting. The car windows are closed. The only sound in the car was the somewhat nervous breathing of the trick bride. Great guy. Or first time. Worthy of being a half-step benevolent wife. All the more reason to save her life. Thinking about it, Li Yun began to undo his belt. Honestly, Li Yun slowly lifted the red cloth of the trick bride. The trick bride's dainty little face gently bowed her head, and her words poured out as shyly as fine lines. Gongzi, be gentle. Just as Li Yun was just about to cross from the front seat to the back seat to start performing the great rescue technique, a distant light from behind illuminated the car. Stop this car for me. A couple of cars roared up behind them. Asterisk. Cactus jumping ha. Li Yun took a look and exclaimed. The trickster bride looked up and gasped. I can't believe they're catching up. Duke drive. What does she have to say? Li Yun had returned to the driver's seat and stepped on the gas at the first opportunity. And you say you're not a beauty trap. That's the one you're going to marry behind you, isn't it? Take no money for the ride. Then entice me with your beauty. And once I actually do something, your people come and kidnap me for ransom. I'm familiar with this set. The trickster bride listened to Li Yun's words with a blank look on her face. Your Excellency is mistaken. I don't really know what you mean by that. They did come for me, and once I was taken back. Li Yun looked in the backseat mirror at creepy bride's pitiful expression. Stop talking and try to get my sympathy again. Tricky bride was chastised in a burst of silence and bowed her head without another word. Instead, the heartbeat came through. I was an ordinary girl. But because of my beauty, I was taken in by that bully. He forced me to become his wife because of his power. I couldn't resist, so I had to escape on my wedding day. On the eve of my wedding, while he was pleased. The 4 seas are so big, why should I call them home? Now he's even more relentless in his pursuit. If he does catch me, I'd rather die than marry him. Li Yun was silent. He had thought that this trick bride was a beauty trap fairy tale. I didn't realize it was a female trickster with a pathetic body. Looking in the rearview mirror at the menacing, creepy bodies poking out of one of the cars, he increased the gas pedal and spoke in a deep voice. Don't worry, I won't let them catch you. The trickster bride snapped her head up, a small smile on her tear-filled face. Really? What Li Yun, say under my bed is the truth. But, isn't this cart the bed of the prince? You hold your tongue. The situation is very tense at the moment, with the car behind us in hot pursuit. Two of them had already caught up and kept rushing into the rear of Li Yun's car for a close hit. The whole car shook with the impact. Come sit in the front. Li Yun reached out a hand and pulled the trickster bride into his arms with a strong tug. The male is already driving and wants to drive another one? Creepy bride bowed her head in shyness. I told you to sit next to me. I didn't tell you to sit in my arms. How do you expect me to drive like this? Tricky bride then realized that it was a good thing she was lightweight and immediately sat in the passenger seat. This is not the way to go on. What realm is that bully and the men he brought with him? Tricky bride thought for a moment. He's a fierce trickster realm, and the rest of his henchmen are probably night trickster realms. Hearing the words of the trickster bride, Li Yun gave up his plan to get out of the car and physically fight. According to the realm comparison, the fierce guile realm is relative to the marquis in vampiric guile. Having only mastered the power of blood-sucking guile himself, it was tricky to deal with. Besides, the other party was so tricky and numerous that a strong dragon could not suppress a snake. Who knows how many other minions he has? Strong fights don't work. It seems hard to lose them with my driving skills. Is there anything in the full-time system that has to do with cars? Bet on it. The host spends 500 career points to draw a random career. Has acquired a new profession, professional writer, pro writer. Occupational level, elementary. Natural skill, plus 30% control over all modes of transportation. Occupational skills dash. Driving encyclopedia, know how to drive any vehicle by heart and understand the mechanics. Human vehicle integration, entering high-speed driving mode. The brain will formulate reasonable tactics in advance. Overtaking timing, turning nodes. The rest of the skills can be unlocked by upgrading. The entire interior of the car floated before Li Yun's eyes, who was holding the steering wheel at the moment. That's a pretty low cab. Horsepower is but 100 to 150 PS. The cars behind me are several times better than me. No wonder you can't outrun them. Li Yun looked at the rearview mirror. Compared to the nervousness of being chased just now, at this moment he was incredibly calm and confident. Understood the performance and gap between the enemy and our vehicles. It was only slowly that he was able to get the rhythm of the whole chase. How come the car doesn't seem to be shaking as much as it did earlier? Lose them? Tricky bride wondered. No, it's just that I'm different. From now on, I'm a rider. There was a hint of ambiguity in creepy bride's tone, and her eyes were a little drawn. Isn't the male always a rider? While driving the car, the other hand could have been on slave's thigh without stopping. The trickster bride gently tugged at the Chinese cheongsam that split at the base of her thighs. There was a slight change in the touch of Li Yun's small hand. The touch of stockings. Or suspenders. I'm sure I'll eat this maiden. Even Yezu can't keep her. Sit tight you. Episode 30 Drainage over the bend. Cab, you've opened the human vehicle unity. Career value plus 10. Driver career proficiency plus 20 inch. Li Yun's brain was like an autonomously moving mapmaker. The road in front of us has been marked with a myriad of signals, such as the best overtaking point, such as the best turning point, such as the best not route choice for the cab of the moment. This is a moment of unity between man and car, without having to think about how to maneuver the car in your hands. The autonomous rotation of the brain, the autonomous coordination of the body. It's all about muscle memory driving him to make the right move, at the right node. He, on the other hand, only had to experience, with his heart, the smoothness and warmth of the trick bride, and the silky coolness of her touch. Put it on the tip of your nose and smell it, full of fragrance. My lady smells good. Your Excellency's words have made my slave shy. Don't be shy just yet. Hold on tight. The traffic will be fast the rest of the way. Ahead was a straight line 3 kilometers long. Li Yun's brain had already made a judgment. Straight line acceleration of the current cab is far inferior to that of the car behind it. In other words, no matter how good Li Yun's car skills are, he will lose to performance in a straight line, caught by the car behind. The only way out of the predicament was a trail on the other side. Li Yun threw the steering wheel with one hand and slammed on the brakes as the car sped up. The entire body was deflected and the tires rubbed sparks against the ground. One drifted and flung itself into the narrow passage of the mountain road. You utilize drift. Career value plus 10. Rider career proficiency plus 20. Tricky bride gave a rush and leaned her entire body towards Li Yun in the driver's seat. The hand that was meant to hold her touched the wrong place. Silky smooth to the touch. The trickster bride's next words made Li Yun's blood boil. Underwear and socks come as a set. It's all lace. Have you ever considered whether the body of a child as young as 20 can handle it? What does the prince mean? I mean it. This is going to be a one-handed floater. The mountain road was rugged and winding, and Li Yun stepped on the gas, who's slowing down around corners, driving with one hand and the other. That's quite a set. I'm touching the line at the link. Now the QQ underwear of the trickster world is also designed to be so charming? A few floats. Li Yun then looked in the rearview mirror. His own taillights, the other party had been invisible. You drive while driving. Career value plus 10. Driver career proficiency plus 20. Creepy bride favorability plus 20 inch. The annual Blackwind Mountain King of Cars competition has begun. This entry is for the king of new cars, Train Guile. His car was bathed in fire, fierce and swift, and the opponent is the old car king, the Thunderbolt. His hands are wrapped in lightning, so the name of the car is Lightning. Fast and blistering, through the corners like lightning. According to the advisory coming from the front, the two cars have reached Devil's 18th bend. The Devil's 18 turns, 18 desperate turns where you can't see the road ahead, and you can only rely on a great sense of anticipation and perfectly adapted driving skills. The only people who have made it through this corner perfectly so far are the two old and new car gods. The rest of the challengers have fallen off the cliff and their souls have been scattered. A presenter stepped on a car and held up a microphone amidst the flames. At his feet were a myriad of carnival shenanigans. According to the report from the front, the Devil's 18 Benz leader is a cab? What? The drain is overbent? The car is faster than the two kings of magic performance. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Where did this one car god emerge from that can crush two car kings? The live overhead feed showed a mediocre cab cornering unbelievably silky smooth, cutting across the middle of the two car gods. It was at this moment that the footage from inside the cab was captured. Li Yun held the steering wheel with one hand and disappeared with the other. Beside him, Tricky Bride grit her teeth gently, looking nervous. Asterisk 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 drive while driving. Who the hell is he? The host, dazed, fell to his knees in his car and exclaimed wildly, "What just passed between the two of us? Looks like a cab." What? A cab beat us around a corner? Be careful. It's a crush. He's only using one hand. We can't even see his taillights now. Chase. Go after them. The two car kings gritted their teeth and drove after them. You easily crushed two trickster world car kings. Career value plus 20, and driver career proficiency plus 30. Driver's professional proficiency has been reached. Upgraded from introductory to proficient. Enhanced attributes of all skills. Natural skill, plus 50% control over all vehicles. Conquering the Bride of Trickster with her skillful driving. The Bride of Trickster's favor is increased by 30%. Sneaky Bride's favorability, 50. Unlock the bond of friendship with Guan Bao. Li Yun drove the cab to the top of the hill. Seeing that he had shaken off the pursuing bully, he slammed on the brakes. Well, now I can't even catch up with the trail of my car's wheels, not to mention the exhaust. Ha, why did you pee your pants? Creepy Bride. A man and a trick walk off the bus. Your husband's car skills are fantastic. They bring back memories for my slave. Don't call yourself a slave. My name is Li Yun. What's yours? My name is Sin. Sin, now it's time to say something about the fare. Li Yun pointed to the expense statement, $820. Xiao Qian said a little shyly. I thought the deal was that I could pay the fare in flesh? I'll count you 600. You still owe me 220. You can't jack up the price. What? Xiao Tsing gently gritted her teeth. Is this human language? What do you mean by price gouging? Cloud. I really don't have any money. You just searched me too. I can't hide anywhere. Indeed. Not a dime. I know you're a poor creep, but I'm poor too. I have to pay it back every day. And you've taken years off the life of my tires by not paying for this trip first. And the engine, the steering wheel, their respective parts. Li Yun tapped the front of the car. Only heard a boom. A white smoke came. The engine is a total write-off. Destruction of resources. Taxi driver status expunged. Capital, 5,000. Li Yun gritted his teeth and said with a slightly trembling voice, it's over. The dinner guy is scrapped. Another 5,000 in debt. But you broke that shot yourself. If it wasn't for you, could I drive that fast? A random shot could break it. Sin knows. $600 a time. If I let you do it 10 times, that's $6,000. You'll still be a couple $100 short of me when the time comes. You're a genius. Put it on me. It's windy at the top of the hill. Be careful of catching a cold. The trickster bride looked at Li Yun tenderly. Thank you, Cloud. No one has ever been so nice to me. What the? A female creep? I'm afraid she'll catch a cold? Li Yun indisputably slapped himself. Episode 31, see the turtle? It's about to overtake. At the top of the hill, the two late arriving car kings stepped out of their cars. Holy, it's really a cab. Look at this cab. no special materials for professional racing cars, and no specific acceleration buttons. None of the engines have been changed, and the tires are the most common? My nigga, this can be faster than us? The two car kings went ahead and confirmed that the cab was not modified. Dumbstruck. A cab can win us over. Such skill can be called a car god. Hey, car god, how come I don't see anyone? As far as the eye could see, there were no people or shenanigans to be seen, except for scrapped cabs. Inform the brothers and find me. We must find this cab god. The whole city's racing community is in an uproar over it. The two car kings even called on countless minions to search for Li Yun. And at the moment, Li Yun was at a loss. Lost my job and have a $5,000 loan to pay off in 20 hours or so, or be punished by the game. Regarding game penalties, Li Yun took a look in the player forums. A number of players who have played this game have summarized the types of punishments. A minor one would be to take some physical damage, either a broken arm or leg, or an eye removed. In severe cases, it takes lives outright, so this loan should never be delayed. The point is that I'm taking you with me as a drag. Yoon, Si Yao-tsing can go without eating or spending money, but the baby on your belly has to eat. Ha, a child? Li Yun, the 20-year-old, got off of her, a little hungry, walked out of the room and looked for something to eat. It's a temporary home given to him by the game, even if it is a home. Cloud hungry? Shu Sin give you something to eat down there. Okay, more vinegar. Xiao Qian nodded her head and obediently ran to cook the noodles. Li Yun looked at her busy figure. This female trickster isn't nothing but good looking. He then opened the panel. Sin City. Resident, Li Yun. Available assets, 0. Principal amount of liabilities, $500. 000 inch. Interest on liabilities, 5,000 per day. Job, none. Reapplication possible. Li Yun clicked on the job application panel. Gourmet restaurant, 10,000 a day. Looking for a human ingredient. Genuine leather, 15,000 a day. One human model wanted. Bloody cold drinks, 15,000 a day. Looking for a human blood bag. Li Yun, it's all about making money with your ing life. No, no, no. Look down. Flying spur driving school, 6,000 per day. Recruiting instructors, experience and skills preferred. It suits me. That's it. Li Yun sent his message over, and the rest was waiting for the other party to accept and agree. The noodles are ready. Xiao Qian carried a steaming bowl of noodles to Li Yun. So fast? Why do you have a bit of an ocean on this side? I saw there was still some seafood in the fridge and added some seafood. I see. It's quite tasty. If you like it. Xiao Qian sat on the side and just quietly watched Li Yun eat the noodles. Ding! Your request for an interview has been answered. Li Yun immediately opened the panel and received a reply from the other party. Vivian, I got a new job. Really? That's great. Cloud, the other side told me to be there at 8 a.m. After sunrise, it's still a couple hours before sunrise, so you can take a nap after eating your noodles. Li Yun put down the bottom and said with a straight face, I think it's better to hone my car skills more than take a break. Xiao Qian's small face reddened and whispered, make another 600. 8 a.m. Flying spur driving school. I'm in charge of the driving school. You're Li Yun, aren't you? Nice test drive, but you've got some nerve. First time I've seen a human dare to apply for a job as a driving instructor. You don't realize that this is a high-risk occupation for humans? Li Yun shook his head, having never heard of it. Familiarize yourself with this manual, and as an instructor, verbal abuse of students is prohibited. It's for your own good. If you scold the trainees for red warmth, it's most likely you who will be in bad luck. First things first, we don't care if we get eaten. 6,000 spirit coins per day. Go to work if you have no problem. Li Yun took the manual as well as the coaching clothes, and after putting them on, he walked towards his coach. Soon enough, 3 trick trainees came forward. Hello Coach Li. Looking at the 3 particularly polite trick trainees, Li Yun also put down his heart. Welcome, now start practicing. Which one of you is first? Li Yun sat in the passenger seat and a kawaii-looking female trickster raised her hand. Coach, I'll go first. Okay, get in the car. The kawaii female shenanigans sat in the upper cab, and the remaining 2 shenanigans sat in the back. 3 minutes later, Li Yun frowned slightly and looked toward the creepy female. Sorry coach, I'm a little nervous. Hey, which one's the gas and which one's the clutch? I can't find the buckle for my seatbelt. Li Yun, burying his head in his hands, he glanced at her profile. Instant red. I've been practicing for 3 months, and I can't even find the basic ones. Is this creep a pig's head? No, a pig could get on the highway at 120 mph and be in a freewheeling mood. Li Yun's heart was full of spit, but his mouth didn't dare to have a single complaint. It's okay, You relax. Did you have trouble finding the buckle for that seatbelt? Because you're wearing me here. The kawaii female trickster immediately embarrassed herself. Sorry coach. You're so gentle and nice. Lee Yun smiled slightly, his heart all red warmth. If I wasn't so damn gentle, now it wouldn't be people who are really nice. It would be people who are really tasty. The car finally started slowly and began to turtle along at 20 yards. Wow. Coach, I finally managed to start the car on the road. I'm so good. He. Lee Yun gave her a faint look. Cheer up. The kawaii female trickster nodded and gave herself a pep talk. Don't worry coach. I'll be cheering. Lee Yun was slightly stunned. I told you to cheer. Kawaii female Guile made a fist-clenching gesture incomparably determined to look at Lee Yun. Go. Lee Yun sat up straight and pressed the red warmth. Point to the front. What's that? You. Turtle. It's about to overtake. I told you to gas up the car and step on the gas. Oh. After the practice ended, the kawaii female Guile looked at Lee Yun with an expectant face. Coach, how was my practice today? Did I make any progress? Lee Yun at #Yun%at. You can't red warm. And you must never verbally abuse a cadet. Calm down. Lee Yun squeezed out a smile and said, it was awesome. I almost outrun the little turtle today. Keep up the good work tomorrow. Episode 32 Good Citizen. Lee Yun is happy to be 1-star wanted. Next blood pressure red warmer. No. Next cadet. A middle-aged trick sat in the driver's seat. This cadet is clearly much better than that kawaii female shenanigans. A pedal clutch. 2 hang the first gear, 3 turn on the left lamp. 4 press the horn, 5 handbrake. 6 look at the front and rear, left and right. 7 release the clutch. Gas door. The car pulled out of the driving school at 40 miles per hour and started on the road. Phew. Finally one that doesn't make me red warm. No wonder this trainer has such a high mortality rate. He either gets pissed off or gets killed by a trick student after a red temperature. This creep is dumber than a pig. Lee Yun soothed his mind and looked up. It's going red again. You don't go on a red light. You don't go on a green light. And you don't go on a yellow light. What? No color you like? Middle-aged shenanigans. Next, a woman tricked into the driver's seat. Coach, can I move into a comfortable position first? Sure. Women hit the seat button. Stalls, good guys, and masters. The car hadn't even started and Lee Yun was already red. Shall I get you a quilt? Thanks for your concern, coach. I'm not cold. That pillow now? Coach, what a pillow to hold when you're driving. You're so humorous. You know how to drive too? You drive lying down? Women's Guile. I'm sorry, coach. I think this is too comfortable. It's quite comfortable. Tone it down. Lee Yun sighed. Sure enough, there's not a normal one in this bunch of shenanigans. Gear, seat key to start again. Lee Yun reddened again. This time the women's Guile wasn't lying down, but her entire body was almost on the steering wheel. Lee Yun couldn't help but say, no, what are you doing? Milk the steering wheel? Lee Yun felt like he was falling apart. Sure enough, it's hard to get 6,000 a day. The women shenanigans started to start the car. Ignition first, start, and take the wheel. Not being able to look past the hand-wringing, uninformed women's Guile, he spoke helplessly. Ignition, start, and take the wheel. Bang bang bang. Lee Yun, is this steering wheel your father's murderer? No. Then why did you hit him? Didn't coach tell me to play? Lee Yun at $. Coach, I get it. Steering means holding the wheel tight. You are so smart. Thank you, coach, for the compliment. Lee Yun shrunk himself into a ball. He was afraid he couldn't help himself from exploding. You're making too little of a turn. Hurry up and kill it. Lee Yun suddenly warned loudly. The women's Guile had a panicked look on their faces. Beaten to death for what? Beat me to death. Beat me to death. I can't teach anymore. Coach, don't cry. You're so polite. How can I beat you to death? It doesn't matter. The car is going to crash soon and I'm not far from death. Boom. Coach Lee, what's wrong with you? Crashed with a trainee on his first day of teaching. I'm going to give you one more chance. If you're not good enough to drive and be an instructor, get out. The driving school in charge of the trick to Lee Yun split his head and scolded. Lee Yun had a lifeless look on his face. This is the last trainee for today. Teach me well. Responsible Guile pointed at the trainees already waiting in the car. Lee Yun sighed and walked over, pulled the car door open and sat down. Hi, I'm your coach. My name is Lee. Hello? The cadet ignored it, looking at something on the steering wheel with immense attention. Lee Yun patted over. Hey, buddy. That cadet was startled by Lee Yun. Ouch. You're scaring the Guile out of me. Lee Yun? Inverted Big Dipper is right. Even though we're all different races, I can understand being male. But it's not appropriate to watch shenanigans while you're learning to drive. TCH, this female Guile is quite pretty. This male Guile is a bit less skillful. Okay, put it away and read it slowly after you learn it. The cadet looked up with a green face. How can you watch a creepy movie and still see yourself moved? Not so much, huh? This kind of movie can shed tears down there, but not up there. The cadet said with incomparable aggression. This isn't a ING movie. It's my home surveillance. Lee Yun had a look of understanding. That woman is your wife. And this man is not you? Ahem. My condolences. Say what the? I want the man's condolences. Ugh. What are you doing? I'm going to drive home right now and kill this pair of dogs. It's a driving school car. I know. That's why I came here and couldn't be bothered to drive my own car. The male creep lifted Lee Yun up and threw him out of the car at once. You're a good coach. I'm not holding you back. You weird good Lou. Give me back the car. If this car is ruined again, I'll lose my job. Lee Yun clenched his teeth and looked at a driving school car next to him. What a bunch of ING shenanigans. Ignited, started, and gave chase. The other side is going full speed ahead, no matter how dead they are. If you want to intercept it, you can only take the mountain road. The best section of the road appeared in front of Lee Yun's eyes. The mountain road? That I know well. Lee Yun flung himself into the mountain passage with a drift. There's been a bit of a situation in the wee hours of the morning, and now our Car King competition begins once again. Coming soon to the Devil's 18 Bends. Which Car King will get first place? Asterisk. Where's the driving school bus? Drainage canal cornering again? Speed over the 2 Car Kings. No. Are taxi drivers and driving instructors so rolled up these days? The hosts are shocked again and again. The 2 Car Kings looked at each other as they watched the driving school car that couldn't even catch up with their taillights. If I'm not mistaken, we're eating tail gas once again. And a driving school bus this time. Where in the hell did I get so many car gods? Chase. This time we must chase. The 2 Car Kings stomped on the gas and gave chase again. I'm going to you 2 sons of ES up. Charge. Charge me hard. Lee Yun's car sprinted at full speed all the way from the mountain road and finally saw the driving school car driven by Green Guile. He picked up speed and closed in on his opponent. Dude, be sensible. You're all shenanigans. You can't kill each other like that. Leechy, how do you want me to leechy? If I can't kill them, I'll scare them to death. The brakes I've pulled out. Ha ha ha, can't stop. Brake system failure detected in the car. Host is 100 meters from the house ahead. Lee Yun, it's my ING brakes you're pulling. I'm on early 8. Boom, there was no time to turn the car around and Lee Yun crashed into the house. A loud noise followed. He walked out covered in blood. It's a good thing I have the super life force of a ING blood-sucking creep, or I'd have gone bye-bye already. It's over. I can't keep my job at the driving school. That wasn't the worst of it. Lee Yun heard sirens coming from not far away. A small star appears in the game interface. Dangerous driving. Vandalism. Citizen Lee Yun is wanted by 1 star. Episode 33. It's not really going to be a trick bank robbery. Cloud. You're back. I made a bowl of soup for you. Lee Yun pushed open the door and saw Xiao Qian's smiling face greeting him. For a moment, he thought he was a husband working away from home, and when he came home and saw the smile of his lovely wife, he forgot all his fatigue. How was it? Was it good? It tastes good. Just why do I have a nosebleed? Who told you to drink your soup while staring at me there? Lee Yun wiped away the blood at his nose and withdrew his eyes from Xiao Qian's great scenery. Fade off the red wedding dress, clad in tulle. Although the small Chan is not as voluptuous as Mrs., but the Win is young and substantial. It's 1.5 steps more sassy than the blood-sucking 3 sisters as the wives of Mercy. Cloud. How was work today? Work. 1 star wanted. All spirit coins carried by the wanted person will be confiscated. I hope you'll obey the law and be a 5-star citizen. Work kind of went yellow with the scrapping of another car. There goes the per diem. Lee Yun finished all the soup in 1 gulp. Looking at the clock, I had 8 hours before I had to pay off my loan at 12 in the morning. The job went yellow and the money was confiscated. I'm going to take you to the sale later. Shu Sin covered his body. Ha? I'm going to sell it? Take you to sell the noodles you cooked. Oh, so just trying to sell my face. What's this fat look of frustration on your face? Lee Yun didn't have the heart to look at Xiao Qian. I've figured out that you'll sell your noodles for 500 a bowl. That expensive? It's not the noodles that are expensive. It's the safety of eating them. What do you mean? Lee Yun smiled coldly and took out a kitchen knife from the kitchen. What's the difference between that and robbery? The difference is still there. And I sent him a bowl of noodles. Cloud. This is a crime in Sin City. What did you just say? Criminal behavior? 1 in front. Sin City. Then it's not the right flavor. What the hell am I supposed to be a 5-star good citizen for even coming to Sin City? Who calls a proper city by that name? Whose proper urban has to pay back a loan as soon as they get into the game? And it's ing usurious. There's no future in working part-time. Such a lone shark Lee Yun even if he fights until death. This life will not want to leave the game. He thought of another way out. The bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. Get it you. Shu Sin mulled it over for a moment. Oh, you're trying to sell fish? It's so hard to talk to you. You'd better give me food down there. Just as Li Yun was searching for what to do to become bigger and stronger and create another glory, a knock sounded at the door. Carson, is that you in there? Li Yun opened the door to two acquaintances. No, cooked ghosts. The two car kings who had a meeting at the Devil's 18 Ben float. Car god? Looking for the wrong one. Li Yun was about to close the door, and the two car kings were in a hurry. Taxi, driving school car, you drive them all, don't you? Li Yun continued to close the door without answering. Suddenly, there's a creepy hand wedged in the doorway. This weird hand should not have caught Li Yun's attention, but how could it hold a sum of spirit coins? Welcome. Li Yun immediately collected the money and opened the door, with a 180-degree change in attitude. There's no mistaking it? If it's not a surprise, the car god you're talking about should be me. Two car kings walk into the room. Si Yao Tsing, 2 bowls of noodles. Business is coming. How did the car god know we were here to talk business? Hiss, why are you holding a kitchen knife? Li Yun took the chopper and sat in front of the two. There was a nuclear goodness smile at the corner of his mouth. No matter what the business is, the visitor is a guest. Eat noodles first. Preach. Then we'll have a little taste. The two car kings shivered a mouthful of noodles. Oh yo, this girl is in good hands. Yummy. The flavor is right on. 5,000 a bowl. Hey. Shu Sin quietly pulled Li Yun over. Didn't we agree on 500 a bowl? Why has it suddenly doubled tenfold? Li Yun hemmed and hawed. How much the face value is depends on the status of the guest. These two are the kings of the Devil's Peak cars, not just any nameless creep. 5,000 is not much. Xiao Qian was a little worried. What if they don't give it? You think I'm here with a kitchen knife to chop your scallions? The chopper chopped hard. The two clueless car kings immediately pulled 5,000 out of their arms. It wasn't that they were wimpy and afraid of the human in front of them. Rather, Li Yun, whom they had been searching for all night, had a really big deal. If Li Yun's car skills hadn't completely conquered them, these two unruly, old and new car kings who didn't obey anyone wouldn't have groveled so much. A mouthful of car gods. This side. Ah, it's worth it. 5,000 a bowl is not expensive. I'll go out and help you publicize it later. It's nice to pit one against the other. It can't just be the two of us being idiots. The two car kings tearfully finished their noodle soup. Seeing this, Li Yun was satisfied and collected the money with a good service attitude. Welcome to the next one. Seeing that his but is not even hot. Once the noodles are finished, Li Yun is going to kick them out. The second trick was in a hurry. Car god, you seem to be quite short of money. How do you know? But anyone with a pair of eyes, whether human or creepy, can tell. Right, so you guys want 2 more bowls? Don't. Can't really eat. Two Guile hurriedly refused. 5,000 a bowl of clear soup noodles. Whoever eats it again is a fool. We've come today because we have a big deal. We want to talk to the god of Che. How old? 6 figures. Li Yun frowned slightly. Even though I'm broke and in debt, penniless and housebound. But does it deserve to be called a big deal without an 8-figure sum? Second trick. The 6 figures is just a deposit. If it comes to pass, no less than that. Write down a line of numbers, starting with a 6 and followed by several zeros. Shu Sin counted. 10 million. 100,000. A million. She covered her small mouth in surprise. 600 times. That's enough for me to pay with my body 10,000 times. Error. Don't you dare jack up prices here again. The quality is going to go down after too many times. Two Guile was surprised again. This car god. Hi man. Not only are they good at cars and math, they're even so insightful at selling meat. Li Yun looked at the 6 million and smiled gently. So much money. It's not going to be a trick bank robbery, is it? For a long time, I did not see. The second Guile echoed. Li Yun was slightly stunned. It's not really going to be a trick bank robbery. The second trickster nodded. Originally, with the skills of the two of us in the car, we were still a little uncertain about the success rate of this plan. Now that you've been joined by the god of cars with your godly car skills, I think this plan can be considered a sure thing. Xiao Qian nervously pulled Li Yun's sleeve. Robbing a tricked-out bank is a felony, and the last one who did that has eaten a 3-star warrant and been sentenced for years. Li Yun gently patted her hand. Don't worry, I'm not stupid. As long as I don't get caught, then I won't be sentenced. Lend me your black silk. Shu Sin? Episode 34. The god of cars is an Ultraman? Well, with this stockinged headgear on, sure enough the oxygen in the air is thinning and there's a faint smell of salted fish. You're not going to give me the ones you've worn, are you? And there are no new ones? Si Yao Tsing lowered her head and shook it in embarrassment. King Car, who had just taken out an assortment of cartoon masks, froze. The car gods want an original mask like this? Li Yun took off the stockings on her head and looked at Ergue with dissatisfaction. If you have a mask, You don't know to take it out earlier. I'll take this Ultraman one. Taking away an Ultraman mask, Lee Yun put it on and looked at it. It's kind of fitting. The whole plan is just the three of us? The two car kings shook their heads. Naturally not. We're just one piece of the puzzle in Big Tiger's plan. Responsible for getting the money and then dodging the chase to get to the designated spot. Lee Yun wondered. Who? He's the coordinator of the whole plan. The map of the bank. And the equipment for the robbery. You know each other? Not recognizable. So how did you guys become part of the program? Lee Yun was even more puzzled. He was the one who put on last night's King of Cars race. He wore a tiger mask and called himself Big Tiger. Find us hoping to be a part of his plan. It was our first time, too, and we didn't know what to expect. So that's how we found the car gods. Lee Yun nodded gently. Understood. How soon is the plan to start? Meet at a warehouse on the west side of town in an hour. Isn't there still some time then? Lee Yun looked at the 2 bowls of noodles that had been finished on the table and smiled heatedly. How about 2 more bowls? I'm off. Come back tonight if you're quick, or in your next life if you're slow. Cloud. This is the concentric knot. Put it on and I'll know where you are. And if you do meet any danger, I'll know and come. Xiao Qian put the concentric knot into Li Yun's pocket. Li Yun was a bit touched. In that case, even if he takes the money and leaves me behind, I'll still be able to find him. Li Yun. But I still wish him well. He's the one who's been the best to me all these years. I still have a couple of $600 to pay him back. Only then did Li Yun resist the urge to throw away that concentric knot. After all, the flavor of Xiao Tsing's bottom was still very good. Seeing that the time was approaching, Li Yun and Ergue left the house. I don't think your car is this van. How flashy it is to go robbing with our car. That's why we switched to this old thing. Li Yun nodded in understanding and opened the backseat door. Just about to get up when he saw Ergue staring straight at him. What? Isn't it almost time? Let's go. Ahem. We can't drive this old thing well. What? You 2 car kings can't handle a van? It can't be helped. All our cars have been modified with countless slugs. This old thing is different. It's wobbly. It's hard to drive. Li Yun gave Ergue a look without a good reason and walked towards the driver's side. A car god is a car god. And no car is too big for him. Don't call me a car god. I'm just a cargo driver now. Cargo drivers. What is it? 2 idiots. Li Yun gripped the steering wheel and waited for the doors to close. The van was then started. Chaishan, this is the route. We're almost 15 minutes past here. There's still enough time. There's no rush to take your time. Li Yun nodded and drove slowly and steadily in all directions. Not in a hurry at all. While waiting at a stoplight, a side-by-side sports car suddenly rolled down its window. Yo, what a day to see such old antiques here. TSK, this old antique smells as old and sour as the stuff in your car. Che. When had the 2 car kings sitting in the back ever been so provoked? How dare a broken sports car clamor? Young people today really haven't been exposed to exhaust fumes. Li Yun faintly said. It's okay, we've got big things to do. Let him fool. Look at the stoplight coming to an end. The trick in that sports car suddenly kicked the gas, then slammed on the brakes. The sports car gripped the ground, kicking up dust on the ground. Dust was pouring into the van. Ha ha ha, old antiques should be buried in the dust. Ha. Then he compared a middle finger, released the brakes, and the sports car was like a swift beast, instantly rushing out. Where did that little creepy kid come from? Chaishan. Don't worry about it. We have big things to do. Sit tight for the laborer. If I don't catch this bastard, he won't know his father's surname. Li Yun kicked the gas straight down and the van whizzed away. Covenant Warehouse Division. Boss, it's almost time. Why hasn't the one in charge of transportation arrived yet? I hear it's a great drive. Is that it? A creepy creature with a black bear mask spoke disdainfully. The big tiger with the tiger mask looked at him. Are you questioning the caliber of help I'm getting? No. How dare I question the boss? Then do as the flower cat does and be mute. But aren't flower cats supposed to be mute? I told you to talk back. Aha. I was wrong. Boss, I'm just dumb. Dummies don't recognize mistakes. Having been cleaned up, that black bear was honest. At the moment it was as shut up as the fancy cat beside him. Soon there was the roar of a car in the distance. I think they've arrived. Put on your mask and come out with me to meet them. Big Tiger, Black Bear, and Flower Cat walked out of the warehouse and saw an oncoming sports car. To be able to drive at such speed in such a narrow place, I'm sure it's the oldest chosen helper. Awesome. Daho lowered his eyebrows slightly. Robbing a bank and driving such a flashy car. Are they stupid? Do. Behind the sports car, a van appeared that was traveling so fast it was flying. 2 heads stuck out of the back seat of the van. One wore a monkey mask and one wore a rat strong. We're about to catch up with you. You don't have much time. Guile, who was driving the limousine, looked at the van that was gradually catching up in the rearview mirror and gritted his teeth nervously. What a ING brand of vintage. I can't believe it's faster than my sports car. That human driving the car, he's really human. Daho pointed to the two masks. That's the kind of help I'm looking for. The black bear couldn't help but stare. A van chasing a sports car. This is more than just great driving. It's simply a car god. Lee Yun wielded the van's unignorable potential. And as soon as he passed the sports car, a drift forced him to stop. The little dial in the car hurriedly put on a sharp brake, and his whole body almost flew out. At the moment, he was scared out of his wits. Stepping out of the car, his legs were shaking and he accidentally poofed to his knees. Dare I ask the car, where is the god of car? Cubs, look up and look me straight in the eye. Little Guile slowly looked up and lost his voice even more in shock. Oh, Ultraman? Lee Yin held the mask on his face and turned to leave, leaving him with only a light on his back. Episode 35. Nah. It's called professionalism. The van forced the sports car to stop. Stepping out of the car wearing an Ultraman mask on his head, Lee Yun can be described as having his own aura. It made Big Tiger, who was presiding over the whole situation, avert his eyes. I'd like to introduce you to the god of cars. With him here, don't worry, even helicopters can't catch us. The two car kings stepped out of the car and introduced themselves. OMG, it's really divine. The car god's car skills are also. Why is there an aura of humanity? You're ING human. Black Bear suddenly changed his face and pulled out a gun from the waist of his pants, pointing it at Lee Yun's head. Such a gun is specially modified by horror games, and the bullets can only deal with normal creepy bodies, but can also penetrate the human body. In Sin City, it's a must-have to get out. Lee Yun paid no attention to the gun pointed at his head. Just stretch out a finger and point it at the black bear's head. Asterisk 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 Q. Asterisk 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 Q. So what if I'm human? Humans must be your food? Look at you, bear. The black bear was slightly stunned by Lee Yun's aura, which had seen such an arrogant human. Lee Yun dared to be so arrogant. Aside from the fact that he himself had the powerful life force of the blood-sucking dial force. And then there's the fact that he hears the heart of the great tiger who is truly in control of the situation. A human under the mask? That's interesting. As long as it works for me, it doesn't matter if it's a man or a trick. Put the gun down. Boss, this man is too arrogant. I told you to put the gun down. Black Bear slowly lowered his gun in defiance. I'll give you harbor roar. If the boss hadn't told me to put down my gun today, I would have ed you to death roar. And ING talk tough. Talk tough. Ouch. Boss, I was wrong. Daho huffed and kicked a few times, then looked at Lee Yun. Reach out. Welcome aboard. The car gods are so fabulous they take my breath away. Now that everyone is here, follow me into the warehouse and I'll talk about the plan for today's robbery. Enter the warehouse. An abandoned place on the surface but a fine war room in the back. The war room has photos of the front and back doors of the tricky bank, as well as security, surveillance. It seems that this plot by Daho to target the tricky bank robbery was not a whim. Instead, it's been planning for a long time. I've had my eye on this spot for a long time. From the gate to the vault location, there are 4 for security and 8 for surveillance. Bank job shenanigans for 5, as well as the only governor's trick who knows the vault code. Daho took out a picture and stuck it on the wall. The plan was that I would first disguise myself as a high-class client who wanted to manage his money and draw out the banker, then follow him into the VIP room closest to the vault. Black Bear, Flower Cat will enter the bank at this time. Break the surveillance, pull down the gates, subdue those 4 security guards and take control of the situation. Car God is in charge of keeping an eye on the outside and reporting on what's going on out there. Once we've opened the vault and taken the spirit coins and gotten into the car God will next take us to a place where we can hide from the wanted. Big Tiger's plan is rough and detailed, with a basic division of labor, except for the 2 face-to-face car kings. Aga. So what did we do? Harm. Forgot about you guys. Since there's a car god that's even better than you, you'll work with Black Bear and Flower Cat. The car king nodded in satisfaction, then asked, then how are we going to split the spirit coins we snatched here? Dahu smiled slightly. Everyone is fighting for riches with their lives. I'm always fair. Everyone shares equally. But there are words, life and death, wealth and honor. If you are unfortunate enough to be killed in action, then this money can only be left to those here. Average score? Lee Yun counted. Myself, Big Tiger, Black Bear, Flower Cat, 2 car kings, 6 participants in all. Even if you share it, there's not much. Just when he was in trouble. Hey, Daho's heartfelt words gave him the solution. Ha, 2 already useless losers. Still want to share the spoils? Once we get the money, we'll let Black Bear and Flower Cat finish you off. Lee Yun called straight to the inner circle. There you go. 6 becomes 4. Nah, that's called professionalism. Confused about their own problems, People easily fix them. Big Tiger and Black Bear and Flower Cat looked at each other. Black Bear and Flower Cat nodded their heads gently, having understood their boss's thoughts. Unable to help himself, he wiped the gun in his hand, then looked coldly at the two car kings who dreamed of counting their money. Little did they know that just as they were staring at their prey, a pair of eyes under the tiger's mask behind them were staring back at them. When they're done with those two losers, I should come out and take them out too. A creepy head, a dumb ass, a non-talking, wasted creep, and he wants a cut of the money? The only thing that helps is the car gods. Li Yun was happy to hear Daho's inner self. 6 straight up and 4 less. Split in half. Earned it. Earned it. Inwardly, I called out to Big Tiger for being professional. Too professional. It's true that you do what you do, and leave the professional to the professionals. The golden belt of murder. Ness. When the god of the car reaches the designated position, then, it's his time to die. I said we'd split it evenly, but I'm the only one left, so won't I take it all? Ha ha ha. Witty as I am. Li Yun? Nice guy. This Big Tiger isn't even trying to go overboard. He's just so professional. Professional over the top. But it's okay, I know all about his plan. I'm sorry, but now it's becoming my plan. He had a good point about the money. The fewer participants share it, the better. Li Yun smiled coldly and stared at Big Tiger. Brother Tiger is really magnificent. From now on we'll follow Brother Tiger and do well. He. If you want to follow my big brother, then you have to be more spirited for a while and make today's action perfect. Don't you worry. Daho took out a black pocket, and when he opened it was full of guns. We've got all our guns, so come and get yours. None of the Trickster Bank's trickster realms are quite high enough to be immune to these specially modified guns. The two car kings were happy to hear it and walked up. 1 AK for me. 1 rifle for you. And what a car king. We'll be the king of thieves from now on. Let's get bigger and stronger. AK, rifles, and what a stupidity. These are lousy guns that jam. Just for you guys to pretend. When you find out, it's time to die. Dahu grinned. He then looked at Li Yun and frowned slightly. What are you doing? Why did you take it and put it back? You think this is a supermarket shopping? Li Yun picked up a handful and deliberately waved it in front of the eyes of Big Tiger, Black Bear, and Bobcat. Then put it back. Take this one. It's broken. Take it. Take it. Take it. Whatever. Li Yun gripped the gun in his hand with satisfaction. This one looks good to me. That's it. Black Bear was about to gun it when he saw it, but was stopped by Big Tiger. What a stupid guy. This robbery, the other two would know even if they were stupid that there is something wrong with these guns. What's a broken car driver gonna do with a gun? Episode 36. Look, there's another penny missing. The van just pulled up across the street from the tricky bank. The streets were weird and the surrounding area was filled with all sorts of weird cars. The unassuming van didn't stick out in the slightest. Li Yun looked up. Bank of heaven and earth. Rather fits the creepy bank stereotype. I have watched Hong Kong Island tough guys robbing banks in movies many times. Now that it's coming true in the game, it's kind of exciting to think about. Boss, wouldn't it be a bit jarring for you to go in there with that mask? No, the bank prepares masks for customers with large deposit needs, and it's not impossible for me to prepare my own in advance. That's good. Here's the walkie-talkie. You're on schedule in 10 minutes. Daho dropped the walkie-talkie, opened the door, looked around, stepped out of the car and tugged on his expensive suit. Carrying a black suitcase, he was about to leave. Robbery. The crowd of shenanigans immediately looked at Li Yun with incomparable nervousness. I told you to stick to the plan in 10 minutes, and I told you to rob it. What's the holdup across the street now? Who shouted it? Big Tiger's eyes swept over sharply. Big sister. I'm only stopping for half an hour and you want me to pay 100 spirit coins. Are you robbing me? Li Yun looked at the parking fee and said with dissatisfaction. The crowd of shenanigans then saw what was going on and breathed a sigh of relief. Big Tiger gritted his teeth and fished out 100 spirit coins from his pocket. I paid. Tell her to hurry up. Daho handed over the money and waved his hand, and Sister Guile left immediately. Daho rearranged his suit. Remember, 10 minutes. I'll go first. Daho walked towards the bank of heaven and earth. There was dead silence in the car. Without having to look, Li Yun could hear their nervousness and excitement. I've been in society for 100 years, but this is the first time I've robbed a bank. It's exciting. After I split the money, I'll have to modify my car, and I'll beat him next time. Ha! You really think I don't know what this creepy kid is thinking? I'm going to upgrade immediately after taking the money. Don't try to win me. Li Yun snickered as he listened to the hearts of the Black Bear and the two car kings. He looked at the mute Bobcat, who hadn't said a word. Through the car's mirror. What does a dumb heart sound like? Let me hear it. Li Yun. Good guy. Heart and mouth. Silence is golden, right? 10 minutes are up. The Bobcats were first off the bus in a second. Black Bear followed suit. You too, come on. Took 2 car kings with him on the way out of the car. For a while the car was empty. Looking at the 4 backs walking into TND Bank, Li Yun also quietly followed and got out of the car. Without a word, Bobcat enters the bank, pulls out his gun straight away, and delivers a headshot to the security shenanigans that have caught him off guard. Not to be outdone, Black Bear lifted his AK and began strafing. Now, Rob, all of you get down. In the bank of heaven and earth, countless bizarre things immediately slumped to the ground. Trembling, Bobcat and Black Bear looked at each other. At the 2 car kings who hadn't reacted enough to shoot. Yeah, robbery. Get down. The Black Bear grunted coldly. 2 goons, go help take down the surveillance and get them all under control. The 2 car kings immediately nodded their heads, having never seen such a scene before, and were truly terrified. Boss, it's all under control out there. Black Bear took out his walkie-talkie. Soon, Big Tiger's voice appeared on the other end of the intercom. I'm already opening the vault. As planned. Hearing Big Tiger's command, a hint of killing excitement appeared under Black Bear's mask. He walked toward the Bobcat, and as the 2 brushed against each other, Black Bear made a neck-wiping motion. I'll close the door. And then, the 2 unsuspecting car kings with the crappy guns they couldn't fire were all excited. That's it? Ha ha ha, that was easy. What are you looking at? Keep your heads down or I'll shoot. Boom *******, you really shoot, don't you? It wasn't me. My hand wasn't even on the trigger. That's who's driving. The 2 car kings looked toward the gate. A hole appeared in the Black Bear's head, and his massive body collapsed in response. Car God, what are you doing? Li Yun spread his hands. He seduced his sister-in-law. The boss told me to do away with him. Don't care so much. Aren't you happy with 1 less cent? Seems like it too. Boom, what about him? Why did you shoot Bobcat? Oh, he knows too many secrets and the boss is afraid he'll tell. He's a mute. That's an outrageous reason indeed. But it doesn't matter. Another penny less. Aren't you guys happy? Seems about right. Not right. You're not going to go after us next. Li Yun loaded the gun and closed the door. To be honest, I kind of want to. Come to think of it, after all, I couldn't have taken this big job without you guys. You're not cut out to be robbers. So I suggest you leave. The 2 car kings froze and gulped. We're leaving so we can keep your 2 cents? Split the money? No. I think you've got it all wrong. I've never thought of splitting it with anyone. I'm going to finish off Big Tiger right now. For the first time in the many years that the 2 car kings had been shenanigans, they saw what terror was in the face of a human. They looked at each other. You're really letting us go? What? You want me to drive you guys again? Great. Take care. Remember to come and eat noodles sometime. The 2 car kings left the bank without looking back. As for the other shenanigans in the bank, Li Yun didn't even look at them. He whistled and headed for the innermost vault location. Car God, this is Dahu. How are the streets doing? Any bars? Don't worry. I'll keep an eye on everything. Then I'm relieved. No more. Daho gritted his teeth and uttered the last few words, holding the walkie-talkie in a death grip. The back of his head had been pressed against Li Yun's gun. Shay Shun. It's not moral to go black. Li Yun let out a soft TSK. I say, where do you get so many specialized terms for your creepy day? And cops? And hacks? And morals? Do I have any use for moralizing with shenanigans like you that try to cross the river? Daho's eyes shifted under his mask and he smiled. Car God, you're the one who's crossing the river now. Li Yun was happy. It turns out that there are also those who don't die until they're in the Yellow River inside Gue. According to your plan, first kill those 2 car kings by the hands of Black Bear Bobcat, then slaughter them through their trust in you. Saving me for last because I still have to use my car skills. Once I drive you to your designated location, the last person you'll have to kill is me. From the moment your plan began, you never intended to distribute this money to any of the participants. Finally, Daho's smile froze and his eyes clouded over for a few moments. Episode 37, Brazen Axe, wanted by 3 stars. How did you know? You guessed it. Childish tricks. Slightly. Li Yun pointed his gun at Dahu and looked to the bank president who was already dead on the side. Dahu laughed softly. How did you not guess that I took out the governor after I got the vault code? I'm the only one who knows the code these days. And if you kill me, you won't get a dime. Why don't we work together? Thinking he had the advantage, Daha used his hand to try and gently press down on Li Yun's gun. Ripple. If I can guess your plan, how can I not guess your password? Why don't we bet on it? Can I open this code? Dahu spread his hands with a hint of disdain on his face. It's a 6-digit code. A million sets of possibilities. Just a reminder. You don't have much time. The cops are probably getting close. Li Yun returned the smile. No, it's that you're running out of time. Once I know the code, you'll be the next to die. Now, begin. Li Yun had a gun in one hand pointing at Dahu, and the other hand was on the combination lock of the tumbler. I guess the first number is 3. That doesn't seem right. Let me guess again. It should be 5. Dash. Good. I guess I guessed right. So the second one. It should be 7? Just guess. If you keep guessing, the cops will be here already. 575859. That's stupid. Can't even guess. Looking at Li Yun hard guess. Dahu is really some clamport to live. Where the hell did this man of God come from? Obviously. You know you've guessed your plan, but you're left here to play hard guess. Big brother. A million combinations that will keep you guessing until the stripes come in. Li Yun raised his head and smiled. So it's 575,859. Thanks for telling me the password. You can read minds? Congratulations on guessing correctly, and as a reward, I'll blow your dog's head off. Li Yun didn't hesitate to shoot. Just the moment the bullet was loaded, Dahu's head turned to the side and he actually dodged it. The gun would then be pulled from his body, and he would shoot at Li Yun. Bang bang bang, 3 bullets hit Li Yun's body straight on. Li Yun fell backward into a pool of blood. Big Tiger, who had been signaling the enemy's weakness, had a sinister look in his eyes, looked at the time, and pushed open the vault door without hesitation. Take out the money bag and start packing the vault full of spirit coins. It hurts. Li Yun climbed up from the ground, and the blood-sucking guile's powerful life force squeezed the bullet out of its flesh and blood. Rapid repair of injuries followed. Carrying a few bags of money, Dahu walked out of the vault and was slightly surprised in his eyes when he saw the intact Li Yun. He then slowly lowered the money bag. I really underestimated you. It looks like it will take some effort to kill you. Li Yun did not dare to underestimate the big tiger in front of him in the slightest. The 2 car kings had said that he was most likely a trickster from the fierce trickster realm. Battle power can be extraordinary. Actually, we don't have to fight to the death. Here's the money. Let's split it. Li Yun hemmed and hawed and nodded. Yeah, too late. Dahu lowered his eyebrows slightly. Don't you go too far. Excessive? You shot me 3 times, and I shall not punch you twice to make you crack in 8 seconds. Dahu stopped talking nonsense as Li Yun's figure came towards him like a ghost. Dahu fired several shots, and the speedy Li Yun dodged the bullets and delivered a punch after closing his stance. Dahu dodged sideways, and Li Yun also took hold of his gun in the process, then crushed it viciously. Without his gun, Dahu was no longer in disguise and swung out with a punch so powerful that Li Yun had to avoid it. A leg kick lands for Big Tiger. Using the momentum to dodge backwards, Dahu took a kick to the chest and just tapped it lightly. Good speed, poor strength. But so, Li Yun still wanted to mouth a bit, but the Big Tiger figure had instantly arrived in front of him. The difference in rank allowed Li Yun to be almost pressed. Big Tiger's fists were like astral winds. If he didn't have the horrifying vitality of the blood-sucking guile force, taking 2 punches would have been enough to kill him. Daniela. Li Yun let out a low growl, and Daniela, with whom the contract was signed, appeared in front of the vault with a dumbfounded look on her face. Dog man, why did you call me here? Do you realize I'm with my mother with an important guest? Dahu frowned slightly when he saw Daniela. Help? Who knew that the next second? He was stupid. Li Yun went up without saying a word and slapped Daniela across the face. Daniela? What are you doing? The aggrieved Daniela changed color in anger. Evil, dressed as a black loli, turns up. Who hit me? Li Yun pointed at Dahu. We're in this together, and I'll prove that he slapped you just now. Dahu? Are you a human being? Evil smiled gently, and his entire body erupted with a purple-black bizarre aura. Then keep the hand that hit me and I'll raise you everywhere else. Seeing Evil take on Big Tiger, Li Yun finally breathed a sigh of relief. And it's still this battle-scarred Evil loli. While we're at it, I'll take all the money to the car and come get her. Li Yun carried, hugged and dragged, full of money bags and smiling. He was about to head out. Your accomplices took all the money and you don't care? I'm more interested in your hands than money. LOL. Dahu cursed in his heart crazy. Evil laughed even more insanely. Yeah. Li Yun was just about to leave the vault with the money in tow when he heard the alarm outside. Listen up, you hummers inside. You're surrounded. Lay down your arms. Confess and go to jail. Robbing a bank. A bandit's act. Citizen Li Yun, wanted by Samsung, sentenced to more than 10 years imprisonment and confiscation of all assets upon arrest. Asterisk coming so fast. 10 years or more and confiscation of all assets? What's the difference between being caught and dying once you're caught? A group has entered the bank's gates. Unit 2 has entered the back door of the bank, arresting the humans at any time. The road was blocked as I listened to the heartbeat that was getting closer and closer. Li Yun's brain turned sharply and suddenly saw the explosives that Dahu had placed on the ground, then looked to the vault's door that couldn't be broken by explosives. He glued the explosives to the wall inside the vault and pressed the countdown. Slamming the vault door shut, his body pressed dead against it, shouted, "Evil, stop fighting. Dynamite is going off. Come to me." Evil gave him a disgruntled look. Couldn't care less. Let's hope the energy triggered by this explosion will wash this gate out. With the powerful life force of the blood-sucking guile, I shouldn't die. Li Yun closed his eyes tightly and stuck to the door like an octopus. Drop! The dynamite ignited in a flash. A tremendous amount of energy poured out of the sealed vault. Just at the moment when the gate was about to fly out and the energy completely burst out, Li Yun felt something soft pressing in front of him. When he opened his eyes, it was the body of Evil. Boom! Starting from the vault, the entire bank is caught in an explosion. The vault door was sent skyward in a single shot of tremendous energy. By the time the explosion subsided, the entire trick bank was in ruins. All the cops that went inside went up in smoke. Underneath the collapsed ruins around them, a figure slowly crawled out. The burnt invisible flesh and blood of the body under the tattered suit is slowly recovering. He removed the mask of that great tiger, revealing a wretched human face. A newcomer with the power of blood-sucking shenanigans? It seems to be purer than my essence blood. Car God, I remember you. Episode 38, Get to know the bank-robbing Ultraman. Good. Ouch. Li Yun woke up from a brief shock, touching his head, his neck. Phew, the head is still there. Got to check the most critical places. Why is it so soft? Why can't I feel it? Li Yun scratched hard. It's over. It's over. It's over for the rest of my life. Who grabbed my Winnie the Pooh? It hurts. Li Yun sat up and looked down. His own body was lying on top of Daniela. Ahem. It's okay then. A misunderstanding. Evil went back? It seemed like she blocked most of the damage for me in that moment. That's why I was just knocked out from the blast? No wonder Daniela's body is covered in wounds. Li Yun uses Sacred Hand to help Daniela recover from her injuries. There will be an aftermath. Where's my ING money? Most of the money bags on his body were smashed out with a huge gaping hole, and the spirit coins inside had long since gone up in smoke. Rub. Eunuchs go to greenhouses for nothing. Not really. Here's another one. Li Yun looked to the money bag hanging on his chest. After opening it, it was densely packed with spirit coins. 3-star wanted activated. Before Li Yun could be happy, the wanted had already been activated. A flurry of sirens came from behind them. Li Yun carried Daniela towards the van. Take a look from a distance. The van was already aflame from the impact. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Just when I didn't know what to do, a cab suddenly appeared. Where to? To walk? I heard there are bank robbers in this area. It's not safe. The driver had to get out of the window before he could react. A gun was then pointed at his head. You can't be the Hummer. Li Yun hemmed and hawed. Get off. The driver rushed out of the car, and Li Yun put Daniela in the passenger seat and got himself in the driver's seat. I'll tell you a secret. I'm a Hummer in my side business. As for the main job, like you, it's a cab driver. Touching the familiar steering wheel, Li Yun whistled away with a kick of the gas. Behind them, countless arresting cars with sirens blaring were in hot pursuit. Calling headquarters. Calling headquarters. Humans were spotted fleeing in a cab. Raise his wanted to 4 stars immediately and request helicopter support. What? You're asking why we can't even catch up with a cab? How the should I know? On the bridge, Li Yun drove the most ordinary cab across the road. It's like a swimming dragon in the midst of countless vehicles. Looking in the rearview mirror at the captured car that he kept getting thrown off the road. A light smile. With you guys can't even suck my tailstream. It didn't take long for the smile to stiffen. Below the bridge, a helicopter slowly rose. No way. This game even has that? Li Yun increased the throttle and started dodging the helicopters. The vibration of the vehicle's fast-traveling dragon woke Daniela up. My head is so numb. I feel like I've exploded. Daniela slowly opened her eyes. Look down and the sky is falling. My clothes. Dog man. You animal. What have you done to my clothes? Li Yun. If I want to be right, it's to you too. What am I doing tossing your clothes? I'm not a pervert. Daniela hugged herself in resignation. You're still not perverted. What you did to me. Hey, 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 hey. What do you think? Daniela thought for a moment and glanced at Li Yun, her eyes rolling in some disgust. Hey, 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 hey. What's that look in your eyes? One glance at a ding-dong needle and I don't even feel it. Hearing the sirens behind her as well as the helicopter, Daniela was bewildered. What have you done? It seems like you're wanted all over town. It's not me. It's us. We blew up the bank vault, robbed the spirit coins, and are now a duo of humongous bandits on the run. Dog man, you're hurting me. Daniela huffed and gnashed her teeth, itching to bite Li Yun to pieces. I'm not bringing you out here to see what's out there. Daniela looked out the window. Even though she was running for her life, she didn't panic at all. Pointing in the distance. What are those fireworks? They're beautiful. Li Yun fixed his eyes on it. That's a ING missile. This game needs to be more comprehensive. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Li Yun steered the wheel, dodged the precision strike. It's an exciting world out there. You call that exciting? Hurry up and do something. Is this the time to watch the fireworks? Li Yun said sharply. Daniela snapped back. Yes, I'm accompanying my mother to entertain a distinguished guest. That sister is really noble and beautiful. I've never seen such a beautiful blood-sucking creep. It's all you dog man. Humph. I'm going back to the old castle. Li Yun froze and was just about to speak out to retain his position. Daniela disappeared into a cloud of black smoke. I'm on the morning 8 and can't be relied on when it counts. Fireworks are hot again. Li Yun stepped on the gas and killed the steering wheel. How long before we reach the designated location? Can you really hide from the wanted manhunt when you get there? Li Yun watched the route getting closer and closer. There was no time for him to worry much now. Just up ahead? Why a wall? Couldn't care less. It's now or never. Li Yun rushed towards the wall, toes grasping, one hand in front of his eyes. And yet there was no imagined collision. The cab went straight through that wall and into an open space. Here's a bug in the game? Looking at the empty space behind this wall, the roar and sirens behind him came to an abrupt halt. Li Yun got out of the car and was beyond certain that this was a bug. Outside the law. Is that big tiger a human or a trick? Why would you know about a place like this? Li Yun was a little curious about Daho's true identity. Old Fort Timot. Daniela was back in the middle of the old castle, and a high-profile reception etiquette was being held up at the table. Dog man, doing this to my clothes. I'll tear him up next time I see him. Ha, Daniela. At the sound of her name, Daniela's small frame perked up. Mother Superior. What's the point of dressing like this? Are you trying to dishonor my Timot family in front of your guests? Mrs. Timot's tone was tinged with slight anger. Daniela looked at the tattered princess dress she was wearing and commiserated. It's that dog man. Dr. Lee. Sandra wondered. Where is Dr. Lee today? Meeting difficulties? Daniela gritted her teeth. He's working as a bank-robbing tough guy in Sin City. Shock was on both Sandra's and Bella's faces at this statement. I've heard of that Sin City. Full of unseen evil under the city. Dr. Lee even went there and became a Hummer? I'm afraid it's going to be bad. Daniela was scared at the sound of it. I made a soul contract with him. If something happens to him, then Mother. Mrs. Timot gracefully put down the knife and fork in her hand and wiped her mouth with a square napkin. Please pardon the rudeness of my 3 daughters regarding table manners. That's not how they are on weekdays. Though I, House Timot, am a newly minted blood-sucking trickster aristocrat. I have always followed the etiquette of the upper class. It's just that it's about an important human partner of the Timot family that they're so out of it. Timot's head tilted slightly to the left with an apology. A human? I didn't realize that the Timot family would be partners with a human. Third Miss seems to have even signed a soul contract with that human. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, it would have been unbelievable for a blood-sucking creep. I wonder what kind of human being this is. A wonderful voice came. To Timot's side sat a young girl, about the same age as Daniela. The features were flawless and jade-like, and she wore a plain dress. The body, however, revealed an incomparably honorable aura. Timot laughed softly. Sure, we honor him as Dr. Lee. He has excellent medical skills, and he cured me of blood devouring. If it weren't for her, I don't think I could have been promoted to prince, much less the honor of eating at the same table as your excellency. The young girl's face held a hint of surprise. And what an interesting human. If your excellency had come a little earlier, you would have been able to meet Dr. Lee. What a shame to miss it. It's okay, maybe there'll be a next time. Is there a next time? The young girl looked up gently, as if in thought. Sin City is no easy place for humans. It's a nightmare to get out of there. Can this friend of Mrs. Timot's get out? Madam nodded confidently. I believe in Dr. Lee. He'll be fine. Isn't he close to finding a way out? Robbing a bank and being a tough guy. Not bad for Dr. Lee. The young girl nodded softly. Indeed, so close to success. Being able to think of this Dr. Lee is enough to make me interested. Mrs. Timot held up her glass of red wine. Princess Vera, why don't you raise the wine in front of you? Let's drink to Dr. Lee. Perhaps you will see him before long. Princess Vera nodded gently, a gentle smile lightening the corners of her mouth. To Dr. Lee. Sin City. Removing his Ultraman mask, Li Yun, who was dressed in rags and shaped like a beggar, appeared in the center of the city holding a disguised bag of money. He looked up slightly. The wanted news about him appeared on the big LED screen. What does the wanted Ultraman have to do with me? Li Yun? Li Yun ignored it and walked towards the most luxurious hotel in the city. Where's the beggar? Yo, or a man? Why are you lost? Want to follow me to the back kitchen? Yuck. Just like you. We'd hate to see you as a dish. Get out of here. Don't pollute the air. The security guard outside the hotel door waved his hand and looked at Li Yun with a look of disgust. Me? A beggar? Do you know who I am? The security guard was happy. I know. Stinking beggar. Li Yun pointed at the large screen. Stinking beggar? Labor is Ultraman. The security guard was completely taut. Just you. Ultraman? Bank robbing ultras? Ha ha ha. Don't invite laughter. You're the stinking beggar. The guard smiled and laughed, his face serious as he gave the final blow of the juggernaut. Just when Li Yun was anxiously scratching his ears not knowing what to do, the young lady came. Yun, why did you ask me to meet here? You're wanted everywhere now. Are you okay? Li Yun saw Xiao Qian and put the money bag in his hand into her arms. Xiao Qian opened it up, and the densely packed spirit coins made her cover her mouth in surprise. Smash him with money. Stinking beggar? Smash. Xiao Qian took out the spirit coins and smashed them as Li Yun requested. Smashed through again. Smash again. This honored guest. Inside please. The security guard squatted on the ground full of spirit coins in a weird doggy manner. I'd still like to see you recover from the bratty look you just gave me. Ha! Nice. Li Yun turned his head to Xiao Qian. Don't pick up all the spirit coins yet. Shu Xin? You're more of a dog than he is. Episode 39 5-star good citizen. Leaving Sin City. The money. It's here. It wasn't much though, only 1 million spirit coins, but how to spend it became a problem that plagued Li Yun. According to the piss-poor nature of this Thai game, once you put that money into yourself, immediately, the loan repayment is deducted. The point is that $1 million just doesn't pay off. Why should I give back the money I robbed on merit? Li Yun figured it out. This money, it can't be paid back. Can't afford to rob a bank. And you're saying you're not a loan shark? As soon as he handed the bag of money to Xiao Qian, he looked generous. In fact, this is the key money laundering step. You're really comfortable giving me this much money? In the hotel restaurant, Xiao Tsing was holding the money bag in her death grip, with a cute look of a miser. Cloud, is it because you like me? So much money he didn't leave alone and gave me all of it for safekeeping. Well, he must have liked it. He doesn't want to marry me, does he? Geez, I'm finally going to be a full-fledged benevolent wife? Li Yun didn't expect Xiao Qian's mental activities to be so active, but this Jen's wife thing. Who'd like a homegrown one? There's nothing to be uneasy about. We're considered to be friends of the tube nowadays. No, friends of the tube and the abalone. There doesn't seem to be any difference. Anyway, this money is sitting with you so that it can be laundered and returned to me. Xiao Qian was a little shy and gently bowed her head in anticipation. Wash up? Now. I already took a shower when I went out. Cloud is really hungry, want it now. You really do manage to get full at all times. I'm talking about the money. Not you. By the way. Do you have any wishes or dreams? Hearing Li Yun's words, Xiao Qian clearly froze. Wishes? Dreams? Shu Xin shook her head. I was brought here by that evil trickster. With no family, no friends, and no one to turn to. It was a time when I thought it would be better if I didn't marry him. After that I met Cloud and you saved me, and I didn't know I had any dreams. Listening to Xiao Qian's words, Li Yun gently nodded his head. It's a poor small-town female trickster who would have met herself if she hadn't. The odds are that she has become an imprisoned Jen's wife, living a life of misery in Sin City. Some shenanigans are as pathetic as most. If you want to live a better life, you can only become an evil creep under the city. Open a restaurant. You're in good hands. Ha! I say take that money and become your own boss and open a restaurant. Xiao Qian's face showed shock, yearning, as well as being touched. Don't be moved yet. Count this money as a loan from me. I need you to generate another amount of money with this money. Feedback to me. Well, such behavior is called, in our human race, angel investing. Shu Xin wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and her eyes, which had been confused and bleak, suddenly had a light. Li Yun didn't know that he had made a choice today. The future of Sin City's most powerful and flavorful boss lady has been created. Her restaurant started in Sin City and opened all over the underworld. The monopoly of fine restaurants throughout the underworld. And that urban legend has it that the most mysterious, high and mighty boss's wife will inquire with a human player about someone whenever she meets them. The human players were curious as to what relationship the man had with her. At this time of the year, the boss's wife, who was so charming that people dared not look at her directly, would always look at the bowl of clear water made by her own hands. He's my boss and the only one in my heart. I, Xiao Tsing, make a money contract today. Follow Li Yun as my master. He's my only boss. My money, my people, it's all his. Before Li Yun could react, a soul brand was engraved on his brow. A contract of money has been made with the tricky bride, Xiao Tsing. For every penny she earns, half of it will be automatically transferred to you. According to your human rules, I'll be your secretary from now on. Boss. Ahem. Do you know what secretary means? Like, helping the boss with his estate. The subterfuge still doesn't seem to be getting to you. If you have a secretary to do something, you have nothing to do with a secretary. So is the boss okay or not okay now? As soon as Li Yun picked up Xiao Qian, he left the hotel restaurant under the eyes of all the people and headed towards room 1314. This skips the plot that readers don't like to read, omitting 800 words. Boss, 600 a time. I still owe you thousands of times. You want to tire out the oxen that plow the fields? Li Yun sat at the head of the bed, and Xiao Qian, like a water snake, tenderly wrapped her arms behind him, delicate cheeks pressed gently against his back. Did you find a way out of here? Well, it's one last step away from success. Can I help you? Needed. Li Yun turned around and looked at her with a straight face. You call the police and report me as the Ultraman who robbed the bank. Say I kidnapped you, threatened you, however serious. Anyway, Shu Xin covered the corners of her shocked mouth. You're already a 4-star wanted. If that's the case, you'll be 5 stars. You're gonna die. Li Yun smiled gently. Maybe this is the fastest way out of Sin City. Sin's small hands trembled as she picked up the phone. A high alert was sounded all over the city, heralding the emergence of 5-star good citizens. All the sins are committed, the most in history. Citizen Li Yun, wanted by 5 stars. Arrest them all over the city and shoot them immediately. Is this a 5-star wanted alert? Holy, which brother is so powerful that he did a 5-star wanted? Looks like it's in the direction of the Grand Court Hotel downtown. Let's go check it out. You guys go ahead. I'm still close on my loan money. I'll run through this one. Countless players looked up at the 5-star alert and headed for the city center. The Grand Hotel has been surrounded. Helicopters, snipers, tons of containment. It's bound to give this all-wanted 5-star good citizen a run for his money. Listen up, Ottoman inside. You are surrounded. Bind your hands. Shu Xin was rescued and she looked up as she stepped out of the hotel door. Looking at Li Yun on the roof of the building, Li Yun waved his hand and bid her farewell. Looking up at the incoming helicopter. No one will judge me. Asterisk 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 this. Chicken shoot. The sniper in the helicopter was no nonsense. A bullet was fired into Li Yun's head. Li Yun's figure fell 100 meters down the building. The countless players looking at this scene couldn't help but sigh. It's better to be honest and work to pay off the mortgage. Crime is not the way to go. Too brutal. Straight up chicken death. Buddy, go. Don't enter the game in your next life. Only one person coldly smiled. After planning for so long, you've done someone else a favor. Car God. I'll see you later. The storm died down, and after one night, it was as if all was back to normal in Sin City. Shortly afterward, a guest arrived at the Grand Court Hotel. I'm going to bag room 1314. Yes, forever. That casually handed out a card and the female trickster in fancy dress came into the room. Remove the sunglasses. It took the hotel's working shenanigans to recognize that this was the owner's wife, who had set the city on fire since the hotel's new opening. The boss's wife stood in the all-too-familiar room and looked at the big, empty bed. Cloud. I look forward to my next reunion with you. Episode 40, The Worst Rookie King? Gamer Butterfly has left the game. Sin City. Unlock achievement, 5. Crazy taxi, racing in a cab. You're crazy. Devil's 18 Ben Juggernaut, 18 bends in the mountains of jelly. 18 bends in the drainage of jelly that can pass through the bends. And you, my friend, are the everlasting dirt king of this track. Half step to Jen's wife. You said you loved Jen's wife alone, but eventually you changed your mind. Bank robbing Ultraman. You say you want to trust the light. Then you blow up the bank. 5-star good citizen. You have unlocked Sin City's highest star honor. 5-star good citizen. Game review. SSS grade game review. You still owe more than $2 million in loans. Soul. Reward leveling experience plus 500 asterisk 2 game points plus 200 asterisk 2 spirit coins plus 10,000 asterisk 2 game choice coupons asterisk 2. Player, Li Yun. Game ID, Butterfly. Player level, D. Game points, 600. Spirit coins, 20,000. Number of games, 2. Ability, blood-sucking power. Pact, Daniela, evil. Items, invitation to Chateau Timmit. Game ticket, game choice ticket asterisk 2. Game selection ticket, you can choose any game to enter. The player has been promoted to D class, and his whole body has been strengthened. Li Yun clearly felt that his body strength had grown by a large circle. That's quite a double bonus. This Sin City is pretty hard. Who would go if not for the lure of double rewards for decent people? Opening the player interface, Li Yun Versailles Road. Harm. Another mediocre newcomer ranking number 1. Mediocre? Li Yun didn't know that the entire player world had blown up because of this leaderboard. Gamer Central. As the horror game descends on the entire world in every aspect, a special agency was officially organized as a way to manage some of the players with social stability. It worked pretty well at first, with the player centers being the first choice for a number of players. But as more and more players in the folklore became powerful and formed their own guilds, it also gives a lot of new players some new options. Of course, Gamer Central remains a strong official organization. Have there been any changes in the newcomer rankings in the time I've been in the game? A woman in a red suit with black red-soled heels and long red-hot hair that looked like red roses opened her mouth and asked. A small, young statistician returned. Boss, the newcomer list has appeared with the latest data. The top-ranked player is a player named Reverse Butterfly. Red Rose frowned slightly in displeasure at that. My dad? The professionally dressed woman beside her, as Red Rose's deputy, rushed round. How many times have I told you guys? Don't talk directly when you meet this guy's ID. It's just like cursing. What kind of person takes this kind of ID? Don't be angry. Sister Hong. She's new and doesn't know any better. Sister Hong opened her game interface and found the leaderboard. Reverse Butterfly? Who's a decent newcomer with a name like that? Sister Hong was furious as her waves rose up and down. He couldn't wait to beat Li Yun to his face. Upgraded to E in one game? SSS game rating. How is this possible? The youngster agitated. This should be the strongest rookie king that has appeared in recent years. Sister Hong looked to her deputy and spoke in a serious tone. Where's the man? You can't tell me he's been poached by another guild. Can't you guys do your best to get this kind of talent when I'm not around? Nowadays, all the major guilds are dividing up the new recruits. As soon as a newcomer pops up on the leaderboards, he or she is immediately noticed. Not to mention a number one best prospect like this. The deputy was embarrassed. The situation may not be what you think. Not only are there no guilds grabbing it, it seems like everyone is having fun watching. Red crossed her legs slightly, in disbelief. Watching the fun? The deputy explained. Says a player on the player forums who calls himself out from the guild. This newcomer just got lucky and got number one on the leaderboard. Gaining the power of blood-sucking guile on its own is not much of a strength. And mocked as the most wasted rookie king. Sister Hong frowned slightly when she heard this. One of the weakest recognized trickster abilities. Blood-sucking trickster power? That's quite a shame. A small young man spoke up. Boss, is the power of blood-sucking guile that weak? Doesn't the one on the high-end player list also suck blood trick power? Deputy Coppola said. You're comparing that one to a newcomer? That one has been gifted by a marquee-level blood-sucking trickster. Can't it be compared to an ordinary blood-sucking trickster? How strong can the blood-sucking shenanigans be that most new players meet for the first time in the game? Being first embraced by such a low-grade blood-sucking trickster is capable of grasping power beyond that of an ordinary human. The side effects are also tremendous. Unable to see light. Bloodthirsty. Human-like. Just a sandbag with thick blood. Sister Hong nodded approvingly. Somewhat disgusted. Ordinary blood-sucking shenanigans are like walking anti-towels. You did the right thing. Not letting him join us. I don't want to be avoided and snickered at by the other guilds. The youngster was suddenly surprised. The newcomer list has been updated again. Oh, who's in first place? Or Reverse Butterfly? Sister Hong skimmed the youngster, opened the game interface, and clicked in to take a look. D-rated? How is it possible? 2 games of Helicopter D. The deputy, after careful calculation, was rigorous, not impossible. If the second game is a double bonus. Sister Hong was even more shocked. A double reward challenge game? Even veterans don't take it lightly. He's a newcomer. Isn't he afraid to die? Also, is this the most wasted rookie king you guys were talking about? Elks Guild. The president looked at the refreshed newcomer rankings and fell into deep thought. Go get Mudblood. A few moments later, an assistant brought an old man aside. President, this is my father. What do you want with him? I'm talking about the vice president. The assistant took his dad and left immediately before the president got angry. Who's a proper vice president with a name like that? It didn't take long for Rueli to walk into the president's office. President, you wanted to see me? The president looked up at Rueli. Check out the newcomer rankings for yourself. Is this what you call the most wasted rookie king? But you were the one who said that he was the most wasted blood-sucking trickster power in the first place. Now how do you explain that? Li Rue looked at the latest leaderboard and said with a straight face, President, you believe me. He really is lucky. Luck players don't go far. Firm on the outside, but all spit on the inside. Old man, put away your powers. You can't go on being strong like this. Episode 41 Mrs. S. Urgent plea for help. Dr. Lee makes an appearance. Hey, Leroy, what can I do for you? What do you mean can I not be so strong? I don't want to Microstrike is number 1 again. It's none of my business if you're getting tense. You didn't want me to join the guild yourself. What? You're saying that after adding the guild in addition to the president and vice president, The game will force individuals to hand over 10% of the rewards they receive? Sis, you're absolutely right. The wind will destroy the wood for the trees. Cranes get shot at. Li Yun vowed to keep a low profile. Li Rui on the other end of the phone was in a much better mood. Alright, since you've been so good, I'll give you a little reward too. Is it impossible to find the little strawberry? Go under the bed. Beep beep beep. Li Yun directly cut off the phone. Stormed into Leroy's bedroom. A box was found from under the bed. Open it. Rui Li, you liar. There's no such thing as a strawberry lingerie in the box. Instead, it's a pear with a lingering thong. There's also a handwritten note in Rui Li's own handwriting. You're old enough to learn adult aesthetics. It's time for a strawberry upgrade. Close the windows, draw the curtains, and lock the door. Enjoy your own pleasant time next. Writer, driving all by hand. Just as Li Yun was about to get on the highway, Daniela appeared out of nowhere. 4 eyes. I'm trying on this new style. Can you believe it? Daniela grabbed Li Yun's hand. Dogman. Dr. Li, something's wrong. Mother told me to come to you and make sure you make a trip to the old castle. Li Yun could see Daniela's eagerness. Just let me get organized first. A few moments later, Li Yun finished organizing. How do I get back to the old castle with you? With that invitation. You can go back anytime you want as long as you're outside the game. Using the invitation. Li Yun nodded and took out the invitation. Does the player want to go to the vampire castle? Yes. In the next second, Li Yun disappeared into his house. Appearing at the ancient castle again, Li Yun only felt doubly intimate. The butlers, the servants, saluted and greeted him. Hello Dr. Li, Bella, the oldest sister, and Sandra, the second, greeted them. Dr. Li, you're finally here. Come on, come with us. Li Yun, who was surrounded by the 3 sisters and pulled away, was somewhat at a loss for words. What happened? Bella explained cleanly. A very important guest of honor is seriously ill at the old castle. We had the best doctor in town and he couldn't do anything. Mother had no choice but to ask my little sister to call Dr. Li. Li Yun nodded as he heard what happened. Where's the patient? Mother's room. Soon. The 3 sisters led Li Yun to the outside of the ladies' room. Outside the ladies' room stood 2 sleeping, blood-sucking shenanigans who had wrapped their entire bodies in their coats. Smelling Li Yun's scent suddenly opened his eyes. Brightening his fangs, he held out a hand and crossed it into an X at the gate. Stop them, human. Inaccessible. Li Yun was certain that the 2 blood-sucking shenanigans were not from the ancient castle, because the last time he came, he did not see it, nor do they recognize themselves. It means they're not protecting Mrs. The protection is for the very sick guest in the ladies' room. Li Yun had a hint of curiosity about the identity of that guest. Mother, Dr. Li is here. Daniela didn't care so much and yelled at the top of her lungs. Madam came out of the room. Seeing Li Yun, the tightly locked brows finally had relief. She said with immense sincerity, Dr. Li, thank you for coming. Li Yun looked at the lady who had not seen for a few days and had become more and more good-looking, and gently laughed. How could I not come when the lady wants me? Sandra secretly pinched Li Yun's small waist, causing Li Yun to let out an ouch of pain. Humph. I miss you too. I haven't seen you so enthusiastic about me. The second sister is jealous. This is an important companion of my ancient fortress, and the divine doctor I've brought for your lady. Are you sure you want to stop it? The 2 blood-sucking shenanigans heard their lady, looked at each other and lowered their arms. Divine doctor, please. Li Yun walked into the room with the lady. The 3 sisters were just about to follow them in when they were once again stopped. Humph. This is my house and you won't let me in? Daniela huffed. The 2 blood-sucking shenanigans did not move. Forget it. The identity of the one inside is so precious. Let's not go in and cause trouble. Dr. Li is here. I'm sure it will be saved. Mindful of the big picture, Bella pulls her little sister in and then leaves. Li Yun walked into the room and felt a dead silence. In addition to the lady leading him, there are 2 blood-sucking shenanigans. One was the blood-sucking creepy doctor that Bella spoke of, shaking his head and sighing at the moment, unable to do anything about it. The other guarded the bed like a guard's blood-sucking trick gave Li Yun an invisible sense of oppression. He had a withered face and silver hair. When he saw Li Yun, he subconsciously raised one hand and gathered huge energy. How could there be a human here? Madam hurriedly stood in front of Li Yun and blocked him. Butler Hunter. This is the human friend I mentioned to your lady. At the same time he's a miracle doctor. I thought he might be able to cure your lady's serious illness. Li Yun was secretly shocked in his heart. A blood-sucking creep of a Duke-level existence. Just a butler? The so-called lady lying on that bed with a white veil covering her shadow. In the end, what kind of status is it? Human? Divine healers? Ha, Mrs. Timmett, are you not talking nonsense? Madam's words were the first to draw the ire of the blood-sucking trickster doctor on the sidelines. He was known as the best doctor in town, and even he couldn't do anything about it. What can a human do? To boast of being a miracle healer would not be smashing his reputation. Butler Hunter also frowned slightly. Mrs. Timmett, I respect you as much as the lady does, but it does seem a bit hokey for you to have a human come to see the lady. Mrs. Timmett said with slight anger. The young lady had her accident at my old castle anyway. Do you think I'd mess around with the honor of the Timmett family? The lady's words shocked the two blood-sucking shenanigans at once. But a human? How could he know how to cure a blood-sucking creep? Who says I don't understand? I'm the one who cured Madam's blood devouring. You don't believe me? What? Dr. Vampiric Guile and Butler Hunter looked at Li Yun in shock at the same time. Nonsense. Blood devouring is one of the most horrible terminal diseases. How can you possibly cure it? Li Yun disdainfully skimmed the so-called famous doctor and opened his mouth to ask. It's just a great aunt. What can't be cured? Otherwise how come you male blood-sucking shenanigans don't have any? What a fuss. That flinched Dr. Blood-sucking creepy's question. What is a great aunt? Yeah, why don't male bloodsuckers have blood devouring? Humans? No. Dr. Lee, teach me. Dr. Vampire Creepy prayed with an inquisitive and eager face. Episode 42 Perfect Face Sleeping Beauty. Princess Vera's Disease. Dr. Moss, this is no time to ask for advice. The lady opened her mouth to warn. I'm so sorry, Mrs. Timmett. I'm a bit rude. Since this Dr. Lee can really cure your blood devouring, worthy of the name of the divine doctor. Dr. Lee, please forgive me for my previous prejudice against your human identity. Dr. Moss put one hand on his chest and bent over to apologize. Li Yun did not care much when he saw his attitude change. Please still ask the divine doctor to save my lady. Butler Hunter also put away his enemies and looked at Li Yun and bent down. All right, I'll help you out for the lady's sake. Li Yun walked towards the lady's bed and gently pulled open the white-screened window. Saw the patient who had fallen into a deep sleep. For a moment, his mind went blank and his entire being suffocated. The blood-sucking creep on that bed had flawless jade-like features. The cool and noble temperament could not be hidden even by the sickness and calamity of the moment. She was as beautiful as a princess, and one could not help but want to kneel under the garnet skirt. Dr. Lee, how's it going? Seeing Li Yun in a trance, Butler Hunter suddenly asked. I'm a miracle healer, not a fairy, and I can tell the problem by looking at it? Right. All you male blood-sucking creeps get out. The patient is supposed to be female. Too much androgen will affect her rest. Dr. Moss was immediately surprised. Dr. Lee is so modest and low-key, and he says he's not a god. No wonder the patient's face always bears a hint of torture and pain. So it is. Hurry, 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 we're going out. Butler Hunt struggled a bit with his face, unwilling to leave. What? Are you afraid that if you leave for a while, something will happen to your lady? Your lady will be fine in my Mrs. Timmett's territory. I can promise you the honor of the House of Timmett. Hearing his wife's words, Steward Hunt dismissed his concerns. I trust Mrs. Timmett, Dr. Divine. Please, if you can save my lady, and will be heavily rewarded. Madam left with Butler Hunt and Dr. Moss. When the shenanigans left, Li Yun then leaned down and softly hemmed and hawed. What a superb sleeping beauty. Never waking up. Is she waiting for my deep kiss? Dr. Lee, are you sticking this close to check on the condition? The lady's voice sounded behind him, and Li Yun immediately straightened up. Ahem. Yes, the patient's condition is a bit complicated. Seeing that there were no other blood-sucking shenanigans around, the lady sighed slightly. That's why I told Daniela to call Dr. Lee. She is the blood ancestor Dracula's rightful bloodline, the youngest princess of the Dracula family, Princess Vera. The status is unparalleled, and he was supposed to be a guest at the ancient castle, but he had a sudden attack of malady and is in a coma to this day. Li Yun was slightly surprised. The frosty sleeping beauty on this bed turned out to be from such a formidable source. No wonder there were two blood-sucking shenanigans guarding the door, with a Duke-level blood-sucking shenanigans beside them as butlers. This can't be black. It's a real princess. If Dr. Lee can cure Princess Vera, what the butler said just now about a heavy reward is not a lie. If even Dr. Lee can't cure him, the Dracula family will relocate their anger. Even now that I've been promoted to prince, it will be difficult to protect the Timmett family. The lady confessed that at this moment, the fate of her and her family was bound to Li Yun. The key lies in the ability to cure this honorable little princess. Don't worry, ma'am, I'll do my best. Li Yun released his holy hand and pressed it on Princess Vera's body. There was a hint of relief from the pain on Princess Vera's face, but no awakening. It was like having a nightmare, and at the moment the nightmare was gone and sleep was extraordinarily comfortable. You are treating a patient. Career value plus 10. Gynecologist proficiency plus 30. Gynecologist proficiency has met the requirements for promotion. Promoted to Dr. Holistic. Total enhancement of vocational skills. Dr. Holmes. Occupational level, advanced. Talent skill, plus 50% healing effect on female creatures. Occupational skills dash. Literacy, knowledge and common sense about any doctor. Sacred hands, use hands to soothe the patient's pain, heal the patient, and read the patient's condition. The rest of the skills can be unlocked by upgrading. After his promotion, Li Yun received feedback from the sacred hand. You perceive the power of the dark curse. Dark curse plus 1. Dark curse plus 1. Dark curse plus 1. Warning, your body has reached its maximum capacity to absorb the dark curse. Please raise your career level. Li Yun hurriedly retracted his hand at the system's warning, turning his hand over for a moment to see that a wisp of darkness was being purified in the palm of his hand. Why is there a dark curse inside her? Dr. Li, what did you say? Dark curse? How dare you use the dark curse on my lady? When Butler Hunt heard the news, he was furious. No, if it's a curse how could I not see it? Dr. Moss wondered. The dark curse is different, thought the curse. The curse level is extremely high. The one who can use such a curse must at least be a powerful witch comparable to a marquis or above. Dr. Li said that this curse has been in Princess Vera's body for a long time, and now it's deep in her bones and blood. It's simply impossible to weed out by relying on normal means. It's still a terrible curse, and there's categorically no reason for a witch this powerful to lay hands on Princess Vera. Steward Hunt, I think it's someone in your family who wants Princess Vera to die young. Hearing the lady's words, Butler Hunter's face became even more ugly. I will definitely inform you of this matter when Miss wakes up. Miss is a blood ancestor, direct bloodline. I'd like to see who wants something to happen to her, but right now the priority is to wake up the young lady. Dr. Li, do you have an idea? Li Yun already knew the other party's illness, and the solution automatically appeared in his mind. There is a way. It's simple. Find the one who placed the curse and kill him. By pouring his heart's blood on your lady's mouth, the curse will be broken. Upon hearing this, Steward Hunt was immediately about to leave the old castle and move to find it. But your lady has 7 days at most. Once you can't find it in 7 days, then your lady will surely die. The butler stopped in his tracks at that. 7 days? I don't really know who put the curse on me, and where am I going to find it in 7 days? Li Yun skimmed him. Then what's your hurry? It's one way. It's not like it's the only way. Butler Hunter was pleasantly surprised. Dr. Li still has ideas? Li Yun nodded. This curse, I don't think there's anything you can do by getting any doctor but me. But I also have a problem nowadays, which is that my own level is too low. If you want to save your lady, you must treat more patients and improve your own medical skill level. Hearing Li Yun's words, Dr. Moss spoke. I do have an idea. This is the hospital where I used to work. I can refer Dr. Li there. There are tons of patients there. Li Yun thought about it and immediately nodded. This way, it works. Episode 43. Come out and be powerful and have a background. Player Reverse Butterfly has used the game choice coupon. Please select the game you want to enter. Li Yun took out the hospital recommended by Dr. Moss and found the game that belonged to that area. The Hospital of the 100 Creeps. This is a hospital for the treatment of all the creeps of the underworld. The creeps are sick, wounded, and very violent in nature. Estimated survival rate, 10%. Do you want to enter? Survival rate prediction. Kinda humanized. No amount of shenanigans can stop me from being a hero. Enter. After a pillar of light, Li Yun arrived at the new initial point of the game. He saw something that was rarer than shenanigans in the game. People, this is a horror game? OMG. Can I not play it? A girl with Nez's head is too weak in her legs to walk, eyes brimming with tears. Yo, girl. Following the voice of his heart, Li Yun looked to the side. It was a punk-dressed boy. With a smile on his lips, he walked towards the Neza-headed girl. My name is Long, the romantic and uninhibited Long. You can call me Wave. It's just a game. Brother, take you. Follow my brother's wave. Long makes a gesture of holding his guitar in his hand. Rock. It shows the calm and collected nature that only veteran players have. Hello Wave. My first time in a horror game. I'll hang with you. When Li Yun saw this, he couldn't help but be happy. Horror games are popular with young people. Odds are, a veteran player can easily be followed by a new player. And as for creepy things, the girl was born with the greatest fear. It's also easy to pick up beautiful women in the game that are hard to reach in reality. Another bunch of dragons. We won't even know how to die later. Li Yun looked toward the somewhat high-strung youth in the distance. His gaze swept to the three before stopping. Whether it was the expression or the heartbeat, it was as if the three of them were not in their sights. This game seems to be full of veterans except for that little Neza. Hey, I didn't realize that in a short time, I'd become an old hand. Lee Yun smiled to himself. This is the third time he has entered the game with a D rating. How is that not an old hand? The point is that it's really rare to find someone like him who doesn't want to die and can live. According to horror games, players must enter the game once a month. This is the minimum requirement. Most players are scared to death to even ask for this. It was also only Lee Yun, who had already entered the game 3 times in less than half a month. The 4 of them looked up to see the words 100 Creepy Hospital hanging in front of a gloomy building. Little Neza pointed at the figure that was gradually emerging in the darkness. Terrified. Creepy. Creepy. A creepy nurse in a nun's uniform. 36D. With white silk thighs walked over. Her mouth was split along her cheek. Densely stitched. Looking to the 4, he grinned a bloody grin. Here. It's all tricko. Welcome to Bacchanal Hospital. Now to set you to work. Nurse Creepy carried a metal tray with 4 decks of cards on it. Everyone draws a card. Our hospital is the fairest and most equitable. Give each of you an equal chance to die. Hearing the words of the tricky nurse, little Neza almost fainted from fear, but luckily Along held her up. Sis, I told you there's Brother Long. Don't be afraid. The tall and cold youth was the first to step forward and casually took a card. Then Along held little Neza. Just as little Neza reached out his hand to take the card, Nurse Creepy suddenly opened her bloody mouth. Frightened, little Neza fell straight to the ground. No more hot games. I want to go home. Woo-hoo-hoo. Nurse Creepy laughed at the prank she had just pulled and licked her lips as she looked over at Lee Yun. Then this last one is yours. Lee Yun spread his hands with an indifferent face. Now, based on the numbers in your hands, I announce the next grade for each of you. No. Work. Hey. License number 1. Will be serving as hospital security. This is the job with the highest death rate. When faced with countless incredibly cranky creepy things that need healing, you can get your head squeezed off if you're not careful. Let's see. Which one is the lucky winner? That tall and cold young man's expression froze and he clenched his teeth. Damn it. Card number 2. Logistics. Responsible for washing and cleaning. It's a job where you basically don't run into hospital accidents with cranky creepy things. Survival rate is high, but I'm very uncomfortable with it. Shouldn't have put the damn job in. Nurse Creepy was a little chagrined. Little Neza looked at the number 2 card in his hand and wept with joy. It's me. It's me. Ha. Sis, it's called the newbie protection period. You're lucky. Long applauded her from the sidelines. Make little Neza not so scared. Number 3. In charge of the catering chores. Number 4. In charge of equipment care. The mortality rate isn't even high. Isn't there a shortage of people in the morgue? I wish I could throw you all in there. Nurse Creepy spat, assigning jobs in place based on the temporary workers the hospital lacked. Well, follow me into the hospital to get your work tags. Right at this moment, that tall and cold youth suddenly flickered. He wanted to exchange the number 1 card in his hand with little Neza's number 2 card. Seeing this, the tricky nurse didn't stop it, only the corners of his mouth drew out a bizarre arc. Seeing that he was about to get it, Long suddenly grabbed his arm. Dude, bullying girls is nothing. Afraid to die? Then come to me for a change. Ah Lang looked disdainfully at the high-cold youth, then said to little Neza, Brother Wave will take care of you. You'll be fine. Little Neza looked at Ah Lang with incomparable gratitude. Facing the tall and cold youth who possessed the power of trickster enhancement, she had no power to fight back at all. Seeing that Along could not succeed in blocking him, his mind hit on the card belonging to Lee Yun in the trick nurse iron plate. Hey, man, he's trying to steal your cards, Long warned righteously. Lee Yun was indifferent. The tall and cold youth snatched away the number 4 card belonging to Lee Yun and placed his number 1 on the iron plate. Lightly sneered. This card belongs to me, doesn't it? Nurse Creepy nodded. It certainly belongs to you before you even get a work license. TSK, 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 but your companion is going to be out of luck. The tall and cold youth looked at Lee Yun and coldly snorted. They don't deserve to be my companions. Don't think I'm overdoing it. Horror games, by nature, are about the underdog. He's not as strong as me. That's his fate. Little Neza and Ah Lang huffed and puffed as they tried to hold on for Lee Yun. Lee Yun applauded. Well said. You're practically in my league. Lee Yun walked up to Nurse Creepy. Take out Dr. Moss's token. Nurse Creepy was a little surprised to see it and spoke up. You're Lee Yun? Dr. Moss has written a letter of introduction to the dean. What are you to him? What man? Do you believe me when I say he wants to be my teacher? I'm one of his apprentices. Low profile, always right. No wonder he recommended a human to the hospital. Dean said hello. You're not like them. From now on, you are an intern in our hospital. A day's wage of 5,000 spirit coins, plus 5 points of the patient's treatment fee. Don't you dare think it's too little. Hearing the words of the creepy nurse, the remaining 3 people looked at Lee Yun with incomparable shock. All 3 of them have odd jobs. not to mention paychecks. I'm thankful to be alive. And how did Li Yun become an intern doctor with a paycheck? Can people not be so different from each other? Li Yun looked at the tall and cold youth and coldly said, "What's the point of coming out and being able to fight, be powerful and have a background? A backdoor is also a strength. You tell me." Episode 44 New Identity. Intern. The high-strung youth was silent. But that doesn't mean Li Yun doesn't hold a grudge. I have the right to assign hospital work, don't I? Nurse Creepy frowned slightly. You're just an intern. So naturally you're not authorized. But you were recommended by Moss Hospital. And he's a famous doctor in our hospital. Your advice still works. Li Yun nodded. Then suggest that if he can fight so well, let him watch the door as a security guard. The tall, cold youth looked up sharply. His face ashen. Long laughed out loud. Heaven's way is good. It hurts. Dude, great job. Alon's reminder just now made Li Yun feel a tinge of favor towards him. That's a great suggestion and I love it. I love watching humans get split up by creepy things. I'm going to propose it to the Dino. Nurse Creepy swayed and led several people into the hospital. For a small character as detrimental as the high and cold youth, Li Yun did not care to take care of him at all. On the way, he chatted with little Neza and Alang. Then he went into the hospital. You three hurry up and get your job tags and get to work. We're a busy hospital 24 hours a day. Intern, you come with me and I'll take you to the emergency room. Arranging for the three people who were purely odd job temps, Nurse Creepy left with Li Yun. So he's the hidden big man. What a cow, little Neza said excitedly. Of course, Wave is great too. Brother Wave, let's all try to survive. Go for it. Little Neza exerted his right hand in the air and made a cheering gesture. As for the high and cold youth, she didn't even look at him and left straight away. Li Yun, clad in a white lab coat with a certificate of intern, followed the tricky nurse to the emergency room at a fast pace. Dr. Li, this is your consultation room. Until you're an intern, you'll have to do your consulting work here. A small house with healing tools. Okay. Nurse Creepy thought about it before she left, but she opened her mouth. I need to remind Dr. Li, even if you are an intern, or someone recommended by Dr. Moss, if you anger the patient during treatment, if the patient tears you apart and devours you, there's nothing we can do about it. After all, this is the 100 Creeps Hospital. It's still up to you if you want to survive. Li Yun knew that this was a kind reminder, so he smiled and nodded. Thanks. After Nurse Creepy left, Li Yun quickly familiarized himself with the environment. It didn't take long to hear shouting outside. Doctor, how come there's not a doctor in sight? It hurts. If you can't see the doctor again, believe it or not, I'll smash the hospital. An evil creep entered Li Yun's inquiry room holding his head. A human? Why is there a human? Wearing a white coat and posing as a doctor? Believe it or not, I'll swallow you. The head held an evil creep's hand grimaced and spat feces all over his mouth. Li Yun frowned slightly, pointing at the questioning chair across from himself and said indifferently, see the doctor and sit there quietly. Look or get out. The evil trickster was furious. How dare a human be so arrogant? ING. In the next second, Li Yun slammed his fist on his face. The evil trickster's body stumbled back a few steps before it steadied itself. The head cupped in his hand looked incredulous. Another punch followed, hit the shenanigans to the face. Ouch. Doc, stop fighting. I was wrong. I'll never dare again. Headless Guile was beaten and begged for mercy. And only then did Li Yun stop. The eyes were unmistakably sharp as they looked at him. Watch your mouth. If you yell again, I don't mind kicking this trick head of yours out as a ball. Having seen Li Yun's toughness, Evil Guile instantly lost his temper. Dr. Li, it was my fault just now. I didn't have the brains. You're a grown-up. Help me out. Evil Creep's cupped head immediately conceded and smiled playfully. Outside the room, Nurse Creepy suddenly ran over. As soon as he saw the Evil Guile holding his head, he immediately said, Dr. Li, I hear there's a headless creep with a big temper coming. He rushed in so brutally that the security guards couldn't stop him, and he got his ass kicked. I came to see how you. The headless evil creep sat obediently in the consulting chair, holding up his head and smiling politely at Nurse Creepy. Hello Miss Nurse. I'm not making a scene. I'm having Dr. Li see me now. The results were remarkable. My brainless, grumpy stench was immediately cured. Immediate results. What a miracle, doctor. Nurse Creepy was slightly shocked, not realizing that the evil Creepy who had caused a ruckus in the hospital was so well behaved. Unable to help himself, he looked at Li Yun. I know. I'm helping him heal. Yes. Dr. Li, hurry up. I can't always get this head to connect well. It's bugging the hell out of me. Headless Creep slammed his head on the table. Lighten up. This table is cracked from your pig brain. Pay an extra $1,000 for the table when you go out to pay later. In the face of Li Yun's words, Headless Guile not only did not get angry, he hurriedly gently regripped his head. A mouthful of smiley faces said, "No problem, no problem." Nurse Creepy was completely stunned. Dr. Li, you're just an intern. Let's not let a professional doctor do this head attachment surgery. Li Yun stood up and took the head of the headless trickster, pressing down on his neck with uncanny precision. Click, the head was successfully reset. That's all there is to surgery? Li Yun clapped his hands in confusion. This is too soothing. Dr. Li, I've never been more comfortable. You are so skillful. I have come to this hospital so many times. You're the best at catching it. From now on, I'm no longer afraid of a bad catch when I remove my head and fight with someone. Headless Guile was incomparably grateful as he held Li Yun's hand and bowed continuously. Nurse Creepy covered her mouth and stared. I've seen a lot of joint surgeries, but this is the first time it's been this quick and straightforward. You completed a joint surgery. Career value plus 20. All-around doctor proficiency plus 20. Patient's gratitude plus 10". Go pay up. And remember to pay for the table along with it. No problem, Miss Nurse, and please take me to pay the bill. Nurse Creepy slowly came back to her senses. Oh, you come with me. I'll show you. Until you watch the headless shenanigans pay the bill and leave the hospital in high spirits. A far cry from her earlier grumpiness. It took Nurse Creepy a moment to come back to her senses. It's only been a few minutes, and Dr. Li has successfully treated his first patient? Is he really human? It's too strong. Episode 45, he cured all his patients? Nurse Guile returned to Li Yun's consulting room, where the second patient was already sitting in the consulting chair. Doctor, something seems to be blocking my esophagus. Check it out. I can't breathe. It's a fat shenanigan that's the size of a toad. Open your mouth. One of Li Yun's rubber-gloved arms went straight in. Click, the toad opened its mouth and bit. I didn't realize I had broken my tooth. Li Yun grabbed a bunch of stuff from his esophagus. There's a price to pay for messy eating. Your problem is cured. Pay up. Toad Guile covered his mouth full of broken teeth, and paid the price for his gluttony. Ran out of the inquiry room. You have completed a joint surgery. Career value plus 20. All-around doctor proficiency plus 20. Next, a pregnant woman shenanigans in. Doctor, the baby in my belly is trying to break out. I'm dying of pain. Surgery for a cesarean section? Nurse Creepy was just about to remind the patient that she could go to a specialized gynecologist on the second floor. I didn't expect Li Yun to just place a hand on her stomach. A few moments later, the pregnant woman's weirdly wriggling stomach stopped moving. Does it still hurt? Maternity Guile had a look of delight on her face. It doesn't hurt anymore. I feel as if it's slumbering. Dr. Li, you are amazing. Thank you. Thank you. The pregnant woman slyly looked at the work tag on Li Yun, then happily left. You completed a joint surgery. Career value plus 20. All-around doctor proficiency plus 20. Patient's gratitude plus 10". Next, doctor, I broke my arm. Catch. What a divine doctor. You have completed a takeover surgery. Career value plus 20. All-around doctor proficiency plus 20. Patient's gratitude plus 10". Doctor, my tooth is broken. Don't scream. Soon. Ouch. That's it? Thank you, doctor. Thank you. You have completed a tooth extraction. Career value plus 20. All-around doctor proficiency plus 20. Patient's gratitude plus 10". The creepy nurse standing outside the door was completely dumbfounded. One by one, patients left her side. She's lost count. Dentistry, orthopedics, gynecology, dermatology. Li Yun in there is like he knows everything. All are able to solve the patient's problem at a very fast pace. How had she ever seen such an awesome doctor? Still an intern. She became even more curious about Li Yun. And just like that, she secretly stood outside the door and peeked at it to watch Li Yun treating his patients. Next, no more patients? Li Yun walked out of the consultation room, only to see that behind the creepy nurse picking at the door was a line full of patients. Nurse Creepy reacted then. Immediately get out of the way. Shyly, she stood in front of Li Yun. Dr. Li, excuse me, I just wandered off. Li Yun said faintly. Come in if you want to watch. And be my deputy by the way. Ha, can I really? Li Yun returned to the inquiry room, and the trick nurse immediately followed. Dr. Li is so handsome when he treats his patients. I was so caught up in the moment. It's a shame, but it's a blessing in disguise, to be able to watch Dr. Li up close. Dr. Li must have thought I was peeking at his healing. It was clearly him I was peeking at. Li Yun couldn't help but sigh as he listened to the creepy nurse's heart. The one bad thing about this listening is this. Whoever has a crush can't hide it. Next, Dr. Li, no more patients. Ha, it's gone? I thought the hospital was full of patients. It's quite a lot. but it won't stand up to your efficient healing. Nurse Creepy looked at the treatment sheet and sighed in disbelief. Lee Yun deflated. He hadn't used his full strength yet. How come he was temporarily out of patience? The good news, though, is that one's career level has risen again, from holistic doctor to celebrity doctor. Meanwhile, the skills have all been improved. The talent has also changed from plus 50% healing against female creatures to plus 50% healing against any creature. Famous doctors still aren't enough. You have to pull a full doctor's career to treat Princess Vera. Looks like it's going to take some effort and time. Because of the growing trust of his patients, Lee Yun has also unlocked new bonds with his patients. A healer's heart. The patient's trust in you is greatly enhanced. With this new restraint, there's no need to worry about patients making trouble and trying to eat me. Trust increases and things like headless shenanigans and toad shenanigans drop dramatically. For Lee Yun, treatment efficiency is again greatly improved. Just as Lee Yun was checking his harvest, a voice came from outside the consultation room. How come there are no patients in the emergency room? Who's on duty today? Are they all slacking off? With all the patients running out, I'd like to see who's slacking off on the job. A middle-aged guy in a white coat and glasses with his hands behind his back stepped into the consultation room. Director Wang, what brings you here? Nurse Creepy immediately recognized the visitor. Director Wang looked at Nurse Guile, then his vision turned to Lee Yun. Human? Who told you to wear a white coat and be an intern? Nurse Creepy immediately explained. It's the dean's idea. This Dr. Lee is Dr. Moss' prized apprentice. Director Wang's face turned ironic when he heard Dr. Moss's name. Humph. That old man really lost his head. Finding a human as an apprentice. Is he trying to destroy the hospital? Nurse Creepy immediately covered her mouth. The mind panicked. I forgot that Dr. Moss and Director Wang were bitter rivals. Dr. Moss left the hospital because he failed in his bid for the director's position. Didn't I just sell Dr. Lee short with that brainless remark? Lee Yun didn't panic in the slightest when he heard the creepy nurse's heartbeat. Director Wang. Right. It doesn't matter that you're biased against me. It's not good for you to question the dean's decision. When Lee Yun makes a move, he knows if it's there or not. Director Wang frowned slightly. How could he have known that Lee Yun had directly moved out the dean? Soon after, he grunted coldly. I don't care if you're a human or a trickster. Whose apprentice you are. Being a doctor in a hospital is all about skill. This is the busiest time of day in the ER at this point, and all I see is you sitting here leisurely, doing nothing. You're pissing off all the patients out there. As the director in charge of hospital supervision, I will inform the dean of this matter as it is. Word for word, Nurse Creepy immediately explained. Director Wang, it's not like that. The patients have all been cured by Dr. Lee. There's a limit to making up nonsense. Do you believe that yourself? The tricky nurse pulled out the completed consultation slip and proof of payment. Director Wang's eyes directly glared out. Are they really all cured? He then looked at Lee Yun and bowed with incomparable solemnity. Dr. Lee, I apologize for my reckless behavior just now. It was my failure to see the whole picture. My prejudice against humans. That misunderstood you. I hope you understand. It's all about the hospital. And I will correct my prejudice against humans. You're the best internist I've ever seen. This time, Lee Yun won't be able to straighten it out. It's the first time I've seen such a know-it-all. Episode 46, People are worse than people. Since there are no patients in the emergency room for the time being, Dr. Lee can rest for a while. Take Dr. Lee to the cafeteria to get something to eat. I'll pay for all the expenses. As compensation for disrespecting Dr. Lee, Director Wang changed his previous attitude and smiled extraordinarily sincerely. The hospital is lucky to have such interns. I hope Dr. Lee won't blame me for my rudeness just now. Such a talent. It doesn't matter if it's a human being or a trickster. Lee Yun froze instead as he listened to Director Wang's heartfelt words. This Director Wang's heart and mouth were the same. For his own accusation just now, although he did not see the whole picture, but it wasn't due to a personal vendetta against Dr. Moss. Rather, it's really all about the hospital. Then thank you, Director Wang. Go on, eat more, Dr. Lee, don't tire out your body. Director Wang smiled and waved his hand. Nurse Creepy led Lee Yun out of the consultation room. Dr. Lee, you mustn't blame Director Wang. It's his responsibility to patrol every department. He may be eccentric, but he's not unreasonable. Lee Yun nodded. And not only did he not blame Director Wang, but he also had a trace of more admiration for him. It's hard to change the prejudices that creepy things have against people, but knowing what's wrong is good shenanigans in a sense. By the way, thanks for helping me earlier. Never got around to asking. What's your name? My name is Mia. Dr. Lee asked me my name. I'm so excited. Mia, how long have you been at the hospital? It seems like a long time. Always a nurse? Well, I don't know anything about medicine either, so I can only be a nurse. Soon, it was time to arrive at the hospital cafeteria. There are 4 sections in the cafeteria: the patient section, the temporary worker section, and the staff section. To Li Yun's surprise, most of the food here was edible for humans. We often get human temps at the hospital, so the dean had the food standardized. Dr. Li, I'll take you to try the food in the staff area. Li Yun followed Mia to the staff area. There is a wide variety of dishes here, from meat to vegetables, big fish, big meat, nice and plentiful. Prices are naturally not cheap. Didn't Director Wang say it was a treat? Whatever, Mia exclaimed. Yes, I'll follow Dr. Li's lead and have a good meal. Li Yun smiled and took Mia to find a place to sit down and started ordering. See what you want to eat, don't save Director Wang any money. Ha ha ha, Dr. Li is so bad. It can't be helped. Director Wang insisted on inviting me. If I don't eat, won't I not give him face? Right. In the temporary labor area, little Neza was on the verge of crying looking at the food in front of him like this. Buns, squash. Ow. I'm washing things logistically, and my hands are worn out and numb from washing. Just give me this to eat? Arlang took a big bite of the steamed bun in satisfaction. It's good to have something to eat. This hospital is quite humane. It's a horror game. Be content that you're not being made to eat living flesh and blood. As expected. Lang's remark completely stunned little Neza. Yo, still alive. Look at you. You haven't suffered much. The 2 men's makeshift work area. The high-strung young man in a security uniform with a swollen nose came over with food. Little Neza looked at the way he was down and out and getting beaten up at the moment, and suddenly felt that washing his hands to break them and numb them was nothing. It's best to compare people to each other. Brother Wave, why haven't we seen that great god? I heard while I was in logistics that this hospital has an exceptionally high mortality rate for doctors. Not to mention our people, even Dr. Creepy will be killed once he doesn't get the patient's approval and trust in his treatment. Do you think it would? Little Neza muttered in a small voice. Sis, look on the bright side of everything. I don't think that great god is simple. It should be fine. Little Neza nodded gently. Ha, the Great Spirit? You guys really think a human can show creepy? I think he was swallowed long ago. The tall and cold youth took a hard bite of the steamed bun, his face full of disdain. Bah, the dog's mouth is full of ivory. Can't you hope for the best for anyone else? Long skimmed him. Suddenly, little Neza was seen raising his head and sniffing frantically. It smells so good. Who's feasting on a big fish? Can't you take one of me? Following the scent, little Neza opened his eyes. He saw Li Yun and Mia sitting in front of a table of dishes. Holy, I'm not hallucinating. The Great Spirit is enjoying a candlelight dinner with a female creep. The movements of Lang and the high-cooled youth nibbling on the steamed buns paused in unison. Looking at Li Yun's table of good food and delicacies, the steamed buns and squash in his hands instantly did not smell good. People are more angry than people. With all the food ordered, is it okay if I order 2 more people to eat with me? Li Yun asked. Of course, it's all at Dr. Li's disposal. Mia had her hands on her head, holding up her 36Ds. In the candlelight, watching Li Yun waved his hand. Is the Great Spirit calling us? Looks like it. Go over there. Long grabbed little Neza and walked over with the steamed bun in his hand. Wow, great god, you're too good. How much does this table cost? No, you can't eat with money. They're not open to human temps. Little Neza was drooling with envy. Sit down and eat together. Sort of repay you for reminding me today. Long sat down on his butt, very straight, the other seat near Mia. Little Neza refused to sit. It seems to have been scared out of her mind by Mia. Her name is Mia and she won't eat you. Sit down. Only then did little Neza sit down and look at the table of good food with incomparable excitement. Placing the bun in her hand, she took a large chicken leg handed to her by Mia and said, "Thank you." Not too scared of Mia in front of the food either. Take a big bite and start building. Eat more. You're still growing. Brother Wave, I'm 18 years old. Where do I need to grow? She skimmed Mia's 36D without noticing. And look at your own pair of A's. Wow, turned grief into appetite. Well, it does need to be. Arlang looked at Li Yun curiously. Great God, can you really heal tricksters? Dr. Li is not only able to cure, he is a miracle doctor. Mia looked at Li Yun with a face of adoration. Awesome. Looking at Mia, Long immediately understood. Secretly, he gave Li Yun a thumbs up. Attracting women is nothing. Being able to attract female shenanigans. It was the first time he, Long, had seen it. Convinced. At this very moment, belly from a person nibbling buns were 3 people on the edge of the high-cooled youth more and more angry. He walked to the staff area in defiance. If he's human, so am I. Why should I just nibble on buns and squash? I want me too. Chef Guile glanced at the no longer high-strung youth and grunted in disdain. Dr. Lee can use the director's money. Can you? The tall and cold young man froze slightly, his eyes widening. Director? He had thought that Lee Yun, the intern doctor, was tainted by a little bit of relationship. I didn't realize he was so hard-connected. The director of the hospital paid for him. Episode 47 Famous Dr. Quest, the dreaded Madame Medusa. Thank you Dr. Lee, you are amazing. I didn't interrupt your dinner by coming over unexpectedly, did I? Lee Yun looked at the patient in front of him whose condition urgently interrupted his meal and waved his hand. The healer comes first. It's a small matter of me eating. The patient was overwhelmed to hear this. You have completed a difficult treatment. Career value plus 50. Famous doctor proficiency plus 30. Patient's trust plus 50 inch. The famous doctor mission has been triggered. Do you want to start it? The mission is finally here. Like the psychiatrist, I can advance this profession to the highest level by completing the mission. This will save Sleeping Beauty. Lee Yun was delighted in his heart and immediately clicked on Open Quest. Famous doctor mission successfully launched. Task 1, Accumulation of patient trust. With more than 1,000 trusts considered completed, accumulated, 200. Task 2, Treatment of 500 patients, treated, 108. Task 3, Completion of 10 high-level treatments, treated, 1. Task 4, Achievement of 2,000, current, 50, Proficiency in famous doctors. Task 5, Teach 2 apprentices and complete the legacy, current, 0. For the above tasks, you may choose any 3 or complete all of them, and the promotion reward for completing all of them will be the greatest. None of the tasks are easy, but if you complete it, the rewards you get can be extraordinary, like a psychiatrist's heartbeat. If it wasn't for this heaven-defying divine skill, Lee Yun wouldn't have been able to walk out of the blood-sucking ancient castle. I still have 6 days left. These tasks are not impossible to accomplish. After all, with patients piling up every day, it's easy to meet the conditions of task 1, 2, 4. As for mission 3, it's up to luck to match the tricky quandary. If task 5 takes on an apprentice, Mia sent the patient away and looked at Lee Yun with incomparable admiration. Dr. Lee is fantastic. This is the nail in the coffin of our hospital. I don't know how many doctors I've been to that haven't been able to cure it. Sure enough, Dr. Lee's hand is a handful. If I learn medicine and become a doctor in the future, I want to be as good as Dr. Lee. Looking at the excited Mia, the corner of Lee Yun's mouth curled up. You mean, you want to study medicine and become a doctor? Trigger keywords. Mia's little face flushed and her hands twisted as she gently bowed her head. That's all people talk about. It's hard to study medicine or I wouldn't be just a nurse. Lee Yun shook his head. That's because you haven't met a famous teacher. The so-called famous teachers make great students. If you worship me, I will strongly support you. What's the difficulty? Mia glanced up. Power support? Your focus is a little off. Dr. Lee wants to take me as his disciple? Karma is not a bad thing. What does that entail? Haven't you circled the point? Mia's little face is even redder. Bad. It's going to be forceful. The consultation room of the 100 Guile Hospital. What do I have to say about you guys? Let me, the director, step in for a little thing. How come this disease can't be cured? Surgery. Hospitalization wouldn't be nice? Director Wang looked at the hospital in front of him at several doctors who had convened a consultation and hated it. Director Wang, what I just mentioned was surgical hospitalization, which was refuted by you. A doctor timidly said. Did I retort? Then I was right to retort. Surgical hospitalization is so inefficient. Director Wang said firmly. But how do you treat it if you don't? Asked Dr. Lee. He successfully treated more patients in one night than all of you combined in a few days. He's simply a miracle doctor. A miracle doctor? The doctors looked at each other. Who is Dr. Lee? We have a new doctor here? Never heard of it. Director Wang interrupted the doctor's confusion. He's a human, freshly minted intern. Mentioning Lee Yun, the corners of Director Wang's mouth were harder to suppress than AK. Human? Interns? How he's a miracle doctor. Director Wang, this is not a joke. I don't believe it. The doctors looked disbelieving. Director Wang pointed to a patient outside who was happily walking out of the treatment room. Look, everyone knows this one. The nail in the coffin of our hospital. What doctor hasn't dealt with him? Have you healed? Dr. Lee cured it. There are many more nail biters like this and he solved them all. As of today, he has successfully cured hundreds of patients. Taking less? Hundreds of patients? There are also tons of hospital nail biters in there. The doctors opened their mouths slightly. An assistant suddenly rushed in. Director Wang, it's not good. Madame Medusa has done it again. She had to say she was sick if our hospital couldn't cure her this time. She's about to petrify us all. As soon as the words fell, a female trickster dressed in red with a golden hair ornament on her head and her long hair flying, rushed in. Seeing his aura, the high-cooled young man who wanted to show his superiority in front of the director and a group of doctors just wanted to make a move to stop him. Her eyes glazed over with a golden light. The tall and cold youth instantly transformed into a stone statue. Director Wang's face changed when he saw Madame Medusa. The nail-biters of the past were nothing compared to the dreaded female shenanigans. You guys? Who's going to receive it? Director Wang looked to several doctors. Several doctors waved their hands in succession and said with a bitter look on their faces, Director Wang, we're here to work for money, not to get killed. I almost got torn apart by her last time. One doctor spouted off, while the others nodded their heads. What a checkup. This female trickster isn't sick at all. Her health is horrible. I think she just wants to make trouble. Director Wang saw that several doctors were hiding behind him, and he clenched his teeth. There was nothing he could do. Stiffened up and walked over. Mrs. Medusa, let's talk this out. If you're not happy with us, I can mediate for you. There's no need to take a shot at one of our little hospital guards. Medusa's eyes glared, and Director Wang hastily covered his gaze with his hand. Fear of being accidentally petrified. Your Thai hospital. I've been here so many times and you can't even find out what's wrong with me. And to say I'm not sick looking for trouble? Today you will not find my disease and cure me. I'll tear this place apart and petrify you all. Lady Medusa's long flying black hair transformed into a vicious black snake that spat apricots. The crowd of doctors and nurses backed away in fear. Where's your dean? Come out to me. Director Wang hurriedly spoke. Dean's been out on an exchange for the past few days and hasn't returned yet. Ha, that's just as well. Coming back and seeing a petrified hospital. Seeing this, Director Wang knew there was no way to communicate with the gas, so he had to call in an assistant. Get Dr. Lee. He might be able to do something. Episode 48. Ma'am, take off your clothes. Dr. Lee, help. Li Yun looked at the assistant who hurriedly ran for help and asked in confusion. What is it? Madame Medusa is here. Hearing this name, Li Yun didn't feel much, and Mia on the side covered her small mouth. Dr. Lee, that patient is scary. Don't go. Still called Dr. Lee? Ah, what's that called? What do you say? Teacher. Li Yun nodded with satisfaction. The bond of teaching has been fulfilled. Student, Mia. Progress in teaching, 0. Status, apprentice. What a passing of semen and fluids. Enlightened. Enlightened. Li Yun stood up and walked out of the consultation room. What kind of patients could make you all so afraid? I'll go check it out. When Director Wang saw him, the savior had come. Dr. Lee, you're finally here. Madame Medusa is all yours. You have to save our hospital. Director Wang looked to Mrs. Medusa. This is our new intern. Dr. Lee, let him look at you? As soon as Lady Medusa heard this, the eyes of the black snake on her head became even more ferocious. A doctor in training. Or a human? Even a professional doctor can't see that I'm sick. Can he? Li Yun looked at Lady Medusa, who was still beautiful and had an excellent figure, but was unfortunately short-tempered. There wasn't a hint of fear in his eyes. Instead he said lightly, who would come to the hospital if they weren't sick? It's not like he's sick. Lady Medusa's eyes blinked. Hiss. Good point. Especially Li Yun's face, which somehow looked very trustworthy to her. The corners of Lady Medusa's reddish mouth quirked slightly. They all say I'm not sick. Only you say I am. Good. You managed to get my attention. A new intern doctor. Or a human. Looking good. I don't know if it's good. If you can't see what's wrong with me, I'll swallow you. Behind her, Madame Medusa was furiously about to follow Li Yun to the inquiry room. Li Yun suddenly stopped and pointed aside. What for? Are you registered to follow me? I'm Mrs. Medusa and I need to register? If you don't register for a doctor's appointment, you're not sick. Ha ha ha, I really am sick. Director Wang saw Mrs. Medusa laughing out loud, immediately gulped and immediately asked Mia to go and register her. Teacher, the patient's registration slip. Li Yun borrowed Madame Medusa's registration slip and turned around without looking at her and said indifferently, come with me. Lady Medusa followed him, her head full of black snakes with curious eyes. This intern is interesting. It's like you're not afraid of me at all. Could he really tell what I have? Entering the inquiry room, Li Yun pointed to the inquiry chair. Sit down. Talk about your problems. Lady Medusa's gaze lingered on Li Yun's face for a moment before she sat down and coldly hummed. Are you a doctor or am I? What kind of doctor are you if you don't even know my problems? Li Yun was unwilling to show any weakness. Are you the patient or am I? What kind of doctor do you come to see when you don't even know your own problems? Damn. He dislikes me again. It's so annoying, but why am I just not angry anymore? It's been a while since anyone dared to talk to me like that. Li Yun quietly listened to her heart. Give me your hand. Lady Medusa cooperated by stretching out her own small hand as white as a jade root. Li Yun put his own fingers on her wrist. Was thinking he was going to take a pulse. Who knew it was a false alarm? Li Yun pulled away Lady Medusa's sleeve as soon as he could. What are you doing? Li Yun looked at the dense wounds on his arms that were covered by his clothes. This wound of yours. The fight did it. Ah, yes, yes, yes. Who dares to rival me? The only person who can hurt me is myself. 1,000 years of loneliness. Invincible loneliness. What am I living for? Or we should destroy this place and bury it with me. Li Yun had initially determined the symptoms of Madame Medusa. He looked aside to Mia. You go out for a while. Ha? Is there anything I can't see? You can't even look at the next one. Mrs. Medusa, take off your clothes. Mia shooed and ran out of the inquiry room. Small and red-faced, she slumped against the door, trying to eavesdrop on what would happen next. Undress? It's part of the cure, but why should I listen to? Okay. Lady Medusa gently removed the gorgeous golden veil draped over her body. She didn't know why she had listened to such an offensive request. She only felt that the Dr. Lee in front of her was worthy of her trust. Maybe, he can really cure me. Lady Medusa removed her tunic, and Li Yun just stared at her as he continued. Go on. It's part of the cure. Madame Medusa gritted her teeth. Where was this treatment? Still need to take it off? It was obviously offensive, but whenever he saw Li Yun's eyes, she just couldn't get angry. Lady Medusa, who had removed her clothes and revealed her white back, was like a work of art at the moment. There's the best thing in the world there. Walk over and see it. Don't worry. I won't peek. When Lady Medusa saw Li Yun turn around, she slowly stood up, hugged herself, and walked towards where Li Yun pointed. There was a mirror there. Just when Lady Medusa felt like she was being teased to get angry, Li Yun's gentle voice came. Truly one of the world's finest works of art. I'm talking about you, Madame Medusa. You haven't taken a good look at yourself in years, have you? Your beauty is noble and pure. Are you really willing to let such beauty be ruined in your own hands? Lady Medusa stared blankly at herself in front of the mirror, her long hair hanging down to cover her body. A luscious body, white and smooth and beautiful. She reached out to touch it gently. Am I the most beautiful work of art? Major depression is a potentially serious illness that begins with self-doubt, followed by low self-esteem, self-harm, emotional lability and suicidal tendencies. I'm sick? Well, the sickness isn't clear. I understand the reasoning. Dr. Lee, I thought you agreed not to peek. Lady Medusa's long hair transformed into a small snake, staring at Li Yun at the moment. Never mind the details of these treatments. Put your clothes back on. Now talk about your condition. Madame Medusa dresses and sits back down. The questions that had been plaguing her mind, the troubles that haunted her soul, the answer finally came today. She was sick, not physically, but sick in spirit and soul. Episode 49. The perfect way to commit suicide and get your life back. You have subliminally treated the patient. Career value plus 20. Famous doctor proficiency plus 20. Patient trust plus 20 Lady Medusa wrapped her arms around the golden sand draped over her body, a hint of haggardness not visible to outsiders on her face. I have been sick for 1,000 years and no doctor knows what ails me or why. I don't know what's wrong with me. Am I still the unbeatable Madame Medusa I once was? I'm getting more and more self-conscious and afraid to look at myself. I did all the bruising on my arm myself. This time when I came to the hospital, I was thinking of going down with the whole hospital, so that I can be relieved. Li Yun listened quietly. Treating the lady could not be done by conventional means. No wonder all those specialized doctors can't do anything about it. After all, there is a psychological dimension involved. Does Lady Medusa have any more wishes or desires? Like money? Like family? Lady Medusa smiled softly, disdain tugging at the corners of her mouth. Money? Do you see me lacking? Madame Medusa displays her gold sand, and the pure gold ornaments on her hands and head. What a great-looking rich woman. I have been alone for 1,000 years. Where is my family but the little snake that keeps me company? Lady Medusa held out a hand, and small snakes transformed by her hair swam around her hand. Love then? Love? What's that? Love. Doesn't Madame Medusa have a significant other? Lady Medusa froze. I have money and a face. Is the other half important? You're really making a lot of sense. Madame Medusa rose slowly to her feet. Dr. Lee, you've been great at letting me know I'm sick and what it is. I know better than you how hard this disease is to cure. It's this disease that makes me selfish, wanting the whole hospital to die for me. I won't wreck the hospital again. Let me die alone to relieve myself. The look on Lady Medusa's face was very complicated. Beauty, strength, and misery are intertwined in three godly forms. It was a disease that the doctors couldn't get her completely cured of except by herself. Wait, I have a prescription. No need to pick up the medication. You just need to take it home. Then just open it when you can't think straight. Li Yun put pen to paper and wrote down a prescription. which was then folded and solemnly handed over to Mrs. Medusa. Dr. Lee, you're a good doctor, but unfortunately you can't save me. But I thank you. Lady Medusa smiled, and the little snake on her head spat apricots at Li Yun with a grateful face. She then left the consulting room, unraveling the petrified hospital crowd as she left the hospital. After seeing her leave calmly, Director Wang ran into the inquiry room with a surprised look on his face. Dr. Lee, you cured her? Li Yun gently shook his head. I just learned what ails her, so will she come back next time? I don't know, but I hope she's still coming. Li Yun sighed, and Director Wang had a strange look on his face, obviously hoping that Madame Medusa would never come. Otherwise, it is difficult to protect the hospital. Mrs. Medusa returned home, beautiful and beautiful. With $1 million, she had nothing but loneliness on her face. She seemed to have made up her mind, seeking a way to end 1,000 years of dying. Is there a remedy in the world that can save me? Let's see. Opened the prescription given by Li Yun. A coin in the prescription fell to the ground. It makes a ding sound. A perfect way to kill yourself. Sure enough, I'm hopeless. 1. Take a hot bath. 2. Make a cup of hot milk with honey or chocolate. 3. Listen to your favorite music. 4. Drink the milk and lie down on the bed. Mrs. Medusa did so one by one, lying on the bed with her hands folded like a delicate rose. 5. When you open your eyes and see the sunrise, you are dead and reincarnated. So go and live again with a new identity and a new mood. Lady Medusa opened her eyes as if she had gone through a whole cycle. What just happened to me? It's obvious that I just slept, but it's like I went through an entire reincarnation. I saw the beauty of being alive, of what is called love. Lady Medusa looked at the prescription in disbelief. Then her eyes caught sight of a coin that had fallen to the ground. Just as the coin dropped, there was a ding. She had been hypnotized without warning. So follow Li Yun's approach and go through a cycle. Lady Medusa gently held the prescription, and she felt like a newborn. There are also desires and goals that were once absent. Dr. Lee, so this is called love. I now have a new goal to live for. Want to do something loving with you. Dr. Lee. The little snake on Lady Medusa's head bends into a girlish peach heart. The Hospital of the 100 Guilds. A female creep dressed in an OL with black silk heels walks into the hospital, protected by a couple creeps at her side. Take the elevator to the dean's office on the highest floor of the hospital. Receiving the news, Director Wang rushed over at the first opportunity. Dean, you're finally back. Director Wang looked at the sexy dean as if he had found his backbone. The beautiful dean raised her head slightly, and her eyes were full of flavor. I heard that while I was away, Madame Medusa came back and nearly demolished the entire hospital this time? Director Wang nodded his head in a hurry, which is almost, has gone out and petrified a lot of staff. It was a very close call. If Dr. Lee hadn't stepped in, the hospital would have become a morgue once you came back. Dean, can you talk without being so unspecified? By the way, that Dr. Lee you were talking about, is that the human Dr. Moss recommended? Dean inquired. Yes, it was that old boy Moss who recommended it. Humph. Back then his own medical skills were mediocre, but I didn't expect to receive such a good seedling. Our hospital has really picked up a big treasure this time. Director Wang blah blah blah. Dean's long, cocked black silk legs changed positions. Oh, meaning when I gave him an internship for Dr. Moss's sake. Instead, our hospital has picked up a treasure. All those nail biters were healed by him. The dean's face showed slight shock and unconcealed joy. Yeah, it was awesome. Being an intern is a real giveaway. Dean gave a big wave of his hand. Convert him immediately, double his salary, and give him the associate dean's treatment for patient withdrawals. 25%. Treat him to the highest hospital standards and do everything you can to keep him here. Just at that moment, the door to the dean's office was pushed open. Dean, Director Wang, Madame Medusa is here again and again and again. Dean frowned slightly. Could it be that Dr. Lee's treatment didn't work? That's a tricky biggest nail in the coffin. Looks like I'll have to do it myself. Dr. Lee is too talented to die at her hands. How was she emotionally? Did she have another big fight? The hospital employee who briefed them shook his head. Not only did she not get mad, she went around saying that Dr. Lee was the best doctor ever, cured her, and brought a bouquet of flowers. Said it was for Dr. Lee. It was the turn of the dean and Director Wang to look at each other. Episode 50, Curious Eye? This common traumatic condition is very treatable. Sterilization and hemostasis are key. Bandaging and suturing are the key. Well, learned? You treated a patient who was girdled. Career value plus 20. Famous doctor proficiency plus 20. Patient trust plus 20 inch. You're healing and teaching your students. Mia's teaching progress is plus 5%. Favorability is plus 10. Mia nodded and gave a thumbs up. Learned. Teacher is great. More than the director. Lee Yun snickered. And compared to Dean? The Dean. I've never met her. Rumor has it she's mysterious. Mia spread her hands. Dr. Lee, you're really here. Mrs. Medusa walked in, holding a bouquet of flowers. I'm happy to see that ma'am is okay. This is for you. Thank you Dr. Lee for giving me a new life. Mrs. Medusa handed the flowers to Lee Yun. In return, Mrs. Medusa, we're in a proper hospital here. Don't undress as soon as you come in. Lee Yun rushed to stop Mrs. Here's another patient. Madame Medusa looked at the patient whose treatment was over with displeasure. All right? Well or not? That patient hurriedly got up, and, with a careful support of the upper part of his sealed body, left the consulting room. And who are you and what are you doing here? Mrs. Medusa looked at Mia. I'm Dr. Lee's student. Oh, so it's a family. Call me Master Mother from now on. Mia froze and coldly grunted in her mind. You're a 1,000-year-old cow and you want to eat my teacher's grass? My teacher is mine. Here, it's a meet and greet gift. A solid gold bracelet. It matches you. Thank you, Mistress Lee Yun. Mia's speed of changing her face is comparable to turning over a book. Mrs. Medusa, did you come over today for anything other than a thank you? Madame Medusa sat in a chair, one arm propped against her delicate cheek. A wink to one of Li Yun's eyes. The beauty is thrilling. Of course I'm here to let Dr. Lee tell me what it means to make love. So Tai. Li Yun's body was stunned. Mature female shenanigans you can resist. Mature female shenanigans with a beautiful face you can arrive. How do you stop the last 1,000 years of rich and beautiful mature female shenanigans this time? Director Wang walked in at the moment. Dr. Lee, good news. You're converted from now on. No longer an intern, but a full-fledged doctor at our hospital. Double the salary and enjoy the associate dean's treatment of up to 25% of the commission on each patient order. Mia immediately applauded in surprise. Congratulations teacher. Lady Medusa was also happy for Li Yun. Mei said, that's a good thing. Would Dr. Lee like to ride in my sports car to my house after work later? The bed in my house is big and warm, and I'll have the best 5-star chef cook for you personally to congratulate you. Oh. Director Wang looked to Madame Medusa. Mrs. Medusa, you're here too? Mrs. Medusa said unhappily. As Dr. Lee's family member, how come I can't be there? Mature rich noblewoman. Every stroke is a straight ball. Director Wang looked at Li Yun with some envy. From behind him stepped a bright female trickster. Since Dr. Lee has been transferred, an assistant is required as standard according to hospital regulations. This is your assistant. Her name is. The bright female trickster introduced herself. My name is Wendy, and I'll be Dr. Lee's assistant from now on. Wendy, who was dressed in a white coat and white pants, extended her hand and was about to shake hands with Li Yun. An assistant is an assistant. What's with the handshake? Mrs. Medusa grabbed Wendy's hand as soon as she could. The palms of her hands quietly exerted pressure. And Wendy, not to be outdone, countered at the same time. Madame Medusa, it's true to her name, but I'm no slouch as the hospital director. This assistant is so tough. Mrs. Medusa looked at Wendy, mildly surprised. No one is more surprised than Li Yun who listens to the heart. Wendy is Dean? The two female shenanigans, both of which were not bad status, loosened their hands. Wendy laughed softly. Madame Medusa, right, I've heard of you. You haven't been in Dr. Lee's door yet. Do you want me to cure you of this food guarding problem? Lady Medusa's face was frosty as Mia stepped forward. How do you talk to my mistress? A little assistant. You want to turn over a new leaf? Li Yun covered Mia's mouth with one hand. Mia stammered full of confusion. Hold your tongue. I'm doing this for your own good. Li Yun looked to Lady Medusa. Mrs. Medusa, it's my shift. You'd better go back first. Lady Medusa gave Li Yun a grudging look. Dr. Lee, I'm a patient too. What if I can't think straight again? Li Yun leaned close to her ear and said softly, how could Mrs. Medusa not think with me around? Madame Medusa pinched him gently around the waist. You're so bad. Then I'll leave first. I'll see you later. Madame Medusa glared at Wendy and swayed wonderfully away from the hospital. So what? Dr. Lee, I'll go first too. Wendy's all yours. Director Wang also left. Teacher, what about me? Why don't you go out and get busy too? And come back and study when you have a patient. Mia nodded and left the consulting room obediently. Only Wendy and Li Yun were left in the consultation room. Wendy was the first to speak. I'll be Dr. Lee's assistant from now on, and I'll do whatever you want me to do. Anything? Li Yun sat in his chair and craned his neck. My shoulders are a little sore from sitting all morning. Hammer me. Wendy. What? Didn't you say anything? Your work attitude. I'll let Director Wang replace you. Oh. Wendy walked towards Li Yun and slammed her fist down with a hint of resentment. Ouch. Be gentle. Letting you hammer your back is not killing me. You assistant. Very unprofessional. I'm the dean. I'm a professional assistant. My ass. Forget it. I'll take it. As long as I can do my best to keep him and find out why he's really so good. I'll bear it. Li Yun sneered in his heart. So this dean condescended to come to me for this. But what's the difference between that and spying on me? It always feels weird to leave such a great leader beside me. Why don't we just think of a way to spite her and get her to back off? Li Yun thought in his heart and said with dissatisfaction on his lips. That's a really bad maneuver. Forget it. Go give me that cervical therapeutic device. I'll do it myself. Wendy snorted softly with some anger. How dare you dislike me? Just turn around and walk towards the cervical therapist. I didn't realize that I had dropped my heels by accident. The hidden black silk in those white pants leaked out. Corey's. Li Yun stared with wide eyes, suddenly somewhat wanting to change his mind. Episode 51, You Think You're the Dean. Oh, it's leaking. Wendy, who had come down from her office and hadn't had time to change and had to settle for a pair of pants over her black silk jacket, was a little embarrassed at the moment. Rushed to put the warm, jade-like, silky, extremely good-looking jade feet into the high heels. And you know how to hold a man. For that, I'll take your assistant. Wendy blushed with shame and joy. In any case, with Li Yun's approval, she can continue to lurk in the open style. Teacher, a patient has been sent to the emergency room and needs your help. Mia came rushing in, her 36D undulating and anxious. Usually patients sent directly to the emergency room are seriously ill. Li Yun's face was pleased. This will go a long way in helping him accomplish his mission. Wendy, Mia, you're with me. Entering the emergency room, a patient lying on the operating table like a fish on a needle. For around him, surrounded by doctors clad in white coats, one of them had a knife in his hand. Arguing with the other doctor beside him, he kept gesturing at the patient. The frightened patient closed his eyes and almost fainted. This disease deserves surgery. Chief, listen to me. Cut. All I know is to operate. What's the use of operating on this almost terminal condition? I suggest fighting poison with poison. Bring me my poison. Both doctors are senior doctors in our hospital and both have valid points. Who should I listen to? Just as the two senior doctors were arguing and the other doctors didn't know whose opinion to listen to, when Director Wang saw Li Yun, it was like seeing a savior. Dr. Li, you're here. Today Dr. Li's fame is spreading all over the countryside. It's not too much of a stretch to say that it's the first star doctor at Parkview Hospital. That patient suddenly opened his eyes and struggled to look at Li Yun. Dr. Li, help me. As soon as Li Yun arrived, the other doctors immediately greeted him. Seeing Wendy following him, he was first slightly stunned, then immediately averted his gaze, apparently aware of the dean's new status. Dr. Li, you've come at the right time. Look at this. Are we going to operate or fight poison with poison? The two arguing doctors passed their gazes on Li Yun at the same time. What is the patient's condition? A doctor handed over the chart. Li Yun was slow to reach out, and there was some awkwardness in the air. My assistant now? Don't you have any eyes for this little thing? Doctors? No. Is the dean just going to give you a hard time? Wendy took a deep breath and reached for the chart. Septicemia. This is a very rare and terminal disease. As the dean, Wendy, who had seen a lot of conditions, couldn't help but be alarmed. It is for this reason that I advocate surgery to dissect the bones and scrape the body clean of all the toxins attached to it. There was a cold flash of the scalpel, and the patient nearly fainted from fear. You're not going to be able to cure it like this first, not to mention whether it's curable or not. The surgery is extremely difficult, and it's definitely not as good as my fighting poison with poison. Suppressing the poison in his body with a stronger poison. A negative makes a positive. Do you understand? Listening to the two doctors' treatment plans, Li Yun looked at Mia and Wendy. I'd like to hear what you think. As his student, Mia said after a serious thought, I think it's good to fight poison with poison. It has some feasibility. The doctor who suggested it looked at Mia with a friendly face. A soulmate. Wendy shook her head. With this shake of the head, the doctor who proposed the poison just felt the sky fall. Fighting poison with poison can only treat the symptoms but not the root cause. If you want to completely remove the toxins from your body, you can only cut open the bones and remove the toxins from his body. Without further delay, Dr. Yogi, you will begin surgery immediately. How many assistants do you need? You tell Director Wang directly, and Director Wang will cooperate fully. Don't hold back the other doctors. Record this surgery. If we succeed, our hospitals will be famous. Does everyone have the confidence to pull together the entire hospital to accomplish this medical feat? Wendy raised her right hand high and suddenly found the air awkward. Director Wang and the doctors were face to face with her. Oh no. I seem to have gotten my current identity wrong. Li Yun turned his head with a pensive face. Finished? I asked you to give your opinion, not to call the shots. You think you're the dean. Wendy bowed her head slightly and grunted in her defiant mind. I am. Li Yun was also grunting coldly. I didn't know you were, but don't you like to role play? Then you'll have to coil up even if you're a dragon now, and lie down even if you're a tiger. My dean. Aide. Director Wang immediately applauded, diffusing the embarrassment with a workplace floating dust for 100 years. If only every employee of the hospital was like Wendy and stood up for the hospital from the president's point of view, our hospital will develop better. Pattern. Big pattern. You guys say yes? The doctors were just about to pat themselves on the back and nod their heads. Li Yun gently spat out a word. Ass. It's an ass. The doctors gulped, and it was obvious to see Wendy's face behind Li Yun grimacing. A friggin' disease is going to use the resources of the entire hospital. As far as that goes, Dr. Lee, I don't agree with you. This is a rare and terminal case of sepsis. There's no cure. You can only throw your life away like this. Wendy spoke up. Did I tell you to talk? Director Wang. Are you getting me an assistant or a dean? She's teaching me things. Ugh. Director Wang. Director Wang bowed his head deeply with a do not call expression. Dr. Lee, I also think that your assistant has some valid points. Then give her to you. Do you want her? Forget it. Forget it. I'll shut up. The doctors immediately shut up. Whatever the teacher says, Mia trusts the teacher. Here, this is called professionalism. Little assistant, learn how to talk to the leader. Li Yun patted Wendy's shoulder and spoke at length. Wendy was on the verge of exploding. I'm the dean. You want me to learn how to kiss your ass? Damn Li Yun. Do you believe I'll take off my clothes now and scare you to death? Ahem. Take off your identity. The thought of Li Yun seeing his Corey's eyes went wide. If he himself took off his clothes, it wouldn't be scaring him to death. It would be rewarding him. He can cure this disease without surgery? Wendy said unconvincingly. Yes, why not? Watch and learn. I'm only going to teach you once, oh little helper. Wendy froze as Li Yun gently hooked her chin with his hand as he turned toward the operating table. Director Wang was even more wide-eyed. Molesting dean. How dare he? Calm down. Calm down. If he can't cure it, I'll have another attack. If he's cured. Wendy suppressed her anger and looked at Li Yun. Episode 52 New Profession. Alchemist. Li Yun walked towards the operating table and placed one hand on the patient's body. Is it not working here? Dr. Lee, that's Quinn there. It can't not work. Li Yun changed places. Yes, it's the upper body. It hurts. It's all poison. Li Yun's casting holy hand. Ouch. I feel like the toxins are lessening. The patient groaned in comfort. The other doctors were beyond shocked. What? Li Yun ignored their shock and looked at the feedback given by the holy hand. You perceive the poison of decay. Toxin +1. Toxin +1. Toxin +1. Do you choose to refine the toxin? After Li Yun was promoted to famous doctor, not only did his body's antibodies to toxins, viruses, and toxins increase, it also allowed Sage Hand to awaken a new skill. Refinement. It can distill all the negative effects from the patient. Refine. Li Yun spoke softly. The poison of decay in the patient's body is then sucked out of his hands. 30% of the poison of decay has been extracted. 50% of the poison of decay has been extracted. 60% of the poison of decay has been extracted. Just as it was about to finish, the system popped up another prompt. Detecting that the host has refined negative effects, he can awaken the similar profession of apothecary. Do you want to spend 1,000 career points on your chosen awakening? Li Yun's eyes lit up. I didn't realize there was such a surprise. Thought the awakenings were all 500 random, and didn't know what kind of professions would be awakened. And it's amazing that this moment can be selected for awakening based on similar occupations. He looked at his profession value and at the moment, he had exactly 1088. Without hesitation, he chose awakening. Apothecary. Occupational level, elementary. Talent skill, plus 30% success rate in medicine making. Occupational skills dash. 100 refineries, can refine all medicines and elements. 100 poisons, you ignore the side effects of all drugs and are invulnerable to all poisons. The rest of the skills can be unlocked by upgrading. Looking at the alchemist's skill panel, Li Yun could not help but take a deep breath of cold air. Boy, that's strong. The poison of decay has been obtained and a potion of decay can be made. You complete a difficult treatment. Career value +50. Famous doctor proficiency +50. Patient trust +50 inch. Student Mia observes your treatment. Mia's teaching progress is +3% and her favorability is +5. Task 3, completion of 10 difficult treatments, treated, 3. Still lying down. Do you want me to kiss you? Li Yun looked at the patient who was lying properly and said indifferently. Me? Well, a divine doctor. Dr. Lee is simply a divine doctor. It even cures sepsis. You're amazing. Lee Yun waved his hand. Cut the horse asterisk 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 asterisk. The treatment costs $50,000. Go pay. Fine. I'll give you 100,000. Not to mention 50,000. Then pay $100,000. Patients rushed to pay, fearing that the price would go up again if they were late. The other doctors were dumbfounded when they looked at Lee Yun. That's okay? Not only is it an easy cure for a terminal illness, but it also sets its own price? The bottom line is that neither of the two leaders who approved the medical costs and reviewed them said anything. It's not that they don't want to talk about it. Wendy and Director Wang were equally shocked with their jaws nearly dislocated, unable to speak at all. Teachers are amazing. Teachers are the best. Muah. Mia rushed up and kissed Lee Yun. Lee Yun said unhappily, "Is that how you honor your teachers?" Mia was embarrassed. "Oops. Sorry, teacher. I can't help the adoration in my heart." Lee Yun pointed to the right side of his face that wasn't kissed. "What kind of person kisses only one side? This side needs a little bit too." Muah. "It's great." Lee Yun lifted his red-lipped cheeks with Mia to look at Wendy. There was only one word in Dean's mind at the moment. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. "Hey, assistant. What are you waiting for? Come and kiss me." "Doctors?" Wendy slowed down and looked at Lee Yun. "Really? You don't want a young, talented doctor to never be the same again just because you don't encourage it?" Wendy gave a quick kiss in embarrassment. "And that's the end of it? Not encouraging encouragement? If you don't do your job meticulously, do you still want to be my assistant?" Wendy gently lowered her head, close to Lee Yun's ear, her voice like a fine mosquito. "Dr. Lee, great." Lee Yun hemmed and hawed. "Looks like you really want to be my assistant." Such an ungodly thing to say. Wendy shook her head solemnly this time. "No, Dr. Lee is really great. The best doctor I've ever seen. Can I be like Mia and worship you?" The dean wants to worship Dr. Lee? Director Wang didn't know how to describe his mood at the moment. Is this part of the plan to leave Dr. Lee behind? Lee Yun didn't immediately agree, but only smiled gently at her. "It's up to you, Dr. Lee. This is the senior residence that will be assigned to you when you become a full-fledged doctor. See what else you need and I'll tell Director Wang." Wendy brought Lee Yun to the upgraded senior residence. It's a single suite, very luxurious. "Gee, you say your dean set me up so well. Besides seeing me as good, are you coveting my good looks and liking me?" "Wendy, Dr. Lee, there's nothing else you need, you just rest. I'll go back first." Just as Wendy turned to leave, Lee Yun called out to her. "Wait, you're coming in with me." "Come in? Huh?" Wendy froze. "He's not trying to sleep with me, is he? He's a good healer though. He's quite handsome, and his eyes are mesmerizing. But it's the first day we met. How can you be so hasty?" Lee Yun was listening to a large pause of heart activity in Wendy's mind. "Didn't you want to worship me? Come in." Hearing this, Wendy walked into Lee Yun's room with a clench of her teeth. "Close the door. It'll be too loud and disruptive later." Wendy turned around and saw Lee Yun taking off his white coat and underwear, revealing a perfectly toned muscular body. "Dr. Lee, what are you doing? Don't just stand there. You take off too." "Ha?" Looking at Wendy, who stayed where she was and didn't dare to move, Lee Yun flopped down on the bed. "Massaged. I've seen your technique. It's not very good. I've had this shoulder sore all day." "Assistant Wendy, you wouldn't want me to be unable to see my patients tomorrow." "Wendy, stop pretending and take it off. Don't I know your mind? What kind of decent assistant wears curries? Hey, you know you have to wear black silk for backstomping, too." Wendy froze. "Ha? That's it? Episode 53, is he really going to be a dean? Ah, cool. Woohoo. Take off." It was at this moment that Wendy realized why the door was closed. Lee Yun's grunt that was so cool that it took off was indeed a bad influence. Once there was a girl from a poor family. She vowed to trample underfoot all who looked down and towered over her. Then she became a backstepping pedicurist. Ha ha ha. Not funny? Wendy. Well, you shenanigans don't laugh the same way we people do. After Wendy's massage, Lee Yun was much more comfortable, getting dressed and looking over at Wendy. "Do you really want to worship me?" "Well, sincerely." Wendy nodded sincerely. "Dr. Lee is not a reliable person, though, but the medical skills are really powerful. If I can learn from him, I will be able to save more terminally ill patients in the future." The desire for healing came from Wendy's heart. "Well, then I'll take you on as a student. Same as Mia. Preaching to you." Wendy froze, her little face reddening. "Ha? Sperm transfer. Is this worship at proper?" A lightly mature woman like Wendy was naturally different from Mia's younger self who had just entered the workforce. "What are you rambling on about, Older drivers in Curries. Wendy commiserated. Dr. Lee, I wasn't driving. From now on it's teacher. And you're still not driving when the wheels of the car are running over my face? Lee Yun stretched out a finger and tapped Wendy's forehead. Wendy immediately saluted Lee Yun. Wendy, meet the teacher. The bond of teaching has been fulfilled. Student, Wendy. Progress in teaching, 0. Status, proficient. Lee Yun was overjoyed. Follow the 4 stages after worship. Apprentice. Introductory. Proficient. Exit. Wendy lived up to her reputation as a dean. Unlike Mia, the young nurse, there is a certain medical background that is only one step away from being a teacher. Wendy, is there anything you want to ask me about medicine? Now. Sure. Wendy hurriedly pulled out a notebook and began a question and answer session about the doubts in her mind. Teacher, what is the root of sepsis? What is the diagnosis of a patient who has no apparent problem but does have a pathology? There's a patient who has lignification and is paralyzed. How should he be treated? Wendy came to worship and learn with purpose and questions. She, as the dean, asked all about major illnesses. This also made Lee Yun overjoyed. It turns out that there are so many other critically ill patients in the hospital. He began to plan as he answered for Wendy. Gotta check out the inpatient unit. So many critically ill patients. It's like a blessing to me. You answer questions for your student Wendy. Wendy's teaching progress plus 10%. Favorability plus 10 inch. You have solved your student Wendy's doubts. Wendy's teaching progress will be increased by 10%. And her favorability will be increased by 10. Good morning, Dr. Lee. Why do I see you yawning early in the morning? Did you not get a good night's rest last night? Early in the morning, Director Wang saw the yawning Lee Yun and opened his mouth to ask. It's true that I didn't rest well. Wendy was too fierce and tossed me around all night. Director Wang, asking me questions all night. This little ninny. What a study. Where's Director Wang? When Lee Yun finished speaking, he realized that Director Wang had disappeared. Director Wang hurriedly pushed open the door of the dean's office. No sign of Wendy in the dean's chair, but on the couch, he saw a sleeping figure. Wendy lay on the couch with a small, contented smile on her sleeping face. Sexy and charming black silk jade feet were exposed under the pants. Director Wang looked at the sleeping and charming Wendy and arched his hand in greeting. The dean is so righteous that he sacrificed his own body to keep Dr. Lee for the sake of our hospital. Sleeping Wendy? Why do I feel like someone's cricketing me? Sacrifice. Body? Wendy snapped her eyes open and saw the bowing and moving Director Wang. You're okay. What nonsense. Wendy sat up, displeased. I'm not bull ******** ting. Dr. Lee told me. Wendy's little face was red with anger and shame. What nonsense is the teacher talking about? Director Wang. I'm telling you, I'll jump even from here. Nor would you leave a teacher behind by such despicable means. Wendy pointed out the window at the dozen-story building and said indignantly, Teacher? Dean? You worship Dr. Lee? Director Wang once again exclaimed. Wendy yawned and put her feet into her shoes. Stand up. Sensei is truly a miracle healer. A lot of knowledge I've never heard of even as a dean. Listening to him last night was worth 100 years of reading. It would be an honor to worship him. With his talent, he'd be a commissioner for a dean's job. Wendy did not hide her admiration and appreciation for Lee Yun. What? He's really going to you over Dean? Get out. Wendy pointed to the door, her little face mortified. Director Wang immediately scrunched his neck and rolled out. What comprehension? Forget it. It's almost time for work. Now I'm the teacher's student and little assistant. Wendy walked into a small room inside the dean's office. Sensei likes curries. What a strange hobby. So do I wear white or red under my pants today? Wendy hesitated as she looked at the assortment of clothes and stockings that hung all over the small room. 9 o'clock in the morning. Lee Yun just sat down in the inquiry room. The door was full of patients queuing up in admiration. Dr. Lee is so great. My century-old disease is saved. I've heard that Dr. Lee can even cure septicemia. The divine doctor of the world. Don't jump the queue in the back. What do you mean you don't have a good brain? Say it like who has a good brain. Get lost. The line went from the consultation room to the outside of the hospital. Along, who was preparing to go to work, and little Neza watched this scene with their mouths slightly open. Wasn't it said that the Great Spirit is a relation who doesn't know anything about medicine at all? Gee, are all these patients stupid? Little security guards, but you have to maintain order. Be careful of offending the patients themselves to be swallowed. Along eaned and yawned, and together with little Neza, they headed towards the hospital logistics. The tall, cold young man in a security uniform beside them didn't say a word. His face ugly. Alas, security guard, you two are human. This line is too long. Help me look sick. The tall, cold youth froze. I don't know anything about medicine. Che, I thought you humans were all equally powerful. but it turns out it's just Dr. Lee Bull. Look at you. You're destined to be a security guard for the rest of your life. Get lost and get out of my way in line. The high-strung young man fell on his ass when he was pushed by an evil creep who was covering his teeth in excruciating pain. And he dared to be angry. Just a sudden feeling. Why is it that the gap between people is so wide? Episode 54, Poison of Decay, plus, Broken Bowel equals, Blight Potion. These rice balls are pretty good. Next, Lee Yun treating a patient. Beside her, Mia was feeding Lee Yun with a rice ball. Move a little to the right. Didn't say you. You keep lying down. You'll be cured in no time. Wendy, who was standing behind her and pounding Lee Yun's back, moved her hands to the right. Two gorgeous female creeps stood behind him, waiting on him, envied a group of patients who were visiting. Mom, in the future I want to study medicine too. Oh, is it because it saves patients? No, because I get to have a pretty sister to serve me. When faced with this situation, there are patients who look at it and report it. What kind of miracle doctor has two female shenanigans waiting on him while he's treating a patient? I don't even have the same treatment as him for one of my shenanigans. I'm not convinced. I'm reporting it. You're the director, aren't you? Don't you care? Director Wang, huh? I'm in charge of Dr. Lee and the dean? Security. Fork this patient out. Love to heal. My ass. Director Wang put his hands behind his back, cursed, and turned around. You treated a patient. Career value plus 10. Famous doctor proficiency plus 10. Patient trust plus 10 inch. As Li Yun's famous doctor career level got higher, the rewards received by the average patient began to decrease. But the good thing is that it's large and efficient. The famous doctor's mission has been accumulated very quickly. Task 1, accumulate patient trust. With more than 1,000 trusts considered completed, accumulated, 952. Task 2, treatment of 500 patients, treated, 325. Task 4, achievement of 2000, current, 1325, proficiency in famous doctors. 2 students, who have been taking them to watch and learn as they explain. The progress of their respective ordinations is also climbing rapidly. Student Mia, student Wendy watch and learn. Teaching progress plus 5%, goodwill plus 5 inch. The bond to teach has been fulfilled. Student, Mia. Progress in teaching, 32%. Status, introductory. The bond to teach has been fulfilled. Student, Wendy. Progress in teaching, 58%. Status, proficient. Progress is naturally much faster with Dean Wendy, who has her own underpinnings. But Mia is hardworking and not far behind. In response, Lee Yun stood up. There aren't many patients back there and they are all of some underlying etiology. Mia, you do the healing. Mia froze. Teacher, am I okay? Of course you can as my student. Lee Yun gave his affirmation and Wendy nodded. Senior sister Mia, you can do it. Wendy, who was a late entrant, called out to sister. This gave Mia a few moments of perspective. Okay, I'll try. Mia took the seat of the consulting physician. Following Lee Yun's example, he began to treat the patient. You're not a big problem. I'll prescribe you a medication and take it a couple times and you'll be fine. You're dislocated. I'll set your bones and you'll be fine in no time. Auntie, it's okay to lose your teeth. I'll get you a new set. Do you want a blood-sucking tricksters or a werewolf's? Lee Yun's satisfied nod. Wendy also recognized the thought in his mind. Not bad for a Mia senior sister. It looks like we're going to have a beautiful female Dr. Creepy in the hospital from now on. Wendy has decided that Mia should be promoted from nurse to doctor. Student Mia successfully treats a patient. Plus 10% progress in teaching. Your student completes the treatment by asking the teacher on his behalf. Career value plus 5. Master teacher proficiency plus 5. Patient's trust plus 5 inch. As long as a system-recognized student completes the treatment for me, I'll get a reward too? Lee Yun looked at the backstage, as well as the mission updates, and was pleasantly surprised. Taking advantage of Mia's free time to get a reward for helping herself to the consultation, Lee Yun opened his 100 refinements skill, which was exclusive to his pharmacist skill. Poison of Decay, plus Broken Bowel, equals Potion of Blight, level 1. Withering Potion, poisoners will experience negative effects such as exhaustion and weakening of the body. Lee Yun looked to Wendy. Do they have breakers at the hospital? It's a contraband. The hospital doesn't have it. What would a teacher want it for? It's not much. I heard it was a cure, so I wanted to get some. It would have to be out in the countryside outside the hospital. There's a place with lots of breakers. I'll go for a bit then. No. Wendy crossed her arms to bleed. It can be dangerous outside the hospital, and teacher is human. How can you go by yourself? Teacher must be accompanied by me or Mia if she's going. Lee Yun thought about this. After lunch in a little while, you'll take over for Mia in the afternoon, and I'll have Mia accompany me. Okay, teacher. After lunch, Li Yun saw that there were no patients with major diseases in the consultation room, so he asked Wendy to consult the teacher on his behalf. She was supposed to be the dean, and it was a bit of child's play for her compared to Mia. Myself and Mia walked out of the hospital. Teacher, that's the broken heart grass up ahead. This grass is poisonous. And this is a cure? Mia asked curiously. All things in this world are mutually exclusive, and poison is also sometimes an antidote. Got it? Mia thought for a moment. Got it. Student Mia understands phasing. Teaching progress plus 1%. Favorability plus 5 inch. When the system says she gets it, she really gets it. Unfortunately, that was just something Li Yun made up off the top of his head. He naturally did not take this broken heart grass to cure his illness. We have all the ingredients for the blight potion. Will you synthesize it? Synthesize. Consumption of poison of decay minus 5%. Consumption of spirit severing herb minus 1. Obtain potion of withering asterisk 1. You have completed the first level of potion making for the first time. Career value plus 30. Alchemist career proficiency plus 30 inch. The success rate is pretty high. One shot. It might have something to do with the grade of this potion. After all, it's a low grade 1 potion. There are a total of 7 levels of potions. If Li Yun's occupational proficiency at this point in time were to forcefully synthesize a high-level potion of level 4 or higher, even with the bonus of talent, the success rate is estimated to be less than 10%. Picking all of the soul-severing grasses from a patch, there were probably a few dozen of them. Li Yun looked up and watched the sky getting late. Okay, let's go back. Mia nodded. Return to the hospital with Li Yun. Suddenly a group of creepy creatures rushed out with weapons in hand. Mia was the first to protect Li Yun. What are you doing? This is our, by Gue hospital doctor. The lead creepy thing looked at Li Yun and said coldly. Looking for Dr. Leave from your hospital. If it wasn't for this damned human who cured my father's sepsis. I inherited the family fortune a long time ago and became the new emperor in the family. Now that my old man is cured, I'm going to be the crown prince for another 100 years. All thanks to you. Mia frowned slightly. Teacher, run. There are too many of them. I can't beat them. Li Yun hemmed and hawed. It's a big crowd. Just in time to try my potion. The blight potion was then thrown into the trickster group. Episode 55, Mia's pampering. Wendy's please. Mia, hold your breath. Mia held all her breath for the first moment. The blight potion smashed to the ground, and the dark green liquid inside instantly turned into gas and spread out. Ahem. What the hell is this? What a pungent smell. Wait, why do I feel my powers weakening? Not only strength, but also speed, and flesh. The creeps looked at their withering and decaying bodies in disbelief. Hey, that was pretty immediate. Disadvantage potion level is too low and doesn't last long, but it's enough to deal with this group of mongrels. Facing a group of creepy creatures that were buffed by power reduction, Li Yun did not pretend anymore. The purple pupils glowed with light and the addition of blackness. At the moment he was the hunter in the night. With great speed, he grabbed a trickster's arm and yanked it. Ah, my arm. Don't you come any closer. My thighs. Head. Who saw where my head was kicked? Li Yun clapped his hands and resolved the creepy thing in front of him in 3 strokes. This group of tricksters had average battle power, and was about the same as the D-rank Li Yun in the tricksters, belonging to the blood trickster realm. The realm is divided according to the 7 levels of guile corresponding to the player: Grievous Ghost, Underworld Guile, Blood Guile, Night Guile, Fierce Guile, Guile King, and Guile Emperor. There's obviously something about such a creepy thing that doesn't make it to the top, but you can't beat the numbers. If they were in their heyday, Li Yun and Mia of the same realm, it's hard to deal with, but with the blight potion weakening, it would be a stinker. The ground was littered with broken limbs. Li Yun didn't forget to advertise. If you want to get your bodies back, remember to come to the 100 Guile Hospital and see me. Dr. Li. Li Yun turned around and snapped his fingers in a dashing manner. Mia, I know teacher looks good to you. Don't just stand there. Let's go. Mia's incredibly weak voice came through. Teacher, what kind of medicine is this? I'm all weak now. Didn't I tell you to hold your breath? It seems it doesn't work. Li Yun, who was impervious to all poisons, was naturally impervious to potions. Looking at the incomparably weak Mia, Li Yun realized the problem. This potion is really pervasive. Even if you hold your breath, the gas will still erode as long as it gets on your skin. Works great. Love it. Mia, I'll carry you. As soon as Li Yun carried Mia on his back, the master and disciple duo followed the moonlight on the way back to the hospital. Mia lay on Li Yun's shoulder, embarrassed. Teacher, I'm heavy, aren't I? Li Yun nodded absently. Well, it's pretty heavy. Mia buried her head behind Li Yun and said timidly, then I'll eat less from now on. Lose weight. Li Yun laughed out loud. Just now he was just teasing this little female trickster. We humans have a saying, if you don't weigh 100, You're either flat-chested or short. Are you trying to lose the 30-60? Or are those 6'7" legs now? Mia asked in a small voice. So which one does the teacher like? Lee Yun pretended to think for a moment, freeing one hand to slowly squeeze it tight. Me? All of them. Teacher is so bad. Hey, you haven't complimented teacher on how handsome he was just now. Handsome. Extra handsome. Super handsome. In Mia's mind teacher is the most handsome human. Lee Yun nodded with satisfaction. Or Mia's a good girl. Promise your teacher you'll stay big. Ha? What is that teacher saying? Words of blessing. Ha ha ha. Teachers like big ones. So the teacher is big too? Ahem. We're not out in the car. So don't speed. Mia's face gently pressed against Lee Yun's shoulder and murmured. It's nice to meet a teacher. Lee Yun smiled gently. Back at the hospital, Wendy, who happened to have finished treating patients and walked out of the consultation room, saw Lee Yun carrying Mia, rushed over. Teacher, is something wrong? Met some trouble on the way. Lee Yun put down Mia, and Wendy immediately helped support her senior sister. Senior sister is injured? That's not true. It was purely by mistake on my part. Wendy, so is the teacher okay? Wendy looked at Lee Yun with worry, one hand constantly touching Lee Yun to see if he was injured. Mia slowed down and spoke. Sensei is so handsome, beating the crap out of a bunch of blood tricksters. Wendy looked at Lee Yun with some skepticism. In terms of medical skills, she thought she was far inferior to Lee Yun, but at this realm, Lee Yun was clearly not enough. A potion was made, called the Blight Potion, can add a weakening buff to the opponent for a short period of time, diminishing the opponent's combat power. Wendy and Mia were both his disciples, and there was nothing to hide in front of them. You're all female shenanigans. It's not safe to go out, so teacher will give you 2 bottles each. Mia took the Blight Potion and was filled with joy. Thank you teacher. Wendy took the Blight Potion and looked at it. Obviously she saw the doorway and was filled with shock. There's an element of decaying poison in here. Not bad. There's still the broken heart herb. What a powerful potion. Was this really refined by the teacher? Teacher also knows the art of refining potions? Aha. Wendy was pleasantly surprised. Pill refiners are all very rare existences in our underworld. Our hospital has been trying to find an alchemist to improve the current problem of pain relief anesthesia and other agents that are ineffective and aging. Couldn't find it for a very high price. I didn't realize that the teacher would be able to, and the quality of this potion isn't inferior to our underworld alchemists. Teacher, I have a humble request. Can you help the hospital improve? Wendy hadn't paid the slightest attention to the fact that she had accidentally exposed her thoughts on being a family member again. Lee Yun smiled at Mia. Mia, you need to learn more from your sister Wendy. The realization that this moment wants to be a dean. Wendy immediately bowed her head, a look of embarrassment on her face. Lee Yun finished snickering and also looked away. How hard can it be? But the base material needs to be provided for me by the hospital. You do know that this alchemist is the most costly, and basic materials aren't cheap. Wendy instantly took a big swing. Don't worry teacher. I'll order. Tell Director Wang that the materials are fully covered by the hospital, and have him apply for a ratio of alchemy funds for you, the same as when you hired the underworld alchemist. Not a penny less. Lee Yun nodded. It's kind of killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Helped Wendy with the hospital's pharmacy challenges. One can also increase the proficiency of the alchemist profession through free materials from the hospital. It's more than enough to get paid a handsome sum. It's a good thing to do, and you'd be a fool not to do it. I'll go find Director Wang now. When Wendy saw Lee Yun nodding, she immediately went away in high spirits. Episode 56 Dr. Lee, we don't want to die. Dean, does Dr. Lee really know the art of alchemy? Are you questioning me? Or my teacher? Wendy, dressed in her dean's uniform and sitting in a chair in the dean's office, resumed her domineering and cold female presidential appearance, crossing her legs to show the stockings under her pant legs. Mature and sexy as in the air. I don't dare to. I just heard that the art of pill refining is extremely complicated. I would have thought that Dr. Lee being so proficient in medicine at such a young age was already rare. No more energy and time to put in other areas. Hearing Director Wang's words, Wendy also felt that there were a few reasonable points. Sensei is the best human I've ever seen, and can be considered a miracle healer. But it's true, as you say, humans are not like tricksters, who usually live hundreds, thousands of years. He's so young and his medical skills are heavenly, and the alchemy of medicine is not expected to be as profound in attainment as his medical skills, but it's enough to solve the hospital's current problem of aging pharmaceuticals. Wendy commanded. You prepare a little more in terms of materials. The failure rate of pill refining is extremely high, and there are a lot of consumables. Pay the teacher first on the fee. He's not an outsider. Director Wang nodded, but did not leave immediately, but stood there. What? Anything else? Wendy, who who was taking off her dean's uniform and getting ready to change back into her assistant's uniform, asked, "Dean, there are only 2 days left in DR. Lee's stay is required. Have you figured out how to leave him behind?" Hearing this, Wendy visibly froze. There was a lull in the changing of clothes. "Our hospital is doing great business today. What other hospitals can cure? We're faster and save money. What other hospitals can't cure? We can. It's all about the golden sign of DR. Lee, once he's gone." Director Wang didn't say anymore. The stakes were clearer to Wendy than him. "Are you trying to get me to do whatever it takes to keep the teacher? I know Dean couldn't do something like that. I'm just trying to tell Dean that since he can't stay, isn't it a good idea to tell him the truth ahead of time? I'm afraid he'll find out on his own someday and it will affect your teacher-student relationship." Wendy pondered for a moment and looked up. "You are quite right. The teacher was extremely kind to me. Teach me everything. I've decided to tell him who I really am and be honest with him." In the questioning room, Li Yun once again finished seeing the patients in line with great efficiency. The task of treating 500 patients is almost complete. It goes without saying that proficiency is more than required. Mia's ordination progress has kind of caught up with Wendy. 7 days worth of appointments, and I'm down to the last 2. Make sure you pull your celebrity doctor career in 2 days. The one thing that is consistently not growing at the moment is the high level of treatment. Mia ran in. "Teacher, you're the rotating doctor in the inpatient unit today. We're going to the hospitalization unit this afternoon." Li Yun was delighted. It's really a pillow for a sleepy head. Now there's a solution to the difficult treatment. As Li Yun was calculating, Wendy, who had changed into her assistant's clothes and changed her appearance from a female bully, returned to the consultation room. "Teacher, Director Wang has gone to prepare the materials." The dean was happy and agreed to all the requests, and would like to meet the teacher in person tonight. Wendy didn't move to report the situation. Li Yun, however, smiled playfully in his heart. "This little ninny is taking off her vest to be honest with me?" The outwardly unobtrusive Li Yun nodded his head. "I'm the doctor on the inpatient rotation today. Okay, you two get ready and accompany me to the inpatient unit to check on the patients." Accompanied by Mia and Wendy, Li Yun left the inquiry room. The 100 Guile Hospital was not very large, and before Li Yun, there were no real famous doctors in attendance. It can only be considered a third-rate hospital, and business is not so hot. In addition to the infrastructure of acute care, logistics, office, and pharmacy, there is also an inpatient unit. Why aren't there any doctors sitting on the inpatient unit? While walking, Li Yun asked. Mia was clearly unaware and looked confused. Wendy spoke up. "The hospital's already scarce resources for renowned doctors are not enough, so they have to put all their resources in the frontline emergency room. Doctors view patients in the inpatient unit on a shift basis. The only nurses left in the inpatient unit are the ones who take care of the patients on a daily basis." Mia wondered. Senior sister Wendy knows a lot. "I've been coming to the hospital for several years and it's the first time I've been to the inpatient department." Wendy laughed softly. If elder sister had stayed in the hospital for 100 years, she would have known about these things. Wasn't Sister Wendy just an assistant in the hospital? "Oh, I accidentally blurted it out. Ahem. Senior sister may have misremembered. I used to be a nurse in the inpatient department, which is why I was transferred to acute care as a teacher's assistant by Director Wang." Mia, a 36D with little heart, nodded naively. "So I misremembered. Elder sister, have you seen the dean? I heard from my teacher that our dean is old and ugly, and that he's a disgrace to look at. The dean has asked our teacher to meet with him tonight. The teacher won't be scared to death. After all, there aren't many female shenanigans as beautiful as ours." Wendy, "I thank sister for the compliment." Wendy gritted her teeth in thanks and glared at Li Yun's back, glaring at the god. As Li Yun listened to the whispered mutterings of the two female shenanigans, the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. Arriving at the inpatient unit, a terminally ill bizarre Moncler jacket salesman with an optimistic yo-yo face said, "Yoo-hoo, Dr. Human? This is the first time I've seen it. Are you also here to fulfill your hospital duties to cheer and encourage us dying creeps? What's all this talk about how the hospitals are working hard to overcome these terminal illnesses? That we're not going to die? That we have to trust the hospitals and believe in ourselves? Boy, forget it. You're tired of talking too much. And we're tired of listening. It's supposed to be tricky. What am I afraid of dying for? On the contrary, you human boy, you become a doctor at a young age. You've got some skills, but you have to be careful. Some of these shenanigans have big tempers, and if you can't cure them, they'll get eaten." The trickster waved his hand, with a look of putting his own body and death out of the picture, and instead he was concerned about Li Yun. It's really a bit of an inversion of the Big Dipper. Hey, if I were 100 years younger and didn't have this terminal disease, this is my favorite kind of young guy to eat. Unfortunately, my esophagus is rotting, so I can't eat anything. Death is rather a relief. The other creepy grandpa, who was also not too old, hemmed and hawed. A dead silence permeated the entire ward. Staying here is no different than waiting to die. Li Yun looked at their medical records. It's just a terminal illness. It's not like it can't be cured. Septicemia? I just cured one here. Since none of you want to live, forget it. What? Hearing Li Yun's words, the Guile Moncler outlet store who had just been one optimistic and waiting for death jumped up violently from the bed, bursting with a last powerful burst of life. Doc, don't go. We don't want to die. Heal us. Episode 57. How does he look a little unorthodox in this refiner? A bunch of old denizens, when they heard it could be cured, ran faster than anyone else, whose dentures flew out. Line up one by one. Grandpa, your dentures are considered a queue jumper. People and shenanigans die. Whether or not a person would turn into a trick when they died, Li Yun didn't know. But when ordinary shenanigans die, there's definitely just a handful of ash left. Under Li Yun's treatment, the group of terminally ill and waiting to die creepy things had been revitalized. Teacher is too good too. Fire poisoning syndrome. Thousand frozen syndrome. Vanguard syndrome. Septic syndrome. It's as if there's nothing he can't cure with each of these one-of-a-kind underworld extreme diseases. Mia's admiration index for Li Yun was just about to explode. Wendy was not daring to blink her eyes, learning from Li Yun's treatment. Once this group of terminally ill patients is cured, the hospital will be on fire like never before. But, how do I keep the teacher? Wendy clenched her fists and looked at Li Yun, gradually losing her confidence. As long as Li Yun is around, 100 Guile Hospital will be the most powerful hospital. No more third-rate hospitals. Once Li Yun was gone, the power of these few short days would return to its original form. You completed difficult treatment. Career value plus 50. Famous doctor proficiency plus 50. Patient trust plus 50 inch. Student Mia, Wendy is observing your healing. Teaching progress plus 10%. Task 3, completion of 10 high-level treatments, treated, 15. Li Yun looked at each of the terminally ill patients who had regained their lives and were happily bouncing away. He also took a long breath. The mission was not only accomplished, it was exceeded. One step closer to career advancement. Aside from that, there's an extra big catch. Li Yun opened the apothecary panel. Refining the new elements he could make new potions. Fire poison potion, 1000 freeze potion, petrifying potion. Among them, the fire poison and 1000 frozen potions are both tier 1 potions. Petrochemical potions are however level 2. A petrifying potion? I wonder how it compares to Madame Medusa. All of these potions have the basic elements. They just need some accompanying refining materials. Teacher, Director Wang's side has already prepared the relevant materials. Do you want to take a break? Wendy thoughtfully opened her mouth to inquire about Li Yun. After all, Li Yun had only finished treating a dozen or so critically ill patients. Li Yun shook his head. I'm fine. Where are you making medicine? Pharmacy. Go. Come to the pharmacy. The relevant medicinal materials needed to refine the anesthesia, pain relief hospital have been prepared. Li Yun looked at the quantity and frowned slightly. Isn't it only 100 bottles of each potion? How can you prepare 2 to 3 times as much material? Director Wang immediately explained. Dr. Li, considering that you've only stepped into alchemist, the success rate might be that much lower. Supplies naturally require more. Don't worry. Your willingness to help is already a great favor. Feel free to use these supplies. Li Yun deflated. The alchemist's alchemy was divided into 2 main categories. One type is elemental, such as blight potion, fire poison potion, and so on, with the power of an elemental attack. One is the daily category, such as anesthesia, pain relief, hemostasis and other common medical agents. There was no level restriction on this potion, and it was much simpler to refine. An average alchemist couldn't say that there was a 100% success rate, but there was a high degree of certainty. Li Yun, however, dared to say that he could succeed 100%. After all, the increased success rate of professional passive skills is here to stay. So if we run out, Dr. Li is out of line. The hospital only needs 100 bottles. If there are any leftover supplies, they will all be given to Dr. Li. Li Yun's small mouth pulled. They are cheap not to take advantage of it, though it was a bargain for his own apprentice. I'm sure Wendy, who wasn't lacking in debt, wouldn't blame him. Li Yun said no more. Just get ready to start refining the medicine. You guys go ahead and wait for me outside. I'll call you guys when I'm done refining. Director Wang immediately smiled and nodded. The pot for making medicine is over there. Do you need help boiling the pot for Dr. Li? Li Yun glanced at the essential pill refining pot for pill refiners. With the system he certainly didn't need to go through all that trouble. Simply by grasping the material in your hand, the panel of the profession skill 100 refinements will show the potions that can be made from this material. then click refine on the panel. The materials in his hand then disappeared, and the refined potion appeared instead. No need. Director Wang walked out of the pharmacy with Mia and Wendy. Mia wondered. Director Wang, what does simmering pot mean? Director Wang smashed his mouth and recalled. Refining pills? Ah, it's a laborious process. I had the honor of helping the last alchemist who made potions for our hospital boil them. The key to refining medicine is this refining pot. The fire, the temperature, and the proportions of the consumables, the timing of putting them in the pot. You can't have one without the other. This brings out the strange chemistry of the herbs. Mia groped adorably with one hand on her chin. Reason I see. But why don't we hear the teacher starting the pot and burning the stove? Director Wang and Wendy looked at each other. The teacher himself said that he had just learned to make medicine. Might not be too familiar with the consumables yet. Working out the ratios. Wendy explained. Yes. Dr. Lee should be calculating the ratio. No rush. The sound of pots and pans being started and stoves being burned came from inside the pharmacy. Look, Dr. Lee is starting the pots and burners. Looks like it's official. To be able to go from consumable ratios to starting a pot and firing a furnace so quickly, Dr. Lee is considered extremely talented among the newcomers among the alchemists. Director Wang complimented. Only the door to the pharmacy slowly opened. Li Yun walked out. Dr. Lee, what are you doing out here? Li Yun faintly said. Of course I came out to find something when I finished refining. What? Finished refining? Director Wang, Wendy, and Mia looked at each other. It's only been what? Less than 10 minutes full time. Director Wang looked sideways at the pharmacy. The supplies that had just been piled up on the floor were empty. Supplies are all gone. Dr. Lee won't fail, will he? 3 times the value of the consumables was not bad, but Wendy was not distressed. She was just a little sorry that her teacher, who was omnipotent in her eyes, had failed? Fail? I can still fail at refining this kind of thing. Am I mixed up or not? The potions are on the counter. When Li Yun pointed, Director Wang immediately ran in. It was neatly organized with all kinds of potions. Anesthesia, pain relief, bleeding. My God, what a god. Director Wang took the potion and opened it for a sniff. The powerful anesthetic effect almost made him unsteady. Wendy and Mia also stared in amazement as they looked at the densely packed potions. The scariest thing is that the number of assorted potions is not 100. Instead, it's based on 300 of triple consumables. 1 bottle is not too much. 1 bottle is not too little. In other words, Li Yun didn't fail even once. 100% success rate. Such a shock made Wendy admire it all over again. First things first, 100 bottles are yours. The remaining 200 bottles you guys agreed to give me. Of course you want it. Or you can make a deal. I need all 3 of these supplies and you can find them for me. Li Yun took out the names of the consumables he had prepared beforehand. Director Wang was immediately delighted when he received it. I'll find it for Dr. Lee. Dr. Lee, you are really the biggest blessing for our hospital. By the way, you don't use pot? Li Yun shook his head. Then what are you racking the pot for? I was hungry and wanted to cook some hot pot. And when the fire was turned on I realized I didn't have the ingredients. So I came out here. How does he look a little unorthodox refiner? Chapter 58, Wendy, a bride for a night. And I'm not sorry. Dr. Lee, the fire spirit grass and frost leaves you wanted are here. As for the mother of stone, I've asked all the suppliers that work with the hospital and none of them have the herb. Director Wang followed the trading conditions and found the herbs Li Yun wanted in exchange for the remaining assorted potions. No? Is it because the herb is too scarce? Director Wang shook his head. Stone Mother Nature is also a common herb. There's a big one coming in the back, monopolizing the whole city full of stone mothers. If you want this herb, you can only purchase it from her. Everyone else, don't even think about facing that big, grumpy family. But if it's Dr. Lee, I see a good chance. Li Yun was a bit puzzled. Why? That big house is Madame Medusa. And with Dr. Lee's relationship with her. Li Yun then realized what Director Wang meant by the so-called very good chance. It's amazing that Mother Stone is wrapped up in that big rich lady, Madame Medusa. It seems that if you want to obtain the Mother of Stone, you'll have to meet her sometime. The enchanting figure of Lady Medusa surfaced in Li Yun's mind. Dr. Lee, it's almost time. The dean is already waiting for you in his office. Madame Medusa's figure was occupied by another silhouette, temporarily dissipated. Li Yun looked towards Director Wang who reminded him and intended to lead the way. Knowingly snarky. Where did Wendy go? Why haven't I seen her? Director Wang paused. Forget it. The dean wants to see me for something heavier. So I'll trouble Director Wang to lead the way. No trouble. Follow Director Wang in the elevator to the highest floor of the office building. Dr. Lee, the dean is waiting for you inside. You're not going in with me? How old is the dean? What's he like? Will he eat me? What if I'm scared? Director Wang was speechless for a while as he looked at Li Yun, who was hugging himself to death. Don't worry, Dr. Lee, you're the most outstanding doctor in our hospital. Dean won't have an appetite for you. Director Wang wiped his cold sweat and explained. Is Dean a man or a woman? And does he look good? What if the dean is a woman and is plotting against me? You worry too much. You're being paranoid. The dean is surely plotting against you. Why else would I be lurking beside you? Director Wang smiled on the surface, and Li Yun, who could see through his mind, straightened his white coat. He was curious to see how Wendy would see him. Push open the door and step into the office. Floor-to-ceiling windows, softly lit. A beautiful backstory stood with her arms folded. The figure wore a black suit on top, shorts and black silk underneath, and high heels. The legs were straight and slender, carrying the dominance and majesty of a hospital lord. Dean? Dr. Lee, it's nice to finally meet you. You got eyes in the back of your head? The dean's majesty that Wendy had managed to put up broke in a second. Stinky teacher, how can you talk to the dean like that? Ha, ahem. I mean, it's good to see you. How happy. Why is it different from what I thought? The teacher doesn't follow the rules. Li Yun looked at the dean, whose back was all tinged with confusion, and coldly snorted in his heart. Still pretending with me? Wendy let out a long breath and patted her hand on her chest. When I turn around, I'll scare the teacher to death. Just as Wendy turned around, she suddenly surged into an embrace. Dean, does your behavior count as subterfuge? Wendy looked up and saw a wickedly smiling face. Dr. Lee, call me what? Senior, teacher. That's right, my dean. Apprentice. Wendy realized this with a start. You guessed it, teacher. It's hard to guess when you're so bad at acting and have me as the dean on your face at all times. Then why didn't you say so? If I had said that, how would I have had the chance to see you so dominant? Li Yun scratched Wendy's nose with a hint of favor in his eyes, obviously wearing the dean's uniform. Wendy's domineering aura pulled full, but when leaning in Li Yun's arms, her brain was empty and she forgot that she was Dean Wendy. Just want to be that teacher's student, doctor's assistant Wendy. You're dressed like that. It's very imposing and nice. Then is the teacher willing to stay? For my sake? Li Yun backed away slightly. He didn't want to lie to the Wendy in front of him. Shook his head. Wendy seemed to have guessed this outcome. There was no disappointment on his face, just a soft smile and some relief. I had guessed that the teacher couldn't stay here forever. You don't belong here and you can never stay here. But so what? Li Yun only felt his lips go cold and turn incredibly hot. Wendy's cheeks were flushed, and the kiss was a little raw and nervous. Even if it's just a one-night bride for the teacher, Wendy, have no regrets. Li Yun seemed to be fixed there, his body stiffening. Wendy stuck her tongue out offensively this time. Chapter 59, Madame Medusa's Invitation. Teacher, the dean summoned me last night. I went to your room and never saw you return. Made me worry all night. Did Dean give you a hard time? I've heard that Dean is an uncaring old hag, so let me see if you're hurt. Li Yun, Mia, I'm fine. This is a consultation room. It's not a good influence for you to undress me. Mia spat out her little tongue adorably. I'm also concerned about the teacher. Since the teacher is fine, I won't give her a medical checkup. But Dean, that teacher must be ever so careful. After all, Dean is an old hag. As Mia's words trailed off, Wendy, dressed in her dean's uniform, walked in. Senior sister Wendy, you're late today. Oh, don't worry. I won't tell Director Wang. Why don't you hurry up and change your assistant's uniform? Be careful that Director Wang will come and see you later and dock your salary. Mia kindly reminded that Director Wang and a group of doctors had appeared behind Wendy respectfully. Morning, Dean. Wendy nodded softly and looked over at a shocked Mia. Elder sister has a point. This is the teacher's consultation room after all. I'd better change into my assistant's uniform. Mia covered her small mouth. You're Dean? Elder sister is thinking that I don't look like an old hag? Li Yun laughed lightly. Don't scare your senior sister. Mia, Wendy is Dean. It's also your senior sister. Oh. Wendy changed into her assistant's clothes and looked over at Li Yun and Mia. In front of my teacher. I am still his student. Your sister. What are you waiting for? Senior sister. There are a lot of patients today. I specifically asked them to add a questioning table. Let's sisters ask for the teacher's advice together today. Wendy sat down in the questioning doctor's seat and looked over at Mia. Mia snapped back to her senses and let out a soft oh, an embarrassed whisper. Dean. Just call me Sister Wendy. Senior Sister Wendy. I'm sorry for just now. It's okay. It's my fault for hiding it from you and the teacher before. From now on, I will never call you an old demoness again. Where is a demoness as beautiful as senior sister Wendy? Elder sister is pretty too. Seeing Shuang Mei sitting there immediately put a little more spring in the boring questioning room. Countless patients walked into the consultation room and were stunned. What kind of hospital has such beautiful doctors? Let alone two. Li Yun saw this and smiled knowingly. The two sisters who already have a 50% degree of ordination. As long as they are not facing a terminal illness, all other illnesses can be easily dissolved. He was enjoying himself when he suddenly received a phone call. Dr. Li, phone call for you. Who else could be looking for you at this time of day? Do I need to refuse with the excuse that I'm too busy at the hospital like I always do? No, I'll pick it up myself. Li Yun walked out of the inquiry room and answered the phone. Hello, this is Li Yun. A lazy, flirty voice came from the other end of the line. Dr. Li, you're finally willing to take my call. I thought you had me all worked up. Li Yun laughed softly. I dare not forget anyone but Madame Medusa. What did the lady want to see me about? Madame Medusa sat in her chair, her white legs gently crossed. One hand held the phone and the other kept stirring the ends of his hair. Groomed like a pregnant girl. I've been feeling very hot the last few days. Some of me is sick. Oh, so ma'am, come to the hospital and I'll personally prescribe a few medications for ma'am? But my body is really weak and I can hardly move around. Why don't Dr. Li come to my home and take a look for me? Li Yun listened to Mrs. Medusa's voice that was like a young girl pampering herself. The graceful young woman came to mind. The delicacy of her young face at the moment. Most moving. Since the lady is so ill. I'll take a look. Hang up. Lady Medusa's face was beyond ecstatic. Dr. Li is coming to see me? Quickly, clean up the house without a single layer of dirt. The little snakes on Madame Medusa's head fell off and began to clean the house. Sitting in front of her dresser, Madame Medusa pressed her flowers against the mirror. The already girlish-looking cheeks were made even more beautiful with the application of delicate and flashy makeup. Come to the dress mirror and look at your proud body. A delicate muttering on her face. I forgot to ask Dr. Li what kind of getup he likes. This is the first time I've been alone with Dr. Li. I have to make a good impression on her. Madame hummed a little love song, her little feet picking their way through the mirror as she changed into one of her fine outfits. A woman is a woman who dresses to please herself and also dresses to please herself. Ding dong, the doorbell rang, and one by one the little snakes in the house raised their budding eyes. Dr. Li is here. Babies, come back here. The little snakes flocked back to Lady Medusa and reintegrated into her hair. Mrs. Medusa took one last look at her flawless outfit before she went to open the door. Open the door and you are greeted by a bouquet of flowers. Then came the face that Madame had longed for. It's the first time I've been to Madame's house, and I don't know what's appropriate to bring. The roadside saw this bouquet of flowers, as delicate as the beauty of the lady. Then it was plucked and given to the lady. Mrs. Medusa held the flowers and was touched with shyness. Thanks Dr. Li. As a beautiful woman with a large family, she was nevertheless a licking dog to pursue. Not to mention this delicate flower by the side of the road. The most expensive gift ever seen. But the lady holding the flowers at the moment only felt like the happiest female trickster in all of the underworld. From the beloved, all things are like. Li Yun stepped into Madame Medusa's mansion. Luxury as far as the eye can see. Unlike the strong, majestic Mrs. Timid, who was bound to bring the entire family to the top. Alone, Madame Medusa carries herself with high spirits and loneliness. Both are beautiful women with large families, but they also have different blooms of beauty. Dr. Li, it's nice to finally meet you. Mrs. Medusa made a cup of tea and served it in front of Li Yun, then sat down across from him. Hands on his chin, he looked at Li Yun. Li Yun gently took a sip and said approvingly, her ladyship's tea is truly upper class. It's not like regular green tea that has a superficial tea color and gets boring in one sip. Her ladyship's tea carries a strong undercurrent of age, as well as flavor. Tasting tea is like tasting people. Mrs. Medusa's heart rejoiced. This is 100-year pour. Naturally it is extraordinary. So it turns out that Dr. Li doesn't like being young, but instead likes being old. Li Yun suddenly shook his tiger's body and sat there not daring to move. Madame Medusa looked at him quietly, a small smile on her face. Under the table, the small feet wrapped in flesh silk sticking out from the high heels were gently touching Li Yun's calves. That silky touch and just the right amount of strength. Each stroke was stimulating Li Yun's nerves. Chapter 60 Li Yun, Madam, please respect my profession. If it's a young, green maiden who has never picked the beauty of love, when faced with someone you like, you will never have such a hot look in your eyes. All her little thoughts would be hidden as quietly as a boulder in the ocean. Obviously, for the age-immersed beauty, even initial love, it also displays the desires of the heart unabashedly. Such a straight ball has a more irresistible mature beauty than a young girl. Dr. Li, Why don't you continue drinking tea? Didn't you say you like the flavor of age in this tea? Li Yun put down his teacup and looked sullenly at Lady Medusa. Ma'am, do you realize that your behavior is a tease? Tease? What about this? Madam's flesh silk wrapped jade foot gave up its attack on Li Yun's calf. Turning like a snake silky and unguardable, he approached between Li Yun's thighs. A breath of fresh air is never expected. I really like the way Dr. Li looks right now. I've gotten a lot better. All of my illnesses. Li Yun took a deep breath. Didn't dare forget the purpose of his visit. Ma'am, you said you've been having health problems again lately. Why don't you hold out your hand and I'll take a look for you? Lady Medusa stretched out her own jade root-like slender white arm. The 5 fingers were green. The wrists were white. And that exposed wrist bone carried a sensuality that made it hard to move one's eyes. Li Yun stretched out 2 fingers and gently rested them on Lady Medusa's pulse. A slight frown creased his brow. Ma'am, your pulse shows that you're not in any serious condition. Is the depression coming back? Lady Medusa shook her head. Since using Dr. Li's exclusive remedies, my depression has long since cleared up. I have a renewed desire for this world, and I am filled with love. Inside, I'm sick now. Most seriously, it always feels like your heart is on fire and your body is on fire. I am like a red bean to my heart. Red beans? Li Yun was a bit puzzled. That's not just any red bean. That's a red bean from the southern kingdom of your human race. Lady Medusa murmured softly. I wish you would pick more. This thing is the most lovey-dovey. Acacia. Her ladyship's lovesickness came more violently than the secret affections of the average maiden. Her jade foot was on the verge of breaking through Li Yun's defenses and branching out to take Shukuan. Ma'am, please have some respect for my profession. I am now a doctor who is seeing you. Madame Medusa smiled. Li Kuan, do you realize that when I woke up from the perfect suicide method? The Medusa who once had all thoughts is dead. The newborn Medusa lives for one thing and one person only. That thing is called love. And that person is you. There are countless medicines in the world. And you are my only medicine. I can only live if I think of you and remember you every day. The scorching heat of the lady's love took Li Yun somewhat by surprise. He could never have imagined that in this 1,000 years of solitude, the loneliness in Lady Medusa's heart was as black and silent as an abyss, and he appeared as a bright warm yellow light. Little by little, the dark silence of Lady Medusa's heart was illuminated. I've been reading a lot about human culture in the meantime in order to be close to you, like your poems, love stories, food, and how to safely and sensibly perform a behavioral exercise called love. Li Yun, ma'am, no more attacks, or else. Madame Medusa wrapped her fingers around her long wavy hair. The corners of his mouth teased with a bad joke. How else? Li Kuan is still really cute. Li Yun gritted his teeth and shook his head. One of the purposes of his visit was to cure his wife. The other is for Mother of Stone. Seeing that the lady's illness continues, she will cure herself. Li Yun immediately changed the topic. Ma'am, there's one more thing I came for this time. I hear you have a monopoly on the stone mother here? Madame Medusa nodded. Yes, I need this item to feed my little snakes. I wonder if ma'am could sell me some. Li Kuan also needs the mother of stone? Well, I need this item to refine some potions. Not only is Li Jun a handsome and brilliant doctor, he's also a pill refiner? Lady Medusa's eyes lit up even more. But you know, I'm not short of money. A lot of herb merchants have tried to get us to sell stone crop, but I haven't said yes to any of them. What is Li Kuan going to exchange with me again? Li Yun opened his mouth while calculating the attack under the table of Mrs. Tough. Yes. The lady balked, and Li Yun was embarrassed. I can trade for the potion that the lady needs. So that's how it is. Li Jun will have to speak faster next time. Otherwise it's hard not to let me misunderstand that you're coveting my beauty. Oh? Li Yun. Who's really coveting who? Your ladyship needs to absorb the energy in the Mother of Stone to feed your little pets as a way to strengthen their petrification effect. I can make a petrification potion for the lady. It's much more effective than this one from Mother Stone. I think they'll like it better. For every 10 stone mothers, I'll return a potion to you. I believe it's a fair deal. Lady Medusa listened to Li Yun's words, and after calculating in her mind, she gently nodded her head. Fair enough indeed. But Li Kuan should understand that this is not the kind of fairness I want. What I want is you. Madame Medusa licked her lips. Just when Li Yun was about to lose his defense, he changed his previous defensive woes. Choose to be proactive. Oh, that tickles. Li Kuan, don't do this, it tickles. Li Yun grabbed the lady's ankle with one hand and gently knocked on the center of her foot with the other. Ma'am, please respect my profession. I'm not a random person. In case the day comes when your ladyship gets tired of looking at me and I'm no longer your only remedy. What about petrifying me and swallowing me in one bite? I'm a weak human, but I'm powerless against the lady. In the face of Lady Medusa's teasing and intense love, Li Yun is not a cutie, is not a sitting duck willow. moral paragon of decency. Not to mention the fact that he is not a young bird without the experience of Wei Koen. Love is fluid. It's not guaranteed that this love will be lost in the next moment. One moment Madame Medusa is in love, but she may not be able to lift her pants and disown her. Even if one's life-preserving potions and props were out in full force, the odds were that one would not be able to defeat the Lady Medusa in front of him. Men should learn to protect themselves when they're out there. After all, even marriage has protection laws. It was not as if he himself had any binding ties to Madame Medusa. Can't be casual. Ha. Lee Koen, let me go. It tickles. Ma'am, have you considered this more than a trade? Ha. Think about it. I agree. Only then did Li Yun let go of the lady's meat silk jade feet, and then did not move to take his hand and secretly sniffed. That smells good. Madam is like that delicate flower by the roadside, dainty and with an enchanting fragrance. But this delicate flower has thorns. Li Yun was resigned for a moment when he was not paying attention while picking. Chapter 61 Hospital Fiasco. Dr. Li cured the patient? You have created a level 2 petrifying potion. Career value plus 20. Alchemist proficiency plus 20. Lady Medusa, the petrification potion has been refined. You can see the bargain when you taste it. Li Yun placed a bottle of petrification potion in front of Lady Medusa. The lady opened the potion and the little snake on her head began to lick the potion. The little snakes took the potion, and one stood upright, dancing with immense joy, spitting apricots as if communicating with Li Yun. What do they say? The lady also said with a look of joy. My babies say thank you Dr. Li, they like the potion better than the stone mother. They're the only family that's more important than my life. They love it, and there's no reason for me to disagree with this deal. Lady Medusa extended a hand and Li Yun shook it. Unexpectedly, in the next second, Madame Medusa picked up the momentum and stuck on Li Yun. Dr. Li, whether or not my little baby gets enough to eat in the future depends on you. It's such a happy occasion. Why don't I cook for you myself and open a bottle of wine to commemorate the occasion? Li Yun, who had gotten the stone mother, immediately looked at his wrist. It's so late. Ma'am, this is the exact time when the hospital is busy. I've got to get back. Mrs. Medusa looked at Li Yun, who didn't have a watch at all, and looked through without breaking it down. She was also restraining her desires, sending Li Yun out of the house with a hint of reluctance on his face. I'll leave you to it, ma'am. As for your kindness, next time for sure. The lady smiled softly. Is Dr. Li so afraid that I'll drug my meal, and then eat you? The lady suddenly took a step forward, and Li Yun subconsciously dodged backward. Ha. Dr. Li looks so cute. No more teasing, and thank you Dr. Li for coming today. Li Yun looked at the smiling lady and inquired, Madam's illness? Madame Medusa waved her hand gently. Acacia is the most insurmountable. Falling in love with Dr. Li is a disease, and you're the only antidote for me. It's just that you humans are all about subtlety and slow progression. I, Medusa, have survived for 1,000 years. There is plenty of time for Dr. Li to slowly fall in love with me and accept my heart. There's no rush. Li Yun bowed to him in farewell. Mrs. Medusa watched him leave, then returned home with a somewhat forlorn look in her eyes, closed the door. The eyes brightened again at the sight of the bouquet of wildflowers on the table. Dr. Li, you actually have me in mind right. It's okay, I'll show you my heart so you won't be afraid anymore. I wish you would pick more. This thing is the most lovey-dovey. He. It's already dinner time. Returning to the hospital, Li Yun had just stepped into the hospital when he saw a dense mass of weird things. There are this many patients at this hour? He was a little puzzled, and then he heard a noise in the distance. Dean Wendy, we're all deans and shenanigans, and we're supposed to be all in one mind. Now that human doctor in your hospital is treating our fellow human beings badly, it's not right for your hospital to ignore it. You're still trying to harbor that human. That's your fault. Hand over that Dr. Li. Wendy looked at the creepy thing in the dean's uniform in front of her and said coldly, You're saying Dr. Li is curing patients badly. Evidence of that? I wouldn't dare to come to you without proof. Otherwise wouldn't you think I'm jealous of your good business and purposely picking a fight? The creepy dean waved his hand, and its hospital nurses carried the patient creepy on a stretcher over. Let me ask you, were you cured in this hospital? By a human named Dr. Li? The creepy thing nodded. Mia said defiantly, You lie. I've been following my teacher since he entered the hospital. Never seen you before. Besides, with teacher's medical skills he can cure even terminal illnesses. How could he possibly cure you? The patient stammered for half a day, not knowing what he was saying. Pulls a questionnaire from his body. It was stamped with the doctor's engraved seal exclusive to Li Yun of the consulting room. Are you a student of that Dr. Li? Ha, no wonder you defend that quack. Take a good look. Is this your hospital's DR? Lee's soul engraved seal. This patient had a minor ailment, but I didn't expect to be treated as a mute. That so-called DR. Lee who cured the terminal illness is simply a quack. And the 100 Creeps Hospital is simply a place for trickery. The surrounding patients who had heard of DR. Lee's reputation and came here and had not yet been treated were talking. No way. That DR. Lee is not a miracle doctor. But a quack? Ha, why wouldn't I? Being able to cure a terminal illness and being a human. You believe that? But my terminally ill neighbor did come home from the hospital. Is it possible that your neighbors, who are not even terminally ill, have taken money and acted against their conscience to help promote this deceitful hospital? How can a third-rate hospital produce a so-called miracle doctor? If you want to believe, you should believe in a first-rate hospital like Bailey Hospital. Among the patients, one patient loudly drummed up momentum. Other patients are beginning to falter. Li Yun stood in the crowd and frowned slightly. It's a good thing he wasn't wearing a white coat when he went to see Madame Medusa. Hidden and undetected at the moment. Dr. Lee, what are you doing here? Ah Long and Little Neza walked over. What happened at the hospital? Little Neza said with righteous indignation. That's the director of Bailey's Hospital, who suddenly came to us with the hospital staff. It says you cured a patient to fight for it. I think it's mostly because you've been stealing their business lately because of our hospital's reputation. So they've come to accuse you falsely. Long, however, was a bit hesitant. Great God, did you really cure that patient? It's holding a stamp that comes from your consulting room. Your exclusive stamp. This thing can't be imitated. Little Neza argued in dissatisfaction. How? The Great Spirit's medical skills are recognized by the dean, the director, and all the patients. The Great Spirit is absolutely right. It must be slander. Long laughed bitterly. Even if it is slandered and libeled, look at how many shenanigans this Bailey's Hospital has brought in. Obviously not only do they want to make the great god lose his reputation, but they are eager to take his life. A single human is above a first-class hospital. There's no way they're going to let go of the Great Spirit so easily. We humans can't say anything when faced with a creepy thing, even if we have reason. I suggest that the Great Spirit should run. Li Yun rejected Long's well-intentioned suggestion. He has listened to the heart of the president of Naberry Hospital. Knowing that this is a plot to destroy himself and the 100 Guile Hospital. That patient didn't treat himself at all. Just what's up with that exclusive engraved seal of your own? There must have been a mole in the hospital. A mole who secretly copied this questionnaire and engraved his own doctor stamp. The mole. Who is it? Chapter 62 Cure for the Aphasia Curse. Mia and Wendy's highlight. This patient would have been a minor illness that could have been cured by any doctor in our hospital. I didn't expect to listen to the propaganda and come to your unscrupulous third-rate hospital and meet a human fake god doctor. Cured straight to mute. It's not too much to ask for a statement. Hand over the quack. As the president of Bailey Hospital builds momentum, the shenanigans he brings with him roar to life. Hand over Quackly. Hand over Quackly. The uninformed and feeling deceived portion of the patients shouted alone. Director Wang and the group of doctors looked at each other and looked at the hard-faced Wendy. Dean, what can we do? Wendy murmured. Do you trust the teachers? Director Wang was the first to support it. Of course we believe it. We've seen Dr. Lee cure terminal illnesses with our own eyes. This is a patient we've never even seen. And this is a smear campaign from Bailey Hospital. The rest of the doctors nodded. Yes, we trust Dr. Lee. Wendy blushed even harder. Of course I know that, but the exclusive engraved seal of that inquiry room teacher is not a fake. There's a mole in our hospital. There are employees colluding with the outer court, trying to use their status as teachers to screw us over. It's a good thing the teacher isn't in the hospital at this time, or else even I wouldn't be able to protect him in the face of so many shenanigans. Wendy calmly analyzed the current situation. Mia, on the other hand, was not as calm. She rushed to the patient. I've never even seen you. Did they find you to slander the teacher? Do you have a conscience? Say something. Bailey Hospital's Guile pushed Mia away with one hand. How do you expect him to speak when he's already been cured of mute by your teacher? What? Want to destroy the body in plain sight? I'm telling you, everyone saw this today. I, Bailey's Hospital, have come in the name of justice. If you don't hand over that quack, you won't be opening your doors at 100 Tricks Hospital. Bailey Hospital completely surrounded Baigué Hospital with several times the number of employees who completely crushed Baigué Hospital. Can't speak? I'll cure it and see if he can talk. Mia said unconvincingly. How dare a nurse talk about medicine here? Get lost. Wendy stopped the parade hospital director's shove with one hand and shielded Mia behind herself with the other. She's not a nurse. She's Dr. Mia from our Paragon Hospital. And even more so, Dr. Lee's first disciple. My sister. In terms of medical skills, the doctors at your hospital can't really compare to her. The president of Bailey Hospital smiled coldly when he saw Wendy step forward. Sister? I didn't realize that your always strong and rational style. Wendy also worshipped that human quack as her teacher. It seems that your 100-trick hospital is determined to harbor that human? Director Wang led the hospital staff. Firmly, Dr. Lee is definitely not a quack. We believe in him. The director of Bailey Hospital smiled contemptuously at this. Don't say I didn't give you guys a chance. Since you say that human is not a quack, you are his disciples. So cure this patient. If it can be cured, it means Dr. Lee is not a quack. The president of Bailey Hospital wore a deep sense of confidence on his face. Really think this is just a regular dumb guy? If it were a common dumb disease, I would not have brought it here to use as a gun. This patient was born with a curse that took away her voice. This is a curse worse than a terminal illness. And even I can't cure it. Can you? Hear the heartfelt words of the president of Bailey Hospital. Li Yun gently snorted coldly and couldn't help but think of a sentence. You don't study medicine. You see me as a frog in a well and a moon in the sky. If you study medicine, see me as an ant sees the sky. It's just a little low-level curse. Li Yun did not strike immediately, and the progress of Mia and Wendy's ordination had already come to 90%. Although recent patients have asked them to come in and consult on their behalf, the progress has grown too slow due to the difficulty of the patient's condition. It's hard to meet a curse that's harder to cure than a terminal illness, and he wants Mia and Wendy to deal with it. Mia was the first to stand up when she heard the president of Bailey's hospital. How hard can it be? I'll cure it. Wendy frowned and pulled Mia gently. Elder sister, I feel that this patient is by no means a simple mute disease. I don't understand his problems, but I understand the director of this Bailey hospital. This disease we will cure together. Just like when you ask a substitute teacher. Mia nodded as Wendy called for a mobile hospital bed to be fetched and for the patient to lie down on it. Mia placed her hand at the patient's throat. How do you feel? The patient was stumped and silent. The president of Bailey Hospital scoffed with a disdainful skim. Ask a mute how he feels? And say it's not quackery. All around them the creepy creatures followed with a harumph. Li Yun, however, nodded gently. Senior sister, what have you found? His vocal cords are not damaged. They still twitch when he tries to speak, which is not unlike a normal mute sick person. It really isn't that simple. Mia injected a hint of yin qi into the patient's throat with both fingers. A black wisp of breath rises from the patient's throat. It's aphasia curse. If you can see the problem, it's a good thing you know something, but so what? Curses can be harder to cure than terminal illnesses, so I'll see what you can do. Mia and Wendy looked at each other. Surprisingly, it's a curse. This is trouble. If Sensei were here, I'm sure he could easily heal this low-level curse. But relying on me who was not yet a master. Mia was a little disillusioned. Wendy patted her shoulder. I can sense that the teacher has returned and is watching us. By not making a move he is trusting that we will be able to cure the curse. Teacher once said that whether it's a terminal disease or a curse, as long as you find the key to the problem, there's a solution. There are only two options for trying to break the curse routine. One is to find the one who cast the curse, and the other is for the curse to die. There it is, the blight potion gifted to us by our teacher. Wendy suddenly thought of a way to break the game and got excited. Yes, the blight potion reduces his bodily functions so that the curse mistakenly thinks he's about to die. This will melt away from his body. Mia is also a little bit of a catch. Wendy takes out the blight potion. Don't blame me for not warning you. Back off. Although he didn't know the effect of the potion in Wendy's hand, the unknown danger still made the president of Bailey's hospital keep backing away. When the shenanigans were out of range of the potion, Wendy opened it and the potion was poured over the patient. The patient only felt his bodily functions wither rapidly, and his already weak body was as silent as death at the moment. That lost word's curse couldn't perceive its aura and dissipated from his body as a wisp of black smoke. I'm so powerless. What have you done to me? What did? It's my voice? I can talk? Tears left the patient's cheeks, and she would have jumped up and down in excitement had it not been for the fact that her body was withering and difficult to move. Thank you, Shriners. You are truly Shriners. Then Bailey's hospital told me that they would cure me if I slandered you with this questionnaire. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have. The hall, where a needle could be heard, rang with the voices of the patients. The crowd of shenanigans looked at the director of Bailey Hospital in unison. So it is. They actually cured the curse. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The president of Paragon Hospital's face changed drastically, and his voice shrilled. Mia and Wendy, who were also suffering from the blight effect, were about to be unable to stand. A figure held them up powerfully. Teacher, you guys did a great job. I saw it all. Mia and Wendy smiled heartily in the face of Li Yun's appreciation. You're the human Dr. Lee? You're the one who took away business from Bailey Hospital? Ha! I can't throw dirty water on you. So I'll you up. Listen up, Bailey's hospital staff. Get this human. Wendy's mind tightened. She didn't expect the director of Parade Hospital to be so uncaring. Teacher, go away. She weakly pushed Li Yun, but she jumped into Li Yun's arms. Don't worry, they can't get me. Li Yun pulled out an assortment of potions and threw them at the incoming Bally's hospital employees. Asterisk. What is this? It's hot. My whole body is hot. How is he petrified? A large number of Bailey's hospital employees were either fire and ice or petrified. Seeing this, Director Wang led the doctors and nurses to shout, "Protect Dr. Lee." Seeing this, the director of Bally's hospital retreated and tried to escape. Outside the door there was a large influx of aggressive patients who had been favored by Li Yun. Who dares to touch Dr. Lee? That's our savior. Dare to slander Dr. Lee? Brothers, get them killed. Looking at the patients, who were as dense as a tidal wave, the president of Bailey Hospital was instantly overwhelmed. Episode 63 Cloak of Invisibility. Teacher-student pact. Ouch. What are you doing? Is there any king's law? Is there any law? I'm the president of Bailey Hospital. The director of Paragon Hospital was surrounded by layers at the moment, and every now and then a trick kicked, slapped, and spat on a puddle of spit in the trick group. Bah! What a dean! Dr. Lee is our lifesaver. We only recognize by Gue Hospital for medical treatment. Nothing to try and pick a fight. Did you ask us? Leading the charge and hitting the hardest are the terminally ill creeps in the hospitalization unit. Originally waiting to die, they were given a second life by Li Yun. Knowing that Li Yun was in trouble, the first thing he did was to gather his patients and kill them. Ungrateful son, why don't you kneel down for me? Dr. Lee, I'm sorry, it's my fault for not teaching my son well. That's how I know that my ungrateful son has ever bothered you. So if you want to fight or punish, say something. I'll come for you. The septic at the beginning kicked the hanging head and knees, bringing the ungrateful son who tried to surround Li Yun that day but was wiped out by the Withering Potion Regiment. Li Yun waved his hand. How can I, an adult, be bothered with a child who is hundreds of years old? Thanks a lot for today. The crowd of shenanigans immediately laughed. Dr. Lee is too polite. You should. As soon as the president of Bailey Hospital looked at it, he immediately said, Dr. Lee, what about me? Kill it. Li Yun looked at the president of Paragon Hospital with a torch-like gaze. I'm asking you who your mole in our hospital is. I don't build it. I suddenly received a secret letter saying that it can help me deal with you. I happen to be worried about my business being robbed, so I agreed. The president of Bailey Hospital's face was full of remorse at the moment. Li Yun scanned with a gentle sneer. The mole is quite discreet. Looks like it's hard to find out. So forget it. Hearing Li Yun say forget it, in the dense tide of shenanigans, a darkly hidden observer breathed a long sigh of relief. Luckily, I was careful not to leave any loose ends. This Bailey Hospital director is a piece of. The harridan is not enough. Li Yun's eyes lit up. Through the layers of the creepy tide, a familiar figure was spotted. The observer in the security uniform was like a thorn in his side at the moment. A subconscious warning of danger made him realize. Discovered? Just as he turned to flee, Long was the first to stop him. Where do you want to go? You 250? Reverse the water and still want to escape? The security guard who was stopped was none other than the tall and cold youth. At the moment he gritted his teeth in sophistry. What proof do you have that I'm a mole? Evidence? Li Yun laughed. Director Wang snapped. At Creepy Hospital, whatever the teacher says goes, even if he's going to the dean. It's still a drop. Li Yun. Director Wang. It's not a good idea to talk about it here. Little Neza said with a curious expression. Brother Long, the great god is so powerful. Long smashed his mouth. Is it decent? Wendy said weakly. Director Wang, drag this man away from me. Director Wang walked towards the high-cooled young man with a few trick workers in exasperation. You and Dr. Lee are both humans. Why is the gap so wide? Drag him to the back kitchen for me. I'll kill him myself. Seeing this, the tall and cold youth was ready to pull out a prop, make a last-ditch effort. Unfortunately, the mind had long been seen through by Li Yun. A bottle of petrifying potion hit directly on the head. The potion shattered and the high-strung youth slowly petrified from the head. The hospital shenanigans carried him toward the back kitchen. At the sight of the cloak falling to the ground, Li Yun walked over and picked it up. You have obtained the Cloak of Invisibility. Cloak of Invisibility, when worn, the cloak can be used to create a short-lived invisibility effect using a color difference. Tip, after one use, the cooling time is 8 hours. It looks like that's the cloak he was wearing at the time when he snuck into my consulting room to get stamped. Too bad the cooldown is too long. No chance to use it again. It's mine. Li Yun put the cloak away. This stuff, when combined with your own potions, is just super old silver money. Perfect. Surrounded by the crowd of shenanigans, the president of Bailey Hospital looked flustered. Dr. Lee, this you a word. We kill him for you. Patients are sharpening their knives. No. Dr. Lee, Give me a chance. I won't dare to trouble by Gue Hospital and you again. I was all fooled by that traitor. Never again. Lee Yun looked to Wendy. Would killing him be a problem for you? Wendy nodded her head gently, and Lee Yun made his decision. But he slandered his teacher, so he can't be let off so easily. Wendy braced the weakness in her body to look at the president of Bally's hospital. You've slandered my Baigué hospital, as well as Dr. Lee's reputation. If you want to live, take the money. How dare the president of Bailey Hospital say a word? A deal was quickly made with Wendy to come up with a $2 million settlement. $1 million was paid to the hospital and $1 million was paid to Lee Yun personally. It was then that he left the Bacchus Hospital with the rest of the staff in his dust. Starting today, Pak Nui Hospital will become famous in one battle. Become a superlative being who can cure all terminal diseases and curses. When the crowd of shenanigans were asked to leave by Director Wang, the hospital's farce was considered to have come to an end. Liban sat in a chair with Mia leaning over her left shoulder and Wendy leaning over her right shoulder. The two women who were in the withering negative effect were using Lee Yun as a pillar at the moment. If students Mia and Wendy cure a patient with a very difficult curse, the progress of teaching will be increased by 10%. Student Mia, Wendy's teaching progress has been completed, and the conditions for leaving the school have been met. May it be passed on. Wendy and Mia looked at Lee Yun reluctantly. Teacher, are you leaving? Lee Yun nodded. I have an appointment with a patient and it's time to save her. But if the teacher leaves, what will happen when the hospital encounters patients who can't be cured? You know you can't keep it, but you still can't let it go. Mia and Wendy show a strong reluctance to leave you as well as a deep sense of disbelief in leaving you. Do they sign the teacher-student contract? Mia, Wendy, would you like to make a teacher-student contract with me? That way if there are patients who can't be cured, I can help you through the contract. Hearing this, neither Mia nor Wendy hesitated in the slightest. This is great. It's an honor for me and my senior sister to sign a contract with our teacher. Teacher, sign it. Lee Yun received the consent of the two women and chose to sign the contract. I, Mia, Wendy, voluntarily make a contract with my teacher. This post-surrogate consultation is bound to spread the name of the teacher's divine doctor throughout the underworld. Never betray and question a teacher. A teacher-student contract shown at the center of Lee Yun and the two girls' brows. Teacher-student compact. Students will be rewarded with corresponding professional values and proficiency when they consult on behalf of their teachers. When a student's medical skills advance, you will be rewarded with a feedback. Lee Yun froze, not expecting the contract to be so profitable. Never worry about career values again. Episode 64, Promoted to Divine Doctor, Settled Rewards, and Earned Numbness. The mission of the famous doctor has been completed. Task 1, Accumulation of Patient's Trust, with more than 1,000 trusts considered completed, accumulated, 2,000. Task 2, treat 500 patients, treated, 538. Task 3, completion of 10 high-level treatments, treated, 15. Task 4, achieve a proficiency level of 2,000, current, 6,988, in famous doctors. Task 5, teach 2 apprentices and complete the legacy, current, 2. A famous doctor is promoted to a miracle doctor. Doctor, occupational level, master, natural skill, healing effect plus 80%. Occupational skills dash. Literacy, knowledge and common sense about any doctor. Sacred Hands, heals the sick by soothing their pains with his hands and reads their condition, absorbing all diseases. Exclusive skill of the divine physician, Myriad Hands, can bring back any creature that has been dead for 10 minutes, can only be used once every 3 days. Sensei, this is the badge of the honorary president of the hospital. With the unanimous approval of all hospital staff and leaders, you are qualified to be the hospital's honorary president. With this badge, in addition to being able to return to the hospital at any time outside of the game, you get a monthly share of the hospital's profits. Your ideal of being a dry dean has been realized again, Wendy said again and looked down a little shyly. Dean Lee, congratulations. Vice President Wang, same joy. Lee Yun and Director Wang. No, it was now Vice President Wang who congratulated each other. Watching Wendy and Mia couldn't help themselves. And Director Mia, do a good job and try to be Dean of Honors someday. Mia, the new driver, didn't get it, and Wendy, the old driver, was already red-faced and bowed her head once again. It's about time. I'm leaving. I'll make time to see you guys. All the hospital shenanigans have waved goodbye reluctantly. Dean Lee, take care. Player Butterfly has left the game, Hospital for the Criminally Insane. Unlock achievements, 4. The Divine Physician is alive. The Divine Physician's wonderful hands have saved countless patients, and a statue of the Divine Physician has been erected in your honor at Bicey Hospital. Arsonist has captured the hearts of Mia, Wendy, Madame Medusa, Vice President Wang, etc. The Dean's struggle, one step up. After being a dean, Curry's heavy disease, please focus on for the master. What? Are you saying you're wearing Curry's? Game rating SSS grade game commentary. The divine doctor is in the world. Female shenanigans. Why don't you clip in? Reward, leveling experience plus 800 game points plus 300 spirit coins plus 30,000 game exit coupon *1, you can exit at any time in the game. This time in Baigui Hospital, Li Yun is a great success. Career. Promoted the profession of doctor to that of divine physician. Activated alchemist. Gain 2 students who could provide him with a steady stream of career values and proficiencies. Become an honorary president of the hospital and get a share of the hospital's profits. And the cloak of invisibility. Salaries. Bonuses are not enough before these great gains. The game rewards are given out and the system is still refreshing in the background. Hospital salary bonus, 50,000 ringgit. Honorary president's hospital dividend, 500,000 spirit dollars. Compensation for Bally's hospital, 1,000,000 souls. Mia, Wendy consults on behalf of her teacher. Career value plus 10. Doctor's proficiency plus 10. Li Yun opened his panel properties. Player, Li Yun. Game ID, Butterfly. Player level, D. Game points, 900. Spirit coins, 1. 6 million. Number of games, 3. Ability, blood-sucking power. Soul contract, Daniela, evil. Money contract, Shu Sin. Teacher-student pact, Mia. Wendy. Items, invitation to Chateau Timmit. Honorary Dean's badge of the 100 Tricksters Hospital. Cloak of invisibility. Game exemption ticket. Game choice ticket. Game exit ticket. Blight potion. Fire poison potion. It's summed up in 3 words. Earn numbness. And a new notification was sent out across the player interface of the horror game. The newcomer leaderboard has been changed. Please check back in time. There's been a change in the newcomer rankings? A bug? Why is the first place still against the butterfly? 3 SSS ratings? Consistently sitting at the top of the charts. Player center. Sister Hong couldn't sit still any longer. Piece of bloodsucker? Rumors are believed by fools and stop at the wise. At this moment the once foolish, now wise man immediately tore down the unsupported rumor. Damn the Elks Guild. How can I trust their word? They must have seen the potential of the reverse butterfly and that's why they put out a smoke bomb to confuse us. How did we come to believe that? No, we have to contact the reverse butterfly immediately. Sister Hong slapped the table and immediately opened the player interface. Using the famous master player ID Crimson on the high-end player list, he added reverse butterfly as a friend. You have sent a friend request and the other party has rejected you. Sister Hong, he turned you down? The deputy on the sidelines found it unbelievable. The name Crimson represents the entire player center. It's more of a party. Surprisingly, he was rejected by a newcomer. Sister Hong's chest rose and fell in a beautiful way. The red-soled heels under her feet stepped hard. I admire his courage. It's okay. It's normal for newcomers not to recognize me. But he must know the spirit coins. The newcomers you know are poor. I just need to make him understand my generosity. You have sent a friend request and a gift of 50,000 spirit coins. Sister Hong confidently leaned back in her boss chair behind her, crossing her legs and humming lightly at the corners of her mouth. Stinky brother, can't sister take you? Li Yun, I told you to defend a wave and hide your strength, and that's what you did? Li Yun listened to his older sister Li Rui's rant on the phone and held the phone away from him. Yeah, I hear you. Let it go. You have to know that there are 2 things in the world that can't be hidden from the world. One is a cough and the other is my strength. Hey, deceitful huh? I can tell you. Your sister I can't hide it anymore. Li Rui coldly grunted on the other end of the phone. Now all the major guilds are scolding me for putting out smoke bombs and scribbling messages. Even our president wonders if I've gone rogue. A genius who was number 1 on the rookie list 3 times. Being called a waste by me. Since you're going to blow yourself up. I don't care. Just wait for the major guilds to get to you. With their abilities, they'll soon touch you. Li Rui hung up the phone in exasperation. And Li Yun was also helpless. Opening his game interface, a friend request came in. Player Crimson applied for a friend and gave 50,000 coins. Before Li Yun could take a closer look, the system popped up another message. Siaotsing share of profits to you through the money contract, 200,000 spirit coins. Li Yun gladly accepted Xiao Qian's share of the profits. Look back to the previous message. Tap to fork. Sister Hong, on the other side, saw the return message and almost didn't get pissed off with breast cancer. The other party returned your 3 melons and 2 jujubes and rejected your friend request. Sister Red, episode 65 Players Center comes in and is only worth 600? Am I disliked? How dare he reject me? Shaolin, immediately utilize all your resources and investigate for me. I'd like to see where the stinking brother is. Shaolin, the assistant beside Hong's sister. immediately began to use big data to investigate. Although the game has absolute secrecy for the players, but the player center hasn't been around for years. I couldn't find out the real information about the players through the game system, so I started sifting through it outside the game. According to the first appearance of the reverse butterfly on the list, immediately find out if any citizen of the country, male or female, over the age of 18 has suddenly disappeared for an extended period of time. At the word of command, the player center departments began screening. Just this one immediately narrowed the field ever so slightly in a sea of people. Keep narrowing it down again based on the second appearance on the list, according to the conditions just described. Once again, an extensive search based on the timeline. Going through 3 timeline shrinkage screens ruled out 99.9% of the existence. Locked out a few people. Sister Red. The following citizens who fit the timeline have been screened. Li Yuan, 19 years old. Student at Secret Silver University. Biography. Wine Gang, 28 years old. An IT coder at an internet company in Haiquan City. Biography. Assistant Kobayashi began to report back the identities of several people in the screening. It was normal at first, but why did it suddenly change later? Chao Hua, 21 years old. Duck at the White Horse Club? Disappeared from the first timeline. Confirmed later. Played to death by a couple of rich women. Wireball? Who put this guy in? Li Yun, 20 years old. Jiangzhou City Mental Hospital? No. Mental illness you guys also put Kobayashi looked disgruntled at the person sifting through the information. I'm sorry Sister Xiaolin. I'll delete these two's information. Wait. Sister Hong suddenly called a halt and looked up at Kobayashi. If I remember correctly, the vice president of the Elk Guild returned to China some time ago. Did he not go to this Jiangzhou City Mental Hospital? Sister Hong, do you mean the reverse butterfly we're looking for is a psychopath? He can turn me down if he's not sick? Sister Hong rolled her eyes and immediately ordered, call up all of Li Yun's information for me, and immediately follow me on a trip to Jiangzhou City. I have a strong hunch that he's the one we're walking away from. Sister Hong was thunderous, and led her assistant, Kobayashi, to step on her high heels and head out the door. Li Yun was at home at the moment, organizing the rewards this time. Looking at the system's prompted profit sharing, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. Si Yaoxing is really good. It's only been a short while, and she's really operating a restaurant and starting to make money. Unfortunately, Sin City isn't like other places, and I can't go back whenever I want. Missed her down there a little. Li Yun deflated, recalling the seafood flavor of that side. Madam and Sleeping Beauty are still waiting for me at the old castle, and it's almost time for me to go. Li Yun looked at the time and took out the invitation to connect to the ancient castle. We're entering the vampire castle. 10 minutes and counting. Ding dong. The doorbell rang outside the door. Li Yun ignored it for the first time, and the other party pressed a few more times. Here it comes. Who is it? Li Yun opened the door and what met his eyes was a sensible and beautiful woman wearing glasses in an OL outfit. Perhaps because of the work, the intellectual beauty of the woman knitted her brows and smiled are very official and decent. The tone was gentle. Yet what a good way to hold the hidden momentum in cards. May I ask if you are Mr. Li Yun? We are players. I didn't order takeout. Boom. Li Yun closed the door without hesitation. Kobayashi's smile froze and he pushed up his glasses. Sister Hong. He thinks we're delivery boys. Exasperation ensued. What's wrong with you? Who delivers a takeout dressed like me? Sister Hong patted her shoulder and comforted her. He could have spent that much time in a mental institution without being sick? This kind of stinky brother. Leave it to me. The corners of Sister Hong's mouth quirked confidently. Pressed the doorbell. Ding dong. Li Yun, who had just turned his head, heard the doorbell ring again. The face then changed. Arrogant. What arrogance? It's a society of law and order now. Are all takeouts this cocky? Li Yun grabbed his cell phone and opened the door aggressively. I told you, I didn't order takeout. If you ring the doorbell again, I'll tell Uncle Hat. Outside the door was Sister Hong, with long hair and big waves and narrow eyelashes coated with red enchanting eyeshadow. If it had been an ordinary woman, it would have been a great vulgarity. Instead, in her case, it was an unspeakably great beauty. She was like a rose on fire, beautiful beyond measure. Li Yun's fire just now instantly extinguished quite a bit, laughing softly. If you had said it was of this quality, I wouldn't have been repulsed by the takeaway above. When Sister Hong saw that Li Yun did not close the door immediately, she opened her mouth and asked, You're Li Yun? You can call me Sister Red. Won't you invite me in? Sister Hong was just about to enter the house when Li Yun held out a hand to stop her. Is there a problem? That's a big problem. I can't pay full price if that one isn't of good quality. Li Yun looked at the countdown. A slight frown. Just under 5 minutes left. I don't have much time. Is this enough? Li Yun compared a 6. Sister Hong didn't understand. Kobayashi said softly. Sister Hong. Is he negotiating a price with us? He's not stupid. Sister Hong then slowed down and laughed softly, clearly marked. Then, I'm afraid he doesn't want anything. It's only difficult to recruit this kind of person into our center. More than a 6. It's 60,000, right? Small problem. Red turned around after communicating quietly with Kobayashi and nodded. No problem. Li Yun's head whipped around. Come in. Sister Hong and Shaolin had just stepped into the room. Li Yun was seen muttering while taking off his clothes and pants. Let me be clear. I'm a decent man. I didn't order takeout for you too. I just don't want you guys to be so lucky to earn a caveman. I can't help it. I'm just good-hearted. Li Yun finished taking off his top and outer pants and turned around, looking at the dumbfounded Sister Hong and Shaolin. Time rushes on and he is disgruntled. Why are you taking it off? Flinch. No. What are you waiting for? Take it off. Sister Hong and Shaolin finally understood what Li Yun meant by takeout and the price he compared it to. The smile froze as Red huffed and puffed. Sick. Take Kobayashi and turn around. Li Yun covered his face with a face that ate pain. Shouted to the door. There is a disease you guys still come out to earn cave sweat money. Do not know your conscience. After getting dressed, the countdown ended and Li Yun disappeared into thin air. Back at the red supercar, the more Red thought about it, the angrier she got. Did I not deserve that slap just now? Kobayashi nodded timidly. Yeah, it's time to go up there and just kick it, and then slap. No, that didn't hurt. I'll go for another kick. Seeing Sister Hong getting off the bus, Shaolin rushed to stop it. Sister Hong. Forget it. He's a sick man. Let's not bother with him. The whole of Daxia, tens of millions of official players. There are a lot of great players out there. But who doesn't look at her? Sister Hong. With respect. One was her official status and the other was her own formidable strength. In horror games, identity means, strength is the key. What she was most angry about was not Li Yun's misunderstanding. Rather, it's that quote. 600? The flame goddess in the hearts of the players is only worth 600? No, it's still 600 for 2. Any player who knew about this would have to stare in disbelief and sincerely admire Li Yun's courage. How did this oddball manage to record an SSS rating 3 times? Sister Hong. Don't forget what we came for. Beat him? No. Recruit him to the guild. Yeah, it was just a misunderstanding just now. You shouldn't have made a move either. When Sister Hong blared, Shaolin immediately wimped out. I should have just kicked him. That's not rewarding him. Kobayashi sighed. So what now? How do I know what to do? Should I go and apologize to him? I'm his mother. Spoiling him so much. It's true that both his parents are no longer alive. I'll be damned. Sister Hong. Where are you going? Apologize to him. Hey kid. I'm sorry. Forget about that just now. Do you hear me? Sister Hong. Apologizing is not a threat. Ahem. Li Yun. This is $100,000. As compensation for the slap just given. Sister Hong. Apologizing needs to be sincere. How am I being insincere? Sister Hong frowned. When have I ever apologized to anyone? I won't. Can't do it. Kobayashi sighed, as if he had guessed this outcome. I'd better go then. Once again, he appeared outside Li Yun's house. Kobayashi rang the doorbell. 3 minutes later, no one was seen opening the door. Li Yun, we are from the player center. Sorry about earlier. I apologize for you on behalf of Sister Red. I hope you'll forgive. Can I talk to you? On behalf of the players center, I'd like you to join us. No one responded. Shaolin looked at Sister Hong with some aggression. Sister Hong suddenly closed her eyes. Surprised. Nobody. Kobayashi, who knew about Hong's special abilities, was a bit surprised. Did it go back into the game? My god. He's only been a player for half a month. Even senior players wouldn't dare to go in and out of the game so frequently. He doesn't want to die. In Kobayashi's knowledge, no newcomer had ever dared to walk between reality and the game like this. Horror games hold great opportunities and equally great dangers. What kind of newcomer has such a liver? Sister Hong's eyes, however, lit up. A newcomer who can take 3 SSS ranks is quite something. Perhaps that's what makes him so special. Kobayashi looked to Sister Hong, at a loss for words. So what do we do? Since the man has been found, there's no fear of him running away. The interest at the corner of Hong's mouth grew. He could still take first place on the rookie list if he could do it for the 4th time. Don't say 600. Even if you put 600 down, you'll take him. The valiant Sister Hong, like a queen, turned on her heels and walked away. Episode 66 Awaken. Princess Vera. The player has returned to the vampire castle. Li Yun opened his eyes and was in the middle of a familiar old castle. Dr. Li is here. The butler noticed it first. The dead old castle was lit up with life in this instant. The blood-sucking shenanigans who were currently sitting in the middle of the hall with ugly faces. staring at the time passing by second instantly had their eyes light up. Mrs. Saved! Butler Hunter exclaimed. I knew Dr. Lee would show up on time. There was a smile on Madam's dead face. Dr. Moss was even the first to rise to greet him. Dr. Lee? No, Dean Lee. I have received a letter from Dean Wendy about your great deeds. Forgive me for saying you were my apprentice before. Compared to you, I'm the apprentice who knows nothing. I wonder if it would be possible for me to be your student like Dean Wendy? Li Yun looked at the doctor who was bending and bowing with a longing face of Moss. I'm sorry, Dr. Moss, I'm not taking on any more apprentices for a while, but in the name of Dean Emeritus, I'd still love to have you back in the hospital. Continue your education at the hospital and work for the hospital. Dr. Moss looked up in surprise. Dean Wendy suggested the same thing. It always used to be that the hospital needed me, and I left in a huff when I wasn't selected to be the director. Now it looks like I'm the one with the small frame of mind who can't leave the hospital. Thanks to Dean Lee for giving me back my chance to return to the hospital. Li Yun picked up the bent over Dr. Moss and patted his hand. It's good that Dr. Moss has that in mind. You're always welcome at Paragon Hospital. This scene made the three blood-sucking sisters look at each other in awe. But it's only been 7 days since we've seen each other, and Li Yun became an existence that Dr. Moss needed to look up to? Li Yun's growth speed was completely beyond their imagination. The lady's face was full of pride at the moment, proud that she had chosen to form a deep friendship with Li Yun in the first place. Looks like I can't call you Dr. Lee from now on either. I'll have to call you Dean Lee. Your ladyship, what kind of relationship do we have? We are family, no need to be so polite. Li Yun winked at the lady. The lady guffawed. Divine Dr. Lee. My lady, don't worry, I already have a cure for her. Li Yun's sentence directly caused Hunter Butler, the 1,000-year-old Duke bloodsucking trickster, to almost cry out. He put his hand over his heart. If Divine Dr. Lee cures the young lady, he will forever be our family's benefactor. Li Yun had his hands in the air and appeared even more relaxed and calm than last time. Come on, go see your lady. Walking towards the lady's room again, the two guards outside the door, the blood-sucking shenanigans, immediately bowed their heads as soon as they saw Li Yun. Divine Dr. Lee, inside please. Not at all as awkward as the first time I was stopped at the door. Enter the room and look at Princess Vera on the bed. 7 days had left no trace on the princess's pale face. She still lay like this, beautiful and silent. Seeing Princess Vera again, even though he had experienced Mia, Wendy, and Lady Medusa again, Li Yun still felt a sense of suffocation. The princess was so regally beautiful that it was as if the air had frozen. All out. Otherwise I can't control you guys if the dark curse leaks later. The lady nodded and spoke. Don't worry, we'll place a boundary outside the room to prevent the dark curse from leaking throughout the old castle. The slamming of the door was heard, and her ladyship, as well as Butler Hunt, had left. Only Princess Vera and Li Yun remained in the entire room. Li Yun also no longer hesitated and unleashed his holy hand, pressing down on Princess Vera's body. You are absorbing the power of the dark curse. Progress, 10%. You are absorbing the power of the dark curse. Progress, 30%. You are absorbing the power of the dark curse. Progress, 60%. Li Yun felt the strain for the first time. His forehead was covered in sweat. The corners of his mouth were suddenly black and white. If he hadn't already been promoted to Divine Doctor, such a curse would not be easy to deal with. Worthy of being an advanced curse, so difficult to deal with. Absorb it all for me. You are absorbing the power of the dark curse. Progress, 100%. Li Yun raised his hand. His head was dizzy, and he held onto the edge of the bed somewhat weakly, but the corners of his mouth were tinged with a smile. Dark Curse Elemental. Can concoct grade 5 advanced potion. Occupation level is not enough to concoct it for now. Level 5 potion. This wave is a big profit. Why isn't Sleeping Beauty awake yet? Li Yun looked at Princess Vera, who had not yet awakened, and unleashed Holy Hand again. There's no more anomalies. It's not really going to wait for me to kiss her. Li Yun gently approached Princess Vera, his eyelashes dropping gently like a feather fan, casting faint shadows on the contours of her eyes. It added a unique sense of mystery to her delicate, jade-like, impeccable face. The closer I got, the more I could smell a fragrance. It's like the scent of gardenias in the breeze. Holy, natural. Li Yun couldn't help but hold his breath just as he was about to kiss. A pair of noble and deep violet pupils looked at him in surprise. In the next second, Li Yun detached himself from the ground, his entire body suspended in the air along with Violet's eyes. What are you? Princess Vera sat up and looked at the controlled Li Yun. There was anger, aggression, and disbelief on his face. I just saved your life and this is how you treat your savior. You saved me? A hint of disbelief passed through Princess Vera's eyes. Looked around. How did I end up in Mrs. Timot's bed? I remember I was dining with Madame and 3 young ladies. Then, it was as if I had a recurrence of an old illness and fainted. It's quite rude to commit an old illness while being a guest. Princess Vera's face was a little embarrassed. What old disease? That's a dark curse. And what a silly white girl. Not even realizing she's been cursed. Princess Vera frowned slightly. Curse? Are you saying that the old disease I grew up with is a curse? But I haven't offended anyone else. So who would put a curse on me? Li Yun was somewhat speechless as he looked at this white lotus flower. In your position, future heir to the Dracula family, there are quite a few existences that want you dead. Without me, you'd have turned into a puddle of black water under the dark curse. Princess Vera gently put down Li Yun and opened those big innocent violet eyes. Did you really save me? Then why did you just stick so close to me? Li Yun couldn't hear Princess Vera's heart, and her heart was what she said. He wisecracked. I dissolved your curse and you did not awaken. Didn't I think about getting close enough to hear your heartbeat? Princess Vera nodded her head as she felt justified. The smile is like the warmth of the early winter sun. My name is Vera. What's yours? Li Yun. Yikes. You're the human that Mrs. Timid was talking about? Thank you for saving me. Li Yun held Princess Vera's jade hand that she took the initiative to extend, not without a sigh of relief. Where did this stupid white, blood-sucking creep get a heartbeat? I've seen a lot of creepy things, and this is the first one that's so innocent. Princess Vera looked Li Yun up and down curiously. What are you looking at? It's the first time I've seen a human. I'm curious. First time? You've never sucked human blood? Princess Vera shook her head with a hint of disgust on her face. Since I was a child, my family elders forbade me to touch human blood, saying it was food for the lower bloods. It would dirty our Dracula blood. That's why I've never seen a human before. You humans and us blood-sucking creeps look pretty much alike. Princess Vera smiled gently, looking at Li Yun like a spring breeze. The blood ancestors' heirs are really different. This is what is called nobility. Noble? Is that about me? I'm just an ordinary blood-sucking creep. Don't really feel any different. It's just what you simply feel. Actually, I know I'm different too. I grew up with no friends. No one dared to come near me. Ugh. Why are you emo all of a sudden? Looking at the little princess whose mood had shifted, Li Yun was somewhat caught off guard. It's okay. I just feel like being in the Dracula family is my destiny. Good. Vampire creepy little duke is just like some of the disease-free rich kids in the human race. You're born in a blessed place, aren't you? Seeing that Princess Vera was getting moody, she was close to dropping her little pearls. Li Yun hurriedly said, why don't I tell you a story? Stories? When our little human princess is in a bad mood, she has to listen to a bedtime story. And once she does, it's not emo. Willa perked up her ears curiously. That funny? Then we'll sleep together and you'll tell me stories. Li Yun. Willa patted the edge of the bed aside, a face of anticipation. Ahem. What a character, young woman. Corey's Imperial. It's pretty worthless in front of a simple-faced white lotus. Li Yun sat on the edge of the bed and spoke. Once upon a time, there was a little pig named Paige. Li Yun told a bedtime children's story, and Vera sat, her eyes shining, listening quietly. A genuine and unmistakable smile would blossom when hearing seriousness. Your story has aroused Princess Vera's interest, and she's favorably disposed towards you. Trigger the hidden profession. Storyteller. Does it cost 1,000 career points to unlock? Li Yun was overjoyed. That triggers a new career? Unlock. After unlocking the career, the appeal of Li Yun's story became even stronger for Princess Vera. She had been completely mesmerized and couldn't help but press her shoulders closer and closer towards Li Yun. Episode 67. The disease is cured. It's uncertain whether the brain is still healthy. The story of Peppa Pig has been told. Career value plus 20. Storyteller career proficiency plus 20. Princess Vera favorability plus 10 inch. The story's over. Do you want to take a nap? Although I have removed the curse for you, the body that has been corrupted by the curse over the years still needs to be slowly conditioned. Vera shook her head. I still want to hear the story. Paige is so cute. His mom and dad's family are treating him well. Levon looked at the longing for the Paige family in Willa's eyes. Don't you have a mom and dad? My parents died fighting for the family a long time ago, and I was an orphan who was let go until I awakened the purest bloodline of my great-grandfather and was plugged into the center of the family. Feeling the loneliness within Vera, Li Yun couldn't help but frown. I didn't realize that the princess with the purest bloodline of the Dracula clan was an orphan. At this moment, Li Yun realized why she, as Dracula's most powerful future successor, was suffering from such a high-level curse. Without her parents to shelter her, this simple character of hers, as well as her noble bloodline, in the eyes of a portion of the family's power holders, she was simply a harmless little lamb. The entire Dracula family, as the purest and most powerful of the bloodline. No. 3,000 royal relatives. There are members in there who want to get Willa killed. And naturally there will be those who want to protect her and champion her as the next Dracula queen. Otherwise, such a little lamb would have died long ago. Why bother to put down this 100-year curse and take her life slowly? Is anyone at home treating you well? Yes, my great uncle is just so nice to me. He says I'm the future queen of Dracula and he's going to do me a good favor. Oh, stay away from him from now on and be careful. Has anyone in the family been mean to you? There is. Some of the elders don't really like me. I know. And none of them want me to be Dracula's queen. Oh, stay away from them in the future and be careful. Vera looked at Li Yun, speechless. So who can I get closer to? Me. Willa gently bowed her head, her little face a little pouty. Such a reversal took her little lamb by surprise. Never seen before. Tell me another story. Will you? Her voice held a hint of supplication. Well, since you're an orphan, I'll tell you an orphan story too. Since you're not human, I'll tell you a monkey story. Vera. It always feels like he's calling me names and I have no proof. It is said that there is a stone monkey on the mountain of flowers and fruits, which was transformed by the stone of Niwa to mend the sky. Vera listened quietly, her innocent eyes just staring at Li Yun. Li Yun's story mesmerized her. Li Yun's touch. She hadn't realized that something called good feeling was growing. Finish telling the story of the great sage of Qi Tian de Shang. Career value plus 20. Storyteller proficiency plus 20. Vera's favorability plus 10 inch. Wow. The great sage is so handsome. What do you hear in this story? Willa's small hand rested on her chin, her face contemplative. Why isn't the great sage a woman? Li Yun, what are you doing here? Punching me? I'm trying to tell you that if you want to be strong, you need a gun. Like a weapon in the hands of a great saint that can stab through the sky. Willa commiserated. But I don't have a stick. I can lend you. Ha? Where? Ahem. Never mind. You can't keep driving a kindergarten car. Li Yun hurriedly stopped the conversation. Vera the lamb is no Madame Medusa. Madame did not know love, but knew very well what it meant. Vera doesn't understand is really doesn't understand. Outside the door of the room, Madame, Butler Hunt, Moss Hospital, and the three sisters are waiting anxiously. Why hasn't Divine Dr. Lee come out yet? Shall we go and have a look? Butler Hunter said sharply. Dr. Lee must not be disturbed. Don't worry. He will be able to return a healthy princess to you. The lady did not move her figure toward the door of the room. Big sister. Second sister. Princess Vera is so beautiful. Let Li Yun be alone with her. Then will Li Yun. Daniela whispered. Little sister. What nonsense are you talking about? Dr. Lee is a decent man. At Sandra's comment, Bella and Daniela immediately glanced at him with disdain. Maybe only perverts look perverted and normal. I think Dr. Lee knows how to take things lightly, and he'll make sure the princess is healthy and cured. Otherwise, once something happens to the princess, our family will be finished with her. Bella knew best and had something very different in mind than her two sisters. Our mother is a prince. Can they really just destroy us? Daniela said with some skepticism. It's just a prince. Do you know how many princes there are in the Dracula family? Above the realm. It's the bloodline that is spelled out. Our mother, after all, lost her bloodline, possessing a pure blood ancestor bloodline. It was known as the blood-sucking royal family, holding the greatest power in the entire world of blood-sucking shenanigans, even though Mrs. Timid has made a prince by her own talent and hard work. But in the eyes of this group of royalty, it was nothing more than a party of nobles with impure bloodlines. After all, it's not on the table. Not to mention the countless blood-sucking shenanigans with insufficient talent that are viewed as lower-tier trash as well as playthings. Just as the three sisters were chatting, the door to the room slowly opened. Li Yun walked out, a bit dry-mouthed, so much so that his voice was a bit hoarse. The who? Your lady is awake. Check it out. Upon hearing this, Madame and Butler Hunter were immediately delighted. A long sigh of relief. I told you that Dr. Lee would be able to cure the princess healthily. Dr. Lee, good work. The lady walked into Li Yun and naturally placed her hands on his shoulders, massaging him. At the moment the elation in her heart made her careless of the dignity and elegance of her status from time to time. In a manner of a young lady, she gently rubbed Li Yun's shoulders. Even by a miracle, worthy of being Deanly, he can even cure such an advanced dark curse. This is a medical miracle. Dr. Moss looked adoring. Let's all go in and give it a look. The lady took her hand away from Li Yun's shoulder. Picking up the machine, Li Yun also quietly wiped a little, bringing the three sisters into the room with him, trying to brush off a little favor in front of the princess. Just as the lady entered the room, she saw Princess Vera standing under the moon. Long hair fluttered and big, gorgeous eyes blared and twinkled. Crossing his arms, he shouted, I'll destroy you on behalf of the moon. Mrs. Three sisters? Hunter Butler? Li Yun. who had told many stories for Princess Vera, looked at the system background with a helpless face. Finished telling the story in Nez's head. Career value plus 20. Storyteller proficiency plus 20. Vera favorability plus 10 inch. Finished telling the story of the mutual jerk-off baby. Career value plus 20. Storyteller proficiency plus 20. Vera favorability plus 10 inch. Finished telling the story of the beautiful young warrior. Career value plus 20. Storyteller proficiency plus 20. Vera favorability plus 10 inch. Man, it's healthy for you guys. It's just that this kid just loves American Girl Warrior under the moon. Whether the brain is still healthy or not, I don't know. Episode 68 Bloodline Evolution. Pure blood ancestor bloodline. Beautiful girls should like beautiful girls. Vampire shenanigans should like the moon. Very reasonable. No problem. Look at Vera's distinctive appearance. Butler Hunt, in old tears, put his left hand over his heart and dropped to one knee. Old slave has met the princess. Your Highness is finally cured. The lady, as well as the three sisters, took over is bending over, making the etiquette of facing the princess. Grandpa Hunter, ma'am, three sisters, stand up. No kneeling. Li Yun held his forehead. Sorry to chuck in a personal note about letting the bullets fly. The lady glanced at Li Yun grudgingly. A nice princess. How did you let you make her so middle-aged? Though, Vera's expression and tone are adorable. A little more childlike and earthy than it should have been when he first walked into his old castle. And humanity. But she's Dracula's little princess after all. The future queen. Since the princess is fine, I will immediately arrange a dinner to celebrate her. At the lady's command, the whole old castle was once again bustling with activity. Familiar dinners, familiar tables, the lady on the main seat, the three sisters on the side, as well as Li Yun, who was seated opposite his wife, with Princess Vera, Butler Hunter, and Dr. Moss beside him, sitting in a familiar spot. Li Yun thought of the first time he came to the old castle. Back then, he was scared to death of being on the table as an ingredient. Today, he is flattered. Yun, I've cut this steak for you. You eat my share. Princess Vera handed Li Yun the steak she had cut in front of her. Didn't think there was a single problem. Butler and Mrs. Hunter and the three sisters looked dumbfounded. The princess herself cut the steak for Li Yun? Ahem, Your Highness, even though he is a savior. It's not good. Butler Hunter spoke up to remind him. There's nothing wrong with it. Yun said. In the human world, you have to give your life in return for saving it. Li Yun. Witty words said in bed. Can you not bring them under the bed? The lady gently bowed her head and faked cutting her steak. Otherwise she would have had to stifle the grin on her face. I'll see what you'll do. You little pervert. Daniela gritted her teeth and looked at Li Yun. Dog man, the princess is so lovely, and you want her to give herself to you. Evil. Come out. We'll cut him. Sandra held up her red wine, the corner of her mouth quirking. It's true that Dr. Li is worthy of being my master. Even princesses dare to tune up. Bella has the densest mind of all. From now on, Dr. Li is more than just a partner in our old castle. Quite possibly, the perfect bridge between Timet and the future queen of Dracula. It's true. Once a man is strong, he looks a lot more handsome. Mu Chang's Bella looked at Li Yun with a hint of heart. Princess Vera's favor has reached 50. You've unlocked a new bond, the bond of Chuju. Pestle and mortar? If it isn't a stick and a stone mortar. Sticks are inserted into stone mortars and pounded. Are you this custodial and decent? First there was Guan Bao. Then there was Chuan Jing. And now there is pestle and mortar. Good. Idioms are finished being understood by your system. By the addition of the bond, Princess Vera's attitude towards Li Yun became even more intimate. Looking at Hunter's butler was envious. I've been serving the princess for 100 years, and I've never dared to expect her to cut my steak for me. Ding, ding, ding. Madam knocked on her wineglass. Here, let us raise our glasses together. One is to celebrate Princess Vera's recovery from her great illness. Secondly, I'd like to thank Dr. Li for helping our blood-sucking shenanigans. The crowd raised their glasses. Her ladyship snapped her fingers and the butler called for the ever-present band. The blood-sucking shenanigans of the band played beautiful and elegant music. Listening to the music, followed by the alcohol he had just drunk, Li Yun stood up, hold out a hand. Beautiful Princess Vera, may I have a dance? Raised by her family from a young age, Vera is naturally a master of ballroom dancing. Her small hand was gently placed on Li Yun's hand. Nod lightly. For eyes, no sparks, only tenderness. In that long music, Li Yun held Vera in one hand, the other hitched onto her slim little waist. With Vera's guidance, they began to dance, like stepping between the clouds, the top of the moon. Beautiful. Princess Vera fluttered like a butterfly, and Li Yun's figure stood tall like a tree. Butterflies lean against the tree and the tree listens to the butterflies. The rest of the blood-sucking shenanigans watching have been immersed in this dance. After the dance, Vera and Lee Yun were within arm's reach of each other. I, for one, am going back to the family tomorrow, Willa said softly. Well, be careful with everything. Remember the stories I told. And don't put too much faith in any shenanigans. What about you? Worthy of my trust? I'm not creepy. Willa muffled a laugh at his amusement, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Beside Lee Yun, she, the future Dracula queen, smiled very comfortably every second. No need to follow the so-called princess etiquette. No need to think about your future as a queen. And no need to guess who is really out to get you. She's just a simple blood-sucking creepy girl. Just a few moments into the silence, a hint of pain suddenly appeared on Princess Vera's face. Butler Hunter bounced out of his chair. Your Highness. No. A golden bloodline separated from Princess Vera's body, just hanging in the air. The pure blood ancestor bloodline in that drop of blood was like heavenly might. The blood-sucking shenanigans that played the music fell to their knees. The three sisters, with horrified faces, trembled all over. Her ladyship remained seated. Only her face didn't look too good either. Butler Hunter was even on his knees, not daring to look up. I know you fused Lady Temet's Prince Essence blood. This drop of my bloodline can purify the essence blood within you. Since then, you have the same pure bloodline as me. Unless Dracula is orthodox and a powerful bloodsucker of the realm, all normal bloodsuckers will cower, submit, and do as you command. Consider it my reward for thanking you. Vera flexed her fingers a little. That golden bloodline merged into Li Yun's brow. Li Yun only felt his brain empty and fainted. He could hardly imagine how golden this drop of bloodline was to the average blood-sucking trickster. Even Madame was incredibly shocked to see this scene. Obviously, in Vera's heart, Li Yun's status was definitely more than just a lifesaver. I don't know how long it's been either. Li Yun only felt that his body's bloodline was rapidly evolving. The cells of the body also continued to grow stronger with this purest blood ancestor's blood. At this moment, even though Li Yun was only at rank D, the strength of his body was already comparable to rank C, or even higher. Little devil, you're finally awake. Waking up again. It was in the lady's bed. The lady sat down and looked at him with snickering eyes. What a lucky fellow to have gotten the purest bloodline of Dracula. Mrs. Envy said. Princess Vera left? Well, she's back at Castle Dracula. Li Yun let out a long breath with some reluctance in his eyes. But she asked me to give you a message when she left. What's the word? When she said this, the lady looked odd, a little jealous, and a little curious. She said, we'll sleep together next time when we have the chance. Li Yun. Episode 69. Another blood-sucking creepy player. May here. The time for invitations has come. Leave the vampire castle immediately. Looking at the disappearing Li Yun, the lady did not have the good sense to grumble. Just go? Could it be that I'm really not charming enough to outshine the princess? Won't even sleep with me? The lady touched her sassy cheeks and couldn't help but whine and rage a bit. Returning to reality, Li Yun had a death grip on his pants. I'm afraid that if I don't pay attention, my pants with the belt undone will fall off. You just got back from the game? Older sis is here and won't give me a hug? Li Rui, who had just entered, took off her sunglasses and looked at Li Yun. Li Yun shook his head firmly. Li Rui surged into his arms of her own accord, pressed against his ear. He grinned wickedly. Well, did you like your sister's gift? If you don't like it, tell your sister. What style do you like? Li Yun gulped. Leroy looked down and noticed the anomaly. What are you doing with your pants? Get your hands off me. Give your sister a hug. Do you realize that for you? Your old sister I was almost seen as a traitor to the guild. Leroy petulantly ripped Li Yun's hands away and placed one behind herself. Sure enough, it's still the warmth of my brother's embrace. Swish. Li Yun's pants fell down. Li Yun, I'm your sister. Li Yun, who's a proper sister giving her brother that kind of gift? Li Yun lifted his pants without a blush and belted them up. Li Rui said no, 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 but she kept stealing glances. After all, sister's eyes are the ruler. Sure has grown up. Unlike when I was a kid. Li Yun was already accustomed to Li Rui's flirty talk. Tidy up and inquire. Why are you back from overseas again? Li Rui didn't have the good sense to stretch out one finger and point it at Li Yun's forehead. It's not because of you, brat. I told you to hide and defend the wave. I give my hands up? Now all the major guilds have realized that they've been cheated. And that a 3-time SSS-rated rookie king is just a loser? Go lie to shenanigans. Our president has begun to wonder if I'm an undercover agent for the guild. Then let me come and find you again. Leroy is addicted to poking. Starting at the forehead and working down to a constant poke and prod. Li Yun dodged the fatal chicken with a sideways glance. Your president doesn't know about our relationship yet, does he? How can a child bride like me just spread the word anymore? Leroy, get a grip. Bah! Call sis. No one knows yet, but if they try to find out, they won't be able to hide it for long. Li Yun looked at her and asked, so what are you going to do? What else can I do? I'm not the only one here this time. I'm sending someone to help me with my worries under the pretense that they're supervising me. I can only let you join the Elk. Join the Moose? The Elks, although a large guild with a high ranking, are overseas. For Li Yun, even if his oldest sister was the vice president of the guild, he had never wanted to join. He shook his head. Good you negative man. Seeing your sister and not saving her. Right. Li Rue glared at him in exasperation. Don't play big tail with me here. If you really wanted me in, you wouldn't have come alone and talked to me as an old sister. Li Rue, you've been seen through by me a long time ago. Leroy covered himself with his hands. No wonder I used to take a shower at home and always felt like I had eyes on me. Little pervert. No sense of propriety. Sister and brother grew up together and know each other too well. When Li Rue appeared immodestly, Li Yun knew that his old sister had a new idea. Now our president wants you. Not because he thinks you have much potential. As long as you haven't made it to the top end of the player list, you're only a future to be reckoned with in the eyes of the powerful. He's just pissed off that all the guilds are now laughing at our elk for having eyes and not recognizing them. You know, office meetings are like running a gang. There are a lot of rivals who catch you laughing and hate you. Our president is another overseas elite who is extremely facetious. That's what makes you angry not to let you join in anyway. Li Yun nodded gently. He had heard Li Rue say that. Overseas players are fierce, and the Elks Guild is full of experts. There's just one way to do it nowadays, and I've brought in a D-rank player with the power of blood-sucking shenanigans. His blood-sucking trickster power isn't as good as your prince's essence blood, but it's still at the level of a marquis. You guys put on a show and show the major guilds that your blood-sucking trickster powers are hot chickens, and by then, no one will bother you. Li Yun spread his hands. And no one is bothering me now. You looked out the window. Li Yun poked his head out to take a look. And holy cow, if I hadn't covered you, the people sent by these guilds would have rushed up long ago. Don't underestimate the attraction of good newcomers to the guild. This is still a normal third-rate guild. If a big guild like Elk would come, I wouldn't be able to cover it. Li Yun honestly, the guild he really does not want to add. Who wants to share 10% of the harvest with others when there are no existential worries? Now you know what you're in for. A little lamb on all sides. Come on with your old sister. I'll take you to the theater. Leroy reattached her sunglasses and opened the door. Li Yun obediently followed. When he came to the Rolls-Royce, a blond foreign man stood out. Vice President. Leroy nodded and pointed at the foreign man. His name is Mehir, a member of the Elks Elite. It's one of the few blood-sucking trickster powerhouses. Mehir looked at Li Yun. Curious. This is Reverse Butterfly. Li Yun didn't hesitate to strike first. How can you take advantage of your own name? You little foreigner? Does he understand? Do you want me to say Yogyakarta in English? Li Yun whispered in Li Rue's ear. Ahem. Even though I'm a foreigner, I still understand your language. Your ID is really as erudite as the vice president's. Not bad for the vice president's brother. Li Yun looked at Li Rue in surprise. He's an old sister's man. Trust him. Your oldest sister is at least the vice president. Is it fair to say that she doesn't have a few of her own? Don't underestimate me here. He's also at the top of the rookie list. There's not just one blood-sucking trickster player on the future high-end player list. Li Yun knew that the power of the blood-sucking guile was weak, but he did not expect it to be this bad. A full 1,000 players on the high-end player list, and there's only one blood-sucking trickster force? It can't be helped. Blood-sucking creeps maintain pack habits unlike normal creeps. The higher the grade of the blood-sucking guile essence blood, the more difficult it is to obtain. If the vice president hadn't stepped in to help me in the first place, this marquis essence blood would have been enough to kill me 9 times over. Don't worry. The vice president is my benefactor, and I will definitely help you as his brother. Mehir was very honest, except that Li Yun felt a little incomprehensible. Is it hard to get advanced vampire guile power? Episode 70. Li Yun, it's only the lowly blood-sucking shenanigans that talk about rank. We all talk about bloodlines. That's roughly the script. Mehir and you unleash the power of the blood-sucking trickster at the same time, and then kill you in seconds. Prove that your blood-sucking trickster essence is crap below the marquee. Mehir nodded gently. Vice President. I'm fine with that. By the way, even though your brother is the rookie king, the game level shouldn't be high. Do you need me to suppress the rank strength a bit? Mehir looked to Li Yun. Li Rue thought it made sense. Li Yun, what rank are you now? D. Oh, D level. What? Weren't you only E rank last time? Li Rue came back to her senses and looked at her own family's brother in incomparable shock. How long has it been since the last time? This kid's AD? You should know that it took Mehir a full 6 months to reach D rank, and no less than 7 times to clear the game. And Li Yun is only 3 times at full count. The better you perform through the performance, the more experience you get. It was only now that Leroy understood the gold content of the 3 SSS ratings. Pervert. She muttered a small curse. The machine was then prepared. Hey, it's me, Mudblood. Turn on the guild live feed for me and access my screen. Everything's in place. The player forums instantly exploded. Gamer Central. Sister Hong. Look at the forum. If it isn't Shermir, the newcomer from the Elks Guild. Across from him is the new king. Sister Red opened the forum live for the first time. An abandoned place with no one around. Is this going to start a player battle? If I remember correctly, this Elk Guild's Mihir is also a blood-sucking trickster power. Kobayashi pulled up the information and nodded. Yes, I suspect Mihir's essence blood would be marquee. Otherwise it wouldn't have caught the eye of the Elks Guild. Kobayashi was a little confused. Who is the initiator of the livestream? No build. It's an anonymous ID. Can't track it? Should be a veteran. Knows how to use game mechanics to hide himself very well. Sister Hong said in a deep voice. Nowadays, Li Yun is the most popular and countless guilds are staring at him. Instead, he's suddenly live streaming a fight with someone. Why? Kobayashi thought about it and gave a reasonable answer. As a rookie king, it should have been the most talked about rising star. And yet the Moose Guild says it's the most wasted rookie king with the power of trashy blood-sucking shenanigans. Maybe they're pissed off, so they found fellow newcomer Mihir, who's also a sucker for the power of blood trickery, to prove themselves? Sister Hong nodded as she listened. Reasonable. Stinky brother, the elk can't see you. Come to your sister. Sister Hong laughed softly, but in his eyes, we're only worth 600. Sister Hong glared at Kobayashi. Where's the pot calling the kettle black? That's because he's too young to understand. If only I knew how good my sister is, I'd know she's more than 600. The old lady's got the devil in her. What's the point of comparing them? Yuck. Red huffed and was almost brought crooked, and Kobayashi's attention on the live stream. At the same time, countless key members of the guilds were paying attention to the battle. Battle of the blood-sucking trickster force. The new king. What a niche term. It's hard not to suck up. On the live feed, Li Yun looked at Mihir and said angrily, I'm here today to prove it to myself. Why do you Elk Guild look down on me? Mihir's standard villain face, the corners of his mouth pulling out in an arc. It's all about blood-sucking power, so I'll let you know that there's a difference. Below the marquee, it's all garbage. Mihir opened his hands and hovered in the air, an evil aura permeating his body. Li Rue hid behind the curtain and nodded at the dedication of the two actors. Seeing this, Li Yun also activated the blood-sucking guile bloodline in his body. In an instant, the violet eyes floated in a flash of golden light. The hovering in mid-air, the unrivaled Mihir clunked. Eyes clear on both knees, Leroy rushed to cut off the live feed. Looking to Mihir. Mihir, what's wrong with you? Don't build I suddenly felt a wave of imperial intimidation and slipped to my knees. If it's not Mihir, then it can only be Li Yun. Leroy turned his head to look at him. Li Yun avoided her gaze somewhat sheepishly. Maru Spice. Forget about Princess Vera purifying the blood ancestor's bloodline for me. A blood-sucking guile of the same level. When it met the blood ancestor bloodline, it would still be taken down in minutes. For Mihir, who had never seen a noble bloodline before, she was truly confused at the moment. Kindred suppression. How can that be? What grade of blood-sucking trickster essence blood are you? Anyway, Li Yun touched his nose in embarrassment. It's usually the lowly blood-sucking shenanigans that speak of rank. We all speak of bloodlines. Mihir. Rue Li covers her forehead. Your purity is beyond my imagination. Sis tried her best and you screwed it up again. Li Yun was silent. One slip of the tongue and the noble bloodline would be exposed. Jingle bells. Leroy's phone rang. Hey, President. It's me. Mudblood. Chairman. I didn't scold you. I can't change this ID. The game won't let me. Hold your horses. Listen to my sophistry. Li Yun looked at the sophomoric manner in which his old sister answered the phone, and could completely imagine how angry the president of the Elks Guild on the other end of the phone had to be. Not long after, Li Rue hung up the phone and came to Li Yun's side. One bad news and one good news. What do you want to hear first? Li Yun paused. More good news? Leroy started with the bad news. The president said that either I get you into the guild or I get the hell out of the guild. So good news? Li Rue said excitedly. The president said that if I don't bring you back, I shouldn't go back. For a short time, I don't even have to go back to the guild. I can stay with you. Isn't that worse news? Brat, how do you talk? Ouch. Sis, it hurts. You're hurting my ass. Let your sister give you a good body check tonight. This blood-sucking trickster power of yours is not normal. It's very abnormal. Even if Rueli choked off the broadcast in time. But that scene of Mihir falling and sliding to his knees was still seen. Kindred spirits suppression? This is the legendary fatal blow of the higher blood-sucking guile against the lower blood-sucking guile. You're telling me he's a trashy blood-sucking trickster essence? The Marquis is slipping and kneeling. Sister Hong's eyes widened in shock and her breath caught. Never having seen suppression of his own kind before, he didn't even dare to think about the level of Li Yun's blood-sucking trickster power. While low-level blood-sucking trickster essence blood is certainly wasteful, high-level is not. For example, the guy on the high-end player list, extremely strong vitality and self-healing, simply undefeatable, became a nightmare for many players. Sister Red, who found the treasure, no longer sits on the sidelines. Immediately have people surround Li Yun's house. No, buy me that next door to him. I'm moving in now. I don't believe my sister can't take his stinking brother. Sister Hong got up in a domineering manner. This time she would say anything to take down Li Yun. Episode 71 New Caller. Goddess of Fire, Crimson. At noon, Li Yun woke up comfortably from his sleep. These days busy liver game. Long time no such good sleep. You're awake. A familiar pleasant voice came. Li Yun subconsciously grabbed the covers. This is my room. My bed. And yours, sister. Li Rui was sitting on the edge of the bed in a white halter dress, hand-smeared body lotion on her slender thighs. Looking at it, Li Yun gulped. Sister, can we discuss something? Go ahead. Even though you're back, you have to give me some privacy. You heartless. I wasn't the one who slept with you when it thundered and rained when I was a kid, but I'm big now. Well, see, it did get bigger. Li Yun's mouth couldn't help Li Rui, and he didn't care that he was topless. Step off the bed. Stretching. A golden proportion of muscles like diamonds made Li Rui somewhat unable to move her eyes. Bastard. You really do have some skills. Come on, touch it for your old sister. Li Yun sidestepped and dodged Li Rui's hungry tiger pounce. Li Rui was unconvinced. One beauty of the Moose Guild, the vice president, and an A-ranked master player. You got out of the way? Attacked again, mobilizing a few points. Still, Li Yun sensed it in advance and dodged it. Is this the perception and speed of a prince-level blood-sucking trickster force? By the way, you still haven't told me what's up with that bloodline pressure of yours. Mihir is a marquis-level master of blood-sucking trickster power anyways. I don't think the prince's essence blood can do anything to make him slide to his knees for a second. Li Yun turned his head to Li Rui, who was lying on the bed like a kitten poised for action. The Dracula family. You know? The blood ancestor family. The only royal family among the blood-sucking shenanigans. Li Rui looked at Li Yun in shock. Well, as you guessed, my prince's essence blood has been purified by the bloodline of the Dracula family blood ancestors. Blood-sucking shenanigans with impure bloodlines like Mihir will naturally be suppressed by me. It can't be helped. Who made your oldest brother has been promoted to the blood-sucking Guile royal clan. Li Yun Versailles let out a sigh. Li Rui gritted her teeth, itching to pounce on him and take a bite out of his abs. Do you realize that once word gets out that you possess the blood ancestor bloodline, the entire player world will be shaken? That's the blood ancestor. One of the most powerful existences in the underworld. One drop of his blood is enough to make the entire underworld and the players riot. You shameless lucky bastard. Li Yun spread his hands. Lucky? Count on it. Get dressed and follow me out. Ha? Where to? Don't you noble blood-sucking trickster royal bloodline eat? There's no rice in the house. The two siblings changed their clothes and walked out of the cozy cabin. According to Li Rui's position today, what she wants can be solved with one phone call. After all, the president had said that she was at liberty to mobilize all her resources as long as she brought Li Yun back, but she dispersed all the guilds at the first opportunity. In the meantime, she just wanted to be the older sister who hadn't been home in 5 years to spend quality time with her brother, not the vice president of the Elks Lodge. Pig's blood. Duck's blood. Want some? I don't suck blood. What about oysters? Leeks? So it was you who tried to suck my blood. Li Rui hooked Li Yun and smiled a blossoming smile. As soon as the handsome man and beautiful woman appeared, they attracted the attention of countless people. Ha! Strange. Where are those guildies? Leroy looked around the home. Didn't you have Mihir take someone to stop them? Do you know how many guilds are trying to get in touch with you right now? Mihir's few people can't even stop them. Li Rui said suspiciously. It was naturally good that no other guilds were bothering Li Yun. It was rare for her to be on top of it. 2. Continuing to hook Li Yun happily towards the house. Li Yun, so you went out. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Sister Hong clasped her hands and stood aside, calling out to Li Yun. Li Rui's eyes were vigilant as she stuck at Sister Hong, who was dressed in a long fiery red dress with high heels and a goddess flavor, asked in a small voice. Who is she? Take out. Delivering in that? Can it be a proper delivery? No. Go, 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 go. Sister Hong, who had an amazing ear, listened to the whispering between the two siblings. and a vein of green rose from her forehead. Stopped Li Yun and Li Rui. I'm not a delivery boy. I'm from the player's center, and my ID is crimson. Li Rui was slightly surprised. She didn't recognize Sister Hong in front of her, but how could she not know the famous goddess of flame crimson? Li Yun is not interested in joining the player center. Good luck and no farewell. Li Rui grabbed Li Yun's left hand and was about to leave. Sister Hong was quick on her feet and grabbed his right hand. Li Yun was caught in the pull of the two goddesses' big brother. Can't you understand human language? Li Rui's gaze condensed, and a demonic sickle black wind in her body headed towards Sister Hong. Sister Hong bathed in fire as a shield, blocking the blow. And who are you? Li Yun and Li Rui said in unison. Daughter-in-law. Sis. Sister Hong's face was slightly surprised, and her mouth smiled badly. You guys are a lot of fun. Sister Hong collected her bad smile and looked at Li Rui. Demon scythe power. I didn't realize that the famous vice president of the Elk Guild was the sister of the newcomer king. Li Rui wasn't afraid of being recognized. It's just a shame that she won't even call out her ID. Just know who I am. Li Yun is mine. He won't be joining any guilds. Now please leave. Sister Hong smiled softly at this. One hand rested on Li Yun's shoulder. Who said I'm here to make Li Yun join the guild? I live here too. I just happened to meet you guys. Li Yun froze. Where do you live? So, you guys across the street. Sister Hong pressed against Li Yun's ear and whispered. Stinky brother, we'll be neighbors from now on. If you can't sleep at night, you're always welcome to come and chat with your sister. The other took Li Yun's small hand and slowly slid down to draw a circle in Li Yun's palm. The Huayro policy. This woman is really something. Sister Hong saw the food protecting Li Rui about to lash out again. I'm going home first. You two siblings. You really don't look alike at all. Sister Red swayed away, leaving Li Rui gritting her teeth. The player center's people actually infiltrated directly into our tower. If I hadn't been there today, I would have had to have her steal my home. Damn it. The more Li Yun heard, the more wrong he became. Ugh. Leroy. What do you mean? I'm an independent person with a sense of autonomy, alas. How's that for being decent? What do you mean by being stolen from home? A decent man? Leroy swept a disdainful glance at Li Yun. And don't take that hand out. What? You can't wash your hands after being played with by her just a little bit? Li Yun took out his hand hidden behind his back and smiled awkwardly. Episode 72. One meal. Two sisters. To die for. In the future, don't hang out with such unsavory vixens. Anything jade will only hurt you. Li Rui stood in the kitchen with her apron, cooking hot. If this scene were to be seen by someone from the Elks Guild, their jaws would have to break on the ground. Li Yun leaned on the door and glanced through. Can only talk to your domesticated kitty? Right. Li Rui carried the dishes and pinched Li Yun's face with a smile. Right. What a good boy. Dinner is served. I haven't cooked in years, so check to see if it's your favorite flavor as a kid. Li Yun took his chopsticks and took a bite of the dish into his mouth. How does it taste? Li Rui couldn't wait to ask. The flavor, that is. Delicious. So delicious. This is what I tasted like when I was a kid. And eating it makes me want to cry. Leroy smiled contentedly. Then you have to eat it all. Then he put down the cleaver in his hand. Li Yun. Jingle bells. The doorbell rang and Li Yun went to open the door. It's you. Sister Hong stood outside the door, very self-effacing. I'm sorry. I just moved here and I haven't fired up the house yet. I saw that you guys bought a lot of groceries, so I thought I'd stop by the neighbors for a meal. Li Yun saw through her mind at a glance. That's a dine and dash? Simply trying to rub off on me as a person. Li Yun's mouth grinned at the corners. Good for you for coming. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Sister Hong was slightly stunned. She did not expect Li Yun to be so enthusiastic towards her this time. Could it be that he's smitten with me? Humph. Stinky brother, how can you resist the charm of your sister? Sister Hong stepped into the house. Leroy, who had tied off her apron, frowned. What brings you here? Without waiting for Sister Hong to open her mouth, Li Yun hurriedly said, she's just moved in and the house isn't fired up yet. We're all neighbors. Look out for each other. Rely on your friends outside. That's what Sis taught me in the beginning. Did I teach you to boomerang me? Li Rui glared at Li Yun. Sister Hong's identity is more sensitive like her. Although the Elks Guild is overseas, many of its missions need to be carried out at home, and that requires the player's center to open a back door for it. Li Rui put the dishes in her hand down there hard, sort of a tacit acceptance of Sister Hong's inclusion. Sister Hong didn't care about Li Rui's attitude. Sister Hong, these are all the dishes my sister cooked for me when I was a kid. Try them. Leave early if you're done eating, and eat out tomorrow if the house isn't open yet. We're not a cafeteria. Li Rui glared at her indisputable brother, then said nonchalantly, you're kicking me out? I can't leave. As the vice president of the Elks Guild, don't you have the same agenda as me? It's just a matter of taking advantage of the fact that I grew up with Li Yun. but that doesn't mean I don't have a chance. Sister Han laughed coldly in her heart, a master in the art of fighting, seeing a needle in a needle. Childhood favorites can slowly change with age. I have heard that your sister has been separated from you for 5 years. Those 5 years, enough to change a person's personality, tastes, and hobbies. You say it, Li Yun. Sister Hong held the dish and looked at Li Yun with a smile, then gently put it into her mouth. The elegant eaters were instantly taught as that bite of food entered their mouths. Li Yun turned his head and secretly stifled a laugh. What's this dish? A crab race? Racing crabs? It's not just eggs with vinegar. So sour. Sister Hong was a little skeptical when she saw the plate of fried Sai crab. Seeing that Li Rui was about to get angry, Li Yun hurriedly gave Sister Hong some food. Sister Hong, don't ever be polite. You're a guest. Eat more. Come on, come on. Hong's empty bowl was instantly piled high with dishes. Seeing that it was Li Yun who had served her the food, she was too embarrassed to refuse. Stiffen up and take a bite. This beanstalk, is it raw? Cold bean curd. Never had it? Sister Hong's entire body was shocked. Some pity was shown to Li Yun. It feels like it's been hard for him to grow up eating all this since he was a kid. Li Yun turned his head, his body trembling slightly. It was good that Sister Hong's body had long been no longer normal, and she would not be poisoned if she ate this raw bean curd. Sister Hong pressed the hard feelings and picked up another piece of pig's trotter from the bowl. Bite. The little face was completely red. Can't believe it. Wine inside this pig's foot? It's called hypnotized pig's feet, and it uses 2 pounds of yellow wine without a drop of water. Do you know anything about food? Eat or go home. Being questioned 3 times, Li Rui stood up and huffed. Sister Hong's people were also dumbfounded. You call this table gourmet? Where are the leftovers? What are you doing? Sister Hong couldn't stand it any longer. Standing up, she lifted her long, fiery red hair up and coiled it with a chopstick, showing a swan-like neck, then pulling both feet out of their heels. Their jade feet stepped directly on the ground. Tie the apron that Leroy had just put down again. Without looking back, he walked into the kitchen. Soon there was the sound of frying in the kitchen. Li Yun, who was snickering, and Li Rui, who still had time to get angry, hadn't reacted yet. A plate of colorful stir-fried meat was served. Sister Red untied her apron and sat back in the seat where she belonged. Putting on her heels, she then rushed all of Leroy's food out of the bowl. Fade. Eat. Li Yun was the first one who couldn't wait to chuck a mouthful. Another chopstick. Ha, clip again. Whoa. Li Rui saw that Li Yun was about to wind up finishing the plate of small fried meat, and she defiantly took a bite as well. After putting it in his mouth, the whole thing went silly. Then look at your own table of food. Unbearable. I'm a few years older than you. You can call me Sister Red. To keep a man, you have to keep his stomach. I think he's really happy that he can't eat your food for the 5 years you've been gone. Sister Hong stood up and leaned into Li Yun's ear. Thanks for the hospitality. I'll be on my way. If you are hungry, come to your sister. Sister gave you something to eat down there. Li Yun almost didn't choke. Sister Hong's words were not said in a low voice, and Li Rui heard them. Seeing Sister Hong leave, Li Rui sat there holding her hands, not saying a word. No more food. Sis? Li Yun asked carefully, full of gas. Goddamn crimson. I can't believe I'm losing to her. The one who comes is not good. The one who comes is not good. No wonder no one from the other guilds can see it. So it's her move. All those little people, tied together, are not as good as she is. Just wait. I'm not a vegetarian either. If you want to steal my brother, you should be prepared for the urge to be defeated by me. Li Rui snorted coldly in her heart, then looked at Li Yun with a leathery smile. I can give you the bottom for you to eat, too. Li Yun's soul trembled. Shake your head quickly. I'm full. No. Put the dishes down when you're full. Li Yun looked at the plate of small fried meat that had gone down 3 bowls of rice and turned his head with some fondness. Hurts. This day is going to be unbearable. Episode 73 New Game, Yellow Springs Road. Came to buy groceries. What a coincidence. Goo. It's heavy. Brother helped sister to lift it. Taking out the trash? What a coincidence. Hey, there's a lot of tissues in my brother's garbage bag. Going out to the movies? What a coincidence. I bought this one too. 21, 22, and I happen to be in seat 23 as well. Li Rui, Li Yun, you're not allowed to go out for me. I'm gonna find a chain to keep you in the house. Li Yun, captive play would be really kind of sick. At home, there is a jealous kitten, and outside the door, there is a 1,000-year-old fox who is always ready to create coincidences. Li Yun finally knew what it was like to be caught between the front and back. It's harder to cheat than a horror game. Sister Hong was at home at the moment, talking on the phone with her assistant, Kobayashi. It was supposed to be a quick takedown, but I didn't expect a vice president of the Elk Guild to come out halfway. Don't worry, My sister has all the confidence in the world. Even if they're childhood sweethearts, they can't stand up to sister. The heavenly royal sister. Sister Hong's mouth curled up full of confidence. After my observations over the past few days, Li Yun is definitely not an ordinary blood-sucking trickster power. Not only does he have no fear of the sun, he also has no desire for human blood or any blood for that matter. He may be the blood-sucking trickster class we've never seen in the Players Center. In a word, such a talented Players Center must find a way to bring him in. Kobayashi let out a soft as he listened to Sister Hong's words. But Sister Hong, we have to speed up. Our blockade of Li Yun's neighborhood is about to get taut. Now the major guilds know that we are secretly blocking them from approaching Li Yun, raising the level of Li Yun's solicitation again. After all, many of the important backbones of the guilds have decided to come out in person and break through our blockade to directly snatch people. Hearing Xiao Lin's words, Sister Hong clenched her teeth. Recruitment of newcomers is a big deal for all the major guilds. After all, a horror game is a place of 9 deaths, and death is a constant companion. Newcomers are the fresh blood that every guild alternates, plus the 10% of members who gave up. If you want to become a first-class guild, newcomers are definitely a scarce resource, and the geniuses among them are the more important strategic resources. I know. I'll keep thinking about it. Sister Hong hung up the phone. An alert came from the game system and she opened it. Abnormal display of follow ticket binding target. Do you follow the target into the game? Sister Hong stretched out her finger and clicked on yes. The corners of his mouth quirked up. Stinky brother trying to hide in a game? Unfortunately, I predicted your prediction. Li Yun and Li Rui sat cross-legged, their eyes facing each other. You said you'd take me down to the game? What a look. Brat. Leroy cleared his throat. Listen up. In front of you is a high-end list powerhouse, a master player, and the vice president of the Elks Guild. Do you have a problem with me taking you, a newcomer to the game, and hoping you'll get stronger? We have to find a way to get Li Yun out of here. That woman is too aggressive. If this keeps up, the little bastard is going to fall into her tender spot sooner or later. Li Yun shook his head as he listened to Li Rui's heartfelt words. No comment. Li Rui nodded and crossed her arms. Then no. You haven't used the random game yet this month. I'll use the cooperation coupon. With you. Li Yun tapped on the game interface. Li Yun has been in the game 3 times though. The first one aside, the second one was a double challenge, and the third one was a game choice ticket. The random games that newcomers refresh every month have yet to be used. Randomizing the game. The game has been chosen, the Yellow Springs Road, as the most famous food street in the underworld. Yellow Springs Road is lined with countless restaurants. Tens of thousands of creepy things dine here every night. It's a choice between being an employee serving shenanigans or food on the table. A light enveloped the house and Li Yun disappeared. He was followed by Li Rui, who used the cooperative vouchers and disappeared. And next door, Sister Hong, who used the follow the coupon. Yellow Springs Land, Grand Peace Hotel. This is a new restaurant to Yellow Springs Road. In this century-old traditional food street, in front of countless old shops, hard to kill a bloody road. Rooted here. I heard that this is just a branch and the main store is not here. Why am I the handyman and your management? In the Gilded Hotel, Li Yun, who had gotten his work license, looked at Li Rui. Older sister is a high-end player. You're a newbie comparing to me? Hurry up and get cracking, or my lobby manager will have to dock your paycheck. Li Rui tossed a handyman's uniform to Li Yun. Li Yun cursed and put it on. Name, Li Yun. No. 567 inch. Position, handyman. Daily wage, 1,000 inch. As the lowest existence in the hotel, you must work hard. If you make a mistake, you'll lose your job and become an ingredient. There's a customer ordering takeout right now. The system needs you to deliver this order. No problem? Li Rui looked at Li Yun with some concern. If she was in the restaurant, she could be the first to protect Li Yun if anything happened. The system gave the order. There is a problem to fulfill it. I'll go with you? What kind of delivery takes people with it? And you've got a mission in the system too. I'm fine. Okay. Seeing Li Yun's insistence, Li Rui did not say anything more. Mission, deliver large intestine sashimi and sauce-popped eyeballs to customers. Countdown to delivery, 15 minutes. I've already closed the order. I'm going to the back kitchen to rush it now. Li Yun walked towards the back kitchen alone. Rush. Just rush. Can't you see it's being done? So many customers for dine-in. And you have to order takeout. Rush me again and I'll chop up all you two-legged sheep. In the noisy back kitchen, the toad-like, Tan Chef Guile plunged the bloodstained cleaver in his hand hard into the chopping board. Master Chef, you delight in anger. This is a filial favor. A player walks up and pulls out an item of value and hands it to the chef. Quite literate. 095's order to him faster. The player was immediately grateful. The rest of the players saw this and looked at their countdowns. With a clench of their teeth, They followed suit and pulled out their valuables. Compared to this amount of money, exceeding the countdown to be unable to complete the task is disqualified from the job. The odds are that it will only be reduced to a fresh ingredient in the back kitchen and a dish in the restaurant. I didn't realize this game had quite a few players. Li Yun walked to the back kitchen and saw several players waiting outside the back kitchen. Excuse me, is the meal ready for 567? One large sausage sashimi and one sauce popped eyeball. I was waiting to deliver. Li Yun reported his number and asked to the back kitchen. A pair of eyes suddenly stopped on him. The Lord Chef in the back kitchen gripped the bloody cleaver once more. His gaze morose. Episode 74 Unlock, Chef. I'll make this dish myself. New? A player asked in a whisper. Anan, just got a mission. Don't talk to the master chef like that. If you want a meal, you'll have to pay a favor. Benefit fees? Isn't this the back kitchen of the Peace Hotel? Guests order from the back of the house, and I'm in charge of delivering the food. Who am I to pay for favors? Li Yun said in disbelief. Giggle. That makes sense. Looks like we're going to have an extra plate of fresh, live food in the back room today. The chef cackled. Life and death. Those players who were familiar with the unspoken rules avoided Li Yun. This new guy's out of luck. Offend the chef, and wait to be fired and put on the table for intentionally delaying and failing to complete the task. Li Yun listened to their hearts and gradually understood what was going on. Workplace subterfuge? Li Yun walked into the back kitchen. It's the first time a human has dared to talk to me like that. Even if you show sincerity now, I won't forgive you. Chef Guile squinted at him and grunted. Don't get me wrong. I'm just checking to see what brand of plastic bag you have that holds so much bullying with me, and you don't even ask who's behind me. Sis, the big move is unleashed. Rue Li, who was hanging out as the lobby manager, walked over. Who bullied my brother? The crowd of players were slightly startled when they saw Li Rue. Lobby manager? What level of player is this? Boy, this new guy's so tough. There's a man behind the man who can do it. Chef Guile looked to Rue Li. No wonder you dare to talk to me like this. So you have some backstage. So what if I'm the lobby manager? This is the back kitchen, where I have jurisdiction. It's not your turn to tell you what to do. If your excellency doesn't listen, I don't mind chopping off your overstepping arms and legs. The kitchen knife in the chef's hand was blood red and fierce. It's broken. This chef is a fierce and cunning being. Last time someone tried to challenge his authority, but he was chopped up in a flash. The lobby manager is equal in rank to the chef, and this is a restaurant owned by Creepy, so if he really gets chopped up, the chef will be okay, right? Li Yun listened to the players' voices without a trace of worry on his face. He couldn't beat the district's mighty trickster level, but Li Rue was an A-ranked master player. Fruity. In an instant, that chef's knife appeared in Li Rue's hand. And what a mean chopper. Here. Li Rue threw the knife to Li Yun. You have acquired the Fierce Sword. Fierce Fury Trick Sword, tens of thousands of dead souls under the sword. The fury fills the air and doubles the damage dealt to the trickster. Thanks Ow. Thank you. Did I give you that? The Lord Chef looked at the emptiness in his hands and gasped. Still want to chop me up? Why don't you hurry up and make my brother's dish? The overbearing Leroy clasped her hands, her eyes looking down on the chef. The players never expected such a high level of play to come from the tiny restaurant. That lobby manager's customized open cheongsam reveals long white legs that anyone would want to hug. I won't do it. Li Rue's figure flickered as she approached the chef with great speed. Being armed with the power of the demon scythe, it was as if she could split the chef's massive body instantly with just a split second. Humans, don't do whatever you want just because you're stronger than me. If this dish doesn't come out, your brother's mission can't be accomplished. And if he is relieved of his employee status, he will be reduced to an ingredient. Can you kill every creepy thing on the entire street? Li Rue frowned slightly, obviously poked and prodded by chef shenanigans. It's only 2 courses. I'll do it. Li Rue snorted coldly and rolled up her sleeves to do the dishes. Sis, stop it. If something goes wrong with this dish, I'll die here or at the hands of a customer. Li Rue glared at him. You grew up eating my cooking and you have no confidence in me? I just know your strength too well because I grew up eating your food. Li Yun pressed Li Rue's hand, his eyes firm as if he wanted to enter D. Humph. Brat. So now what? Are you going to stand by and watch your mission not be accomplished? Li Yun opened his full-time system. Now there's only a gamble to be made. Drawing of occupations ensues. Occupation drawn, private detective. Go on. Occupation drawn, painter. Only one last shot. Occupation drawn, chef. It's done. Chef. Occupational level, elementary. Natural skill, 30% pleasure in cuisine. Occupational skills dash. Manual dexterity, flexibility in the use of all cooking tools. The 4 senses, transcendental taste, taste memory, imagination, and food image extrapolation. Li Yun loads up on chef careers. Close your eyes and the whole backroom is different. Cold cookware wobbled and countless spices and ingredients danced. Let me. Ha? You would? The countdown to delivery is down to the last 8 minutes. Li Yun was too late to explain. Get out of the way. As soon as he pushed the chef away, the chef didn't dare to get angry due to Li Rui's intimidation. Li Yun took out the ingredients needed. The first course of large intestine sashimi is all about the freshness of the sashimi. The key is that the knife must be fast to avoid too much contact stay between the fresh sashimi and the knife. The subtle iron dish flavor on the surface of the knife detracts from the overall taste of the sashimi. Li Yun took out the fierce and deceitful sword. Hands up. As if cutting fruit, clattering and clattering, the fresh sausage is sliced evenly through the air and lands on the plate. It was just this hand that filled the room. No, you really do. Li Rui covered her small mouth in surprise. All around them, whether players or chef shenanigans, were wide-eyed. The second sauce popped the eyeballs. Start a pan and heat the oil. Upside down. The fire roared and the cauldron of saucy cooking eyeballs kept rolling. The fire, the timing, the attention to detail. He's got it all. Chef Guile watched the scene and couldn't hold it together any longer. Out of the pot. Packed. Li Rui helped pack on the side, lifting the 2 dishes that were ready and handing them to Li Yun. Even if it's done, there's not enough time. Li Rui asked worriedly. Li Yun opened the mission's delivery navigation. 7 minutes to reach on navigation, and one has only 5 minutes left. This would have been too late for anyone else, but when Li Yun stepped onto the scooter, the writer career was officially launched. With a kick of the gas, it instantly disappeared as a flash of neon in the night. Only 5 minutes left to pick up your food? According to the rules, if a delivery person is late for a delivery, it's considered a failure. Hey, that way I can add an extra dish. At the moment, a creep waiting for takeout rubbed his hands together and licked his tongue. Ingredients for delivery. Lo, ding dong. Who? Your takeout. No, you can fly. And this can be delivered? Episode 75 new post unlocked. Lonely phantom creep. The customer who ordered took the takeout. Somewhat reluctantly. After opening the takeout, he gave a slight eep. How come today's meal is different from my old one? Like it's more elaborate? Looks like an old familiar face who often orders food out of restaurants. A new chef? I do. Hearing that it was made by Li Yun, the guest finally revealed a satisfied smile. I'm going to give you a bad review. You sure make it hard to eat. It's not easy being an underworld delivery boy. Being late, not being able to fulfill an order, and bad reviews all have to be rolled over with points deducted. Li Yun frowned slightly. Not if you eat it. What's the point of eating this? What kind of status and class are you? And you deserve to make it for me. It smells so good. The guest froze with his chopsticks. Then it wouldn't stop. 2 chopsticks. 3 chopsticks. Until you finish. He wiped his mouth in satisfaction. Surprisingly, it's better than anything I've ever had before. But I'm still going to give you a bad review. Hey, what an evil guest. Oh, give it back now? No more. Can you put the chopper down? Who delivers and carries a chopper? I memorized your house number. And if you give me a bad review, I'm coming to cut you. Li Yun retrieved the kitchen knife, closed the door with force and raised the door. The guest froze in place and apparat. I'm the creepy one. Right. Order delivered. Critical acclaim, 1 out of 10. When all favorable ratings are completed, you will be promoted. Li Yun looked at the system prompt. Silently, he touched the kitchen knife in his hand. With this, I'm afraid they won't give me a favorable review? Figuring out the rules, Li Yun quickly became a myth in the eyes of the players. No, who's a takeout artist who puts out his own food, delivers it, and has 0 bad reviews all in one place? One person is practically a restaurant. Li Yun is chopping vegetables for his next order. Chef Guile leaned in slowly. 567. My name is Li and I have a name. Li Yun coldly returned. Chef Li, can I have this cleaver back? The chef's sly words and very godlike demeanor were somewhat flattering. Pa-dash. The feral trick knife is inserted into the chopping board. Yours? It's obviously mine. What class are you? Talking to me like that? Hissed the players waiting for the dish looked that way without a squeak. The inverted Big Dipper. Turns out humans can talk to creepy things like that too. Sure, provided you have a strong and as a lobby manager sister. You also have to have a knack for burning vegetables. I'm just asking. If you don't give it back, you don't give it back. What's the point of being mean? Li Yun. Good. If you can't beat me, you're a pussy, right? Get out. Okay. Li Yun packed his food and spat a couple of words. This guest really knows how to make up. To have so many big loins. Completion of cooking. Career value plus 20. Chef proficiency plus 20 inch. Walking out of the back kitchen, Leroy came face to face. Not bad. 9 orders so quickly. Still missing this last order. You'll be able to turn a delivery cowhorse into a grocery cowhorse. Li Yun glanced at Li Rue. Sooner or later I'm going to be a lobby manager. Then you do it. Li Yun stopped paying attention to Li Rue. Get on your scooter and put on your helmet. Twist the throttle and disappear. Follow the navigation and you'll soon be at the delivery address. It's a silent neighborhood. Just outside the cell door, a security guard trick stopped him, pointed to a warning sign off to the side. Takeouts aren't allowed in. Li Yun took off the staff uniform he was wearing. Humans aren't allowed in either. Li Yun's eyes glowed purple, and an aura of blood-sucking guile covered his entire body. No entry without a pass. Li Yun got it, took out the fierce guile sword. Security, 6. Why don't you take it earlier and you'll get in? Come in. Li Yun reinserted the knife back into his waist, tapped lightly. Sure enough, it's still more useful than a pass. Enter the neighborhood and find Unit 2. Press the elevator. The elevator went down quickly. When he reached the 16th floor, ding dong stopped. 1602. This is it. Press the doorbell. Didn't see any movement. Li Yun shouted. Your takeout. The door opened slowly. A hand reached out. Looks like a sociopathic eye creep. This kind of shenanigans: order a meal and either ask the delivery guy to leave it at the door. Either that or show your hand and not your face. Li Yun was just about to hand it over when the hand directly tugged at him, pulling him into the door. What should I do when I'm pressed against the wall by a beautiful woman? What should I do? The outside food fell to the ground. Li Yun's hands were being pressed against the wall with one hand by a young and beautiful phantom gue. Surprisingly, it's a handsome little brother. Little brother, are you bored? Empty? Lonely? Phantom guile freed a hand and gently stroked Li Yun's small face. I can see you're lonely. Naughty, who told you to look out? Phantom guile smiled softly. Since you can see that, then find a way to fill my empty heart, or I'll give you a bad review. Li Yun? There's such a request. Li Yun pushed her hands away and pressed back against her. Why don't you eat something first? I'm afraid it's going to be too long in a while and you'll be hungry. Phantom Trick glanced at the dropped outside food. Ha, that's for you to eat. Ming and Hua are running on a 200-meter loop track, and it takes Ming 40 seconds to run one lap. They started at the same time from the same place and ran in the same direction. Ming ran 500 meters the first time he caught up with Rio. Question: how many meters per second is Rio's speed? Phantom Trick? Aren't you bored? Empty? And lonely? Wanted to be filled with empty hearts. I've got a lot more math problems here, so I'll fill you up tonight. Phantom Trick. If you get it right, I'll have a reward. A hint of ennui appeared on Li Yun's face. Phantom guile immediately rose to the occasion. No, it's still not right. My hair is falling out. Why is it still wrong? This question is so hard. I don't know it. Li Yun clasped his hands and nodded. The world is a place where people and shenanigans can lie to you, but not math. Phantom guile's entire body slumped right down on the table, as if he only had one breath left. And bored? Empty? Lonely? Remember to give me the good reviews, oh, and come back to me when you can do it, yo. Li Yun waved his hand and closed the door. Left the room. Order delivered. Critical acclaim, 10 out of 10. The position has been promoted. New position, backroom handyman. Li Yun looked at the latest news. Good news. No more deliveries for myself. Bad news. The backroom chef is going to get a heavy dose of it. He hummed a little tune and got on his favorite scooter. The throttle is a blast of extra pull. Episode 76: New Cuisine at the Queen's Restaurant. What are you waiting for? Give me a mission. Changing into his backroom handyman's uniform, Li Yun bosses around. Instead, the grandmaster of the back kitchen kept his head down and didn't say a word. Shall I trouble you to wash the potatoes? Li Yun touched the fierce guile blade in his hand. Chef Creepy has a death wish right now. What a ing man. You ask me to set up a mission. Then when I say one, you touch the knife. It's still my knife. Who the hell is the backroom boss? Are there any of those exhausting jobs that don't pay much and make people despair when they do them? My attributes are in full swing and I just want to experience it. Chef Guile did a double take. There. Pass the food. Just stand there and announce the name of the dish. The original pass-around shenanigans looked straight at the chef. What about me, brother-in-law? How many times have I told you to address me by my position during working hours? Oh, hi plants. What about me? Chef Guile, whose last name was Ko, tossed his brother-in-law aside as soon as he could. How's this working out? Tired is a little tired. Will do. Chef Guile breathed a sigh of relief at his rare moment of resourcefulness. After arranging for Li Yun, he rushed back to his post. The backroom is like a battlefield, and the chef is the commander, responsible for organizing the process so that the back of the house is not thrown into chaos. Look at this, Li Dai-shun. It's my meal. It's almost time. Can you subpoena it for me first? Players who were anxiously waiting for their food came forward. Of course you can. I'm the most helpful person ever. A great god is really a great god. It's just not the same. This is my dish. Look at it. Read all about it. Then you pass it. Benefits now? Don't take a handyman for a cad. Do you? Goddamn handyman is a cadre. I thought we agreed to be helpful. Yeah, I'm the one. Good. It turned out to be such a helpful person. The player who had thought he could avoid a robbery pulled out the favor with a meaty face. Next, I have an auction system here. 6. Li Yun is mixing it up in the backroom. As the lobby manager, Li Rue is in trouble. The Yellow Springs Road is lit up. Countless signs line the street, visible as soon as you step onto it. In addition to signage, for customer acquisition, each restaurant has its own signature dishes, as well as sweet-looking female shenanigans to usher them outside. Guest, come to our Peace Grand Hotel for dinner. Today's signature dish is 20% off. Don't miss it if you walk by. The welcoming female shenanigans screamed their lungs out, but the guests coming and going didn't care. A swarm of people flocked to the Queen's Tavern in the opposite house. Have you heard? The Empress restaurant is introducing brand new dishes, all of which we've never had before. Gotta try it. Hurry up. There's no room if you're late. Li Rue looked at the empty lobby and walked out. Still no guests? Manager? Somehow it all went to the Queen's Tavern. Looking at the welcoming female guile who was in a somewhat depressed mood, Li Rue also felt that something was wrong. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before the restaurant's business would be snatched up by the opposite side, subsequently folded at the waist, or even closed its doors. Once that happens, even she will face expulsion. Change your clothes and go across the street and order a few portions of outside food. I want to see what dish is so appealing. Li Rue, by no means a sitting duck, ordered. Soon after, the employee who had gone undercover to purchase outside food returned. Take out a portion of outside food and set it on the table. Wow. These are foods we've never seen before too. It's so delicious. Where in the world did this deliciousness come from? Li Rue looked at the dishes on the table and fell into deep thought. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, shredded potato yams, braised pork, all human food. Did you see who their chef was when you went to buy out food? The back kitchen is on lockdown. Outsiders can't see it. The employee shook his head. Li Rue already had a few guesses in her mind. Looks like the other chef is a player too. Bringing human food here. I didn't realize it would be so popular with the creeps. The craft flavor is half as good as mine. Li Rue took a bite and said confidently, now that you already know the other side's means of sucking in customers, then I'm not afraid. Go, follow me to the back kitchen. Li Rue stepped away, and her big white legs were hidden in the open cheongsam. Walked into the back kitchen. What brings you here? I can't come? Li Rue looked towards Li Yun who was sitting there with a relaxed face. There's a player from the restaurant next door. Make human dishes that draw away all the guests. Li Yun said afterward. No wonder I've been sitting here for half a day and I don't see a new menu. So what are you doing here? Rue rolled up her sleeves and pushed the chef away as soon as she could. Of course I'm here to show off my handiwork and chicken beep him. Chef Guile stood by with a confused face like a newbie. No, you humans are all chefs aren't you? I shouldn't be here. I should be under the car. Forget it, sis. The restaurant is still good. You don't need to exacerbate its time of death. Li Yun rushed to stop Li Rue, fearing that she would do the dishes. What do you mean by that? Once the restaurant is taken over and closed, we'll all be fired. Does he know how to cook this human dish? Chef Guile shook his head. This one really won't. It's better if I do it. I'll teach them. Li Yun sighed and stood up. Sure enough, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. This touchy-feely job won't last long. Then the back of the kitchen is all yours. I'm arranging a menu change right now to get the guests back from across the street. Li Rue put her hands on Li Yun's shoulders. Whispered Funfong. Chef Guile, I really should be under the car. No, how come he was given the back kitchen? What are you waiting for? Go prepare the materials. Li Rue left, and Li Yun skimmed Chef Guile. Me? Or I'll do it? You do it? It's better if I go. Chef Guile led the other Guile and started preparing the food as requested by Li Yun. Queen's Tavern. Back room. Smoke and mirrors. The key to braised pork is to sauté the sugar color so it's full of color and rich. When you want lasagna to be fatty but not greasy, the cooking time is important. Sister Red with her chef's hat on her head is currently telling the backroom chef shenanigans about the keys to human cuisine. Chef Red, it's not good. The Grand Peace Hotel has also introduced human cuisine. Sister Hong froze slightly when she heard this. It looks like there are players in the hotel across the street. Any idea who the chef across the street is? Is it human? The creep who reported the news shook his head. I only heard that their lobby manager is a human girl. I think her last name is Lee. The corner of Hong's mouth curled up. Sure enough, it's them. Ha, Chef Red knows? Aha. What about the human cuisine they introduced to steal business? Robbing business? That Leroy's handiwork? Sister Hong waved her hand confidently. Don't worry. She doesn't have the strength. Episode 77 No apprenticeships. Just mounts. The Yellow Springs opened up one of the fiercest rivalries of all time. In later years, this 3-day-long competition has been described as the Great Human Gourmet Era. And the opener is none other than the Empress Tavern and the Peace Hotel. Today's signature dish at the Empress Restaurant, Kung Pao Chicken. Don't miss it when you walk by. The Peace Hotel was also the first to post its signature dish, braised pig's feet, 20% off first customer. The welcoming guests of the restaurants on both sides offered up their own signboards and began to grab customers. You're going to make it drunken 8 immortals. I'm going to make a rice with abalone sauce right away, spells a chef's bottom line. The other taverns watched as a sea of guests gathered to wander around the two taverns, trying to join the fray. Go grab some humans, serve them well, and let them take charge of the pot. One of the captured humans was dumbfounded. Ha, let me cook. Is instant noodles okay? Without a good human chef, it simply doesn't add up to this unspoken war. Queen's Tavern backroom. Sister Hong was carrying a plate of food from the Peace Grand Hotel with a hard look on her face. Is this Rui Li's handiwork? Absolutely not. It seems that the expert who fought against me is someone else. Red unzipped her chef's skirt. Come with me to the Grand Peace Hotel. You pig brain. Shredded pork with green peppers, not red peppers. I told you to put saltines, not sugar. If you successfully teach your opponent to cook a dish of shredded pork with green peppers, your career value will be plus 10, and your chef proficiency will be plus 10 inch. Chef Guile was scolded like a 300-pound aggrieved child. The body trembled with secret sobs. Li Yun stood behind him and huffed, and shelled this chef, who doesn't even know basic common sense. Chef wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't dare to argue. He looked over the table at the dozens of human seasonings and side dishes. Some desperation. Blame it on the fact that humans eat too well. Guile is not so much to blame. As long as it stays original, it's okay. Chef, a customer said there was something wrong with our dish and returned it. Chef Guile looked to the running front office. Guile. Who skimmed him? Who called you? I called Chef Li. Chef Guile, okay. Already dead at heart. Do not call. Li Yun served the plate of green pepper and shredded potatoes. Taste. There's nothing wrong with the flavor. Are the potatoes too soft? Who made this dish? Li Yun scanned the entire back kitchen. The backroom shenanigans were trembling. Chef Guile silently held out a hand. Again and again and again. I asked you how you made these shredded potatoes with green peppers. Chef Guile whispered. Just do it your way. Peel and shred the potatoes and go ahead and fry them. Cut the crap. Let me ask you, did you soak the shredded potatoes before frying? No. How many times have I told you that if you want crispy potatoes, you have to soak them in cold water? Li Yun dumped the dish in his hand. Pick up the peppers. Pick up the peppers. Now I'm looking at you. Redo it for me. The chef gave an aggravated "oh." Re-rack the fire and start frying. A few moments later, the antechamber shenanigans returned again. Chef Li, that guest still says the flavor is off. Li Yun frowned slightly. Pick up the chef's skirt. I'll do it. The second time he was returned, Li Yun decided to take matters into his own hands. So much for the art of cooking, even if he stares the whole time, but it will deviate again as long as it's not out of your own hands. It seems that the other party is a master of eating human cuisine on a regular basis. Starting dishes, by hand, Li Yun said while washing his hands. If we get bounced back this time. Chef Li. Li Yun was carrying the dish in one hand and holding the fierce Guile sword in the other. Don't you say a word. I damn well like to see if he's here to eat his food or to pick a fight. It just went out with a vengeance. Who's that? Who's deliberately picking a fight? The antechamber trick pointed in the distance. On that side of the deck, a group of creepy creatures stood there like a wall, blocking the diners inside. Yo, looks like it's coming from a good place. Li Yun muttered softly and wasn't afraid. Here, you tell me what's wrong with this dish. A pleasant voice came from the city walls. I'm a guest. I ordered the food. And if I think there's a problem, then don't order this dish. I have the money to order whatever I want. Li Yun was happy. Then you go light the gas can. The city wall slowly moved away, and the angry and smiling Sister Hong looked at Li Yun. Stinky brother, getting so mad, and for me to light the gas tank. You didn't make this dish, did you? Li Yun froze. Uncertainty blinked. Why are you here? Red rested a hand on her chin, the fingers of her other hand wandering slowly across the table. Of course I'm afraid you'll be eaten by creepy and came here to protect you. Li Yun didn't believe this woman's bull. Stocking coupons? You're really a doggy that can't be shaken off. Li Rui suddenly came over. Clasping his hands, he looked at Sister Hong and coldly grunted. If you can use a co-op voucher, I can't use a tracking voucher? I'm his sister. Picked it up. Li Yun hurriedly crossed between the two women, fearing that they would fight. Okay, It's all because of my handsome face. Blame me. The two women let out a simultaneous yuck. What are you, the chef of the Queen's Tavern, doing here with us? You are not welcome at the Grand Peace Hotel. Sister Hong looked at Li Rui and didn't seem to bring fear, laughing softly. There's no reason why the Grand Peace Hotel shouldn't let its competitors come in and eat, either. Are you here to eat? I think you're just here to pick a fight. Isn't it all the more important for you to keep your guests happy when they are not? Li Rui's takedown attempt is quickly defused by Hong. Li Rui huffed and looked at Li Yun. You're dumb. And you don't know how to say anything. Li Yun? 300 spirit coins in total. Remember to pay up. Leroy pinched his ear. Is that what I asked you to say? Sis. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Hong put the money on the table. Leroy picked it up and counted it. 5,000 spirit coins? Do you not know how to count? Or did you give it to the wrong person? Sister Hong looked at Li Yun with even more burning in her eyes than before. If it was said that before, she approached Li Yun just because she wanted to recruit this potential newcomer into her gang. Now, instead, there was an urge to pull him under the covers. He made a dish that was very tasty and captured Sister Hong's heart right away. It was the first time that a man's dish could intoxicate her so much. If it wasn't to lure the mysterious chef out, she wouldn't want to return it. 300 is food money. As for the rest, it's for Li Yun. Chef Li, taking on an apprentice? Take an apprentice? Li Yun shook his head. Sister Hong had some regrets, which is why. Li Yun's next words made her small face instantly redden. Mounts only. Li Rui looked at Li Yun with exploding eyes. Episode 78. The big boss behind the Peace Hotel is a human? So can I join the Grand Peace Hotel? Sister Hong opened her mouth and asked. Could be. No. Li Yun and Li Rui spoke in unison. You brat. You're still thinking about mounts, aren't you? Sister, listen to my sophomoric. Explain, are you going to let such a strong opponent go back? Leroy was silent. Once she does come over, the Empress Tavern will no longer be a match for us. The Grand Peace Hotel is then far from being in danger of closing down. We can also hurry up and finish our respective tasks and get out of here. Listening to Li Yun's words, Li Rui felt that there was a hint of truth. You can come if you want, but you have to start step by step as a backroom handyman. Red nodded and smiled. Anything, as long as it's in the back kitchen. The last few words were directed at Li Yun. Mature woman straight ball. At least 20 years worth of work. Li Yun wouldn't necessarily have been able to catch it if he hadn't experienced Mrs. Timet and Mrs. Medusa. I regret that you can't go to the back kitchen. It's too late. The system has ruled that I'm the backroom handyman. It is a permissible rule of the game to switch workplaces while on the job, as long as you are not fired. Sister Hong just gave up her old boss and fought her way into Li Yun's side. Well, shall I show her to the back kitchen? Li Rui clasped her hands in displeasure. I'm coming with you. Li Rui and Sister Hong, one on the left and one on the right, followed Li Yun to the back kitchen. The players waiting in the back kitchen to pick up their food were all stunned. There's another beauty, coming into the back kitchen. Leroy clapped her hands together. Attention everyone, listen to me. This is the chef from the Queen's Tavern, now converted and coming to us as a handyman. The words proselytizing and handyman were said with extra bite. Sister Hong wasn't annoyed and opened her mouth. Wherever Chef Li is, I'm there. No way. This was also taken down by Li Dishun? Well, we're here to suffer as oxen and horses, but he's here to get laid. How can people be so different from each other? Li Rui glared at Sister Hong and lowered her voice. I'm telling you, put away your philandering. Li Yun won't go to the player center with you, so he's willing to go to Elk with you? If that were true, there would have been nothing for me to do. The two women's eyes met as if there was lightning. A player center head and a vice president. Don't make the other players look bad, like two perfectly developed children. Li Yun opened his mouth to stop the two. I'll be watching you. Li Rui put down harsh words and then left. Sister Hong snorted softly and ignored him. Since you're here in the back kitchen as a handyman, familiarize yourself with the back kitchen first. Sister Hong nodded as she listened to Li Yun. She walks over to Chef Guile, who is frying. A slight frown. You're frying this with the wrong color and the wrong taste. Chef Li, is this how you teach your chefs? Chef Guile was on the verge of tears, pointing at himself. Is there a possibility that I'm the chef? Sister Hong, ahem. Our situation here is a bit different from the Empress restaurant. Technically, I'm a handyman like you. Sister Hong looked at Li Yun with a speechless expression, but there was more curiosity about him. A handyman, yet he commands the entire back kitchen, and makes such great dishes. It seemed that Li Yun had more secrets on him than he thought. After all, if there was only one blood-sucking Guile force, there was only a guarantee that he wouldn't be killed at random here. But far be it from this hot-tempered group of chef shenanigans to be so obedient. By the way, You're just going to jump ship and the Empress Tavern is going to leave you alone? They won't be able to sustain their business without you, Sister Hong said faintly. Naturally, it won't be that easy, but I'm sure someone will take care of it for me. Outside the lobby, the sound of fighting rang out, but it quickly calmed down. Li Rui ran over angrily. Crimson, if you make me a free hitter for you again, I'll throw you out. Li Yun swallowed his saliva. This Sister Hong was worthy of being the head of the player center. That's a pretty top-notch ride. Your own trouble becomes a problem that you need to step in and solve as a lobby manager. By the way, have you met the owner of this restaurant? I heard from the owner of the Queen's Tavern. Very mysterious. This is just a branch. Li Yun shook his head. You've never seen such a great man of the Guile realm, so how could I have? Peace Grand Hotel has Li Yun and Sister Hong. Instantly did a winner-take-all. The remaining businesses throughout Yellow Springs Road were forced to transition. Once you can't make a human dish, all that awaits is a day-by-day death with no customers. This war of unseen blood draws to a close with the appearance of a female trickster. The owners of the major hotels on Yellow Springs Road were invited to a meeting. The meeting was full of hundreds of bosses, and it was a female trickster who organized the meeting. The man behind the Grand Peace Hotel. Seeing this legendary boss, the other shenanigans couldn't help but sigh. How could it be such a young and beautiful female Guile? In a short period of time, not only has the branch opened on Yellow Springs Road, also for a short time, lending the restaurant's human cuisine crowns the entire Yellow Springs Road. It's very suffocating to have all the restaurants on the verge of closing down and shutting down. Look at all the papers in front of you, and you know yourselves well. I think it's for the best. The owner of the Grand Peace Hotel was dry and straightforward in his approach, picking out the theme of this meeting. Are you trying to swallow us all? That's not how you do business. And you're not afraid you won't be able to eat it? A restaurant owner said unhappily. Hundreds of restaurants, swallowed together. What a joke. The other bosses, too, murmured. The owner of the Peace Grand Hotel was in no hurry and waited for them to finish before faintly saying, Finished? My turn. Annexation is not a word I like. I really think you should learn from the advanced minds of the human world. Stop treating humans like crap all the time. The bosses were even more dismissive. What are humans if not trash compared to us creepy things? The owner of the Grand Peace Hotel laughed softly. They just come up with one dish to beat you guys. So what are you guys? Ravenous. This contract is not an acquisition. It's a partnership. The entire culinary winds of the underworld look to the Yellow Springs Road. Once the human cuisine is on fire, the entire underworld will be covered. I, the Grand Peace Hotel, can come up with the recipe, the menu, and the training, but I want 2 points for each of your profits. I'm done. Who's in favor? Who's against? The owner of the Grand Peace Hotel crossed his arms and looked to the crowd. The naysayers will only be left behind by the times for not being able to humanize the cuisine, and working together can usher in a true win-win situation. The owner of the Queen's Tavern was the first to raise his hand. I agree. He knew all too well the blow of losing the human cuisine. Very well. With the contract signed, we'll be family from now on. I'm curious. What's your name? You can call me Sin. Xiao Qian gently smiled and stretched out a hand, shaking it with the owner of the Empress Tavern. Did you learn this cooperative thinking from humans? The owner of the Queen's Tavern asked again. Shu Sin nodded and smiled. Yes, he's my boss and he taught me this. The hall full of shenanigans was not surprised. The big booze behind the Grand Peace Hotel is a human being? Episode 79. Does she have a system too? Peace Hotel. Top floor boss room. Boss, there are a total of 120 stores on Yellow Springs Road. 100 of them have already signed partnership agreements with us. 20 more won't. Shu Sin had her back turned and was busy with something. She trailed off. Then boil them to death. And when they break production and the price reaches its nadir, just buy them up. The big trend is here. And you still want to flow against the trend. If your brain is not smart, wait for death. In a few words, the great matter of unifying the Yellow Springs Road was discussed. Shu Sin turned around with a smile on her face and a bowl of noodles in her hand. Sorry to keep you waiting. Sin put the noodles on one of the office tables. Taste how my noodles taste compared to your human chef's. Sin sat down and looked kindly at the human across from him. Boss, you're too good. Delicious down there and a great eye for business. The human across the table took a bite and gave a thumbs up. Xiao Qian's face was slightly flushed, as if she had thought of someone. Do I really taste good down there? Aha! Li Rui, never lie to people. Ha! Not even ghosts. Li Rui ate her noodles while thinking that the boss sitting across from her was not a human being. It's a rare female trick. It's not just the delicate features that say she's rare, and her kindness to humans, and the means and vision to do business. Unlike the usual creepy things that carry their own superiority within themselves, she speaks, and behaves. It seems to have a different kind of emotion for humans. Li Rui, admire very few people. And Gue even less. You're the only one I really admire. That's not a compliment because I work for you as a lobby manager. Shu Sin laughed softly. You're also different from the other players. With your strength, even if you're expelled, you'll still be able to leave the Yellow Springs Road, right? Rue Li shook her head. It's natural for me to be alone, but this time I'm accompanying my brother into the game. So gotta take it easy. No waves. Not to mention the fact that you're so understanding, boss, that you gave me the following to eat the first time we met. Xiaoxing had one hand on her chin and was obviously having a good conversation with Li Rue. Your last name is Li. And your brother's last name is Li? How many of you humans have the last name Li? Li Rue thought that Xiao Qian was just curious and nodded. Zhao, Qian, Sun, Li, Zhou, Wu, Zhang, Wang, in the 100 surnames. The last name Li is a big part of it. What? Shu Sin shook her head with some loss. Nothing, I just thought of someone. A person? Boss, you would want a person? No need to call me boss. Just call me Shu Sin. Technically you guys aren't considered my employees. You're just here to survive this game. Shu Sin added. Your arrival has not only solved the problem of the weak foundation of the Grand Peace Hotel, and started a new era of human cuisine for me. For that matter, it's still me who has to thank you, Li Rue. From now on, we'll be friends, or sisters according to what you humans call them. Li Rue froze at the sound of it. The Shu Sin in front of me is not an ordinary shenanigans. Instead, it's the business elite of the bizarre world. The super rich. Such an existence. To be sisters with her? That's a whole new experience. I've never been friends with a creep before. Of course, I'm not saying shenanigans are bad. Rather, most of the shenanigans are hostile to us humans. Even looking at us in terms of food. Shu Sin nodded in understanding. That's because they didn't meet a hero like human. Someone like that is like the brightest fireworks in the night sky. Burn yourself and light up each other's lives. Li Rue curiously gossiped and came up. Shu Sin. You met? You don't like people. Shu Sin nodded without a hint of shyness. The tone was firm. I just like him. I don't really care what he is. If he's human, I like people. He's creepy and I like creepy. Even the human realm. The underworld can't accommodate him. And I will stand by his side. Li Rue was slightly shocked. As the same female, she didn't expect Xiao Qian's love in front of her to be so raging and heartfelt. She was a little curious as to what kind of human could make Xiaoxing so smitten. Give me an idea of what it's really like. Make it so memorable. Shu Sin smiled gently. Just as he was about to relate, the assistant at the door walked in. Boss, the owners of the major hotels on Yellow Springs Road are waiting for you to attend the first joint shareholders meeting. It's about time. Xiao Qian looked at Li Rue with some regret. I'm sorry, I've got something else going on here. Only next time. By the way, I'll be having a celebration dinner at the hotel tonight. Celebrate the success of the partnership between the Grand Peace Hotel and the major hotels. And human commendations for your contributions. You're a big contributor. And your chef brother. I want to meet him too. If you can cook that well, you must be a good man too. That hero in me can't cook. Xiao Qian adorably spat out her tongue and spat at Li Rue. Li Rue nodded. Then I'll go down with you. And I'll get busy. Hard work. Shu Sin and Li Rue paired up and headed downstairs. Li Rue sent Xiao Qian out of the hotel entrance, got into the car, and waved goodbye. Turning his head, he looked at Li Yun who was serving the food. That back. Why is it so familiar? Li Yun froze slightly. Don't look. That's the boss. Why are you still watching? Li Rue broke Li Yun's head, interrupting his thoughts. Sis, is that girl really our boss? Look at the back. Stop young. Leroy laughed softly. More than young. One of the few very pretty female shenanigans I've ever seen. You kids are kind of blessed. Blessed? That female trickster has her eye on me? But you're shameless. Li Rue didn't hold back her laughter. Nodded his head. People have people in their hearts. Yeah, it's just people. Man. A man who can't cook like a hero. Let's see you. Which one fits? Li Yun served the dish in his hand and said unconvincingly. So you're saying I'm blessed? Leroy clasped his hands. When the elder sister attains enlightenment, the younger brother also ascends to heaven. You're the chicken dog. Your whole family is. TCH, it's like you've cursed yourself all over again. Li Rue hefted on Li Yun's shoulder. Your sister, I recognized such a sister. I can cover you in reality later. I can in the game. I'm not wrong to say you're blessed. Li Yun was slightly stunned. You became sisters with her? Well, envy. Li Yun looked at Li Rue. Look up and down. The thought came to mind. My sister. She doesn't have a system too. Episode 80, the worse the brother, the more the sister loves him. Back in the back kitchen, Sister Hong, who was overseeing the chef's stir-fry, leaned over. I heard that the owner of our Grand Peace Hotel is here. Did you see it? Li Yun shook his head. That's a shame. There's such a powerful one in this shenanigans as well. Turning his hand and pretty much taking down a street. Win-win cooperation. A trickster who can come up with such thoughts has piqued my interest. Sister Hong's face was filled with interest in her boss. What? She's a female creep. What do you want? You're thinking. I just thought maybe a female trickster like that could work with us. Cooperation? Sister Hong spoke slowly. Creating value for each other. He needs us humans at this hotel. And we humans, especially newcomers, need a relatively safe environment for game enhancement. Li Yun felt there was some truth to it. I understand the reasoning. It's useless for you to talk to me. I'll show you the way. Out of the back kitchen and down the hall. To my sister. She's the boss's sister now. So maybe that boss will agree. Sister Hong instantly lost interest. Forget it then. Forget it. I heard the boss is having a celebration dinner tonight. If I've seen it, talk to her personally. Li Yun said no more. Why would he? A guy who doesn't even have a guild. Bother with such things. Great godly. A blood-soaked player stumbled over. How did you get into this? Li Yun looked at him with a wretched face. Ahem. Met a bad-tempered customer who almost tore me up. It's almost time for my next order. Can you deliver it for me? The man looked at Li Yun with a prayerful face. You can't catch a wolf without a child. How can I lure you in if I don't make myself pathetic? Whenever something happens to you, the Grand Peace Hotel loses its human chef, and then the so-called cooperative alliance will automatically disintegrate. Don't you blame me for the restaurant owners who don't want to join in and pay more money. Li Yun listened to his heart and smiled coldly. Looks like this is a player who just entered the Yellow Springs Road. I only knew I was the chef behind the scenes, but I didn't know there was a red sister. Trying to screw yourself? Li Yun said faintly. You're not dead yet. Go on. What? Is there any humanity left in Nitwit? I'm like this. And you want me to keep doing it? Great God, Li. They all say you're a good man. Just do me a favor and help me with this one. I'll give you all the spirit coins I have on me. The man pulled out a 250 from his body. Li Yun? You're here to scold me, aren't you? Deliver it yourself. I'm a backroom handyman. How can I do this kind of work? Li Yun had a proud face. In the entire back kitchen, not a single guile dared to squeak. They're kind of seeing it these days. This guy, he's worse than the chef. Damn, that's a tough one. But I'm not so bad. The dude was so ruthless that one of his arms just fell off. Great godly, look, I've lost one of my arms. Help me. Come on, come on. Extra food for you guys tonight. Dude was almost stupid. It's the first time I've met someone so greasy. Something wrong with this guy? Sister Hong knew that Li Yun was definitely not someone who would see death, and softly said, well, it's a trap. Trying to get me killed and leaving the Grand Peace Hotel without a chef. Red deflated. You're not the handyman. How did you see it? Li Yun laughed lightly. I can read faces. Do you believe that? Then look at me. You, with your flushed face, look like you have too much energy. What do you mean? Poor man. Sister Hong glanced at him with a flirtatious look. I do think it's a good opportunity. If we take the shenanigans he's instructing behind us in one fell swoop, it's a favor to the boss. If she is truly as reasonable as the legends say, I think she will accept the conditions I just mentioned. Sister Hong thought for a moment before speaking. You don't want me to be the bait. What? You're willing to let your sister go? Sheesh. Heartless. Stinking brother. Sister Hong pretended to be petulant and slapped Li Yun's chest. Don't worry. You can't die with me. You just have to promise him to take the order. Li Yun thought about it and didn't immediately agree. There's a saying that you don't do anything with no benefit, and you do less with less benefit. If you agree, I owe you a favor. Li Yun still didn't say anything. Sister Hong lightly bit her red lips and said urgently, 2. Li Yun remained indifferent. Sister Hong lowered her voice to his ear. Somewhat pouty. Stinky brother, just help your sister. 3. You should know that my 3 favors from Crimson are worth thousands of dollars. Only then did Li Yun slowly smile and extend a hand. Deal. Asshole, where did you put your hands? Run. Hong huffed and pushed his hand away. Stinky brother, you're taking advantage of your sister now? He wouldn't take a favor and ask me to stay with him. Sister Hong was just about to open her mouth when Li Yun Dao. Don't worry. I'm not a decent person, but I'm never a hypocrite. Outside the shadow is not afraid to be right. I don't like pushing. Listen, does that reassure me? Li Yun talked to Sister Hong and he smiled as he walked towards the player. Brother, you're poorly fed by finches. I'll deliver this order for you. Ha? Really? Well, but you have to tell me one thing. Any question. How much do you make on this one? Take the lesser? The other party gave me 500,000 spirit coins. Enough to put my life on the line. 50 spirit coins. Li Yun looked at his incomparably sincere eyes. Yo, it's a shame that this dude didn't go for a movie star. 50 won't do. You broke an arm. If you don't finish this order, You'll be fired for sure. I want $550. Sort of buy your life. No. Why does he have zeros and zeros? Even guessed the change of 50 spirit coins on me. Just say yes, and I'll give you the money if you can't even come back. I'll burn it for you. Want it or not? Lee Yun listened to his inner voice. His face unchanged. Still with a smile on his face. Can. Then thank you. Great God, Lee. You're such a nice guy. Lee Yun stopped his words and gently leaned into his ear. I'm not a nice person. Because good people, well, they usually die faster. I'm bad. Worse than you. The dude clearly didn't understand what it meant and nodded with a simple gaze. Sister Hong stood aside, the corner of her mouth gently curling. The worse brother is, the more sister loves him. Episode 81, Chopping Up That White Boy. Lee Yun carried the meal to be delivered, put on his helmet, and straddled the long unseen scooter, blasted the gas and took off. A limousine pulled up outside the doors of the Grand Peace Hotel. Sin walked away stepping out of the back seat. Looking up, I saw a back. She looked a little dazed. Like him. The assistant came over. Boss, what did you say? Nothing, probably hallucinating. Shu Sin shook her head. Since he had left, she often drifted into a trance thinking it was him at the back of every male human. How are the preparations for the celebration? It's almost done. I'll have the lobby manager notify down the hall when the time is up. Well, I'd really like to meet her brother. A nice human too. Shu Sin walked into the Grand Peace Hotel followed by her assistant. Lee Yun followed the navigation and soon arrived at the place where the food was delivered. Fits his stereotype. A wild place in the middle of nowhere. There are not even shenanigans around. Who ordered outside food? Lee Yun carried the takeout, stepped off the motorcycle, and shouted around. In the darkness of the wilderness, a group of wild creeps that had been waiting for a long time emerged. Hey, takeout delivery. Double happiness. You're the human chef at the Grand Peace Hotel? You're the asshole that made us change our diet. Swallow you today. Lee Yun looked at the wild guile that surrounded him and drew his baneful chi guile blade. The eyes were glowing purple. The power of blood-sucking guile is in full force. A gentle leap, like a bat in the night, nimble in the air. The trick knife in his hand always took out a wild trick with precision. Stinky brother sure is good. The power of this blood-sucking guile is by no means ordinary. No wonder he can become the newcomer king. These wild shenanigans are no match for him at all. Scarlet stood in the distance, watching Lee Yun killing in all directions. These wild shenanigans are indeed just cannon fodder. The Real Killers are still the 24 or so united reluctant shenanigans bosses reforming the human cuisine. Damn human. Still got some skills. Lee Yun frowned slightly. Scarlet, who was as eerie as a fiery flame, came to Lee Yun's side. If you don't show up, I'm going to have to run. Don't worry, my sister is not a bad woman. She doesn't lie. Scarlet's gaze was fixed, and a fire serpent headed toward the distant trickster bosses. This woman is strong. Don't get attached to the battle. Let's find a chance to kill that kid. The trick bosses fought separately. A part of it was fixated on Lee Yun. Seeing this, Lee Yun did not hesitate to take out his invisibility cloak, draped over the body. Where is everyone? Where is he? In an instant, the tricksters lost their target. With the help of stealth, Lee Yun pulled out a few potions, circling around behind Creepy Thing. A creepy thing, whose perception seemed strong, snapped its head around. Unfortunately, it's already too late. Greeted by an endless supply of potions, blight potion, fire potion, petrification potion. He didn't care what they were. He grabbed them and threw them into the group. Vile. The oncoming creepy thing was instantly petrified and stood still. A variety of potions instantly filled the trickster group. Scarlet, who was swimming in the trickster group, suddenly felt a dull sensation in her body. Looked at the frozen arm. The withered body. Lee Yun poked a head out of his cloak of invisibility. I'm sorry, these drugs of mine are very penetrating. Are you okay? A fiery flame ignited within Crimson, burning out all the negative effects. Alchemist? You sure are a treasure boy. Sister is craving you more and more. Li Yun's potions were all level 1. For advanced players like Crimson, Li Rue doesn't work too well. But for these creepy things, it's kind of killing them. Shaker, get me all the shenanigans in the store. Grand Peace Hotel. Sneaky, you're no good when I see you. I'm going to ask you one last time. Where did you trick my brother into going? Li Rue's gaze was sharp as she looked at the player with the broken hand. He was going to take the money and sneak away. Instead, he was caught by Li Rue, who was looking for Li Yun. I asked Li Dixin to deliver my order, and I don't know why he hasn't come back yet. Delivery order? A welcoming shenanigans came up. Manager, I've seen several restaurants that we don't get along with, such as Chiwei, suddenly closed their doors. All the workers in there were armed and said they were going to take out a human. Do you think it will? A glint flashed in the eyes of the player with the broken hand. Li Rui's eyes stared. Being able to sit as vice president was no cutie pie. She instantly understood the twist. With a flash of his figure, he appeared behind the player with the broken hand. One hand grabbed his other arm. 3 seconds. I don't get the answer I want. I'll take this arm off you. You? How can you just lay hands on me without proof? Evidence? What need is there for evidence for the vice president of my Elks Guild? For the sake of Li Yun. Li Rui's dominance that belonged to the vice president was sharp at the moment. The player with the broken hand was sweating profusely. It just felt like my arms were detaching from my body a little bit. Eventually, he couldn't take it anymore and shouted. He was besieged by the owners of the Strange Taste restaurant with other restaurants in the countryside. Click, the man's arm was removed straight away. I said why? Leroy threw his arm gently. It's just interest. You better wish my brother well. If he loses a hair, it'll be your head that's unloaded next. You guys keep an eye on him. Leroy put down her words and took off. Other creepy things have surrounded the player who lost both arms. What did you say? How dare there be such a despicable human? Sell out to mutilate your own people. The Lee siblings have done our hotel a great favor. Something mustn't happen to his brother. Call my men immediately. To the outskirts. Shu Xin received the news and couldn't sit still any longer. Ordered at once. Under her personal leadership, countless bizarre things on the Yellow Springs Road headed towards the outskirts. A rescue plan about Li Yun was opened with great vigor. Suburbia. More and more creepy things joined the fight. Even Scarlet appeared a hint of strain in the face of so many stray fish. Fortunately, with Li Yun's potion, the situation could be stabilized for the time being. Li Yun, Li Rui, what are you doing here? If I don't come, do you still want to be martyred with her? Li Rui huffed and puffed as she exerted the power of the demon scythe and descended on the battlefield like a hurricane. The weird things around them were instantly wrapped in this hurricane and split apart. Seeing another A-ranked player join, the Guile boss's faces deepened. What kind of background does this ING human have? 2 A-class players escorting him? Sensei, no matter how awesome you are, you'll have to die here for me today. Cut that little white boy down for me. Gigolo? I'll throw your mom. Li Yin took out a potion and smashed it on his head with precision. Episode 82 Sister is the top of the food chain. Who threw the potion? Li Rui dispersed the negative effects. Sweep around. I'm sorry, old sister, but this thing doesn't recognize people. Li Yun's? He's still a pharmacist? Li Rui said unhappily. Brat, I'm your sister. How many other things are you hiding from me? How can you call it hiding it? You can only forget to tell you. Just you wait. I'll strip you naked when we get back and make you spit it all out. Lord Queen have mercy. Crimson sked as she listened to the siblings' conversation. Have fun. Stinky brother, sister can't afford to do this to you. If you're afraid, come to my sister's house. Li Yun looked at Crimson who was playing with fire while arching it. Don't add to the confusion. Let's just figure out how to escape. A large number of weird things surrounded the 3 of them in 3 layers. It's not easy to kill your way out. Chef Li, I'll assist you. In the distance, a 300-pound toad's body was like a spring, crouching down hard and then rushing into the trickster group. He took the lead in the charge, with the crowds of reinforcements behind him. Manager Li, the people from our Peace Grand Hotel have arrived. Leroy would smile. See, that's our boss. My good sister. Don't be afraid. Sis covers you. Li Yun looked at the figure at the head of the reinforcements. The corners of his mouth quirked up. So she really did it. It's doing even better than I thought it would. Shu Xin came along with a street of shenanigans. Boss Chimichurri, you're being unkind. We're in a business battle and you're hitting on our employees. What? Are you trying to bully me into leaving the Grand Peace Hotel empty? Xiao Qian looked at the owner of that strange flavor restaurant with a strong tone of authority. Time has passed. The once creepy bride who was once with her own pipe bowls and lifted her eyes. No longer that weakling. Already, he was a business tycoon who could summon the entire Yellow Springs Road with the flick of his arm. Seeing that the other party was outnumbered, he knew that there was no longer any possibility for him to kill Li Yun. Stop this gastronomic New Age war initiated by mankind. It seems the New Age ships can no longer accommodate my old age. I'm against the butterfly. That was close. Good thing I interrupted your spellcasting. One step full and you'd have taken advantage of it. Li Yun's heart palpitated. Xiao Qian's body trembled slightly when she heard that familiar voice at that moment. The beautiful eyes passed through the sea of people, as if they had stepped over 1,000 mountains, finally locked onto him. She covered her surprised lips, eyes with tears in them. Turns out it wasn't an illusion. That back was really him. Boss Sin, we're all shenanigans. Are you really going to help a bunch of humans? Do you realize that this is not allowed in the underworld? Kiwi bosses struggle at the end. These words lifted Li Rui and Crimson's newly relieved minds. Not of my kind. And they didn't know what Shu Xin would choose. only to see Xiao Qian pass through the bewildering crowd, trotting and jumping into Li Yun's arms. I missed you so much. All around, both people and shenanigans have been dumbfounded. Who has seen such a bird-like side of the reigning Yellow Springs Road Sin boss? Li Yun gently wiped away her tears. You're not the little lady you used to be. Still crying so much. I'm afraid I'm going to make my subordinates look at me funny. Xiao Qian hugged Li Yun to death and pampered him. Laugh. Anyway, you're my boss and I'm your secretary. Whatever makes them laugh. Li Rue and Crimson glanced at each other, seeing the incomprehension in each other's eyes. What? Is Li Yun the boss behind this? Let me introduce you to Rue Li, my sister. Xiao Qian stood beside Li Yun in a well-behaved manner. Hello sister, Rue Li? 1 second she was a sister, and in a flash she became a brother-in-law. Crimson, the head of our human player center, and the first to bring human cuisine to the Yellow Springs. Shu Xin held out a hand. So you're the beautiful chef from the Empress restaurant. My restaurants throughout the underworld often take in humans from your player centers. Hello? Crimson shook hands with Shu Xin, an odd look on her face. She and Li Rue had met countless players, and there was no lack of experts on the high-end list. It's also the first time I've seen Li Yun like this. Surprisingly, a female trickster who was sitting on $1 million recognizes him as his master. Grand Peace Hotel. Celebration. Li Yun raised his glass. I'll say a few words ha. A crowd of players had a head full of questions. You are? The boss wants to talk. Quiet everyone. Xiao Qian stood on the side, looking admiringly at Li Yun. Boss? The crowd of players were completely dumbfounded. From now on, there will only be one peak cuisine on the Yellow Springs Road. It's the human cuisine, and I, the Grand Peace Hotel, am the creator, and will carry this trump card to the whole underworld. Applause. Chef Guile was on the verge of tears. Big boss. Recognize. He used to scold me every day. Now I realize that it's called the deepest form of reproach. The 24 or so restaurants that refuse to make the transition. The big moment is over, and it is thunderously undercut by Shu Xin. Today the entire Yellow Springs Road is not a storefront for the Grand Peace Hotel. It's the allies with whom you are deeply bound and cooperative. It can be said that Xiao Tsing has become the most vocal queen of this street, and her boss, Li Yun, naturally became the king. Secondly, in the future, the Peace Grand Hotel will have deep cooperation with the Players Center, the Elks Guild. The two guilds will select players with attributes compatible with the hotel to play here, while creating value for the hotel. In the future, as long as we are at the Grand Peace Hotel, there will be no higher or lower levels of human shenanigans. You are co-workers and comrades in arms. Anyone who tries to sneak in another meal, don't blame me for kicking your ass. The large cupboard that had been glared at rubbed his ass. It's been a while since I've been kicked by Li Yun Xiao. Boss, don't worry. I'll pass on all the cooking skills you taught me to the humans who come after me. Li Yun nodded with satisfaction. Okay, I'm done talking. This celebration belongs to me and Shu Xin, and to the Peace Hotel. Each belongs to each of you and to each of the shenanigans. I'll pay for all the spending tonight. Eat and drink. There was a cheer, and the human shenanigans were at the table, drinking with each other and eating meat. This incomparably harmonious scene was something that Rue Li and Crimson had never seen before. Shu Xin gently pulled back her hair and served a bowl of noodles. Li Yun took a bite and smiled slightly. It still tastes the same as before. Strong seafood flavor. Shu Xin guffawed, like a young daughter-in-law serving her husband. A carefully cooked bowl of noodles makes her incredibly happy as long as her husband is comfortable eating it. Li Rue and Crimson, who had long had countless questions in their hearts, could no longer hold back. Li Yun, what's going on here? Li Yun wiped his mouth and looked at the two women. Fade, outside you call me Li Yun. I won't pick on you. Here, you all refuse to call me Godfather? Swell. Li Rue and Crimson grabbed his ears left and right. Two big sisters. Pain, pain, pain. Sure enough, my sister is the top of the food chain. Episode 83. Scarlett's idea to create a new guild. Cloud, I missed you so much. Thinking about it day and night. Thinking left, thinking right, tossing and turning. Li Yun looked at the shy little lady in his arms. I haven't seen you for a long time, and you look great. There's also a bit more maturity to it. Most tantalizing. Keep your voice down for a while. Li Yun pointed out the office door. A blush appeared on Xiao Qian's pretty face and she nodded. Leroy's ear was pressed against the office door. No movement? Could it be that they're actually having a proper conversation? Crimson clasped her hands and stood aside, the corners of her mouth quirking as she said, What do we have to talk about behind closed doors? You're just her sister. What do you care? Li Rue said unconvincingly. An elder sister is like a mother. Oh Mew, at my age, wouldn't he like it even more? Get out. Li Yun opened the door and saw the two women who were battling for supremacy. What are you doing here? *******. The Crimson Imperial Sister's face was filled with a bad smile, and Li Yun didn't bother with her. Look to Rue Li. You don't look like you think I'm doing something bad in there again, do you? Come on, get in there and see for yourself. I've told you all. I'm talking to Xiyao about a several $100 million project. Why don't you believe it? Li Yun opened the door with a bright look. Li Rue's mind, however, was flooded with mutterings. Is it really about the project? Is my mind unclean? She suddenly scurried in with one body, saw Shu Xin sitting on a sofa aside, still in her original long skirt and neatly dressed. Sister Leroy, what can I do for you? Shu Xin smiled faintly in a calm manner. Li Rue was embarrassed instead. It's okay, you guys want to talk about the project? You talk. Li Rue exited the room and Li Yun spread out with a clap of his hands. See? Still don't believe me. Shu Xin saw her leave and let out a long sigh of relief, looking down at the ground for something. Hey, where are my pants? Xiyao, you keep busy. I'll be an amateur in hotel matters. I don't worry about leaving it to you. Li Yun waved his hand at Xiao Qian. Shu Xin nodded, smiling at Li Yun. Yun, I've already called you for this month's dividend. Li Yun opened the system and took a look. 3 million spirit coins arrived. With such a little lady in the back, there is a treasure. Li Rue looked closer. Sour brat, to be so rich. No wonder you don't let your oldest sister raise you. So you're out there being a gigolo for other shenanigans. Li Yun said unconvincingly. Hey, what do you mean? White boy, I'm Shu Xin's angel investor. There are billions of dollars invested in her. Scarlet kept her hands clasped at all times, maintaining her comportment. To think that he wanted to use 100,000 spirit coins to move touch Li Yun in the first place. At the moment, the Imperial Sister's grooming was a bit strained. This kid, a newcomer, has more money than the average veteran player. The point is, with Xiaoxing's Peace Hotel holding the reins of human cuisine, Li Yun's dividends will grow. Xiaoxing is his sturdy rear treasury. This left Scarlet with a question to consider. Can she really get this kid to join the Players Center? The needs of new players joining the Player Center are but three. One is a survival need. Newcomers are inexperienced in the face of horror games. I hope to enter the guild for help and shelter. However, Li Yun was armed with the mysterious rank of blood-sucking guile, and his battle power was comparable to that of some master players. He clearly has no such need. The second is money. Money is extremely important anywhere. Money makes the world go round. That old adage is much more appropriate in horror games these days. Money can get through shenanigans. And if it can't, it means there's not enough of it. New players usually have a very single source of obtaining spirit coins. Most of it can only be done with game rewards. Slowly accumulate spirit coins. Obviously, Li Yun with Xiao Qian didn't even have to think about how to come up with money. Just need to open your eyes every month and think about how you're going to spend that money. The third need is strength. Strength wraps around your own strength, as well as an assortment of props, potions, props. Potions are all scarce resources. It's also a life-saving card for most players. It's hard to circulate in the outside world. And in the guild, many bigwigs would auction off various discarded props from time to time. These props are of little use to the big boys. For the newcomers can be the key to the strength of the complement. And Li Yun is a pharmacist. Potions are scarcer than props. Once he was willing to use the potion in his hand in exchange, there's no telling how many people will come sniffing around. Crimson gritted her teeth at the thought. This kid is just all over the place. One man can be the master of a million. My only bargaining chip is my sister's beauty. Li Yun? Well, they all want me, don't they? Except that Scarlet's mind was reeling. The same goes for Rue Li. She was ordered by the president to make sure to bring back Li Yun. It's a difficult moment. Compared to the guild, she naturally favored Li Yun, respecting Li Yun's choice of not wanting to join any guild. At first, she was worried that if Li Yun didn't have a guild to shelter him, will it flounder in future horror games? It wasn't until this time, when I followed him to the Grand Peace Hotel, that I realized my worries were superfluous. If new players were fish on the chopping block, then Li Yun was a loach. Not only did most of the creepy things pose no threat to him, instead, it's the creepy things that get tossed around. He seems to have a different way of tossing it around for male and female creeps. Li Yun, this game is about to end. Once you go back, it's time to face the problem. Have you thought about what to do? Li Rue opened her mouth and asked. Li Yun shook his head. Don't build it. I'm not interested in adding any guilds anyway. Crimson nodded for a change. With your power, joining the guild would be a limitation instead. In today's major guilds, old people need new people to feed them, and new people need old people to protect them. A regular cyclical pattern has developed. The odds are that such a model will trap your development. Li Rue froze slightly. That's coming from you? You got a conscience? Scarlet gave her a disdainful look. The Players Center is not like wild guilds like you elks. We are supposed to be the raid official, with the aim of enabling more players to report and survive. And Li Yun's Peace Grand Hotel did a big favor. Though I'd hate to take him captive right now and drag him back to the guild on a chain. But if I do, won't I be too unkind? Li Yun pondered over Crimson's words. Sudden reaction. No, I'm a dog. Am I? The two women laughed softly. Scarlet squared her shoulders. If you don't want to join any guild, I do have an idea. You create a new guild of your own. Episode 80 for the loving family. Guild qualifications up for grabs. The player against the butterfly has left the game. Peace Hotel. Unlock achievement 4. Quan Quan Little Loach, speed 80 mph. Mood free and easy. Ride your beloved little motorcycle. You're the prettiest pup on the Yellow Springs Road. Inheritor of the 8 great cuisines, you have spread the 8 great cuisines of human recipes in the underworld. And future generations will remember you for your work. Yellow Springs Road Li Dong, the legendary behind-the-scenes boss of the Peace Grand Hotel. A myth-like existence. Chairman, your secretary is at your service. Millionaire, you finally become a millionaire through your own efforts by relying on the monthly dividends from the Peace Grand Hotel. Spending a woman's money is called being a gigolo. Spending a woman's money is different. Game rating SSS grade game review great job. Don't do it next time. Reward, leveling experience plus 1000 game points plus 400 spirit coins plus 30,000. Leaving the game, Li Yun and Li Rui returned home. The two were settling their respective rewards. S-class? Not bad. It didn't compromise my prestige as vice president. Li Rui looked at the evaluation and nodded with satisfaction. Opening the system, a briefing appeared. Congratulations to player Reverse Butterfly for successfully passing the game and obtaining an SSS rating. Li Rui, exasperated. She flicked Li Yun, who was still immersed in the settlement system. Ouch. Sis. What for? No. You've changed. You didn't used to be such a do-nothing. You're the one who's changed. My hallowed vice president is only S-ranked. What gives you the right to be SSS ranked? Just because I'm the big boss behind the Grand Peace Hotel. Manager Li. Li Yun took the accent. In a deep tone of voice, he called out Rui Li's title of lobby manager. The next second, it was hammered directly onto the bed. What a face for you. Sis. Wrong hot. Not pretending to be hot. Li Rui let go of her hand. And she was so angry that her jade foot stepped on Li Yun's face at once. Why are you rewarding me? You're getting perverted. Rui Li made a double entendre. This time she realized that her brother, the new king, was indeed perverted. By the way, are you C-rated yet? Li Yun shook his head, opened his panel properties. Player, Li Yun. Game ID, Butterfly. Player level, D. Game points, 130. Spirit money, 4. 6 million. Number of games, 4. Ability, blood-sucking power. Soul contract, Daniela, evil. Money contract, Shu Sin, Peace Hotel. Teacher-student pact, Mia. Wendy, 100 Guile Hospital. Items, invitation to Chateau Timmit. Honorary Director's Badge of Paranoia Hospital. Chairman's Privilege Card of the Peace Hotel. Cloak of Invisibility. Game Exemption Coupon. Game Selection Coupon. Game Exit Coupon. Blight Potion. Fire Poison Potion. When he left himself, Sin not only gave a cut, and a chairman's exclusive privilege card. You can use this card to go to any of the Grand Peace Hotel at any time. With Shu Sin having the say in human recipes, it won't be long. The outlets of the Grand Peace Hotel, the partners, will be spread throughout the underworld. By then, the card's gold value was still rising. No Cs yet? The minimum requirement to create a guild is a C rank. But you have the money and the strength to try to skip registration. Li Yun looked at Li Rui with some confusion. What's the deal with skipping registration again? Li Rui patiently explained. Rank C is the threshold for creating a guild. If you have not achieved a C grade, you can only use twice the amount of money and apply for a jump in registration. Upon application, the game will begin to assess you. By completing the test, you'll be able to register the guild with a rank of D. Li Yun listened and rubbed his chin. Money, he doesn't lack today. This test doesn't sound too hard. Li Rui nudged him in the center of his head. Don't swell. You're not the only one tested. There are many players who haven't reached C rank. These players are all seasoned veterans, and their actual strength may have long exceeded C rank. Just not enough rank experience to go for that approach. There are only 2 qualifications for registering a guild. It's not easy to cross a log bridge with thousands of soldiers. Rui Li, who knew the inside story, reminded. Although Li Yun is the king of newcomers, but to participate in this kind of jump registration, it's basically a veteran player. A 4-time game rookie like him shouldn't even think about it. Li Yun had been considered a miracle, but that didn't mean he had an advantage against that group of veterans. In the simplest terms, they've been crawling around in D level for so many years. Aren't they better than you, a D-level newbie? If there's no problem, you tap on the System Guild interface. Follow Leroy's teachings. Lee Yun entered the system and clicked on Guild. The options Create Guild, Join Guild popped up. Create a guild. Player Reverse Butterfly is not of sufficient level to create a guild. Do you want to spend $200,000 to join the Jumpstart program? Lee Yun nodded yes. The spiritual coins on your body are reduced by $200,000. A new interface soon appeared. Successful payment. The player Reverse Butterfly has participated in the skip level registration. Please name the registered guild, ______. It's time for another name. Try to get a memorable guild name that is instantly recognizable. This is a better way to recruit new people. As soon as Li Rue said that, Li Yun understood. The name has been given to the family that loves each other. Registration or not. Li Rue, you're quite the little naming genius. Li Yun hemmed and hawed. Come as family. Well, specializing in family. Li Yun submits his registration. A countdown soon appeared in the system. Selection for the skip level registered guild status will begin in 12 hours. Only 2 guilds qualify. Participating players please get ready. Participating players, 24. Countdown, 12 hours. So much competition? 24 pick 2? Li Yun also didn't expect that there would be so many players who jumped levels to register. Li Rue glanced at it and exulted. It's normal. Compared to a C-rank normal created guild, new players are more concerned about jumping guilds like this. After all, once successful, it also symbolizes the president's strength, and the potential is not weak. That's why so many people are intentionally stuck in rank and are taking the skip registration. Li Yun snorted coldly as he listened. The bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. What's the use of having a lot of competition? When you come out, you still have to be strong enough yourself. Once I get qualified, families, then there is a home. Li Rue blankly glanced at him, not needing to look to know what kind of heart he was hiding under his smile. Ha. The thought of so many family members working for me in the future. I'm just full of fight. Episode 85, Angelica Blue. Player Center. Sister Hong, you took the newcomer king? Seeing Himiko return, Kobayashi immediately asked. Oh Kobayashi, as my assistant, I'll teach you one more thing. Is it about how to take down awesome newbies? No, it's don't rub salt in your boss's wounds. Kobayashi suddenly thought of something. Right, Sister Red, your sister was just here. Scarlet frowned slightly. What's that girl doing here? She said she was going to quit the Players Center and create her own guild. Crimson waved her hand. Let her be. I can't control her anyway. I remember her still being a D. Is it possible that she applied to skip registration? Kobayashi nodded. Yes, it can be hard to skip registration. Her impulsiveness is quite similar to Sister Hong's when she was young, and a formidable character, too. Scarlet couldn't get it off her face. Am I old now? She's only 3 years younger than me. Saying the wrong thing again. Kobayashi hurriedly covered his mouth. Li Yun is going to take the skip registration too, isn't he? This girl always thinks she's being strong. I don't know if bumping into Li Yun will be a blow. Crimson sighed at the thought. Player Center, sorely missing 2 future geniuses of the high-end player list. Qualification selection for Jumpstart registered guilds begins. Participating players please get ready. Li Yun was currently in an empty waiting area. Beside them were the remaining 23 players involved in the qualifying selection. So many qualification selectors this time? I heard that usually there are at most a dozen people, but this batch of ours has more than 20. I don't know what method of selection will be used. Should we hug it out? Group hugging? There are only 2 spots. We're all competitors. So what's the point of hugging? If you're afraid of losing, quit and surrender early. Ridiculous brat. The qualifiers were gathered together at the moment, talking to each other. The system popped up a panel. Selection of qualifiers data panel. Ranked by the number of games played, not by individual strength. First place, Banana Bala, Class D. Number of games played, 14-inch. Second place, My Heart Will Go On, Grade D. Games played, 13-inch. Third place, Original Melon, Grade D. No. Of games played, 13-inch. With the selectors' profiles being released, those who could stand here were all D-rank players, one step away from master players. The games were all in the high teens. The more games you have, the more demonic your experience will be. Of course, there are exceptions. 23rd, Angela Lam, Grade D. Number of games played, 8. Lan Ji? It's the sister of Crimson, the goddess of flame in the player center. I know her, a newcomer in my term. A monster in the top 3 on the newcomer list back in the day. Although it's not appropriate to call such a pretty one-girl monster, it's indeed strong to be promoted to D rank with 8 games, being talked about by the crowd. Lan Ji clasped her hands and moved away from the crowd. with long azure hair. She swept her gaze over the crowd as if she were looking at the color of music. One hummed softly from the corner of his mouth. Che, 24th place, butterfly, grade D. Number of games played, 4. The newcomer king who has been on the newcomer list for 4 consecutive times. 4 games to reach D? That's a real monster. Sensing a surprised gaze, Li Yun stretched out a hand. Preemptive strike. Hello, I'm Butterfly. The rest of them have been feeling a little uncomfortable. Why does it feel like he's scolding us when he's clearly giving us a shout out? Yeah, I always feel taken advantage of. Terrifying newcomer king. Even his name crushes us. Harm. Gas. Lanji's icy gaze locked onto Li Yun. Li Yun, lest he be taken for a joyful color, once again made a preemptive strike, looking Lanji up and down, and then learning from her haughty mouth curled up at the corners. Che, Lanji? Is he the new king that my sister was talking about? It doesn't look like much. Horror games tend to get harder and harder as you get higher in the level, but it's just a lucky little Karami. How dare you follow my example? Li Yun listened to Lanji's disdainful inner heart. She's Scarlet's sister? These sisters are quite different in nature, but it's all pretty. He. Crimson like fire, blue dahlia like ice. Not just sisters, but rivals who don't see eye to eye with each other. The qualification selection begins. You have before you 3 boxes of exactly the same size and shape. There's only one box that holds the key to the next level. If you want to become the head of a guild, you are often faced with numerous choices, and choosing correctly will become incredibly important. Please make your correct choice in 10 seconds. Li Yun looked toward the 3 boxes that were sitting quietly. Once someone approached, they would be blocked by an invisible wall. So trying to open the box and choose again is impossible. All 3 boxes are exactly the same. The shape, the big smile, the visiting position. Can't even tell the slightest difference. A pure game of dog luck? Li Yun didn't believe it. Close your eyes at the moment and want to listen. The heart of the box? The box has a friggin' heart. Li Yun spat. Just see that many people have already made their choices. As for the basis, you're the one. Bless me, Buddha. Amen. Faith is mixed up. In my experience, those who can't go with C kind of makes sense. Pick the shortest of the 3, and you're the shortest. How can you tell the length? Aren't they all the same? In short, none of the other players' heartfelt comments are reliable. Just when Li Yun decided to take a gamble, suddenly, there came a light. Box 1 is empty. Box 3 is full of scrap paper. Only number 2 is the key. Is this qualification selection that simple? Cut at a glance. Li Yun looked toward the owner of the heartbeat. It was Lanji who clasped her hands, with a confident face, but with contempt at the corners of her mouth. Her blue eyes were slightly glowing at the moment. Perspective? Open up. Right. Well. I'll take box number 2. Li Yun made his decision at the last second. Choose the end. Announcing the answer, the key exists in box number 2. Selected, 12. The rest of you are out of the game. The other 12 people who had been eliminated had a look of indignation on their faces at the moment. Seek the dragon and divide the gold to see the entangled mountains. One entanglement is a barrier. I clearly measured out number 3. Taoist Buddha. Why don't you bless me? Humph. I was unlucky this time. Next time I'll choose C. Li Yun. 24 people. And after one round, there were only 12 left. This qualifying selection for jump registration is more brutal than expected. Episode 86 Landlord. Come in and sit down. Congratulations to the 12 who have entered the next level. Being a guild leader is nothing but making the right choices. You also need to have great strength, financial strength, and management strength. Next, a random card will appear for each player. Purchase it and get the appropriate identity. Identity is good or bad, and it has to do with wealth. The system's voice ended and a bunch of question mark cards of different colors appeared in front of Li Yun. White, green, blue, purple and gold. Prices are constantly multiplied, depending on the color. The white card was only 50,000 spirit coins, but the green one cost $100,000, $200,000 for blue, $400,000 for purple. The golden foot is $800,000. In quantity, 3 in white, 3 in green, 3 in blue, 2 in purple, and 1 in gold. Holy, jumping the registration level cost me a full 200,000. Where else would I have the money to buy a white one? Spending money again. Ooh, my wife's book. Young man fights. Bike to motorcycle. I choose blue. Most players have already made their choice. Once someone buys a card, the card in the corresponding position is locked and cannot be purchased again. The previous buys were cheap. White is gone. Green is gone. Blue. It's really a slow hand. The last blue one. Bite the bullet and buy it. The blue color is gone. Only 2 purples and 1 gold remain. Cut. What speed got to do with it? What a bunch of paupers. I can't see through these cards, but it's always good to buy the expensive ones. I want Kim. The golden color was instantly locked. Hey, who says it's not a speed job? Li Yun held the golden card as Lan Ji's icy gaze swept over. Undeterred, Li Yun returned the favor with one of her catchphrases. Che, he's so rich for a 4-game rookie? I heard that Himiko bought the house across the street from his house in order to recruit him. He's not going to be Scarlett's gigolo, is he? Cut. Li Yun. Lan Ji takes the purple card. 12 players have chosen. The card in your hand floats the corresponding message. You have purchased gold cards. Unlocked status, landlord. Li Yun didn't know what this landlord meant. The other players were also the first to report their identities. White is the street cleaner. What's the point of a stairmaster? Everyone seems to have a profession behind their card. When Lan Ji's heart sounded, Li Yun probably figured out the rules of the next level. Residents? Cut. The landlord. The tenants. The building cleaner. The stairmaster. Isn't that what makes an apartment building? Next, everyone will be placed in a bloody apartment for 72 hours. The system will rate the completion of the tasks of the respective professions. The two with the highest ratings will be eligible for guild registration. Bloody apartment. The apartment is old and lacks proper management for a long time, and it is inhabited by a group of horrible creatures. Players need to act with caution, complete their respective tasks, and do not provoke them. In the bloody apartment, Li Yun stood in the hallway, holding the landlord's ID card in his hand. Not seeing him move, he just stood there gathering information from all directions. It stinks. Hasn't anyone taken care of this much garbage before? What's this rotting body? It's not a human hand, is it? Vomit. The player who got the cleaner was left in the garbage room and is now throwing up and having diarrhea. Bong bong bong. Phew. Finally got this staircase reinforced. Asterisk. I dropped my hammer. Holy, the stairs collapsed again. The stairmaster's player was a bit desperate at the moment. Don't come over. What kind of apartment is this? Every resident is so horrible. I'm still the convenience worker who runs errands for them, so I'm not going to not only not pay me, but eat me, am I? The facilitator player is sweating profusely. Resident? Is that what I am? Just close the door here. Get some rest. And you're done? Che, that's it? What a jump in registration. Not the slightest bit difficult. Li Yun, you're the chosen lady, aren't you? It's so boring. Why don't we see what the others are doing? Lan Ji's eyes glowed blue. Then, he saw Li Yun standing outside her door, motionless. Li Yun. Through the door. One sees through. The other listens. Both of them were a little embarrassed at the moment. I'm not embarrassed. He doesn't know I'm looking at him. Cut. Yeah, what am I embarrassed about? It's not like she knew I was eavesdropping. Che. Both of them build up their hearts at the same time. Li Yun was somewhat envious of Lan Ji's luck. My gold-colored cards mission should be good. 2. Players, butterflies. Identity card, landlord. Because the bloody apartment has been abandoned for many years, in which the tenant refuses to pay the rent, leading to a vicious circle. The apartment income is getting worse and worse. The environment is getting worse and worse. As a landlord, you need to improve the current situation. Task 1, please conduct rent collection. Task 2, improvement of the current accommodation environment in the apartments. Task 3. Task 4. What am I doing with so many tasks? Once all the tasks are completed, you will inherit this apartment. Forever the landlord of this apartment. Friendly reminder, tenants are fierce. Collect rent carefully. If you are not careful, lose not only the landlord's rights, but also your life. Oh. Hiss. Inheritance. No wonder it's a gold-colored card. Something. I'm not sleepy when you talk like that. Li Yun immediately and gladly accepted this status. It's just a matter of collecting rent. What's the problem? At the moment he was standing on the first floor of an apartment, not far from an object that needed to be collected for rent. He walked up and knocked on the door. Knock. 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 Who? A pleasant voice came from the house. Landlord, collect the rent. The footsteps of dripping heels came. The door opened slowly. Li Yun froze. It's really a big mean trickster. Fierce, too fierce. A mature and flirtatious female guile stood in the doorway. Fox-like eyes surveyed the new human landlord. The hot body was wrapped in a muslin nightgown. Wakey. New landlord? It looks pretty tender. The foxy female trickster inhaled a mouthful of smoke and then spat it out in Li Yun's face. She smiled softly, waves rippling through her. Are you the tenant of this room? You haven't paid rent in years. Time to pay up. The fox-charming female guile was not in the least bit anxious. You want money. I don't have any. Lord Landlord, would you like to come in and sit down? Episode 87, People have scum. Shenanigans have creepy scum. The foxy female trickster smiled flirtatiously and leaned against the door. Voluntarily get out of the way. So what's the occupation of the gold card he got? And I don't know what they're talking about. This female creep seems to be luring her prey into her home. Cootie. That's what I'm talking about. Che. Without hesitation, Li Yun took a big step and walked in. Such a little cutie. How did you become the rookie king? Lan Ji, who was focusing on Li Yun with her perspective, was completely baffled. Li Yun walked into the house and took his first look. A modest room. Messy. Very messy. Foxy female shenanigans of thoughtful clothing. Couches, chairs, and dining room tables everywhere. Then there was a whiff of fragrance. It's the fragrance carried by the foxy female guile. Foxy female guile gently closed the door. The tiny waist twisted under the gauzy nightgown. The waist is like a thin willow. And the plumpness is provocative. Like a peony in full bloom. Landlord Sama, just feel sorry for me. I'm just a weak woman. It's hard to feed myself. Don't charge me. Okay. If the landlord Sama is willing, take me against the money. The fox charming female guile sat on Li Yun's lap. Half of her body leaning on his chest. The long white and tender legs, gently cocked, kept swaying in front of Li Yun's eyes. Fingers flicked across Li Yun's face. The slippery, icy touch making one's head go up, down. So that's what you went in there to do. I'm gonna go wash my eyes. Lanji closed her eyes. Couldn't help it. And peeked one eye open again. Li Yun closed his eyes and looked like he was enjoying himself. The truth was that he had been listening to the heart of the foxy female trickster. The system had warned again and again that the creepy things here were no good. He wouldn't dare fall into tenderness so carelessly. Only if he was this relaxed could he make that foxy female trickster reveal her true foxtail. Dum 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 dum. The heavy sound of something heavy dragging on the ground came from outside the house. Oh no! This girl is a fraud. Lanji was the first to see it. Outside the door, a big man with a size of 2 meters like a city wall, dragging a rusty sledgehammer to the door, then kicked the door open. A cruel grin squeezed out of his blade-covered face. You female cousin, you just can't wait to steal behind my back? The moment the door that the big man kicked open, a panicked look appeared on Foxy Witch Guile's face. But inside, he was incredibly calm. This is nothing more than a fairy tale against Li Yun. Use beauty to attract and enter into tenderness. Then the big man shows up and catches the adultery. Li Yun frowned slightly. You almost broke my door with that kick. Didn't your mom ever teach you to knock before you enter? This is my apartment. The big man laughed. So it's the new landlord. And a human. That would be better handled. If you give this stinking female cousin to you, you have to give me 100,000 spirit coins. The panic on the fox charming female guile's face turned into incredulity. This time her mind was really messed up. Because before, that's not how it was discussed. The Hanyu himself suddenly changed his mind. Li Yun stretched out a palm and opened it. 50,000? You won't be poor as a landlord. This of mine is so foxy. She's guaranteed to make you swoon. Li Yun shook his head. I mean 5 times. Foxy female trickster. She huffed and pulled her muslin nightgown tighter around her body. Her teeth chattering in anger. 50,000 she wouldn't be happy with. 100,000 and 5 more times? What kind of forced price is that? I didn't expect the Hanyu to think about it and nod. Yes, take the money. The fox charming female guile's eyes revealed a last glimpse of despair. Hey, is he your husband? The fox charming female trickster gritted her teeth and didn't respond. Li Yun looked at the Hanyu and sked. All I used to know was that there was scum in people. I didn't realize there was tricky scum inside the tricky. You've had a hard life being married to such a man. The fox charming female guile didn't expect to feel a hint of thoughtfulness and gentleness in a stranger. Suddenly, the lights in the entire first-floor apartment flickered. The man outside the door was full of panic and said sharply, "Give me the money, quick, or I'll hammer you to death." Bam, the entire first-floor apartment plunged into darkness. What's going on? Why can't I see anything? It seems like a more powerful being just appeared. In the darkness, nuisance currents, and the fearful growl of the man at the door. Give me the money, asshole, right now, right now. Come on, come on, come on. Li Yun's violet eyes saw true in the darkness. The man was about to enter the room with his sledgehammer raised. The fear on his face gradually spiraled out of control and became maniacal. Holding the giant hammer high in the air, he was about to slam it down, not caring in the slightest that Li Yun had his wife beside him. Li Yun's body flickered as he hugged the fox charming female guile. Rumble, the giant hammer smashed a hole in the ground. It was then that Li Yun noticed that this was not the only hole in the room. Give me the money. The fox charming female guile finally couldn't help herself and pushed Li Yun away. Standing in front of that giant hammer. Smash it, just smash me to death. I haven't had any good days since I married you. All the money was taken by you to gamble. It's not the first time you've pressed me for money with this. For a mere 100,000 spirit coins. You can sell me. I've lived enough too. Smash me. The big man said in exasperation. You female cousin, are you in love with that human? Hand him over. I'm going to kill him and take his money. The fox-charming female trickster laughed coldly, a tear slipping from the corner of her eye. Love? I've already loved the wrong person once. Never love again in this life. When you said you could protect me forever. Now, just smash me with it. In the darkness, there was a light footstep slowly approaching. The big man's tightness nearly collapsed. He's coming for his debt. If you don't pay me, I'll die. I beg you. For the sake of husband and wife, give me that man. Foxy female trickster shook her head. All these years you never cared about me except for money. My heart, empty for years, was warmed by the words of a stranger. The so-called husband and wife are ridiculous. There's no way I'm going to give him to you unless you smash me. The Hanyo's emotions completely broke down. He hissed, exploding the fear in his heart in this instant. The entire first-floor apartment followed the slight tremor of the giant hammer in his hand. Then die. The foxy female trickster closed her eyes, tearless and laughing. Just at the moment when the giant hammer was about to swing down, Li Yun, who had wanted to save foxy female Guile, stopped in his tracks, for he saw, in the darkness, a playing card flying over. Then like a chainsaw, it sliced the big man's body in half. Episode 88 The Power of Holy Blood. The Submission of Duke Sultan. The fox-charming female Guile slowly opened her eyes. The lights came on again. The big man in front of him held up a huge hammer, his eyes bloodshot. Unbelievingly, he watched as the top half of his body cut away from the bottom half. Instantly a large pool of black blood and dirty entrails erupted. A sophisticated blood-sucking creep in a black and red robe and suit with a playing card in his hand covered his nose and stood outside the door. And what a massive stinker. He then smiled at the foxy female Guile in the room. Ha! You must be the stinker's wife. He owes me a gambling debt. As previously agreed. Once the money is not paid back at the fixed time, I will take his life. And you, in turn, will be the item he uses to settle his debts. Vampire Guile slowly stepped into the room. Reaching out his white-gloved left hand, he gently rested his chin on foxy Lady Guile's chin. And what an exquisite woman. Just use your flesh to pay your husband's debt. I think my guests are going to love you. Fox-charming female Guile's heart was like ashes at this moment, and she gritted her teeth. I have no more desire but to die. Eyes on her as she drew her knife and was about to stab herself. Vampire Guile snapped his fingers, and the knife hovered in the air, never able to stab down. Pop! Vampire Guile slapped him across the face. A clear slap mark was revealed on the fox-charming female Guile's white face. You are now a tool for me to make money. You do not have the right to kill yourself. If you're going to think like that again, I don't mind putting you in a dog cage. Let you experience what life is worse than death. The fox-charming female Guile finally realized what was the despair of not being able to live and not being able to die. Vampire Guile snapped his fingers again, taking control of her entire body, about to take her away. The money was owed by her husband, and now her husband has been killed by you, and yet you're going to use her to pay back the debt. Isn't that a bit of a shady thing to do? That blood-sucking Guile looked at Li Yun, who walked out with a slight frown. And who are you? Li Yun held the gold card in his hand with both fingers. Landlord. Blood-sucking Guile, who was one of the tenants, changed his attitude and bowed politely. Hello Lord Landlord. You can call me Duke Sultan. He then took out a handful of money and handed it to Li Yun. This is the rent I owe. I'm a man of rules. Not a minute too soon. Li Yun looked at the spirit coins in his hand. The rent for all these years. The Duke of Zoltan in front of me not only paid it all, but also gave some of it back. His purpose in doing so was simple. He didn't want to get into a dry spell with Li Yun, the landlord, which would affect his business in the casino upstairs. Lord Landlord, you can come and have tea with me sometime. I'll just go ahead. Duke Zoltan was just about to leave when Li Yun called out to him. The amount seems a bit insufficient. Not enough? Lord Landlord, you can't have miscounted. The money you paid was just enough for the apartment room under your group. Not enough for your privately remodeled casino. Li Yun slowly said. Apartment rules you remember. Casinos are banned. Duke Zoltan now gathered the respect he had just shown and revealed a fierce intent. Human, you're just a fake landlord on a mission, not the real owner of this apartment. I advise you to mind your own business. I can raise your rent by up to 10% more, as an extra for yourself. Duke Zoltan pulled out another sum of money and handed it to Li Yun. Li Yun, however, didn't pick it up. He pointed at foxy Lady Guile. Since you're a businessman who doesn't want any trouble, then let's make a deal. I can do without the 10%. You told me to give her to me. Duke Zoltan bared a mouthful of fangs as he grabbed foxy Lady Guile's hair, approaching her white neck. This is my prey. In the eyes of us blood-sucking creeps, no one can take the prey that belongs to me. Li Yun nodded gently. Would have traded peacefully with you. Since you put up the blood-sucking creepy thing, then I won't pretend either. Li Yun's purple eyes flashed, giving birth to fangs. The holy blood in his body from the blood ancestor Dracula. I exploded with golden light at this moment. Duke Zoltan only felt that the depths of his bloodline were being suppressed by a force that was simply irresistible. Both knees involuntarily fell slowly to their knees. Blood ancestor, holy blood. Li Yun had one hand around Duke Zoltan's throat. Coldly. You should have learned to appreciate it when I gave you the chance to stand and talk to me. Duke Zoltan's entire body involuntarily trembled in fear under the holy blood. Lord Landlord, I was wrong. No, don't kill me. I will submit to your great holy blood. In the center of his brow, an essence blood floated out. I, Zoltan, would like to make a soul contract with the landlord. If you betray me, I'll be destroyed. Li Yun accepted the contract. Zoltan's blood entered his soul and locked into the pact. Li Yun resumed his human form and faintly said, "Get up." Zoltan gasped afterward. Lord Landlord, you're a human. How could you possess such pure holy blood? Don't ask what you shouldn't. If you follow me well, one day, I'll find a way to improve your bloodline for you as well. Hearing this, Zoltan, being the gambler that he was, knew he had made the right bet. He submitted to Li Yun because he was on a desperate path. The second reason was that a miscellaneous duke like him was incredibly eager to get holy blood to purify his bloodline. Step into the prince. But holy blood is not so easy to get. That was the rarest thing in the entire blood-sucking Guile clan. I didn't expect to see it on a human after being cooped up here for 100 years. Li Yun looked towards the fox-charming female Guile with a lifeless face. You've been fine. The fox-charming female Guile looked at him and laughed softly. If I had known you were so powerful, I should have let you kill me. It should be better to die at the hands of a warm handsome man like you than at the hands of these cold dead creeps. Li Yun shook his head. He knew very well that his strength today was just a crush on the bloodline of the miscellaneous blood-sucking trickster existence. Against that big man, one definitely had no certainty of victory. Therefore, she saved the foxy female Guile in front of her just to return the favor of not handing herself over. You really don't want to live? Foxy female Guile smiled miserably. What's the point of living? This family fell apart a long time ago. My hard-earned dowry was all taken by that bastard to gamble. When I run out of money, let me seduce those disgusting horny guys as a way to cheat him out of his gambling money. I have nothing today. I can't even pay my rent. It's long past time to die. Li Yun fished out a business card and a wad of money. You're not bad by nature. And saved me once. Go here and say I referred you. There will be someone there to put you in a decent job. Consider it, for your own sake, to live again. The fox-charming female Guile slowly raised her head and met Li Yun's gaze. The stranger who had warmed her once, and once again, had given her the last hope of a life out of nowhere. Episode 89, a hit by a veteran KTV player. Li Yun, I can't see anything. How is he? The lights are back on. And it's a ducal blood-sucking shenanigan. Che coward. Hiding behind a girl all the time. Not like a man. I can't believe you came out on your own. You're still a man. But exposing yourself to danger in the face of a duke-level blood-sucking trickster is pretty dumb. Che, what are they saying? Why can't I hear you? Duke-level blood-sucking shenanigans are showing their true colors? Is this a fight? This guy is dead. Even if he gains the power of blood-sucking shenanigans, can his rank be higher than the Duke? Wait, I saw something just now. Golden holy blood. Duke, on your knees. Che, isn't it just a newcomer who can easily defeat the Duke? What's the fuss? Holy, is he really a newcomer? Why is he so fierce? Lanji's heart is like an old-time radio station at the moment. It's ticking away. She could be said to be the only witness to this battle. He was also the first person to see the complete release of the holy blood within Li Yun's body. The blood ancestor's holy blood. I can't imagine how strong he'll really be when he crosses over to a rank. Che, you big pervert. It's a good thing he doesn't know I saw it. Otherwise, what if he'd shut me up? Li Yun, I heard everything. As for silencing, he didn't have that in mind. After all, Lan Ji was Scarlet's sister. Janitor, come out and wash the floor. Maintenance man, fix the floor. The door. Li Yun stuck out his head and shouted. The group of players who had gathered in the stairwell, not daring to move forward, were shivering at the moment. The appearance of Han and Duke Zoltan just now triggered a whole layer of vibrations. It forced them to hide in the stairwell, afraid to venture out. It was only at this moment when he heard Li Yun's words that he slowly poked his head out. Hey, call you too. Ah, isn't cleaning and maintenance your job? Yes. The player who got the cleaning and repair card walked out. The rest of the players followed, wanting to come and see what was going on. Seeing Li Yun have froze. Why are you here? Did you know about the riot in this room just now? Li Yun looked at the crowd. I collect rent, not here. Where? The riots have subsided. Collecting rent? The players froze. You mean the identity of your golden card is the landlord of this apartment? And to a certain extent, your boss. If you guys don't do a good job, I'm going to deduct your mission points. looking at Li Yun, who had his hands behind his back and looked like a landlord. Earl Zoltan slowly walked to Li Yun and bowed his head respectfully. Lord Landlord. A crowd of players were shocked. Before the whole apartment was engulfed in darkness. They didn't know what was happening. They only felt a powerful force permeate this floor. Seeing Duke Zoltan at this moment, he finally understood the source of that power. The Duke-level blood-sucking guile, surprisingly, called Li Yun boss. He's really the landlord. What the hell are you playing at? We said we'd compete together. And now you're our boss? This rookie king is also too fierce. Li Yun snickered. This so-called deduction of mission points was naturally made up by him. Zoltan's well-timed appearance completely convinced this group of old greasers. Do a good job. And I'll give this remaining spot to whoever does a good job. It not only gave itself an advance on a spot and melted down the pie. Don't worry, boss. I'll definitely work hard. The clean identity player said firmly. Very well. That mess. Clean it up quickly. Don't pollute the air in our apartment. Li Yun pointed at the remnants of Dahan Gui's body. Cleaning players immediately stepped forward, endured the stench, and began to clean up. You, patch the holes in the floor and the broken door. The maintenance man immediately saluted. Yes, sir. Li Yun looked at the two who were working incredibly actively and nodded with satisfaction. I'll remember you both. Good job. Watching these two being praised, the other players panicked. Boss, we're up. You give us some work too. We want to get ahead too. Li Yun was happy. Sure enough, as soon as someone on the team starts a roll, everyone else sits back. Okay, in that case, then I'll begrudgingly put you guys to some work. Li Yun began to break down his tasks and give them to them. There are so many tasks of my own, many of them rather sparse. If he had done it on his own, I don't know if he could have done it by the end of the game. At this moment, there was free labor being sent up, so naturally he couldn't live up to it. Well, these are your jobs. Thanks, boss. Li Yun only left 2 major tasks and parted with the rest. He nodded gently in the face of the crowd's thanks. Inside, it was beyond ecstasy. 3 birds with 1 stone. I'm such a mediocre little genius. So-called 3 birds with 1 stone. It is to hold this group of veterans and make them believe that they have something to do with their game points. For one thing, you can guarantee yourself a qualifying spot. Secondly, let them work for themselves and fulfill the complex task of inheriting an apartment. 3 came, and he had a new idea. Jumping up to the love one another family registry is just the first step. The next most critical thing is recruiting. Compared to a bunch of inexperienced newbies with a poor survival rate, this group of D-level veterans are clearly better guild member personnel. Since you guys like to work part-time, then I'm going to make sure you have endless hours of work. When the time comes, I'll take your full set of roads and put them in my guild in one pot. Become a family that loves each other. Li Yun hemmed and hawed, his smile slightly evil. Why do these players seem to be treating him with such respect? What are they talking about? I'd love to hear it. Aha! What's he giggling about? Cutting like a cutie. Just like that. Li Yun? His eyes glanced at the peepers behind the door. And forget you. Perspective eyes can be quite a thing. My guild is just short of a telescope. Li Yun took a step towards Lanji's room. Ha! Why is he coming toward me? What's he up to? You pervert, don't come any closer. Knock, knock, knock. The knock on the door caused Lanji's panicked heart to snap. Hello, I'm the landlord here. It's time for you to pay your rent. Lanji froze slightly. So he got the identity as a landlord. Just asking me to pay the rent scared me. Lanji opened the doorway a little bit and was just about to prise the money from the doorway and hand it to Li Yun. He saw Li Yun put one hand on the doorway. A surprised voice came. It's you. I didn't realize you'd be my tenant. Episode 90 Invitation to Lanji, Vice President of the Guild. I didn't expect that. What a surprise. The corner of Lanji's mouth pulled. To say that the one she was most afraid of facing right now was definitely Li Yun. This new king is scarier than creepy. She was beginning to see with her own eyes that the other had conquered a Duke-level blood-sucking trickster with holy blood. It's like, you spied on a murderer in the act of killing. You have a heart attack and the next thing you know, the murderer is knocking on your door. Oh, was not expecting that. Landlord, here's my rent. Li Yun, which came at the rent, naturally refused to let her go. Lanji tried to close the door, but Li Yun held the doorway rigidly. Not enough? Not enough? This asshole is a real lion. Alright, it's just money. Alright, landlord, I'll make it up to you. Lanji pulled out some more money. Li Yun took it in his hand and then put it into his belt pouch. Enough. Lanji breathed a sigh of relief and squeezed out a smile. Just about ready to try closing the door again. Won't you invite me in for a seat? While she was panicking, Li Yun's head and half of his body had hardened the doorway. Why do you look so flustered? You're not doing anything bad in my room, are you? I didn't see anything. Lanji's heart panicked. Her face pretended to be calm and squeezed out a smile. The landlord is joking. I'm just not feeling too well and want to rest and relax. Li Yun held her pulse with one hand. All the more reason for me to come in and check it out. My humble self has the name of the divine doctor. Ha! Why is your pulse beating so fast? As if you're a bit nervous and vain. Lan Ji was already sweating profusely. Let's go. I'm not sick. Woo 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 woo. Go away and I'll be fine. Thanks for your concern. I just didn't sleep well. Lan Ji's hand was covered with a layer of frost, and it was slippery as it shrank back from Li Yun's hand. The whole body stubbornly died against the last line of defense of the goal frame. Since you're fine, get some rest. I'll just go ahead. Seeing half of Li Yun's body retreating back, Lan Ji almost wept with joy. Immediately closed the door. Through the doorframe, he opened his perspective once again and focused on Li Yun's every move outside the door. Ha! Where did people go? Why did you disappear all of a sudden? Lan Ji didn't see Li Yun's figure outside the door. She tiptoed open the door to her room. Step out of the room and look around a bit. Again and again. He made sure that there was no Li Yun, and only then did he close the door again. Lock it up. Place your hand on your chest and take a long breath. Scared the hell out of me. In the next second, a heart that had just been hanging in the air died completely. Almost died? I told you were sick. Lan Ji, turning back, Li Yun, who was wearing a cloak of invisibility, slowly lifted the cap of the cloak to reveal his head. Ah, creepy. Looking at Lan Ji who fainted in fear, Li Yun smashed his mouth. Said good old player, even Guile is afraid? Li Yun held Lan Ji on the bed, then wake her up with the holy hands. Lan Ji opened her eyes and saw Li Yun's head hanging in the room gazing at her. You're awake. Hiss. Dizzy again. What's going on here? Li Yun frowned slightly and turned to look at himself in front of the mirror with only one head. Forgot to take the cloak of invisibility off. Take off your cloak and wake up Lan Ji again. See, this time I'm not a trick. He displayed his entire body. Lan Ji gritted her teeth. You're scarier than creepy. As Scarlet's sister, Lan Ji is no cutie pie. If the Li Yun in front of him was only knocking on his door and collecting rent because of the landlord's mission, reasonable. But the rent has already been paid. He also tried to get closer to himself. The purpose could be impure. Li Yun stayed close to Lan Ji who was lying on the bed, looking into her sapphire blue eyes. The telescope. It's beautiful. He couldn't help but sigh. Lan Ji drew her arms across her chest. What are you doing? Do you know who my sister is? If it was in the past, the proud Lan Ji would never have moved out of her sister's way. But the man of the moment was a second to the Duke. Counterintuitively perverse. Li Yun deflated. Since you mentioned Crimson, let's talk frankly. Honesty. With each other? He's not only a pervert. He's a big sex maniac. Daba. Ahem. Put away that fearful look on your face. I know what you're thinking. I didn't mean that to you. I'm just more interested in you. Dash. You said you didn't mean it. Ooh-hoo. Somebody help me. I can't beat this pervert. Li Yun. I don't know how to explain it. Anyway, I'm not interested in your cold body. Deceitful. Does she think I'm small? Che Jojo has a small brain. Don't you know that? Temperament. Temperament is the most important thing. Li Yun touched Lan Ji's head. It's not hot. How come it's burning somehow? Lan Ji? She immediately sat up and hugged herself, looking at Li Yun warily, like a little lamb facing a big-tailed wolf. Where was the earlier appearance of an icy goddess? What the hell do you want? Li Yun sat in a chair next to the bed and crossed his legs. I'd like to invite you to join my guild. Lan Ji frowned slightly. Your guild? What makes you think you're going to win? She was feigning a stiff upper lip to keep Li Yun from realizing she knew his secret. My gold-colored card got the identity of the landlord of this apartment, which means it's the owner of the players out there. I can hold their points. Li Yun continued to cheat. Lan Ji reacted extremely quickly and said, none of my business. I'm a tenant, not your employee. Li Yun nodded gently. It's a chirpy-brained girl, so my only opponent today is you. There are 2 qualifications though, but once you establish a guild, we'll still be rivals in the future. Then why don't I just finish you off early? Lan Ji gritted her teeth and stiffened her mouth. Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you're the new king. It's all DS. You sure ate me up. No. On what basis can you beat me? Li Yun was slightly stunned. This silly girl almost exploded in conversation herself. Following her words, Li Yun accompanied her in her act. Indeed, I'm not entirely sure I can win against you. That's why I came to you for cooperation. I understand why you created the guild. Wasn't it to prove that you weren't inferior to your sister? That's something we share. I have a strong sister too. Lan Ji wondered, do you live in her shadow too? Oh, that's not true. She's merely a vice president and I'll be president soon. Li Yun saw through Lan Ji's heart. Seductive word. Follow me, and I'll make you crimson and stronger someday. Episode 91. Lan Ji, what a good judge of character. Lan Ji, cheer up. Be as strong as your sister. Your sister is the pride of our family. You need to learn from your sister. Strong like a sister. It became a shadow of Lanji and an obsession. The good news is that such an obsession became a driving force for her. Bad news. Her sister is really strong. Even if she tried, she had yet to keep up with its figure. Why should I believe you? Lanji calmed down and looked at Li Yun. What if this is just a setup for you to get me out of competing guilds now? No need to be on the off chance that it's a clear-cut trap waiting for you to get yourself into. Lanji gritted her teeth and looked at Li Yun. Do you think I, as a beautiful girl, have a brain problem? Why did I take the initiative to get into a trap when I knew it was a trap? Li Yun pulled out a bottle of frost potion from his body. Sometimes there is no prey in the trap, just not enough bait. Li Yun gently opened the potion. A frost elemental aura began to spread. Lanji's face showed an eager longing. What a pure frost. If I can absorb the frost element in it, the trickster power in my body will go up a level. The longing in her eyes was quickly overridden by reason. Che, it's just a bottle of frost attribute potion. It could be worth a few bucks. Li Yun smiled. For you, Missy, naturally it's not worth much, but the problem is scarcity. On the market, such a bottle of frost potion full of purity is unattainable, isn't it? Angelica Blue is still fighting. Che, so what? In my lady's eyes, all those D-classes out there are lezzies. You have underestimated my lady's worth. Just a bottle of frost elemental potion and you want this lady to work for you? Li Yun looked at the arrogant and high-cooled Lanji. A bottle of frost potion is really hard to buy. Since one bottle isn't enough, add 2 more. With a casual throw, 3 bottles of frost potion just smashed in front of Lanji. Dash. It's just my meet and greet gift to you. By the way, as a formal introduction, I have another identity. Alchemist. I don't have many frost potions of this level in my hands. It's only 100 or 80 bottles. 180 bottles? You're a good judge of character. Chairman. What's the name of our guild? President. Look at me. I forgot to pour water for you when you came. Li Yun looked at Miss Lanji, who stood up and served with a smiling face. Can't help but sigh. Worthy of a great lady. The service is just more attentive than normal. Lanji. My guild is called the Loving Family. Is it too late to change my name and quit the club? Naturally. No. Don't you think the name, at first glance, makes you want to join? Not in the slightest. Here's another bottle for you to savor. Chairman Wise. Great name. Li Yun nodded with satisfaction. Today, 12 players are participating in the Jumpstart registration. 10 were lulled into becoming subordinates working for themselves. 1 became his future vice president. This guild registration is kind of a 10 out of 10. There is still a very ample time before the end of the selection process. He has cleared out all competition. The next thing to do was to take possession of the apartment. By the way, do you know which rooms in this apartment have tenants? Lanji, who was refining the frost potion, froze. Subconsciously. I've never even been out of this room, so how would I know? Besides, I'm not a voyeur. Ha, ha, if you're not a peeping Tom, who is? That's a shame. I'll just have to go out with another bottle of potion for some useful information. Lanji snatched the new bottle of potion from Li Yun's hand. Chairman, it occurs to me that I think I've heard a vibration in a nearby room. Let me. Soon. Lanji will be the layout of the entire apartment. How many floors? How many rooms? Which room has occupants? Tom drew it and handed it to Li Yun. That's what you heard? Right. Okay. Worthy of being my vice president. Awesome indeed. Thanks for the compliment. President. Lanji breathed a sigh of relief. Li Yun stood up with this chart. I'll just go ahead. I'll come to you if anything happens. Well duh. Go on. Li Yun walked out of Lanji's room and Duke Sultan was waiting outside the door. Seeing him come out, he immediately said respectfully, Boss. Li Yun handed him the entire structure of the apartment. The apartment has 3 floors with 8 rooms on each floor. However, the occupancy rate is not high because of the age of the building. Together with Lanji, there are but 6 rooms housing tenants. This is a huge loss for the entire condo. After all, the apartment has to pay 10 other players, and by itself, it can't get the money because no one is paying the rent. So now the payroll deductions are all in Li Yun's pocket. Li Yun naturally had to find a way to earn this money back while completing the mission. He plays the game, where he loses money. Which one do you live in? C301. Duke Sultan pointed to the first room on the 3rd floor. The tenants of the first floor, Lanji and the foxy woman, had already finished dealing with each other. Now it's down to the 2nd and 3rd floors. Okay, follow me and collect the rent. Sultan nodded and followed Li Yun. With a powerful bodyguard of the Duke level, Li Yun's bottom line was a few points higher, all the way to the front. The player who was repairing the stairs saw Li Yun and immediately stood upright. Hello boss. Li Yun nodded gently. Well done. A foot stomp followed. The stairs collapsed. Boss, I really tried my best. These timbers have been here for I don't know how many years. The solid ones have become hollow. Looking at the broken staircase, Lee Yun sighed. It's going to cost me money to patch it up again. Just what to make up for it is the question. After all, I'm not very good at decorating myself. Okay, it's not your fault. Just wait. You keep refixing it. The player froze. Ha, and fix it. Repair it 100 times and it won't all have the same effect? Lee Yun faintly said. The thought of you taking my paycheck and setting it aside and not working. I'm just all over the place. Player. With his hands behind his back, Lee Yun levitated up to the second floor on Duke Sultan's traction. Find the room labeled by Lan Ji. B203. Knocked on the door. Who? Knock knock knock. Believe it or not, I'll chop your hand off. The house changed to grumpy voices. The door opens. It's a cranky, fierce trickster, full of scars as tattoos and applause for social shenanigans. I'm the new landlord, and you haven't paid rent in a long time. I'm here to collect the rent. The scarred fierce trick gave a vicious glare, looking for laborers to collect rent. Just as it's been a long time since I've eaten meat, I'll chop you up. With that, he turned around and walked over with the saw in his hand. Baron Zoltan's form flickered. Scarab Creep was then hung on the wall. Episode 92. The Genius Girl Who Can Design Guile. Isn't that pretty arrogant? Tattoos. Hesser Club Karma. Come on, get me. Come at my head here. Scarab Guile, who was hung up, looked at Duke Sultan. Then look at Lee Yun, who was even more arrogant than him. Completely out of breath. Lord Landlord, can you hold me off for 2 days? I'll find a way to make up the rent for you. 2 days reprieve? No way. No money, huh? Then get the hell out of here. From now on, a lecherous color like you doesn't deserve to live in my place. Take everything of value from his house to cover the rent owed. By the way, he seems to have 2 gold teeth. Quite valuable. Without hesitation, Duke Sultan ripped off his bloody gold teeth. Scar Creep's screams filled the entire second floor of the apartment. The tenant who lives off to the side opens the door. It's an aging husband and wife trick. At this moment the rent was held in both hands and came trembling. You are the new landlord Sama, aren't you? We never knew who to pay the rent to, so this rent has been saved. Don't dare move a penny. Just waiting for a landlord to collect. Can you not kick us out? Out here. It's really hard to find a place to stay. Li Yun took the spirit coins in their hands. Don't worry, old man. As long as you pay your rent on time, stay out of trouble, and stay out of my way. Wouldn't have kicked you out. You're not like the scum Lexi. It's a quality tenant. So, I'll give you 20% off. Li Yun drew out a few spirit coins and handed them back. The aged couple shenanigans, that was a touching one. Thanks a lot. Landlord, thanks a lot. Would you like to come in for a seat and a glass of water? Li Yun walked over and looked at their cozy hut. Smiling, he shook his head. I'm just not going in there. You guys stay here for good. The aged couple shenanigans looked at Li Yun as they supported each other. Can we trouble the landlord about something? You guys talk. The apartment is really in disrepair, and we're not flexible in our arms and legs, so we haven't been downstairs to go out and have a look around in years. They handed Li Yun's 20% discounted money back over. Can the landlord reinforce the stairs with this money? We both want to go downstairs and move around. Listen to the pleas of the elderly couple's shenanigans. Li Yun didn't take the money. Promise. I promise you. I'll be remodeling the entire apartment as fast as I can. No longer let it be so deserted. This is supposed to be my responsibility as landlord, and I may not charge you for this money. You two just go home and wait for my news. The aged couple guilefully excitedly hugged their hands to Li Yun and thanked him. Thanks a lot, landlord. You're a great guy. Li Yun sent them back to their room and sighed. There's good shenanigans within the shenanigans. Gee, it's just what to do about this maintenance apartment thing. Li Yun opened his system panel and looked at the occupation value. I also wonder if the system has a career as an architect. With only 3,000 or so points, can I draw it in one shot? Just as Li Yun was thinking, Duke Sultan, who had kicked Scar Creep out of his apartment, returned to his side. Boss, that's all he's worth. When Li Yun took a look, there were 2 gold teeth and a gold-plated necklace. It's kind of halfway back. Also, a large number of human bones were found in his room. I think he swallowed a lot of former human landlords. Li Yun frowned slightly. Sure enough, cleaning up such assholes is the way to go. This apartment has never been able to be improved. It's because of the presence of such assholes. Boss seems to want to renovate the apartment? Li Yun nodded. I'm worried about this. What? You know architectural design? Duke Sultan shook his head. If it's a bet, I consider myself proficient. This architectural design is too complex and not understood. But I know who understands. Duke Sultan pointed to the last tenant on the 3rd floor. Follow Duke Sultan to the 3rd floor. Unlike the filth of the first floor and the putrid stench of the second, the third floor was immaculately clean and there wasn't even a speck of trash between the hallways. The first floor has the foxy female trickster Hanyu, and the second floor has the scarred trickster. All belong to the presence of assholes. The Duke of Zoltan on the third floor runs the casino and is considered to have some financial power. Nature seeks to be more elegant, and the last tenant on the floor with him was clearly a telling trick as well. Boss, it's that room C303. Li Yun walked towards C303 and knocked on the door. This time Li Yun knocked on the door with a gentle voice for a long time. After all, the tenants here are different from the others. Soon, Li Yun heard a rustling sound coming from inside the house. Then came the sound of panicked footsteps. The door to the room opened. It's a cute female gal with long blonde hair. She was wearing a simple white short sleeve and shorts. The baggy touch looks like pajamas. A black-rimmed spectacle rested on the bridge of his nose. A small, white face yawned with a sleepy look, like a tantalizing puff. You guys? Who are you? The black-framed girl wryly blinked her curious eyes. Hi, I'm the landlord and I'm here to. Wah! The teenage girl gal suddenly cried out and ran for the room. This left Li Yun a little overwhelmed. Soon, she folded back holding a pile of scattered spirit dimes. Woohoo! That's the last of my money. See if that's enough. If it's not, I'll just have to move out. Li Yun couldn't help but laugh out loud as he looked at this cute teenage girl gal who was a bit restrained in her financial situation. What are you laughing at? Nope. Li Yun poked his head into the room and looked around. You're not looking to see if I've vandalized your room, are you? I'll tell you what. These walls were rotting away long ago when I first moved in. I repainted the reactive paint. Even if you're going to kick me out, you have to be the one to pay me. The teenage girl guilefully crosses her arms like a fried kitten. This young girl's room was exquisitely neat. 4 pink walls with sky blue ceilings. All of them represent the pink and cute inside of her. Not bad. A good seedling indeed. Li Yun looked at some scattered designs lying on the table as he walked into the room. Ugh. Even though you're the landlord and I can't afford to pay the rent. But that doesn't mean you can just come into my house. Li Yun took the sheet of designs. Did you draw all this? The young girl guilefully nodded her head. Proudly. How's that for a good look? I'm a gifted designer. Waka kaka kaka. Li Yun didn't hesitate to make up for it. Sure enough, those who work in design are poor. As if she had been stepped on her tail, the young girl who had once again blown up her hair slyly pointed at Li Yun. What the hell do you want? Li Yun took her design and couldn't help but nod. Nice. I've decided to hire you. I can give you free rent and a well-paying job. How about you help me remodel and redesign this apartment? The young girl's eyes widened and twinkled. Surprise! Really? Episode 93 Hiring Lin Ee. Apartment remodeling in full swing. He's not lying to me, is he? The young girl guilefully looked at Li Yun. Her eyes had 3 parts anticipation and 7 parts skepticism. It's all because she's been rejected so many times. Also been lied to too many times. Even if she's a great designer. But one is not famous. Or the design is being impersonated by famous design shenanigans. One can only be a silent robber in the background. Either that or they just don't care about her at all. She just wanted to properly design a piece that came from her hand. But such a simple dream has never been fulfilled. Li Yun heard her concern. Incredibly gentlemanly, he held out one of his hands. Here again. My name is Li Yun. It's the landlord of this apartment. His name is Zoltan. A blood-sucking creepy duke. Your neighbor. The teenage girl's wily eyes were wide with boo-boos. Wow. Duke vampire creepy? That's a big one. Look at the respect he's showing the landlord in front of him. This landlord is something. I think. I can believe it. The young girl Guile also extended her own hand to shake Li Yun's. My name is Lin Ee. It's an architect. No job. Lin Ee spat out her tongue as she laughed at herself in the last sentence. The cute touch made Li Yun couldn't help but smile. Then my humble servant would like to congratulate Ms. Li Ee. From now on, I, Li Yun, act as the landlord of this apartment. You are officially invited to be the chief super soul designer of the apartment. Lin Ee laughed as she listened to Li Yun's constantly stacked prefixes. I'm not that good. Compliments of the landlord. Li Yun, however, was sincere. In my eyes, you're just the most unique and awesome. I see the love and life force of design in you. Yes, vitality. This was the first time Li Yun had seen it on a has-been Guile. Valuable. Lin Ee's eyes were a little red, slightly touched. She didn't realize that after all these years, her kind only knew how to crush her love. The only one who understood him was a human. Breaking defense, Lin Ee jumped into Li Yun's arms, complaining and crying. Woo-woo. Duke Zoltan watched the scene with a knowing smile. Not bad for a boss. The unique charm has sunk even this little lowly. Lin Ee cried with rain and pear blossoms, and only then did she realize that she had wiped all her tears on Li Yun's clothes. She immediately stepped back and apologized. I'm so sorry, Lord Landlord. Crying your clothes dirty. Why don't you take it off and I'll wash it for you? Lee Yun shook his head. What's one dress for my greatest designer? MS. Lin Ee. Can we start the remodeling of the apartment now? Lin Ee nodded, then spoke with some embarrassment. Lord Landlord, may I have this apartment designed and remodeled as I see fit? In fact, a long time ago, I had a proven program. Lin Ee walked over to the desk, pulled open a drawer, and took out a program from years ago. It was handed to Lee Yun. Lee Yun flipped it over and loved it at first glance. Duke Zoltan stood on the sidelines, and the man of discerning taste had to be convinced by Lin Ee's idea. Nodding his head gently, let's go with that idea. I've really found a treasure in finding you. The programs are all done. You don't have to worry about the budget. Let go and do it. From now on, this apartment will be your greatest work. Lin Ee. Lin Ee jumped up in excitement. Yay! I can finally have my own signed work. Thank you, landlord. Soon, Lin Ee made a budget sheet. It contains materials to be used and a variety of furniture. A total of 150,000 spirit coins. Li Yun had planned for 300,000. I didn't expect it to be compressed to so much by Lin Ee. Are you sure $150,000 will be enough? Lin nodded his head. A lot of the material in here is something I've considered. Value for money, practicality, all half the price of the exact same brand. A 50% premium for multiple brand awareness. If it was those cuties in the past, I would have naturally opted to let them go for the brand and make them bleed a little. But not the Lord Landlord. You trust me and I'm going to make it worth your while. By waiving Lin Ee's room charges, she had actually saved herself a full $150,000. It's more than value for money. It's just a lot of money. Zoltan, I'll leave the top to you to procure. Remember, always follow Linichi's form. Zoltan nodded. Okay, boss. Then he flew out of the apartment through the third floor window. Lin Ee envied. No wonder I haven't even seen him. So that's how he goes downstairs. Lee Yun laughed. When the apartment remodeling is done, I'll make sure he has to use the stairs from now on, too. Yes. Lee Yun considered $150,000 for the remodeling. Not only will you be able to complete the mission and inherit the apartment completely, 24 rooms can also be repurposed. By the time it's all filled with tenants, you can be a landlord who actually sits back and waits to collect the money. Soon, Zoltan bought all the needed materials one by one. The door to the apartment was open. One piece of material flew in under his control. Stacked on one level, Lee Yun was also bringing Lin Ee and the elderly couple on the second floor down to the first floor. With the materials in place, the next step is remodeling. It's a skilled physical job. Lin Ee is responsible for construction planning. Zoltan relies on the means of his own imperium for the transfer of significant items. Elderly couple shenanigans to help with the simple underhandedness. Constructor well. Lee Yun naturally stared at the other 8 players. He gathered the 8 together. Boss, please do whatever you want. Loyalty. Cleartech took a moment to salute and behave themselves. The other players took a look and got anxious. Can't have him show his face too much in front of the boss and then add points to it. Boss, I'm the cow horse. Work for me. Are you a cow or a horse? I'm not even a cow or a horse. As long as I can't be Ed, I'll be Ed to death. Get out of the way. Boss, look at me. You can let me or come in me. Awesome. Lee Yun looked at the 8 people who were getting more and more rolled up and laughed bitterly. Suddenly a little intolerant, considering whether to give them a 20% discount on their wages after the job. Now, follow our great designer, MS. Lin Ee, as she transforms the apartment. The 8 players immediately nodded. Start immediately. 40 for the small hammer, 80 for the big hammer. Begin the remodeling master plan. Lee Yun walked to Lanji's room, called her out. What for? You, the vice president. Of course you have to share the burden for me. What am I supposed to do? You supervise them and see who doesn't work honestly. Lanji said with some confusion. Aren't you here? I'll supervise you. It's called cascading responsibility. Good. You're not even president yet. And you're so official. Episode 94, the new Nebula apartment is officially launched as they receive the right to inherit the apartment. Lord Landlord, the remodel is ready. Lee Yun, who was lying on a recliner aside, was awakened by Lin Ee. Well, he opened his eyes and slowly sat up. Gone was the dark, dank atmosphere of the apartment. On the walls, the signs of decay were never seen again. The replacement is incredibly cozy and tastefully, exquisitely touching. A hallway, carpeted. The stairs also become rotating. Each room, turned out to be redecorated. The space becomes larger and more comforting. Zoltan nodded with great fondness. The elderly trickster couple was even happier and cried out. Is this still the same apartment? Living here, I feel like we could live for decades more. I'm willing to do it even if the price goes up. Lee Yun smiled. No, old man. You are the original tenants and the rent is still so high. You may now use the stairs as you wish, going up and down. Go on, go see your new home. The aged couple trick nodded and excitedly headed for the second floor. Lanji walked over to Li Yun. Where did you get such a great design guru? Hearing Lanji's words, Lin Yi was still a bit shy and said, I'm not really a guru. Satisfied, Li Yun gave her encouragement. But you satisfy me more than the master. Master, not only you 1.0. These words made Lin Yi's face turn red. Eyes to the crescent moon. Unbelievably cute. Players, butterflies. Identity card, landlord. Task 1, please perform rent collection. Completed. Task 2, improvement of the current accommodation environment in the apartments, completed. Task 3, completed. Task 4, completed. You have completed all the tasks in the condominium and have officially received the right to inherit the condominium. Get, permanent landlord card. Li Yun pointed to the gate outside. Go ahead and put up the new name with your name on it. Grand Designer Lin. Lin Yi nodded and walked happily towards the door with the apartment's redone sign. The crowd followed. Lin Yi floated gently into the air with Sultan's help. Put that sign up high. The eerie bloody apartment is officially renamed the Cozy Cloudstar apartment. Meanwhile, under the 4 big words of the sign, there is a string of smaller words, designed by Rinichi, the greatest work of all time. The moment the sign goes up, whether it's a trick or a player, there was a round of applause. Li Yun took this opportunity to announce, to celebrate the apartment renovation, a banquet will be set up on the first floor tonight. I'll pay for tonight's spending. The players clapped even louder, shouted, Long live the boss. Lin Yi followed their touch and raised her arms. Long live the landlord. The banquet table was filled with players and resident shenanigans sitting together, feeling a bit of a trance. Just came here is, even if they are veteran players, and scared to death, until it comes together to remodel this apartment and synergize. They just realized that people and shenanigans can still be like that? Sit here and it's a pleasure. Raise a glass and chat. Watch as the elderly couple shenanigans keep getting up and bowing to thank them. Lin Yi said again and again that her work doesn't belong to her alone, but to them as well. The Duke of Zoltan raised his glass in a toast to them. It just dawned on them. Isn't this a horror game? When did playing become a healing game? It simply reverses the previous view of the world, and it was a newcomer who made it all happen. I finally understand why my sister values you so much. Lanji sat beside Li Yun and spoke. You have the potential to create everything. Is that a compliment? I don't have potions to reward you. No, that one was genuine. Meaning, it was all fake before? On the other side of Li Yun was Lin Yi. She raised her wineglass, stood up, and looked at Li Yun with incomparable solemnity. Lord Landlord, you're my boogeyman, and I'm your horse. One of the players didn't hold back and burst out laughing. No, I'm your ride. A somewhat slightly drunk Lin tapped his head once. Oops, it's all in the wine. Good lord, she even learned that. I don't have to ask. I know those guys taught me. Li Yun also held his wine and took a sip with her. Li Yun looked to the other 8 players with their drinks. Cut the stomach. The 8 players rose immediately, without a hint of ambiguity. Boss, it's my turn to toast you. It's you who made me find the value and meaning of my work. I'll go first. The boss is my best teacher. Sit down, all of you. A bunch of happy colors. The boss is my dad. You killed the game. You're awesome. Looking at the players who were still rolling, Li Yun suddenly felt a bit headstrong. All of you stand there and don't move. Listen to me. Actually, I lied to you guys. I do not change your points. You guys stop rolling. I'm scared. All players. No one spoke for a while, just standing there with his drink, dumbfounded. Oh, cheated. And then what? I know you guys can't get over this emotion for a while. That's fine, but I sincerely hope you'll join my guild. Become the next stalwart of my guild. One player took offense, placing the glass down heavily. You lied to us and asked us to join your guild? By what right? Li Yun said honestly. By the fact that you won't join. I'll fight until you do. Duke Zoltan lifted his glass and held it forward. There was a hint of a smile on his lips. Good. And the first ing time I've seen the most threatening thing said in the most sincere tone. The player who had put down his glass of wine, while the other players were still paying attention. Immediately, he raised his glass of wine and changed his face in Sichuan opera. President, you're my boogeyman. Good boy. One step ahead of me. Chairman, I can give you a ride too. Get out of my way. All of you. President, no. Father, they, still rolling. This time, though, it's in the right direction. Li Yun accepted it with peace of mind. Lan Shitsked, it's hard for me to imagine how. Guild culture you'll have in this guild from now on. Terrible. Harm. It's all family. A family that loves each other. Don't care about that. Oh, specializing in family members. Ha! The registration qualification is tenfold. The apartment is completely in hand. The vice president and the first stalwarts of the guild are also available. Li Yun's wave is considered to be a net. Once again earning hemp. Looked at the time left. There's only one problem now. That's sales. Today condominiums are inundated with business. All remodeled. 24 rooms. Minus the Blue Daisy. Just 4 rooms have their own owners. 2. A full 20 rooms remain. Find a way to rent it out and completely revitalize the apartment. Make back all the money you put in. Episode 95, White's Widow Economy. Nebula Apartments, once bloody apartments. Guest rooms, 24. Assets, 500. 000 spirit coins. Rating, E. Annual profitability of $1. 000. 000 will upgrade the rating and unlock more benefits. Bindable staff, 3. Upgrading the rating will expand the amount of staff to be recruited. Effect, as a landlord of Nebula Apartment. With its own independent assets. Personal strength bonus, plus 5%, rising according to the apartment's rating. Li Yun looked at the panel of the apartment. It's a headache. Smile. Smile service understand. At the rate you're selling, this apartment won't be full at the end of time. The reprimanded veteran players were all in tears. Chairman, we don't have any experience in renting out apartments either. I'm splitting my sides laughing. And there's no shenanigans coming to counseling. President, why don't we leave the professional things to the professional shenanigans? Li Yun swept his gaze. Lin Yi immediately waved his hand. Landlord, you know me. I only know how to design buildings, and renting out apartments is not my strong suit. She spat out her cute little tongue and threw up her hands in surrender. The eyes swept again. Duke Sultan said helplessly, Boss, you know me. I'm good at casinos, but I can't do apartments for rent. But with me around, absolutely no shenanigans in the apartment will dare mess with it. The killing aura is out. Creepy things that were thinking of coming for advice have turned tail and run. Angry, Li Yun almost kicked him. Position, apartment design and maintenance. Employee, Lin Yi. She's a genius designer. I'll leave the design and maintenance to her. Position, housekeeper and security. Employee, Zoltan. To have a duke as security. Is that what you've got? Watch as Linichi and Zoltan are placed in their appropriate positions by the apartment. The last position, director of operations, is still vacant. Li Yun was a little despondent. Where to find this? Cannot just pull a random one on the street. Suddenly, a female trickster with a swaying figure was seen walking down the street. Behind her, there were a few sneaky, trailing colorful creeps. Zoltan's gaze froze, and the group of colorful shenanigans immediately dissolved into birds and beasts. Li Yun looked at the oncoming female Guile and was surprised. What are you doing back here? It was the same foxy lady Guile from back in the day. Why? Aren't you glad to see your landlord? No, I thought you were gone. The fox-charming female Guile gently laughed. It was going to be a way to leave this sad place and start over in the place the Lord Landlord had arranged for me. Then after thinking about it, it's where you fall and where you get up that counts. I was thinking of getting a job, but I heard that our apartment is being remodeled and we're hiring. I just thought I'd come and take my chances and see if I could be seen by the landlord Sama. After that night, Foxy Lady Guile was like a Nirvana reborn. There was a little more spontaneity and confidence in his face. After all, what's there to be afraid of when you're not even afraid to die and go toe-to-toe with life? You know how to rent an apartment? Foxy female Guile shook her head. Then she winks like silk and pastes on Li Yun's ear and softly says, I just know how to get some of the male shenanigans. To pay up for me. Li Yun immediately clapped his hands. The director of operations is you. Position, director of operations. Employee, by Bing Bing. Uniformed black silk superintendent. Who can not love it? 5-star apartments for rent. This is the beginning of your wonderful life. Looking at the monotonous and featureless advertisement, Bai Bing Bing covered it with her small hand. Change. Empty room for rent. Don't come if you don't have money. Right in front of the beautiful widow's door. And not much else. As soon as a new ad is posted, it's instant. The doorway was crowded with creepy things young and old. Excuse me, is this room still available? Yes. How much? Considering the price? Not interested in renting to you. What are you talking about? The customer is God and this is how you serve me? I can't help it. I just lost my man and I'm in a bad mood. So don't rent it if you're not satisfied. You're the widow. You live across the street? Meh. Swipe your card. Immediately. The players watched as a house was rented out. Dumbstruck. That's okay? What a monkey to learn. Sure is the perfect director of operations. That's awesome. But, it's only one room. What about the rest? Empty room for rent. Don't come if you don't have money. Slanting against a beautiful widow's door and not much else. Empty room for rent. Don't come if you don't have money. I'm partial to a beautiful widow's door. But not much else. Empty room for rent. Don't come if you don't have money. Downstairs is the beautiful widow's door. Not much else. A hole in the floor. With the ads changing constantly. A professionally dressed black silk by Bing Bing stood there. Gateway. Apartments that were once unoccupied are now starting to have lines. Shakedown? Don't cut in line. I'll roll up to whatever number I want. Lee Yunla's body trembled up and down, pointing at Bai Bing Bing. Nah. That's called professional nah. Created a widow economy with the beautiful widow trick. Bai Bing Bing took the tenants lightly. 24 rooms. Already 18 have not only been successfully rented. Still overpriced rentals. I'll offer 10,000 spirit coins. I'll give you $20,000 if I can live upstairs above you. Bunch of assholes. Never seen a female trickster before. I'll give you $30,000. Looking at the last few rooms left. The location is just too remote. Bai Bing Bing took a different approach. Mr. and Miss, how are you? You should also know that our apartment is hot right now. What widow? That's all a rumor. The key to people choosing our apartments is the 5-star service we provide. There is no place on the market that makes our apartment more cozy and gives you a sense of relaxation as soon as you walk in the door. Security? This is our butler in security. Duke Sultan. I don't think there's any place safer than our apartment. You mentioned earlier that you hope to give the upcoming baby a different environment? This is our talented designer, Lin Ee. She can design a sample room to your satisfaction, just the way you want it. Of course, it has to be extra. A couple who were about to form a family of 3 slyly looked at the drawings given by Lin Ee. Praise is in order. What a perfect home. It's right here. It doesn't matter if the price is higher. My wife and soon-to-be baby love it. By the way, a quiet question for you. Are there really not many widows here? Bai Bing Bing took out the contract, said with a professional smile on his face. This gentleman, the so-called widows are all rumors. We, here, have no widows. Only one who has lost his burden. The reblooming indie female trickster. Card or cash, please? The male trickster regretted. Swipe your card. It's a shame there are no widows. Are you the manager here? I don't think you have a husband. I'm sure independent and confident ladies are the most beautiful. Bai Bing Bing finished swiping her card and stamped the contract with a confident smile. Episode 96. The guild is formed. And the eightfold Vajra. You have rented the apartment. 2424. Accepted rent, $200. 000 Li Yun looked at the reminder of the apartment system. Lift your glass. I can't thank my operations manager enough. You are simply a genius. If it weren't for you, it would be impossible to rent out all the apartments in just a few hours. I must toast you with this celebratory drink. Across from Li Yun, Bai Bing Bing had her hands on her chin. A flirtatious smile through the candlelight. She clinked her glass of wine with Li Yun. The once broken home is now transformed into a new look. As it is today, she has a new job, with a new life. And it was all because of the man in front of him. It was his intrusion that rescued her from what was once destruction. Just a glass of thank you wine? Does the landlord resent me for being a widow? Lonely men and women. Candlelit dinners. Wouldn't the landlord want to be happy on such a romantic evening? Bai Bing Bing got up and walked towards Li Yun. Slowly sit on his lap. Hiss. Is this kind of saved content something I can read without paying for it? Li Yun gritted his teeth. Damn Lan Ji. Peeking again. Li Yun looked at Bai Bing Bing, who gently lifted her skirt, revealing the edge of her black stockings. Ahem. That's a bit of moralizing. I don't mind that you're a widow. Doesn't mean you can mess with me. I, Li Yun, am a decent man. Bai Bing Bing smiled gently and brushed her hand across Li Yun's cheek. The landlord is quite adorable. No more teasing. Then he got up and sat back in his seat. It's okay. I'll keep my body for the landlord Sama. There's no rush. Li Yun couldn't help but touch his face. Is it overly handsome? Why does it always fascinate these female shenanigans? Luckily, Lan Ji, who was peeking at him, couldn't hear him. Otherwise the highs and lows will have to spit a few words. The time for jumping the registration test is over. The players are leaving the apartment. Players, against the butterfly. Identity card, landlord. Mission accomplished, rent collection, completed. Conversion of apartments, completed. Maintenance of order in apartments, completed. Getting the perfect inheritance of an apartment, completed. Points, 500, click to see the table. Li Yun opened the scoreboard. Not surprisingly, the first place winner was none other than himself. Topped the list with 500 points. A full 300 points behind Lan Ji, who was in second place. Also unexpectedly, both he and Lan Ji got the guild registration. Angela Lam, give it up already. Don't forget the promise you made me. Reverse butterfly, and, you're my man from now on. Angela Lam, regret warning. Reverse butterfly, vice president. Exit the buddy system. The guild system popped up with an invitation to register. You are already eligible to register for the guild. Do you accept? It's such a bad sin that I almost lost my body at the widow's. Not for this moment? Li Yun immediately clicked yes. The guild, a family that loves each other. Registration successful. Entering the guild system. Love one another. President, Butterfly. Guild assets, 0. Maximum number of members, 0/50. Guild rating, level 1. Increasing guild assets will raise the guild rating and unlock the guild cap. I remember that the Players Center and the Elks are both level 5 grand guilds. Looks like creating a guild is just the beginning. But it's a good thing I prepared a bunch of centerfolds in advance. What's the most important thing about a horror game? Li Yun will tell you without hesitation. Talent. Player Blue Angel has applied to join the guild. Player Wang Tianba has applied to join the guild. Player Crackerjack has applied to join the guild. Vice President Lan Ji and 8 other players applied to join the guild at the same time. Wang Tianba, President. I'm coming. Cheech and Chong, as expected of the President. 500 points kills us. Angela Lam, Jay, it's only 300 points higher than me. Reverse Butterfly, not convinced? Hold it. In the guild chat group, Li Yun and the members launched their first chat, except for Vice President Lan Ji. The 8 veteran players who joined were labeled as the 8 Vajra by Li Yun. At first everyone felt a little ashamed. Lan Ji, just as unspeakable as the guild name. Wang Tianba, President, can we refuse? Li Yun, when you can't say no, learn to enjoy it. Seeing Li Yun's insistence, the eightfold Vajra had no choice but to accept. Wang Tianba was the oldest, plus he was good in terms of strength. Then he became the boss of the eightfold Vajra. They were all veteran players from other guilds, still more familiar with the guild. Taught Li Yun a lot about the guild. For example, just put items and props into the guild warehouse. Other members will be able to share. Li Yun, who the hell put the electric bill in the warehouse? Tinkerbell, sorry, Chairman. I can't afford to pay the electric bill. Li Yun, Tinkerbell, thank you for your generosity. Mr. Chairman, you are indeed a righteous father. Li Yun, don't put the electric bill. What the hell? The contract? Li Yun immediately used another function. Meeting of the guild. The members who were in various places were all summoned to the guild's virtual space. Then hammered the eightfold Vajra. Che, it's just a purchase contract. What the hell? Lan Shi clasped her hands and looked at the 8 people who had been beaten up, and said indifferently. Li Yun opened the purchase contract. From a distance, Lan Ji clearly saw the address and price on it. For a moment, the gaze went cold. Even I wouldn't dare to think of a house in Townsend too. You guys are bold indeed. I support the chairman in this wave. The eightfold Vajra was beaten and cried out. President, we all understand the reasoning. It's none of our business if Wang Tianba put the contract in place. Li Yun said coldly. Who made you the eightfold Vajra? Who will make mistakes in the future? I'll beat them all together. As expected, after being beaten up, the eightfold Vajra was completely honest. No more cluttering things up, and Li Yun dropped some potions in the warehouse, and set the permission to take only 1 bottle at a time. These potions are to be used when you are in a life or death situation. You can only take 1 bottle at a time. If I find out who's taking more, let's see if I beat you up and be done with it. Looking at the various kinds of potions, Hapogene just now realized how right his choice was at that time. President, you're a pharmacist? Aha! Getting rich. Such a rare apothecary is actually our president. The crowd's admiration for Li Yun went to another level. The effect of this bottle of medicine is equivalent to 1 more means of preservation. 1 more life. Nothing is real. This is the real bull. Get the potion and get your ass out of the game. Our guild is still waiting for an asset boost. I'll give special rewards to outstanding members who give more guild assets. Upon hearing this, the 8 Vajra divisions were immediately ambitious. Rushed to get off the game. Seeing this, Lan Shi faintly said, just got done being a cowhorse from the apartment, and then you lulled me into being a cowhorse at the guild. What 8 Vajra? Proper 8 bulls and horses. Episode 97, The Gold of the Newbie King. President, why do you have time to call me? You didn't give me a progress report on your work, so I had to come and inquire in person. I'm just getting out of the game. Don't make excuses. How far along is the collection of newbie kings? I need to align the granularity with you. Don't be right. Fail. Leroy skillfully moved the phone away from her ear. 3 minutes later, Temperance approached again. Leroy, do you realize that you lost him? Means nothing. We Elks will be ridiculed hard by the other guilds. You, me, will be nailed to the rack of shame. Every now and then you get stabbed with a knife and roasted with fire. Leroy deflated. It's not that serious. We're not God. Besides, in our East, if you want to become a god, you don't need to be nailed to the rack of shame. What kind of a god is he when he's all stabbed and roasted with fire? The opposite president launched another round of attacks. Bad news. Already said. I'll give you 1 more piece of news to take the edge off. You old man, The president vented and regained his everyday composure. I hope it's good news, or I wouldn't mind going to the east myself to bring you back. Ground you for 3 months. Leroy protested. That's called illegal confinement in our part of the world. I don't like imprisoning Polly. But yeah, that's really good news. The newbie king is planning to start a guild of his own. We won't be made fun of. Have fun. The president laughed coldly. If I remember correctly, he's only a D who's just been in the game 4 times. Skip registration? Do you know what the success rate is? If he makes it, I'll eat. Announcement, the player Reverse Butterfly has set up the guild Love One Another family. Obtained official guild number, 9058. Hey, President, I can't wait to come back and watch you eat. Yes, I've got a nice steak on the ground in Ashi just waiting for my vice president to enjoy it with me. You sly old fart. Have a steak, my lovely vice president. I didn't say what I wanted to eat. I'm the president. I make the decisions. Li Rue rolled her eyes. The president's voice gruffed for a few moments. But you really should come back. That thing you wanted me to look into for you in the first place has come to light. Li Rue, who had been lying down easily, sat up at once. Really? I promised you. You'll be my vice president and I'll use my resources to help you find the truth about that year. President, thanks. Say thank you to me. The steak is ready. I've arranged for a private jet to pick you up. Meet and talk. Hang up. Leroy turned over a picture he had with him. The photo shows a family of 4. The mother stood over the young girl, Li Rue, and tenderly took her by the shoulders. Li Rue pinched Li Yun, who was sitting beside her father wailing in his arms. With one hand, the father looked at his sister who was bullying his brother. Ha ha ha. Back in the day, this photo highlight was supposed to be deleted. Instead, all 3 members of the family chose to keep it as a family portrait. The only one who protested for quite a few years was Li Yun, until the parents in the photo leave. Whenever she sees this photo, Leroy always smiles. She trailed off. Mom and Dad, I will find the truth about what happened back then. We're all fine. Don't you worry. Taking the photo back, Li Rue took off Li Yun's clothes on her body. Change into that Elk's vice presidential uniform. She was already content to accompany Li Yun here for half a month. It's time to get back to business. That guy's not back yet? Should I give him a heads up? Forget it. Now you can be the president of the adult. If you can't let your sister cry, it's not good. Li Rue confidently felt, then pulled open the door. The guild downstairs was already waiting for her. Player Center. Sister Hong. Just got the message. The vice president of the Elks Lodge has left. As an official organization, Rue Li such as the vice president of the Overseas Senior Guild. Once in the country, it is naturally under surveillance. 1 is to prevent her from making trouble in the country. And 2, it keeps her safe. After all, the Players Center never participates in guild wars, maintains both a distant and close relationship with all the major guilds. Sister Hong, what are you looking at? Kobayashi patted over. Cover your mouth when you see the announcement that surfaced. The reverse butterfly has really become a success. Sorry Sister Red. Ahem. The new king. Whatever. This guy took that name just to gross people out. Sister Hong opens the message love one another as a family. Vice President, Angela Lam. Core members, Mr. Wang Tianba, Chi Chen Chong. Compared to Li Yun who was able to successfully jump through the ranks and register successfully. This list of members was the focus of her attention. A new guild that already had so many members without visibility or power. It's also full of her acquaintances. Lan Ji. How did she become the vice president? She's an even more arrogant existence than Sister Hong. Sister Red said in a shady voice. Am I arrogant? Ahem. Wrong thing to say. Kobayashi covered his mouth adorably once again. Wang Tianba, once a top 10 on the rookie list. Chi Chen Chong, the elite of the offshore guild. And, except for Sister Hong's sister, Lan Ji, all the other members are famous veteran players. Many second and third tier guilds are unable to recruit. How did he do it? The 8 Vajra are all D rank players who are one step away from C rank. Once you step into the C rank into the high-end player category, it can be said to be the king of the party. Either start your own guild or join a high-level guild with both fame and power. So many experts entered a newcomer guild together. Such a situation is unprecedented. It wasn't only Red who was shocked but also Kobayashi. The entire gaming community exploded. Somebody tell me what's going on. Holy, so many newbie masters who are one step away from being high-end players have a collective reunion? Against Butterfly. It's you. Against Butterfly. I thank you. There was a sense of offense on your floor. Could you substitute that man? I've heard that many guilds are scouting for him. And there's even an opening on which guild he'll choose to join. Damn. I'll bet on it. I heard that the Crimson Goddess of the Players Center is personally involved. But I didn't expect to be able to take down this kid either. You can't believe the rumors. I heard Vice President Moose was in the same room with him. and I didn't get it right. Stop it. You're losing money. Get your money back. Who would have thought that a newcomer who has just appeared on the scene would have succeeded in registering at the next level? I wouldn't have believed it before. Do you know what a rookie king is? Episode 98 Wendy's request. Lee Yun exited from the guild. Back home. Didn't hear Leroy's familiar voice. Stepping into her room, she saw only stripped clothes. Lee Yun picked up the clothes and there was still a hint of warmth. Left in quite a hurry. Did you go back? Before he could ask more, Wendy's voice came from the heart. Teacher, are you there? Yes. Why? Can I trouble the teacher to come to the hospital? Okay. Lee Yun heard the hint of thirst in Wendy's voice. Take out the hospital's honorary dean's card. In the next second, he appeared in the middle of the 10,000 Creeps Hospital. Sensei. When Mia saw Lee Yun, her eyes were filled with stars, and she immediately and enthusiastically plastered herself. Today, Maneki Hospital has become the #1 hospital in the area. Wendy's expanded it. Employees have also been recruited exponentially. There are many creepy things in it as well as humans who are acting as extras for the game. Why is Director Mia so happy to see him? Who is he? Director Mia's boyfriend? I'm heartbroken. Employees who didn't recognize Lee Yun gazed at this human with a mysterious identity. Dean Lee, you're finally here. Vice President Wang got wind of it and hoofed it over at the first opportunity. Bending over with a smile, he shook hands with Lee Yun. Dean. He's the human dean of honor. My God. So young. Lee Yun looked towards Mia and Vice President Wang. What happened? I see Wendy is in a hurry. Mia spoke up. There was a patient that sister and I couldn't take down. That's why I want the teacher to step in and help. Lee Yun probably knew the situation and nodded. Dean, Wendy is waiting for you in the dean's office. Vice President Wang was about to lead the way when Lee Yun looked at Mia. I'm not done here, so I'm not going. But I have a little elaboration for the teacher. You touch it. Lee Yun reached out and touched it. Nice guy. Who is a serious director with a white coat on the outside and a dress with so little fabric on the inside? This has to be criticized. Severely. Come find me later when you're done with your work and I'll have to judge you properly. Okay, day. Teacher. Mia walked away happy. Lee Yun carried his hand and headed towards the dean's room with a righteous face. Vice President Wang, as before, sent it to the door and didn't go in. The deanery today has been remodeled and is more atmospheric and vibrant. Lee Yun pushed the door open alone. Wendy looked up and saw Lee Yun. The beautiful eyes were full of surprise and emotion. Teacher, you're really here. Lee Yun looked at Reese, Wendy's familiar suit and pants, and sat down on a side couch. Tell me about it. Looking for me in such a hurry. What kind of a patient leaves you helpless? Wendy sighed. It's the daughter of one of my girlfriend's family. Menstrual disorders? No. Pimples? How could you need to bother a teacher with this kind of illness? Hardly. Love brain? That's not a good cure. Teacher, I learned a new term. Lee Yun thought about it. Adolescent girls. Don't they all have these diseases? What else? Wendy spoke up. Anorexia. Lee Yun was happy. Isn't that common? Wendy sat down next to Lee Yun, her hands on her pants. Spoilsport. Sensei. I don't care about the other kids. But this is. Lee Yun was surprised. It can't be your child. BFFs out of nothing. Wendy. She pulls out a picture. Above is a photo of the BFF with her daughter. BFF is wearing a pale yellow dress, with the ripe beauty of adult women. The face is not only on par with Wendy's. After giving birth, the body is still an average teenage shape. As for her daughter, somewhat rebellious. The whole problem girl, punk dress, lip studs, earrings, colorful hair. Luckily inherited her mom's face. Hardly a face to hold up the bizarre outfit. I see. The boy is a rebel. Wendy lamented. Yes. She was so well behaved as a child. My best friend spent a lot of money to raise her. She doesn't know how the little lady who knew everything about music and chess and painting has turned into this ghost. Lee Yun wondered. Doesn't her father care? Wendy shook her head. Her father left his mother and daughter when she wasn't born and disappeared. Scummy bastard. Lee Yun understood the situation in general. Okay, what do you want to cure? I think electrotherapy is the best. It specializes in rebellion. Teacher, will this work? Why not? The Lord of Thunder and Lightning is not a vegetarian. Where is the patient? Wendy was embarrassed. This kid is in my treatment. And maybe I'm not good enough at psychological detachment. From what her mom said, it's been many days since she wanted to come home. Stay in school all day and ignore anyone who calls. That's why I'm anxious for the teacher to step in and save the child. Wendy turned and pulled out a card. In the end, this is the trouble I got into. If I hadn't forced myself on her heart, it wouldn't have caused such a serious situation. Teacher, this is a small reward for. Without even looking at the card, Lee Yun kissed Wendy's tantalizing little lips. The unexpected and passionate kiss made Wendy's whole body flinch, eyes wide, then slowly closed his eyes again. Enjoy. After kissing her for a while, Lee Yun released her. Well, I've got the payoff. When a student is in trouble, there's no reason for a teacher to stand by and do nothing. Lee Yun scratched her nose. Wendy smiled cutely. Okay, get me her school and I'll go treat her. There isn't much time. I'll go find your senior sister. Lee Yun got up and was about to go to Mia. Wendy's small hand suddenly grabbed him. I'm just saying, elder sister and I, can't we all just get together? Looking at her kitten-like churlish demeanor, Lee Yun decided that they were all students and treated them equally. Pass the semen together. I've been tossing and turning all night from the hospital of the 100 creeps, applying all his life's work these days to the two students. It was only then that Lee Yun was released from the hospital by them. Back at home, with the school's address in my hand, pull out the game choice ticket. Players use game choice tickets. Please select the game you want to enter. Kiritsugu High School has been chosen. Do you confirm? Sorry, there are currently too many players in the game. To get into the game you need to have an interview from the school. An interview? It was the first time Lee Yun had met a situation where there were too many gamers. Each game will provide the appropriate amount of players based on the size of the map. It seems the situation of the moment is blocking people. Have chosen to participate in the interview. Players, please prepare for the interview. You will be teleported to the interview room soon. Episode 99 Substitute Teacher for the 7th class. Well, did you get the interview? Like you, they are exchange students who belong in the quota. That's fine. At least you'll get a spot and fulfill your monthly assignment. By the way, which class are you in? Class 5. That's quite a coincidence. We're both in Class 5. A group of players interviewing for the test whispered. Good for Class 5. I hear the teacher in Class 5 doesn't like to eat people. We have a high survival rate. I can tell you guys would rather quit the game and never go to Class 7. It's wicked there. How many new student teachers don't get out for 2 hours? Either go crazy or run away. Anyway, let's hug it out. In the land of the creeps, just remember one word. Stay low. Stay low. Lee Yun curiously leaned over. Just in case you're afraid you won't hear it carefully. Step right on the stool. Prick up your ears. The players just felt a little backlit all of a sudden. Gently lift your head. Who are you? Oh, new to interviewing. Why are you standing so tall? I thought you said lay low. That's really high profile for you. Lee Yun stepped off the stool. Looked to a few players who have completed their applications. Cut your stomach. What's with this job application? The player who had just come out spoke up. This school has to acquire places to get in. We humans want to enter, or become exchange students. Either that or apply for a substitute teacher. Lee Yun nodded gently. Is it hard to get an exchange student spot? The player looked at Lee Yun and sighed. You don't have a chance. There are only 5 exchange student spots in a batch. It's already been split between the 5 of us. The last remaining substitute teacher for the 7th grade. I advise you to go back to Class 7. Dogs don't go there. Lee Yun frowned. Why don't you go? Holy, you called us dogs? I'm not cursing. I'm just asking what's so special about this 7th class. How come a substitute teacher can't be one? The player who shouted for the crowd to keep a low profile patted Lee Yun's shoulder in a serious manner. Dude, it's pure new. How dare you go into a game without reading a single cheat? Class 7 is called the Devil's Class. It's full of bad, evil creeps. It's just a waste of time to go. Take my advice. Change the game before it's too late. Lee Yun nodded with a simple face. My grandfather told me growing up to listen to people and eat. But I never listened to my grandfather. Devil's Class. That's kind of interesting. Amidst the players' astonished looks, Lee Yun crossed into the interview room. No, he's sick in the head, knowing that there is a tiger in the mountain. He wants to feed it? Hey, newcomers who like to get killed really do come around every year. That's right. What do you care? The players were tripping over themselves to agree that Lee Yun was looking for death on his own and couldn't even stop him. By the way, did either of you just get a good look at his ID? He's standing so high up. Who saw that? All I see is the word butterfly. Dad, what's this crappy ID? Fancy new guy. Forget it. Leave him alone. Let's hurry to Class 5. Yeah. It's not nice to be late for school right after. A group of players immediately ran towards the school. Hello, I'm here for an interview. This batch of exchange students is full. Come back next month. I'm not interviewing for an exchange student. I heard there was a shortage of substitute teachers for the 7th grade. Ben, hitching his head in sleepy interview guile, suddenly opened his eyes, glowing. What? Are you sure you want to interview for a substitute teacher for the 7th grade? Yes. I'm just curious. Why a substitute teacher and not a regular teacher? That interview shenanigans muttered in his mind. Temporary workers with missing arms and legs are eaten, so the school can handle it. If it's an official teacher, it's not going to be easy. Li Yun listens to his heart. Got it. Temporary workers are good to take a back seat to and deal with. It's just, isn't this a school? Is this class 7 really so rude? Interview Guile immediately stood up and took hold of Li Yun's hand. Congratulations, Mr. Person. You've been selected as the 7th class substitute teacher with an excellent resume. First of all, my last name is Lee. And then, I haven't given you my resume yet. That's not important. MS. Lu, what's important is that you're about to become an honored teacher in this school. My last name is Lee. Okay, Mr. 1. The interview shenanigans sat down on their asses, pens clattering in their hands as they wrote something. Then take the outstamp and stamp it. Snap, a spiritual light appeared. And Li Yun had an additional certified new identity. Kaito High School. Substitute teacher. Class 7-inch. Salary, 30,000. Free room and board. Li Yun didn't expect to be treated so well. Still fuming, the interview shenanigans were urgent. Mr. Money, are you citing a problem with the pay package? If you do, I'll turn around and apply to the school to subsidize your bonus. Money is a small thing, don't you think? Mr. Money, Li Yun, my last name. That doesn't matter. If there are no problems, you can go to class 7 now. Interview shenanigans straight across the street from the school building. These are textbooks, and the current group of students are in their senior year. It's the most important moment, and I hope you can help them get into college. Li Yun took a look at the textbook. Primary school language, primary school mathematics, primary school physics. Is this the wrong one to take? This is supposed to be an elementary school program. I didn't take it wrong. This is their current curriculum. I've already said that they are now in their senior year of high school. It's the most important time, and I'm still hoping that you'll help them get to college. Li Yun? You're asking me to take a bunch of school children who don't even understand elementary school textbooks to college? Ultimate mission, to help Class 7 to increase its promotion rate in the advanced level examination, with a minimum requirement of 50%. Yet. This is hellishly difficult. Is it too late for me to regret it? Interview shenanigans aside, he shook his head. You have stamped the school. Leaving now is considered a game failure. Besides, what kind of teacher gives up on their cute students anymore? Mr. Ma, I'm looking out for you. Go for it. Li Yun gritted his teeth and beckoned. Come here, I'll tell you something. Interview Guile poked his head over curiously. Pop. A crisp slap rang out. Interview shenanigans are a dime a dozen. My name is Lee. Remember. Then turned and walked away. The interview shenanigans of being slapped in the mouth bemoaned in aggravation. None of the teachers in the 7th class will live long. Who cares what your last name is? Mr. Shin. It's not right to hit people. Snap. Interview Guile looked at Li Yun, who had taken off his cloak of invisibility, and was stunned. My last name. Lee. Mr. Lee, that's right. Here's a bonus for you. And the reward? Pop bonus big mouth. Episode 100, How to Get Them to Go to University If They Can Learn Phonics. Li Yun took the textbook and followed the street sign of the school building, toward the 7th class. All the other classes were in session at this time. Only the 7th class. A few heads poked out and then passed on. The new substitute teacher is here. Come on, get ready. Hey, another toy to play with. Li Yun came to the door of the 7th class and pushed it open. Opened the wrong way? He backed into the door and pushed it open again. The legendary Demon's 7th class, with a total of 24 students, at the moment sitting neatly and upright. Where is the slightest hint of the devil? Hey, it's a human who loves to play with humans. Well, this substitute teacher is quite handsome, but it's a pity why he's a teacher. Hurry up and get in here. I can't wait to see your horrified face in a minute. Li Yun immediately knew it by heart. These little brats are holding back their bad. He didn't move as he made his way to the podium. At the same time, he secretly mobilized the power of the blood-sucking guile. Increases one's perception of danger. Tune into their hearts. Teacher. Yes. As soon as they saw Li Yun standing on the podium, the class stood up in unison and neatly bowed. If ordinary people see such a scene of honoring the teacher, long ago, his guard was down and he was full of joy. Good day, teacher. Outwardly honoring the teacher, but inwardly all the blessings of sending goodbyes. Just at this moment, a student's hair turned into needles and flew over. Li Yun, who had been prepared, clamped his hands together. Instead, the students rejoiced. Cute. His needle hair is poisonous in 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3. How can he be okay? Li Yun faintly put down the needle. Your meet and greet gift. Teacher loves it. Sit down. Now get out the elementary school language and start the lesson. The students looked at me. I looked at you. Shock written all over their faces. Li Yun turned around and wrote on the blackboard. Study hard. Every day in big letters. I can't believe I missed the needle. Let me do it. I'll use my spirit body to scare him to death. One of the boys in the back seat. The spirit came out of his body. The face flew towards Li Yun who was writing. Just as he was about to surprise Li Yun from the side and scare him to death, Li Yun snapped his head around, his mouth lighting up with hideous fangs. Ah! The boy's spirit was instantly scared back into his body. Couldn't help but yell. Li Yun turned his head and looked at him. Class, it's okay to sleep in class, but it's not polite to yell. Next time, you're out of the classroom. The boy nodded woodenly. The girl at the same table frowned slightly when she saw Li Yun turn her head and lowered her voice. What's wrong with you? Creepy, scared me to death. Aren't we all shenanigans? You're scared less. The girl looked at the boy with a look of contempt. A rag doll was then pulled out of his pocket. Watch me, just get hit with my curse. He'll be at my mercy like a rag doll in my hands. Go! A black curse struck straight into Li Yun's body. Bingo! Ha. No! Why can't I feel my curse power? What is that? Why is the curse inside him like an ocean? I'm suffocating. Help me. The girl's eyes directly blackened and she fainted. Teacher, a student fainted. Li Yun turned his head and looked at the girl. The cursed power that entered her body just now was put there by her. Wasn't it? What class of curse? Trying to control me too? Li Yun sighed. Can I take her to the infirmary? No. What's the point of going to the infirmary for this minor ailment? Li Yun stepped down from the podium. One hand pressed on the girl's forehead. Sacred hand is activated. The choking unconscious girl woke up instantly. Don't play around in class. You'll easily get backlash. When the girl saw Li Yun, it was like seeing a trick. Her body couldn't help but lean towards the boy at the same table. The boy kept moving back as well. Don't you know how to thank the teacher? Ideology class for nothing? Thank you teacher. Satisfied, Li Yun turned around and continued to walk towards the podium. All three attacks were easily neutralized by him. The entire class was shocked. A young girl in the last row, who was sleeping on her back, raised her eyelids slightly. There seemed to be some curiosity about this new substitute teacher. Hey, it's two dogs. I've used a special ability to link your hearts. Can you hear me? I can hear you. This ability of two dogs is just strong. Without moving his mouth or heart, he can encrypt the call without anyone else knowing. Guys, this new teacher's a bit of a handful. What's wrong with that? It's because we didn't prepare properly. Now that we have two dogs telepathic call. Wait, wheel him up in a minute. Yes. If we take him down, our 7th class will have unlocked the achievement of killing and maiming a substitute teacher 100 times a year. So, what do we do next? Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice came. Next, who's going to get up and read the words? Dash. The crowd of students each had confusion written all over their creepy faces. Li Yun coldly said, whispering is not something you should do in class. Two dogs? Right. Get up. How do you read these words? What do they mean? Two dogs stood up, his whole body dumbfounded. How did one's encrypted calls get broken? Ah, that's how the words are supposed to read. Mouth stuck? Read it. Ah, it should be. Two Dog was sweating profusely. Somebody help me. I can't read. Oh, say it like I would. It's not pinyin. I can't read it. As soon as Li Yun looked, countless students bowed their heads. What a concentration camp of 9 leaky fish. You want me to take them to college with this level of phonics? You guys are really the worst class I've ever had. A senior in high school and can't read a few simple words. Bunch of illiterates. What a bull ***** demon 7th class. Just rename it the illiterate 7th class. It's degrading to call you all names. Listening to Li Yun's reprimand, the students' heads lowered even more. Sneak attack after sneak attack was countered and the encrypted radios were cracked. No temper at all. Study hard. Every day. I ask you to retract the insults you just made. A voice came from the back row. The very same girl who was alone at the table. Sleeping, as expected of an old sister. It's really powerful. The honor of class 7 will be guarded by Big Sister. Ha ha ha, Big Sister. Big handsome. Li Yun looked at the young girl and opened his mouth. What's your name? Ruth. Li Yun nodded softly and looked at the picture Wendy had given him. The girl in the photo. He found. It was the big sister of this 7th class. Ruth. Episode 101 The Intimidation from Professional Teachers. Win. We win. Shut up. Just read 8 words correctly. And if you didn't know, you'd think you were high school seniors. Li Yun swept his gaze and the cheering shenanigans immediately bowed their heads obediently. Ruth, you're actually pretty basic, so why did you just suddenly give up studying? There is hope for you if you are willing. Hearing Li Yun's words, Ruth's face changed. It's none of your business whether I learn or not. You're just a substitute teacher. Believe it or not, I'll eat you. Li Yun shook his head. Unbelievable. Ruth stood up. In her JK school uniform, she was admittedly antagonistic to her teacher. The style of the delinquent girl is brought out in all its glory, recognizing the high level of rebelliousness in today's students. Is it 3,000 points of awakening occupation, teacher? Li Yun did not hesitate and awakened. It's really a pillow for when you doze off. Ruth's illness can't be cured by a miracle cure. Then the teacher will come. It's called the right medicine. Bored with school? I'll let you be a good boy and enjoy learning again. Teachers. Occupational level, elementary. Gifted skills, plus 30% for tutoring students. With your help, students can progress and grow faster. Occupational skills dash. You have the ability to forget everything that you see with your eyes and store it in your memory palace. Pressure. You carry a teacher's natural breath of pressure, which suppresses the opponent's aura. Yeah, it's just a substitute teacher. What a drag. Big sister, we support you. Human. You dare to act recklessly in class 7 as well. The other students followed Ruth and Rose. It looks like a rebellion. The shenanigans for Li Yun's interview happened to be passing by and poked his head in, immediately shrinking back. He lifted his leg and ran toward the principal's office. OMG. The principal is bad. The new substitute teacher is going to GA again. It's the kind of thing that the principal just feels like sweating. 2. Hiding in the principal's office. Not even following to get involved. If you're dead, you're dead. Just re-recruit a substitute teacher. Principal. Are we really not going to do anything? You're good. Go ahead. You still don't know what's going on with the students in class 7? Last time, didn't Mr. Wang also want to take care of it, and then recuperated at home for more than 3 months? Now he's walking around the 7th class. Is this right? Letting these little creeps ride over us. The principal sighed. Who made those of us in education shenanigans? Let them fold. A few dead substitute teachers is not a big deal. They won't be able to make a fuss for much longer anyway. Once the entrance exams are over. Graduate. Even if it's clean. Let's wait. We'll go collect that new guy's body later. Provided he still has a body to leave behind. Li Yun looked at the incomparably arrogant crowd of students. A tap on the podium. Give it to me. Sit down. The voice is like a bell. Plus the effect of the mighty pressure. The students instantly sat down like waves. One by one. Starting from the front and back. Only Ruth, clenching her teeth, resisted the pressure. I said sit down. Plum is even more powerful than it was a moment ago. Ruth finally couldn't hold it together and sat down on her butt. You have succeeded in redeeming your dignity as a teacher. Career value plus 30. Teacher proficiency plus 10. Student rebelliousness minus 5 inch. Li Yun looked at the unwilling Ruth under the pressure. Do you think you're good? You know a few words and you're all over your teacher? Ruth gritted her teeth. You are not qualified to be our teacher. It is you who are not qualified to be my students. Li Yun looked at his classmates in the 7th class and said word by word. A bunch of school dregs. The sideshow of later society. You know just a few big words, and here you are gloating to me. Big sister? Very intimidating and powerful? Little glasses. Talking about you. Not convinced? Come out and fight one-on-one. Li Yun grabbed the collar of a small spectacle in the front row. Look at you. You're so skinny. I could beat you 10 times. Think I'm human and I'm at your mercy? I took a kitchen knife and chopped shenanigans all the way from the Yellow Springs Road like I was cutting vegetables. You're still learning your ABCDs. Li Yun drew out his fierce-style knife and chopped it hard on the desk. The small glasses closest to the fraught, bloody, murderous intent erupted into a cockcrow. Ouch. What are you doing? This knife is scary. Teacher, I was wrong. Woo-woo. When had they ever seen such ferocious humans? How dare you kill even Gue? I told you. This teacher isn't like a human being. How horrible. The 2 students sitting in the back row would be spiritually out of their minds, cursing the 2 students who were hugging each other tightly. Shivering. They had faced Li Yun directly and knew better how terrifying he was. Didn't you just scream a lot? What? You don't dare now? Don't be a wimp. I'll see who dares to cause trouble in my classroom. One of the students mustered up the courage to say, we're protected by the school. You wouldn't dare do anything to us. Ah, my hand. Li Yun grabbed his broken arm and used his sacred hand to repair him. Thank you, senior. What are you doing? Chopping me up again. Catch the arm. Another cut. Catch the arm. Another cut. Come again? Teacher. I was wrong. I'm really wrong. Will you please stop torturing me? It hurts. I hurt. I'll never be a bad student again. That man who was regarded by his classmates as the most rigid man in class 7 was crying like a 200-pound child at the moment. Li Yun ignored him. Carrying the knife, he looked at the other students. Who else? The students were really scared this time. How dare he do it? The point is, He cuts you and he cures you. Even if you want to sue the school, you have no proof. You can't die. But it hurts so much that it hurts to cry you. You instill fear in your students. Career value plus 40. Teacher proficiency plus 20. Student rebellion minus 10. I swear I'll never mess with this crazy teacher. I've been honest. I'm begging for mercy. Boing boing. Mommy, I want to go home. I thought he was a teacher, but he turned out to be an old zombie in a mountain village. I can't afford it. I can't afford it. Convinced. All of them. Completely convinced. The only one left is the big sister, Ruth. The young girl's eyes were filled with anger and resistance. You're defiant, aren't you? Thinks I don't deserve to be a teacher by convincing you by force. Aren't you great? You're still illiterate in my eyes. Don't you believe me? As long as you can read all the words on the board accurately. I apologize not only to you, but to the whole class. I also volunteered to petition the school to leave the 7th class. Dare you? Ruth grunted. Why not? She was extraordinarily confident in herself. After all, if she's willing to learn properly, with her once extraordinarily gifted base and intelligence, how can you not be assigned to the 7th class? Bet on it. I'm going to make you lose. And get the hell out of here. Episode 102, Class 7 taking an interest in learning? It's just a few words. Who's afraid? Ruth thought to herself without the slightest fear. Li Yun turned around again and wrote on the blackboard. In one fell swoop, he wrote most of the blackboard. Clap your hands and grab your body. Come on. Read. Ruth looked at the blackboard, her whole body dumbfounded. Standing all alone. Walk alone with perfect wisdom. Be enshrined in the laws of the land. The appearance of a dragon flying into nooks and crannies. It's a flood of tears. Pouting, 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 pouting. You're a bit of a pussy, but you're an old man, and you're a glutton for punishment. Prisons, prisoners, prunus, covetousness and disagreement. The flying squirrels are hard to reform. It's a wild and nauseating strain. Lit. Ascend, punish, and criticize Zong Fu and the evils of the times. Idiom, fig. To criticize vigorously. One by one. One by one. Ruth, oh, sorry, I'm illiterate. Teacher, are these really words? Yeah, I've barely seen it. Can you label the pinyin? Thanks. Ruth couldn't hold it in either. You're not even a word. What makes an out-of-the-way word not a word? Just because you don't recognize it, it doesn't exist? The class murmured. What a word. Raw biased characters. So cool. I guarantee that not only do we not know these words, but most teachers don't. I'm going to learn. And when I get back I'm going to point to the adults who can't recognize these words and call them illiterate. Li Yun pointed to the first word. All of you. Listen. Watch and remember. Ears, eyes, and hands at the ready. Li Yun read these out-of-the-way words in one breath. A group of rebellious, anorexic children are at the moment intrigued by the idiosyncratic and out-of-the-way words on the blackboard. If you teach a word that is out of the way, your career value is plus 30. Teacher proficiency is plus 10. Student rebelliousness is minus 5. And you develop an interest in learning is plus 10. Who hasn't rebelled? This group of rebellious students. The quest is not for individuality. Maverick. Fine. Then teach the most unique. Get them interested in learning first. Really illiterate? Ruth sat there a little skeptical. Her insistent rebellion seems a bit isolating in a moment when the whole class aspires to learn. She stood up and stormed right out of the classroom. Class dismissed? A student was just about to get up when a kitchen knife flew past. Nailed it to his desk. Students raised their hands in the air. Let me say something about classroom discipline. After class, no talking, much less walking around. If anyone won't listen, then ask this knife. The student pointed to Ruth, who was walking out of the classroom. Li Yun glared at him. Don't sit down yet. The student sat down on his ass in aggravation. Teacher, double standard. Li Yun glanced at Ruth's departing back, and didn't have to bother. It is imperative that you take control of the entire Class 7 voice first. Brush down the rebelliousness of most students. Come on, let's get on with the lesson. Principal, let's go faster. Maybe we can help Mr. Lee collect a whole body. The principal and interview shenanigans came late. Not far from the 7th class. The principal paused. Smell it. Ha, why don't we smell blood? Yeah, didn't hear any commotion or noise from Class 7 either. The principal and interview shenanigans paused. At this moment the bell rings for the end of class. The principal grabbed a handful of interview shenanigans. Go, 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 go into the class. Just stepped into the 7th class. I saw that the 7th class was bowing one by one. Teacher, hard work. Principal, exit and look at the door sign. It's the 7th class. Am I hallucinating that the students of Class 7 will bow? Interview Guile looked to Lee Yun on the podium. Mr. Lee, you're fine. Lee Yun skimmed him. What can I do? The kids in class 7 are good. Quite well behaved. Good. The principal just thought he had heard a joke. You guys didn't put a compulsion, curse, puppet or anything like that on Mr. Lee to control him. The principal wondered. You old den. What nonsense. That's right. Get lost. I'm sick of seeing you. And class 7 is something you can come to whenever you want? Nowadays. This group of students was obedient in front of Lee Yun, but faced the other teachers, even the principal. It's still the same nature. 2. Arrogance in full force. The principal gulped and an interview guile were about to exit the classroom. Lee Yun said in a deep voice, "Where are the manners and morals I just gave you? All of them? No dismissal. All stand here and reflect." Hearing Lee Yun's words, all of them were unrefuted. There was a lot of bowing of heads and apologizing. "Teacher, we were wrong. You successfully reprimand a student. Career value plus 30. Teacher proficiency plus 10. Student rebelliousness minus 5 inch. This scene, watching the principal and the interview shenanigans that was dumbfounded. Lee, Mr. Lee, why don't we take a step back and talk?" Lee Yun looked at the careful interview shenanigans with amusement. "Come on in. What are you afraid of?" The principal looked at the students who bowed their heads in repentance. "There's really no need to be afraid? No. Come on. Come on." The principal then straightened up his grooming, retraced his steps into the classroom. "Mr. Lee, this is the principal of Creepy Vine High School." Before Lee Yun could greet him, the principal had already grabbed his hand with incomparable excitement. "Mr. Lee, you've really grown on me. Only been here an hour or so, and you've tamed the 7th class? Talent. Great talent. Mr. Joe, it's worthy of being a teacher in the admissions office. The vision is just great." The interview guile surnamed Joe also looked at Lee Yun incredulously. "The principal is too kind. It's all because Mr. Lee is awesome. Nothing to do with me." "Mr. Lee, how did you get them to be so obedient?" Looking at the curious principal and Mr. Joe, Lee Yun faintly said, "It's not much. It just gets them interested in learning." Principal, Mr. Chow, "It's called nothing. Just ing outrageous. These rebellious little devils. You can make them learn harder than you can kill them. How can you say that so lightly in your mouth?" "Mr. Lee used to be a senior teacher?" "Nope. First time as a teacher. There are still a lot of shortcomings. Please teach me more." "Ah, instruction? Us? Too much modesty can be pretentious. All the teachers in the school. The principal. How many people? How much power? Neither can tame the 7th class. What can we teach you?" "Mr. Lee, don't be modest. If you need anything, you give it to me. I give you my word that I will fulfill it to the fullest." Lee Yun looked at the chest-thumping principal and shook his head. "Not much to ask. After all, I'm only a substitute teacher. It's fine now." Lee Yun was telling the truth, but not in the ears of the principal and Mr. Chow. "A substitute teacher? No way, no way. From now on you're the homeroom teacher of class 7. Mr. Joe immediately said. "Principal, substitute teachers need to take a test if they want to be promoted to a full teacher." The principal then remembered the rules. "I'd forgotten. Mr. Lee, how about taking the test first?" "Don't worry. With your strength, you'll definitely pass." Lee Yun looked at the principal's fawning invitation, and had to nod. "Okay." Episode 103 Freak Love? Damn teachers, damn humans, traitors, all traitors. Ruth stood alone on the rooftop, exasperated and shouting, like a fried kitten. "If it isn't Ruth from class 7, why are you here alone? Looks like you're in a bad mood. Want to drill the grove with brother?" On the rooftop, 3 well-built delinquent shenanigans appeared. Ruth skimmed them. "Don't mess with me." Apparently, instead of intimidating the other party, her eyes made them even more excited. "Yo yo yo, that's really right up my alley. Brother has wanted to meet and get to know you for a long time." These 3 delinquent shenanigans are repeaters. The school's most famous malodorous trio, loitering at school all day, blackmailing, threatening, and bullying other students for fun. It's even more of a predecessor among predecessors than the so-called 7th class. Eyes on the 3 delinquent shenanigans surrounding them. Ruth slapped her across the face, but it was easily caught. "Nice force. Brother likes it. Drill the grove." Ruth jerked hard when she saw her hand caught by the other. Ripple. Her face finally panicked a bit. She was just a rebel, comparable to these 3 pure scum. "Real bad. The grove. I'll accompany you." Lee Yun slowly walked over and faintly said, "Humans? Hey, there's a new toy." When the 3 delinquents saw Lee Yun, their eyes lit up. "Ruth, come here." Ruth immediately ran over when she heard Lee Yun's voice. "Old teacher, the 3 of them are not simple. You be careful. The fried kitten was currently hiding behind Li Yun. There was a hint of awe and fear in his eyes. Teacher? Ha ha ha. How dare you call a human teacher? It seems that the so-called demon 7th class is nothing more than that. Or drill down into the grove with my brother and I'll teach you how to be a real delinquent. Seeing the powerful claws reaching for him again, Ruth scowled and stepped back. Suddenly, a strong right hand took hold of itself. Li Yun's other hand, the fierce guile blade in his hand, chopped down fiercely. Ah! The bad core of that trio winced in pain as he looked at his writhing, struggling arm on the ground. Get thee over him! My hand! My hand! The two delinquents beside him pulled weapons from their bodies. It looked like he really wanted to bring Li Yun to his death. Just as they were about to make their move, Li Yun, who had summoned the power of the blood-sucking guile, had already moved. Ghostly appeared behind the two. Both hands grabbed the one they were holding the weapon in and yanked hard. The two undesirable arms were churned together like a twist. Li Yun then stretched out his foot and kicked it hard. A precise kick to their calf. The two delinquents couldn't stand up at once and fell to their knees. It's not over yet. Just in case they get up again, Li Yun directs a one-man kick right to the face. The kick went down, and the two delinquents instantly had their noses and teeth all broken. No spitting. Swallow it all. The two malcontents' kneeling bodies trembled all over as they listened to the cold tone of the voice. The aura was instantly suppressed. Not daring to disobey at all, he could only swallow his mouth full of teeth. Li Yun's eyes were indifferent as he looked towards the undesirable guile of the trio who had one of their arms chopped off. Uing. Teacher, I was wrong. You're a grown-up. Give me a chance. I want to be a good creep. That undesirable trick instantly lost the courage to drill the grove just now. Shoo. Slip a knee. Li Yun grabbed him by the ear. Ouch. 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 What class and what's your name? Senior Class 4. Lu Mang. Hooligans, huh? I'll make you not learn. Clunk is 2 slaps away. Lu Mang's mouth full of broken teeth. He stammered. I know the rules. I send a few swallows. Looking at the remnants of the 3 delinquent shenanigans, Ruth gently covered her mouth. If you're so powerful, then why didn't you take a shot at me even though I just did this to you in class? Li Yun smiled gently. You're my student. Not like them scum. I came over here specifically to see you. To talk to you. Ruth's eyes were slightly red and somewhat touched. Of course, if you don't want to talk about it for a while, I won't force you. I'll give you time. And when you figure it out, you can come see me in the office. It's windy on the rooftop. Don't catch a cold. Li Yun casually draped his jacket over the thinly clad Ruth. Then he left first himself. Ruth looked at his back, a little dazed. Her small hands grabbed the jacket around her shoulders and tugged. Is this love? Guarded. Father's love. 3 bad shenanigans? Class V. Several players walked out of the classroom after class. I didn't realize that this Class 5 shenanigans was still quite friendly. Neither has much thought or appetite for us. A player exclaimed. That's true. After all, this is an honors class. The thought that the shenanigans are just like us. They have to go to college, enroll and study. It just feels great. The players hemmed and hawed. Not only were they not attacked in Class 5, even posing as a college student was immediately treated favorably. Senpai, can you tell me how to do this question? Senior, please help me with my tutoring. Senior, do you need some water? I'll pour it for you. The students of the 5th class treated these players with a posture of schoolmates. This made a few players who had never been treated this way before cry out in a big way. Who says reading is useless? That doesn't hold a class of shenanigans. They were communicating in their customary crouch. Suddenly I realized that the light above my head was fading. Looking up, he was surrounded by a group of badly dressed students. Oi, human, classmates, are you? We're from the 7th class. Sure enough, there's a difference between shenanigans and shenanigans. Class 5 students, everyone in school uniform, are well behaved. Volume only study. And look at the 7th class. One has colorful hair, tattoos, nose studs, smoking, rebel how you want. One hung on to the touch of the bad student. Fellow students, no, boss, please leave us alone. Hearing their pleas for mercy, the students of the 7th class deflated in dissatisfaction. How can I spare you? Let our teacher down. Teacher? Who's your teacher? What kind of teacher abets his own students to bully students from other classes? Here's all our spirit coins. All for you. The players pitifully pulled out all the spirit coins they had on them. Hands were handed out, and they were about to go up to the tribute to save their lives. The student from the 7th class murmured, Who wants your money? Hiss. No money? That's what's killing me. Just as the players were shivering, the students of the 7th class have bowed their heads, carrying a copy of the assignment in both hands. I heard you're college students, and I'm asking the seniors to teach us how to study. I'm here to thank you for 8 generations. The players looked at each other and froze. We didn't hear right. The 7th class is asking us to study? Episode 104, A White Pickup for a Conversion? Teachers' Offices. Mr. Joe introduced Lee Yun to the other trick teachers. Teachers, this is the substitute teacher of the 7th class. Mr. Lee, give him a round of applause. Snap. The trick teachers around the room eyed the young human curiously. I've heard that there's a substitute teacher in class 7. Quite impressive. I didn't realize it was a human. A human who managed to come here in one piece from class 7 is an expert. Mr. Lee looks quite handsome. After the introduction, Mr. Joe pointed to a workstation not far away. Mr. Lee, that's your workstation. I'm right next to you. If you don't know anything, just ask me. Lee Yun nodded and said thank you. Thanks a lot. Mr. Joe, you finally remembered my name. Mr. Joe snapped his head awkwardly. 2 more slaps on the back for Mr. Lee. I call it the great memory recovery. Sparrow food is useful. I still need to learn more from Mr. Lee on the matter of teaching students. Mr. Joe said modestly. Look at the other teachers in awe. This Mr. Lee isn't simple. Old Joe is a senior teacher, but he's so humble to a substitute teacher. A simple teacher can walk out of the 7th class? Fair enough. Lee Yun walked towards the workstation and was just about to sit down. A hand stopped him. Mr. Chen, what are you doing? Holding a thermos. The somewhat pale Mr. Chen pushed his glasses. Mr. Joe, it's not in order for you to let Mr. Lee sit here. This is a full-fledged teacher's workstation. We substitute teachers, but we don't have a workstation. Hearing this, the other teachers nodded in agreement. Mr. Joe tapped his head. See, I forgot about it. I'll make an announcement. Mr. Lee will be taking the official teacher's test soon. Soon you'll be an official teacher at our creepy Vine High School. Hearing Mr. Joe's words, the other trick teachers were all slightly shocked. What level is this Mr. Lee? Just entering the school, he has to take the transfer test. Sure is something. If it works out, this is kind of the fastest substitute teacher to turn around. I don't think so. Don't forget that there's only one place in this transfer test, but there's still a teacher. Everyone looked at Mr. Chen, who was holding a thermos. Mr. Joe, that's not true again. Participation is participation, but not necessarily successful conversion. Mr. Chen pinched open the thermos, blew on it, took a sip, and faintly said, Mr. Joe tapped his head again. Look at my memory. This time Mr. Chen is going to participate too. Right. Yes, I think I qualify. Mr. Chen has been teaching for decades, so he's naturally qualified. Mr. Joe was smiling, but in his heart he was anxious. It's over. I forgot that Mr. Chen is going to participate this time too. Can Mr. Lee be a match for Mr. Chen? Mr. Lee, I'm not holding it against you. I just think rules are rules. You and I are both substitute teachers, and neither one of us is qualified to sit in that seat. I hope you understand. Lee Yun couldn't feel Mr. Chen's malice. The somewhat old-fashioned dressed Mr. Creepy was just as he said he would be, just following the rules. That's okay. Just then, the office announcement radio went off. Please ask the 2 teachers participating in the transfer assessment to head to the assessment room under the leadership of Mr. Zhou. Mr. Chen screwed on the thermos in his hand. Mr. Lee, please. Lee Yun was just about to leave when Mr. Joe pulled him back, whispered in his ear. Mr. Lee, I'm sorry. The principal and I forgot that the other teacher who qualified for this official teacher's examination was Mr. Chen. Lee Yun wondered. Mr. Chen is great? That's pretty awesome. Mr. Joe introduced. Mr. Chen used to be a senior veteran teacher in our school. Made a few mistakes after that and left school. This time it's being rehired back. It wasn't supposed to be a substitute teacher. He's the one who insisted that he had to follow the rules. Teacher Lee, you may not get your transfer qualification this time. Lee Yun is indifferent. This transfer can be done with or without. Okay. Then follow Mr. Joe towards the assessment room. Principal. Mr. Chen. Just don't call me principal. Just call me by my name. How can that be? According to school rules, you're the principal now. Okay. Listen to Mr. Chen. The principal saw Mr. Chen and rushed to shake hands with a low gesture. The principal used to be Mr. Chen's student. Hearing Mr. Zhou's words, this caused Lee Yun to be startled. Mr. Lee, you're here too. The principal hurriedly shook hands with very Lee Yun as well. The examination is about to begin. 2 teachers, please take your seats. Eyes on Lee Yun and Mr. Chen sat down. Teacher Joe whispered against the principal's ear. Principal, what can we do? I know Mr. Chen's temperament best. He definitely won't let go. I'll just give Mr. Lee a hard time this time. In terms of teaching prowess, The entire school couldn't find a stronger teacher than Mr. Chen. Next, I will ask some questions, and the two teachers will answer them separately. Mr. Chen set his thermos down on the table and walked idly. Li Yun also nodded indifferently. Ask, what are the 7 competencies of a teacher? The principal just asked. Mr. Chen frowned slightly. It's 8 abilities. Right. I was the one who came up with this question in the first place. I remember. Principal and Mrs. Chow. No, the questioner himself came down for the test. It's not a proper open drop strike. They all sighed. Li Yun had no chance in their eyes. Mr. Chen, who was originally the questioner, not only answered carefully and cleanly, one could even say it's more standard than the standard answer. Full marks. Mr. Chen. Mr. Li, tell us your answer. Li Yun thought about it. I don't build it, and I've never learned it. The principal and Mr. Zhou sort of saw that. In the face of the questioner himself, Li Yun Kai posed. Question 5 qualities teachers should have. Mr. Chen. I didn't ask the wrong question this time. The principal rushed on. Mr. Chen shook his head. Yes, this question is just due for an upgrade. I have a new epiphany. In addition to quality should add character. Mr. Chen blathered on. The principal clamored for the record. Good lord. The standard answer is updated. The principal then looked at Li Yun. Mr. Li, don't build it. The principal is helpless. Who else can do it over Mr. Chen? Question 3. Why don't you come directly? Mr. Chen. Mr. Li is fast asleep. After Mr. Chen answered the third question, the principal directly announced that he had obtained the only qualification for transfer. The principal and Mr. Zhou and Li Yun applauded. Congratulations to Mr. Chen, who is about to become the official teacher of the 7th class. The calm Mr. Chen suddenly changed his face. What? The 7th class? I don't want this transfer spot. The principal sniffed and frowned slightly. But according to the rules, regulations my ass. I'm out. Out. How could Li Yun not expect that? Mr. Chen would treat the 7th class like a flooded beast and just run off with his thermos. The only qualification for the turnaround fell to the pendulum swinging his way. Straight up white pickups. Episode 105, please. Teacher, go out with my mother. You have been successfully converted to a full-fledged teacher, with a career value of plus 100 and a teacher proficiency of plus 50. The teaching profession can be upgraded. Senior teacher, intermediate. After the turnaround, Li Yun Ben didn't feel much. It wasn't until he saw the system prompting him to upgrade his profession that he revealed a hint of delight. Mr. Li, this will be your workstation from now on. The principal led Li Yun back to the classroom office. Sweep the couch seat for him personally. The other teachers looked on in disbelief and surprise. Mr. Li received a transfer? Mr. Chen lost? How is this possible? At this moment, Mr. Chen sipped his thermos and leisurely walked over. Whoever goes loses. You wouldn't want to take the 7th class, either. Hearing this, the rest of the teachers looked fearful, even shook his head. Substitute teachers are not treated as well as regular ones though, but it sure beats taking the 7th class by a long shot. The 7th class, commonly known as the Ghostbusters. That's really creepy to see all the hairy ones. Teachers have KPIs too, okay? Poor student performance and classroom discipline, but it's all a no-go. Even veteran teachers like Mr. Chen are looking at the 7th class. Other teachers are even more evasive. Mr. Li, you're really good. Yeah, how dare you take the 7th class? Tell us about it. What's your watchword to get a foothold in class 7? After the principal left, some of the young teachers gathered around Li Yun. A magic treasure? That's not true. Just put your heart into your students. The kids in class 7 aren't as scary as you think. They're still cute. Cute? A teacher yodeled. The substitute teacher for the 7th class last time was attentive. And then hearts were ripped out by those students. Li Yun. And a substitute teacher said use your brain. The student opened his head. Li Yun. Especially that big sister. She's a source of woe. Class 7 listens to her. Rebellious no. I heard her mother took her to the doctor specifically for this. The teacher who had just said this turned his head. Saw a man in a school uniform with long black hair. Cute looking. Very well behaved girl. He had only been here for a short time, but he had a better idea of what was going on at the school. Looking at the young girl in front of him, there was some confusion as to which class she was in, but being so cute and pretty made him a little more patient. 2. Classmate. What class are you in? Who are you looking for? The girl raised her eyelids and glared at him. I'm in the 7th class. I'm Ruth, but class 7 likes to call me big sister. The group of teachers backed away from Ruth. Ruth seems to have gotten used to it a long time ago. The face is expressionless. Until Li Yun turned his head and saw her. Today Ruth has removed the smoky makeup from her face and the assortment of nose stud earrings. Take off the punk dress and change back into a simple school uniform. Unpowdered face but with the most youthful beauty. Wherever you put it, it's a schoolgirl. She finally revealed a smile when she saw Lee Yun. A polite bow ensued to inquire. Mr. Lee, can I talk to you? The retreating teachers were surprised to see the scene. Mr. Lee, still saying you don't have the magic bullet. The big sister of class 7 was subdued by you. Could be. Lee Yun nodded. Ruth looked at the other teachers. It's crowded here. Let's go somewhere else. Aha! Back on the rooftop again. Ruth sat on the rooftop, her legs under her skirt swaying with the wind. Lee Yun stood aside, leaning against the rooftop. How nice of you. Why do you always dress up like that creep? Ruth pressed one finger to her eyelid and adorably poked out her tongue. I'm supposed to be weird. Then he looked at Lee Yun and asked, does the teacher like me dressed like this? Quite like it. Students should wear JK and look like students. Why? Because once you get into society, odds are it's all the same. What kind? Cow horse. Pfft. Ruth covered her mouth as a bell-like laugh came out. Mr. Lee is so funny. Lee Yun looked at Ruth whose eyes were smiling like crescent moons. The white school uniform, the faint scent of flowers, the long black hair flowing in the wind, like a lily in the hot sun. I haven't had this much fun in a long time. Ruth looked away, her legs bobbing up and down as she looked sideways at Lee Yun. Teacher, do you want to know why I've become a bad student in the words of adults? Well, I'm listening. Ruth faded. I was actually a good student as a kid, always came first in school. Growing up, he was also very obedient, and was his mother's proudest child and the child in other people's mouths. There are a lot of little red flowers in the house. All of these pasts, Lee Yun had learned about at Wendy's. Ruth is excellent, always has been. Otherwise, after her rebellion, her mother wouldn't have found the hospital and found Wendy. Her mother had always felt that Ruth was sick, or cursed. That's why all of a sudden she's a big sister. Delinquent girl, a nightmare in the eyes of the entire school's teachers. Did you change because of your father? Ruth looked at Lee Yun in surprise. How does the teacher know? Lee Yun thought about it and found a reason to put it off. I've read your file records. Teacher is really paying attention to me. Ahem. As the teacher of the 7th class, this is what I should do. Yes? Ruth's head was close to Lee Yun, her watery eyes staring at him. Mother says one's eyes are the windows to the soul. Teacher's eyes are very deep. It doesn't lie. Lee Yun deflated. Is there a possibility that my mind is loaded with screens? Put. Ruth didn't hold it together for a moment and covered her stomach once again with laughter. What a teacher. Always making people so happy. This feeling. Never before. Lee Yun wondered. You haven't told me about your father. Ruth thought about it. Mother said it was an irresponsible creepy scum with nothing to say. I've always recognized that. Father is just a title to me. I never felt the so-called father's love, so I didn't know how to tell my teacher. It's as if I have a shadow in me called father, but I don't know who it is. Ruth talks about her father. His face was calm, and there was no fluctuation in his heart. Lee Yun frowned slightly. It wasn't what he'd judged before. He had always assumed that Ruth's rebellion was the result of an absentee father. This way it seems that the role of father does not carry enough weight for her. She doesn't feel too emotional about it. And for what? Teacher, can I ask you for something? It's about why I rebel. Lee Yun nodded. Tell me. I'll see what's the matter. Ruth tumbled off the rooftop in one fell swoop, grabbed Lee Yun's hands. A little girl's affection passed to Lee Yun. Lee Yun was slightly stunned. You don't want to be with me. Teacher, could you please go out with my mother? Episode 106. Ma'am, you don't want your daughter to fail the college entrance exam. Teacher, could you please go out with my mother? Ha? Lee Yun was dumbfounded. Ruth pleaded. Even if it's just for a day. Pretend to be my father. Will you? Lee Yun froze once again. I thought you were craving my body, but I didn't realize you wanted me to be your father. Kids nowadays. What fun. Lee Yun said in disbelief. Why? Suddenly there was a beautiful woman standing under the rooftop. Look at Ruth on the rooftop. Ruth, mommy begs you, don't do anything foolish. Mommy won't live if you die. You're the only one for mommy. Mommy lives for you. Ruth. Lee Yun felt the sudden pressure on Ruth. She looked at her mother, clearly wanting to get closer, but bound by that pressure. Unable to help it, he stepped back. Lee Yun instantly understood. Mother's love and expectations for Ruth were really deep. Ruth was to her like a life preserver in the middle of the ocean. She held on to Ruth for dear life, pinning all her once desperate expectations on Ruth. In the eyes of outsiders, she was a good and devoted mother. Be there for Ruth at all times and watch over her as she grows. But this accumulated love and expectation turned into a pressure that made it hard for Ruth to breathe. Ruth, you wait there for mommy. Mommy's coming to take you home now. Ruth listened to her mother's voice. Subconsciously, he shook his head. No, don't. Teacher, please, help me. I'm the only one in my mother's world, but I can't make it so that she's the only one in my world. Her love has been a burden to me. I can only proclaim it, get rid of it, and find a moment's respite through rebellion. Looking at the nervous Ruth, Lee Yun finally realized what was ailing him in all this. It was never Ruth who was sick, but her mother. A mother who was hurt by a scumbag and put all her faith in her daughter for the rest of her life. Ruth, will you come home with mommy? Ruth's mother walked up to the rooftop, wearing a long, pale yellow dress. Her delicate face was wrought with grief. Opening his hand, he took a step closer to Ruth. Ruth kept backing away, mouthing the words, don't. Seeing that there is no way back, Lee Yun stood in front of her. Who are you? Ruth's mother looked at Lee Yun and instantly became hostile. Mother, he's a mere admirer of her ladyship, a paltry suitor. If he was pursuing a still young Ruth, Lee Yun was still somewhat inexperienced. But if you're dealing with an older, beautiful woman, that Lee Yun is still a handful. Your mom's last name, Alice. Alice looked at Lee Yun, filled with vigilance, as well as a hint of anger. What are you babbling about in front of my daughter? My daughter is being taught by people like you. Get out of my way and give me back my daughter. Ruth's small hands clutched Lee Yun's shirt. Mrs. Alice, just a moment. Lee Yun pulled out a bunch of flowers from behind him. Ruth was stunned. What serious teacher carries flowers around? What do you mean by that? I was going to take this bouquet of flowers, go to the door myself, and confess my love to Mrs. Alice. Confession? You're going after me in front of my daughter? Then I thought about it, and the one thing more important to Mrs. Alice than her own life is Miss Ruth. So I came to ask her opinion first. How dare you ask about my daughter? Believe it or not, I'll kill you. Ruth hurriedly stepped out and blocked Lee Yun. I agree. Very much so. Mother, he's very kind to me, and I like him very much. Why don't you promise him to try? The anger on Alice's face faded as she listened to her daughter's words. Ruth, don't listen to him. None of the men are any good, man or guile alike. Mommy doesn't need the other half. Just you. Okay? That said, Ruth's stress pulled full and got even more scared. He couldn't wait to turn to Lee Yun with his small hand hidden behind his back. Mrs. Iris, I need to accuse you of something. It's easy to influence Ruth's view of love with such extreme ideas as yours, in case she chooses not to marry later. Won't she end up alone? Alice said happily. Then Ruth can be with mommy forever. Ruth, Daba. Great. Then I'll change the result. If Ruth keeps rebelling, she won't even get into college? Iris heard this and got anxious. No. Ruth is so good. It can't be. I'm going to go crazy just thinking about her turning out to be delinquent and sitting in the backseat of yellow-haired shenanigans later on. Don't do this to me, Ruth. My aesthetics aren't that low. Who likes yellow hair? Ruth deflated, protesting with displeasure. Lee Yun slowly walked towards Alice. What are you doing? Come any closer and I'll kill you. Ruth said sharply. Mother, don't. He's my teacher. Iris sniffed, her demeanor wavering a bit. Lee Yun seized the opportunity. See to it that it is spiced up with the skills of a psychiatrist. Opening up to gain trust, he said softly, Mrs. Iris, in addition to being a teacher, I am also a medical professional. Wendy is my student. Hearing Lee Yun's words, Mrs. Alice's eyes were slightly stunned. Wendy's teacher, that's exactly what I am. Sure enough, there was much less aggression in Mrs. Iris. It was Wendy's will that I came here to see Ruth, and please cooperate with me. Mrs. Alice said with joy on her face as she heard. Cooperate. Definitely cooperate. As long as I can save my daughter, I'll cooperate any way I can. Lee Yun waited until these words and nodded with satisfaction. Again, he pressed against her ear. I've found the cause of Ruth's illness. It has to do with the fact that she grew up without a father. You should know very well that a child deprived of a father's love will always be crippled. Mrs. Alice's face showed a hint of regret and grief. I'm a father and a mother, but you still can't give her real fatherly love. What to do then? Doctor, save the baby. At school, you can call me Mr. Lee. Mrs. Alice nodded, her face showing her respect for Lee Yun. I need you to cooperate with me in a play. Go out with me and I'll fill Ruth's missing fatherly love. Mrs. Iris stared. How can this? I can't do it. I can't take anyone walking into my life anymore. I can't do it. Ruth stood at a distance, watching her mother struggle a bit. She murmured, what are Mr. Lee and mother talking about? Go for it, Mr. Lee, make sure you succeed. Lee Yun smiled gently and uttered the last sentence of the juggernaut. Ma'am, you don't want your daughter to fail the college entrance exam either. Mrs. Alice's head snapped up. The struggle from earlier was gone. Episode 107, Micro is first in the school when it's time to go. Mr. Lee, Just call me Lee Yun. Yun. I promise you only for my daughter. Don't ever think anything. Mrs. Alice's voice was as thin as a mosquito, heart thumping like a deer in headlights. Alice, what are you doing? How dare you agree to a human? Younger than yourself even, or your daughter's teacher. But, Mr. Lee is really handsome, more handsome than any trick or person I've ever seen. No, 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 Alice, you're a woman who's been dumped before. You can't trust men anymore. But, Mr. Lee is different. Lee Yun listened to Alice's inner struggle that seemed like two voices. It's not him, the young lady killer, that's messing with his mind. It's you, Mrs. Iris. Mother, Mr. Lee, what are you doing? Ruth poked her head in suddenly. It startled the internally confused Iris. Ruth, I have good news for you. Your mother has promised the teacher. Mrs. Iris subconsciously and sheepishly denied it. You, what nonsense. I'm just saying it's okay to try to accept you. Ruth cheered with a look of joy. Really? Awesome. Mr. Lee is really great. Mother, let's invite Mr. Lee to come home with us. Alice, who was still shy and squirming like a young girl, heard Ruth's words. An instant face of surprise. Ruth, would you like to go home with mommy now? Ruth nodded. It was my fault for worrying my mother before. Mother, I grew up without a father. So, I need someone like Mr. Lee so badly. Iris looked at Ruth, whose small hands grabbed the corner of Lee Yun's coat. Immediately said, Cloud, can you walk us home? Lee Yun nodded gently. Of course, Mrs. Iris. It's an honor. Ruth saw that Lee Yun had gradually taken down her mother. As the strongest assist, sneak a high five with him. Mr. Lee, that's awesome. Ruth gave a sneaky thumbs up. Lee Yun returned one. No, 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 you're still good. You got yourself a father. Lee Yun brought Ruth and Alice to the principal's office. Headmaster, there's something I need to take a leave of absence from. The principal immediately greeted him, generously. Mr. Lee, don't worry about going about your business. Okay, if any of the brats in class 7 don't listen, you give me the word. Yes, yes. The principal looked at Ruth, who was all dressed up and normal, not without a sigh of relief. Mr. Lee even subdued the big sister of class 7. As long as Mr. Lee is here, restoring order to class 7 is just around the corner. For the principal, the most important thing about a school is the rate of advancement in order. The promotion rate has such top classes as Class V and Class 3, as well as senior master teachers like Mr. Chun. It's full of students who study very well, and it's okay to study almost as much in Class 7. Order, however, has always been a headache for him. Before Lee Yun came, no one could subdue the 7 classes that were causing havoc. He, the principal, has to walk around every time he passes by. I was afraid that if I was not careful, I would be caught by the 7th class and lose face. Now it's hard to come by a heavenly king who can subdue this group of wild monkeys in class 7. The principal's attitude towards Lee Yun was one that was responsive. I'm afraid he'll quit or leave school early if he's not satisfied. When Lee Yun left, the principal called for Mr. Zhou. Mr. Zhou, Mr. Lee went out for something and is out for the afternoon. You help cover the 7th class. If any of the students go too far, just make a note to tell him. Mr. Zhou waved his hand. Principal, much ado about nothing. I just passed the 7th class with the other teachers. I was thinking of going around in case those demons were hiding in the classroom again, ready to play tricks on us. Guess what? The entire 7th class is studying on their own. The principal froze. What? Independent study? Go, 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 show me. This is really the sun coming out of the west. The principal immediately pulled Ms. Zhou towards class 7. Sure enough, the students of the 7th class were sitting in their seats one by one at the moment. Take a pen, listen and take notes. Hey, Mr. Lee is gone. Who's up there lecturing now? Don't build Besides Mr. Lee, no teacher dares to enter the 7th class. Right. The principal and Mr. Zhou were a little confused. Above the podium, the few players who were taking turns lecturing were going numb. No, how is the 7th class different from the legend? It's the first time I've seen such a waste of time and love of learning. Is there any teacher to control it? We really can't talk anymore. Where's the promised new teacher for class 7? Come and save us. Your students are studying on their own. Plus 20 career value. Plus 10 intermediate teacher proficiency. Minus 5 student rebellion. Your students are studying on their own. Career value plus 20. Intermediate teacher proficiency plus 10. Student rebellion minus 5 inch. Your students are studying on their own. Career value plus 20. Intermediate teacher proficiency plus 10. Student rebellion minus 5 inch. Lee Yun's background was constantly refreshed with rewards. He couldn't help but smile softly. These kids, They're not bad. Ruth poked a head over. Mr. Lee, what did you say? Nothing. At the moment, Lee Yun and Ruth were sitting at the family dinner table. Mrs. Iris was in the kitchen preparing dinner. The home of the mother and daughter is very clean and cozy. It was evident that Mrs. Iris was very attentive to the maintenance of the home. Unfortunately, over-intentionality becomes a strain on Ruth. Ugh, Mr. Lee, isn't my mother beautiful? Ruth touched Lee Yun with her arm, pointing to Mrs. Alice's busy back in the kitchen. Mrs. Iris put her long blonde hair up, tying an apron and moving gently. Whether it's her back or front, she's maintained like a teenager. Going out with Ruth is like being sisters. Ruth's question made Lee Yun cry. This kid, he really wants a father for himself. Ruth beamed when she saw Lee Yun's expression. Mr. Lee, but you said you'd help people to the end and send shenanigans to the West. My mother's illness is in your hands. You have to find a way to get another person in her life, in her heart, in her mind. Let her love not be all for me, and part for you. Ruth said. You say that. I helped you. So how will you repay me? Ruth hugged herself as soon as she could. Mr. Lee, you wouldn't. That horrified little expression made Lee Yun, who was drinking water, almost spray out. A small smile played at the corner of Ruth's mouth. Just kidding. I know you're here on a mission as a teacher. If you can help me cure my mother, I'll casually give you the top grade in the school. Lee Yun looked skeptically at Ruth. Are you okay? Ruth deflated with pride. I used to just swing for the fences, not my food. If I get serious, there's not a single one in the whole school who can fight. You don't underestimate talented girls. Episode 108. Fake it, make it real? Cloud, what are you doing in here? Mrs. Alice was a little surprised to see Lee Yun step into the kitchen. Neither did Lee Yun, until he saw Ruth, who was standing outside the kitchen, waving encouragement to herself over and over again. Did Ruth send you in to keep me company? This kid, he's really. The kitchen is no place for an educated teacher like you. Get out of here. I'll be done in no time. Mrs. Iris smiled faintly, gentle and sweet. Lee Yun, however, rolled up his sleeves. Gentlemen, stay out of the kitchen. That's all futile thinking now. You guys trick play this too? I'll make you guys do the specialty dishes to try. Mrs. Iris was slightly startled. You can cook? Lee Yun said in Ruth's tone. Don't underestimate the talented chef. Then lightly picked up the kitchen knife. Mrs. Alice, who was standing on the side, saw Lee Yun's divine knife skills as well as his superb skill in cooking. The eyes couldn't help but gradually glow. A man who can cook is supposed to be a plus, not to mention so professional and handsome. A heart that had been empty for years couldn't help but ripple. And Ruth, who was hiding outside the door and peeking in, looked at this scene of her mother and Mr. Lee cooking together. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but break into a warm smile. Let's eat. Lee Yun, wearing an apron, carried the dishes and set them on the table. Ruth applauded with both hands. Wow, awesome. Mrs. Alice chimed in. I was supposed to be the one doing the cooking, and once Cloud was in the kitchen, there was no use for me. Mother, Mr. Lee is really a dreamy and nice man. If I were a few years older, I'd like him too. You kid is talking nonsense again. Mrs. Iris poked Ruth in the head. What do you mean? Too? Who said she liked him? Here, taste it. Lee Yun tied off his apron and looked at the mother and daughter. Ruth couldn't wait to get her chopsticks in. Take a bite. Straight up crying. Oh, it's so good. Is this the dish of a father's love? Mrs. Iris looked at the weeping Ruth. This kid, he's just exaggerating. He then chopsticks himself. Chew and swallow. The whole thing froze. She forced herself to hold back her inner emotions. Good. Yummy. I feel like I'm in a sea of love. I feel the flavor of love I haven't felt in years. I wouldn't really secretly like Cloud, would I? It was a cozy meal. 2 shenanigans in one. There was talking and laughing. Ruth's smile was innocent and adorable. Mrs. Alice's smile was gentle and serene. Mr. Lee, Mother, can we go to the playground tomorrow? No, you've got a class to teach. Gee, no delay. You don't have to go on. Cloud does. Mr. Lee. Ruth's pleading gaze slammed into Lee Yun. Go. A word to the wise. Lee Yun was like the head of the family. Surprisingly, Mrs. Iris didn't retort. Playgrounds. I haven't been there in a while either. With Cloud? How does it feel? Like a date. Ruth couldn't be happier. Sure enough, Mr. Lee's addition to the team has transformed Mother. She would have said no before. She would have said I'm a top student and playgrounds aren't safe. Mr. Lee, that's nice. Lee Yun smiled faintly as he listened to the thoughts of the mother and daughter. It's about time. I should get back to school. Lee Yun watched the sky getting late and got up to prepare to leave. Ruth suddenly grabbed him with one hand. Ms. Lee, It's not safe for you to be alone as a human this late at night. Or, wow, it seemed like God was helping this lovely young girl. It was raining heavily outside the house. Mr. Lee, you can't leave. This rain in the underworld. It's corrosive to people. Lee Yun looked at an umbrella not far away. Ruth's form flickered. Click. Straight away the umbrella was in pieces. Hey, 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 hey. Now the umbrella's gone too. Lee Yun. He looked around. There were only 2 rooms. One for Ruth and one for Mrs. Iris. Then set his vision on the far couch. Ruth seemed to read his mind. Immediately said, Mr. Lee, it's not okay for you to sleep on the couch as a man. Inconvenient. You sleep with my mother. Lee Yun? What a great big girl. The weird thing is that Mrs. Iris heard this, just picked up the dishes and said, I'll do the dishes. Then it was into the kitchen. When Mrs. Alice is gone, Ruth pulled Lee Yun into the corner as soon as she could. Mr. Lee, my mother agrees. She, like you. Lee Yun looked at the excited Ruth. You really want to get yourself a father. Ruth pulled up her fingers and counted. Mr. Lee has a legitimate career. The man is also handsome and has blood-sucking trickster blood. Not exactly ordinary. And know how to heal. The cooking is even better. It's better that I got myself such a father than the scummy shenanigans my mom found. Lee Yun couldn't help but take a deep breath. Good point. Girl genius. She lives up to her name. Mr. Lee, cheer up tonight. But don't make me look down on you. I'm going to my room. I can't hear a thing. Looking at Ruth, who left with a bad smile, Lee Yun huffed. What kind of gesture is that? I'm telling you, you're going to lose the Asiatic market just like that. Ma'am, I'm really here because the rain is stopping the road, and I really can't help it. In the same bed, but not in the body. If I cross the line and act in a way that offends the lady, you will cut me with this cleaver. Mrs. Iris, sitting face to face, gritted her teeth. The ears were red as fire. Your hand. Oh, take the chopper. Lee Yun raised his hand with the kitchen knife high to show his innocence. The other one. Oh, sorry. Don't. Take it away. Lee Yun was about to put it down when the lady suddenly gritted her teeth and trembled. I haven't felt this much love in a long time. Though I know that we are acting. It's all for Ruth, to fill the void of fatherhood within her. Madam whispered almost prayerfully. Can you, please, let me feel more? I too have been missing for a long time. Care. Hearing this, Lee Yun still removed his other hand. The next moment, hugging Mrs. Iris. Mrs. Iris leaned her chin on his shoulder. Eyes closed, feeling pampered in a way I hadn't in a long time. Protected. A pearly tear dripped from her slender lashes. She said softly, Thank you, Cloud. Lee Yun didn't say anything. No sound is better than sound at this time. The more armored a woman seems to be, the more her heart longs to be pampered. At this moment, Mrs. Alice's love began to flow from Ruth. Partly full. Into Lee Yun. Love that overflowed the room. Episode 109. Hell of a racing contest. Amusement park. Yay. So happy. Looking at a happy Ruth, Iris gave a pleased smile. Cloud. Thank you. I haven't seen Ruth this happy in a long time. Lee Yun and Mrs. Alice walked side by side. Your ladyship and I are welcome. Ruth is my student. And you're my. Mrs. Iris bowed her head slightly in shyness. Just call me Alice. At the moment Mrs. Alice was like a shy young girl in love. It's always embarrassing to sneak a look at the person you love. Why are you guys so slow? Hurry up. Ruth stood between the two, holding Lee Yun in one hand and Alice in the other, running toward the amusement park. To other passers-by, it looked like a family of 3. Ghost Trojan Horse. Valley of Terror. Riptide. The family of 3 is having a great time. Not far away, the playground is holding a race. The annual Hell Racing competition. First place is awarded a bear psychic doll. Wow. This bear is so cute. Ruth looked at the bear and couldn't move out of the way. Want it? Think. Ruth looked over at Lee Yun. I guess what's the point? I have to be able to win first place too. If you want it, you can get it. Is it hard to believe that you're still a racing expert? Lee Yun clasped his hands as he gazed at the distant playing field. A master? That's just the threshold for meeting my car god. Ruth looked skeptical. Is it really that good? Then I'll take you to sign up. Ruth walked toward the registration desk. Kid, you don't seem to be old enough. Hell racing is a dangerous sport. You can't sign up yet. The enrollment shenanigans looked to Ruth and smiled politely. It's not me. It's my teacher. I'll sign him up. Ruth pointed at Lee Yun. That enrollment shenanigans froze. Human? Are you kidding me? We've never had a human in this race before. Look at our name. Hell Racing. Do humans dare to come? Lee Yun opened his mouth. It's not. Hurry up. But I promised Ruth I'd get her the first place prize. Enrollment shenanigans didn't expect the human in front of him to not only dare to enroll, and such a big talker. Let him report it. It's the first time we've had a human driver in all the time we've been running this race. I wonder how many shenanigans this would attract if it were publicized. The enrollment shenanigans looked at the approaching boss. Immediately, he nodded respectfully. Got it, boss. Please fill in your information and complete the registration. Li Yun took the information sheet and quickly filled it out. Here's your registration number. You can go in and redeem your racing suit later. One more thing. We need a co-driver for the race in addition to the driver. Ruth raised her hand at once. I got it. Enrollment shenanigans shook his head. You're too young for that. Usually the passenger side is the driver's girlfriend. Not even when I look at you like this. As a perk, you can pick one of us. Li Yun put his eyes on a row of coolly dressed racing babes. It dazzled him to see it. Who says he didn't? I'll do it. Watching a coolly clad female trickster flirt with her head, Alice stepped forward a little jealous. Mother, this racing looks exciting and dangerous. Can you? Iris gathered her courage and nodded. If they can, so can I. Seeing that Alice insisted, those racing babes who had seen Li Yun's evil handsomeness lost their minds and left. Teacher, mother, go for it. Listen to Ruth's encouragement. The enrollment shenanigans were slight. This relationship, why is it so complicated? Li Yun put on his racing suit and took Mrs. Alice to the car. Looking at the somewhat nervous lady who was gripping the armrests tightly, Li Yun grabbed her hand. Trust me. Don't be afraid. The owner suddenly walked up to the car window. Atmospherically. If you win, I can give you an extra prize. Li Yun looked at him. You've been so kind to me. I'm not a long-lost daddy, am I? A word to the boss, CPU almost drying out. He gritted his teeth. I was looking at the fact that you were the first human who dared to compete, and attracted a lot of spectators for me. And I don't believe you can win the race. What's the point of promising you an empty check? The owner spread his hands and pointed to other riders in the distance. Lo and behold, those can be masters. They don't even make it the whole way. Hell racing? No joke. If you die in there, I'm not responsible. Li Yun glanced at it faintly. I said the masters are just meeting my threshold. Since you're so generous, I'll thank you in advance. The boss looked at the incomparably confident Li Yun. For a while it was not clear if he was bluffing or actually had some skills. Look for the game to start. Without further ado, he left the track. Li Yun looked to the front of the track. A black fog in front of him. It's hard to see what lies ahead. He clasped Mrs. Alice's soft little hand. With a countdown, the cars on the field started up like beasts with a low roar. The professional narrator began to explain to the surrounding audience. Welcome to the annual hell of a race. This time, 12 players have gathered to compete. The most surprising thing is that for the first time in this race, there is a human rider. Hearing this, the surrounding audience sneered. How dare a human come to hell racing? It's not for nothing. A professional rider wouldn't even be able to survive it. A human, out of his depth. Ruth listened to them all murmur, unconvinced. Don't underestimate Mr. Lee. If he says it's possible, it's possible. He's a man even my mother likes. Audience, countdown. 3 seconds. The game is officially on. When the red light flashes, the green light comes on. 12 race cars have been roaring away. Li Yun loaded up on the rider occupation in the first place. People and cars in one. The foot was even more on the gas. Through the thick black fog to a new track. Here we go. The first level of hell racing, the way of the Yellow Springs. It's made up of a dozen broken bends. Below is an abyss of 10,000 feet. If the car is not controlled well enough to get over the break, it will surely be destroyed. Ruth covered her small mouth. She hadn't realized that this hell racing was so horrible. The audience around the room broke into excited smiles. Now that's the kind of bloody match they like. Car 8 is currently in the lead. After that it's number 3. Let's see what the human driver's car number 5 is doing. Well, it looks like he's overtaking. Holy, what a perfect pendulum drift. Straight over the bodywork over the brake. First time I've ever been so amazed at the way I've taken a corner. His control of the car is just horrible. Wait, I think I just got a shot of the driver's side. What's he doing? I can't believe he was driving with one hand and grabbing the passenger lady's hand with the other. My God, what time is it? Still flirting here? The commentator was dumbfounded, and so was the audience around him. Drifting through the finish precisely over the brake was outrageous enough. Driving with one hand? It's on, isn't it? Ruth saw the number 5 car that kept passing other cars and was way ahead. Happy road. I knew Mr. Lee wouldn't lie to me. He's such a car god. It's awesome. Episode 110. Don't call me mother. Call me sister. The driver of number 5 is way out in front with a fabulous ride. He's unbelievable. The car was beyond what we thought it would be. The host yelled in excitement. Racing lane. Mrs. Iris felt her heart beating fast. racing at intense speeds, with ever-threatening gullies ahead, enough to get her excited beyond belief. Not to mention that Li Yun, who was driving with one hand, was still holding onto her hand with one hand. She could best feel Li Yun's confidence in front of her. Once over the bend of the 10,000 foot cliff, you enter the next level. Boom, through the rearview mirror, Li Yun saw a bomb flying over from behind. Why is there a bomb here? Mrs. Iris covered her mouth. The whole body was on alert. Li Yun steered and dodged the flying bomb. One shot dodged. And there, just as Li Yun frowned slightly, a prop suddenly appeared on the racing car. Shield, protects against any attack for 3 seconds. The moderator's voice sounded again. That's right, this is the second level of the prop race. All kinds of random props are coming. How to utilize it wisely will be the focus of this level. Don't think you can rest easy on first place. But it's easy to become a target. As expected, the cars following behind had aimed their acquired props at the first place Li Yun. A bomb whizzed by. Eyes are about to hit. Ruth shielded her eyes with her hands. Rumble, she carefully revealed a bit of it and looked at it. Li Yun's racing car was unscathed. A faint blue glow floated over the race car. A shield. He actually got a shield. What luck! But the luck doesn't last once you let the cars behind you get the props. Next time, just your luck. Good luck? Li Yun didn't think they would have that luck again. Now that you've figured out the rules, then he's going to still fight back. Not only to surpass them, but to eliminate them completely. Randomly appearing prop boxes appeared in the distance, splitting the road. What's car 5 up to? He's going to eat all the prop boxes in one sitting? How is this possible? It's a Z-shaped route. He can do it? Li Yun pulled back his grip on Mrs. Alice's hand and placed it on the steering wheel. He's getting serious. Sit down. A foot on the brake followed. The whole sheet drifted again, directly chemicalized with a Z. Eat all the prop boxes in front of you. Props boxed up. Is there a bug? How can we play without a prop box? Just as the rear car was clueless that the prop box was missing, one prop after another in Li Yun's car indiscriminately threw out one after another. The watermelon rind that made the car go out of control, squid juice that contaminates the field of vision, turtle shells that limit speed, and the bomb that blew up the car. An eye for an eye. Asterisk. Get out of the way. Whoever throws a watermelon rind. I'm on the morning 8. For crying out loud. I can't see anything. Damn that turtle shell. Goodbye Mom. I'm about to sail away. Boom. In an instant, 12 cars, only 8 remained, for were blown right out of the air by bombs. The owner of Hell Racing was dumbfounded. So did the rest of the audience. This is a human being? You've got a car god of this caliber in the race. Who can drive him? It's the first time I've seen such a bully. The props are all grabbed. Holy. Ruth crossed her arms and laughed. Take a look. Take a good look. That's my teacher. The owner, however, said with immense anticipation, little girl, count me out. You do have an awesome teacher. But for this third level, just his cow won't be enough. It also depends on the co-driver. I see his inexperienced co-pilot is likely to fail. Ruth sniffed and frowned slightly, only to see the number 5 car driven by Li Yun arrive in the middle of an icy field, hit by the extremely cold air. The car began to shake a bit. A countdown appeared ahead. Pass this level within 20 seconds, or it's considered a failure. 20 seconds was not difficult for Li Yun, but the next second, he realized something was wrong. Mrs. Alice noticed that Li Yun was having problems and looked over worriedly. What's wrong? Cloud. One of my hands is frozen. Li Yun looked at his frozen hands and calmly said, what about that? I can't shift gears with only one hand. I need you to help me. Okay? Li Yun looked at Mrs. Alice and smiled encouragingly. I believe in you. You can do it. On my command. When I say change, you change. Mrs. Iris had one hand on the shift lever. Take a deep breath. She seemed to understand why this race had to be a co-driver. It's all about this moment, isn't it? It was her first time in a race car. It could also be argued that never before had I done something so passionate with a person of the opposite sex. She sat in the car, infected by the passion every moment of every day. She's an old-fashioned creep. Since having Ruth dedicated his life, hobbies, love everything to Ruth. Just hope Ruth is well, but forget yourself. Forgetting that she was once a teenage girl. There have also been rebellions. Also had passionate too. She was in the middle of the freezing cold at this moment, but she felt incredibly hot. Her ego was finding its way back a little bit. It was as if the single mother who had given up everything had withdrawn a little from her soul. Reveal your true self. Change. Mrs. Alice immediately pulled the shift lever. Change. Once again. A precision fit. Change. Not a minute too soon. And even in the instant before Li Yun had even opened his mouth, she had sensed it. The heart is in the right place. Well in advance. Little girl. I'm not well read. You can't fool me. Is this really the first time your mother has been in a race car with your teacher? Why are they so in tune with each other? The boss was once again shocked as he watched the tacit understanding between Lee Yun and Alice. Ruth beckoned him to put his ear up. The boss leaned over. Ruth was heard to say quietly, I, too, don't know yet. He. Looking at Ruth, who had caught herself, the boss was completely out of temper with this quirky little girl. Watch the number 5 car cross the finish line. He was heartbroken and surprised. The surprise is that after all these years of racing, there are always shenanigans. Nope. Someone reached the finish line. It's natural to be heartbroken about your prizes, and it's crucial that you get a ride yourself. The corners of his mouth twitched and his heart and flesh ached. See, that's my mom. Night or not. Ha ha ha, she's my pride and joy. She's fantastic. At this moment, Ruth's heart was once again proud of her mother. Ruth cheered and ran to Lee Yun and Alice. Teacher, mother, you're wonderful. Iris looked over at Ruth and smiled. Oh Ruth, I'll discuss something with you. From now on, I'll be with Mr. Lee, and outside, you call me sister, don't call me mother. Ruth, I'm going after my lost youth. What about me? Mother. Call sis. Episode 111, Free Substitute Teacher, came to class 7 and tried to run away. Ruth's whole shenanigans have been bad lately, since his own mother decided to search for his lost youth. A sea change is beginning to take place. The first is the dress. Compared to the old gentlewoman's outfit, it's starting to go to the new wave of hot mommy style. Become confident and beautiful. A casual outing can trigger the gaze of countless males. Going out with Ruth convinced onlookers even more that they were sisters. It's true. Both people and shenanigans get younger when you're in love. The other is on-time management. Previously, all of her time had been devoted to the nurturing of Ruth. 24 hours a day. Ruth. Today, 24 hours is divided into dressing up, falling in love, and youth. And a part of concern for Ruth. The huge fallout made Ruth hold up instead. Ruth, you seem a little strange lately. Lee Yun looked at Ruth, who had a grimace on her face. You what broke up with my sister? You're the one who wanted me to go after it in the first place. And isn't it working now? Oh, it did work. I'm calling sis. Sure enough, a slap in the face. These two mothers and daughters. There's something wrong with them. One is good, one is not. But Ruth here isn't too much of a problem. It's just not a very good fit caused by a brief heart drop. It would be hard for Lee Yun to care. For the moment, his focus has to return to the class as a whole. After all, it's already in this game. How do you have to complete the quests in the game? Helping class 7 to improve their promotion rate. As soon as we get back to the classroom, Lee Yun was a bit stunned. Is this still the old class 7? All the students sat down, one by one, and listened attentively to the lesson even though it was over. Who the hell is that teacher at the podium? What happened to replacing him? As soon as I saw Lee Yun, the students of class 7 got up. Mr. Lee, you're finally back. Heard the teacher of class 7 coming back. Several players on the podium breathed a deep sigh of relief. Holy crap, Mr. Class 7 is finally back. I've never seen a class so in love with learning that they don't even go home. Stick us here and talk for days and nights. Several players instantly collapsed to their knees on the podium in a moment of weakness. Turn your head and look. Isn't that the new guy? You're the teacher of class 7. Seeing Lee Yun, several people were immediately surprised. Thanks Ao. You guys helped me with my lectures while I was gone. Several players immediately complained. What kind of a teacher is you who doesn't come to class for days? Okay, you're finally here. And our brothers can get some air. He said that he was about to leave. But Lee Yun stopped the way. In terms of lecturing, Lee Yun thought that he was inferior to these few real name brand college students. That picked up on him. Now that it's all said and done, let's not talk about it. I see the kids like you, so stay here as a substitute teacher. Those college students heard. Substitute teacher? Substitute teachers who don't get paid, don't get breaks, and take turns lecturing all day and night? Cute little thing. Talent. No way. Never. You're the teacher. Let us go. Think we're stupid. How nice to be students. We're going back to class 5 to continue being students. We won't leave if you say we won't. I'm telling you, even if you're a teacher, you're still a newbie. So don't roar too wildly. The player who had been thinking of bullying the old and the new suddenly froze. Wait, I think I can see his ID. Reverse butterfly. That rookie king, president of the Love One Another Family Guild. Lee Yun smiled gently. Since you recognized me, it's all the more reason not to let you go. Seeing this, Lee Yun snapped his fingers. Class 7. These substitute teachers may not think you're enthusiastic enough. Show your enthusiasm and leave these substitute teachers behind. Upon hearing Lee Yun's words, some of the students in class 7 sharpened their knives. while others sharpen their teeth. Some people pull out cursed dolls, others spiritually out of their physical bodies. The well-behaved version of Ruth beside Li Yun blacked out in a second and resumed her big sister appearance. At last the students of Class 7 showed what they were supposed to be touching. Still going? No. No go. Am I rampant? No. Not rampant. Like being a substitute teacher for the 7th grade? Like. Satisfied. Li Yun put back the fierce-guile blade. That's right. If we'd talked about it that way earlier, it wouldn't have happened. It took a few college students at the moment to realize why the newcomer in front of him could subdue the entire 7th class. It's true that evil shenanigans need to be sharpened by someone even more evil. Keep an eye on your teaching assistants. I'll go to the principal and get them a substitute teacher's credential. Li Yun threw a few college students at the students, with the system as well as Ruth, the big sister. There's no fear that the students of Class 7 will be turned. Then he headed for the principal's office. Along the way, the passing teachers greeted Li Yun warmly. After all, this is the upstart who beat senior Mr. Shun. It was more of a human teacher who suppressed the 7th class. Just as he stepped into the principal's office, he saw the principal walking over with enthusiasm. Mr. Lee, you're back. I was looking for you to take a few more days off. If you want to take a break, you can always say so. As long as Class 7 doesn't make any noise, anything is fine. Li Yun opened the door. Headmaster, I'm looking for you for something. The principal smiled back. Mr. Lee, I happen to be ready to tell you something too. But first, what do you need me for? The principal's attitude towards Li Yun was extraordinarily good. It's up to him to suppress a bunch of mongrels in the 7th class. I'm looking to hire a couple substitutes in my class and came to you for qualifications. Li Yun handed over the information of those college students. The principal took a look. It was originally a 5th class student. As human as Mr. Lee, no wonder he was able to be spotted by Mr. Lee. It's just, our school's tradition is usually to have a maximum of one substitute teacher in a class. That's suddenly several more. Li Yun frowned slightly. No? Immediately, he was about to open his mouth, but he didn't expect the principal's words to change. But since it was Mr. Lee who asked, I have to do it even if it's hard. Don't worry about this matter. Mr. Lee, no problem. From today, they are all substitute teachers for the 7th class. Snap, the principal's seal of appointment was stamped. Can take effect. Those college students instantly went from being students in Class 5 to being substitute teachers in Class 7. At the moment a few college students were being surrounded by the 7th class congregation of shenanigans. A couple of you will soon be substitute teachers for our class. You'll have to teach me more in the future. Several people looked at Ruth, the big sister in front of them who had once terrorized the entire school's faculty and students. Shivering. What scares them even more is this. The teddy bear in Ruth's hand just now had transformed into a 3-meter-tall dark flame giant bear. It just blocked the entire classroom door. Grimacing at them. This substitute teacher. It's killing me. Episode 112 Open Class Battle. Class 7 Awakening. Finish solving Li Yun's request for him. The principal rubbed his hands together. Mr. Lee, I need to tell you something. The regulators above are coming to inspect the school recently. 2 classes need to be selected for open classroom visits. Li Yun gave a soft O. The open class thing was something he had experienced as a child. It's just that this is all about the treatment of the top class. What does it have to do with him? A 7th grade teacher? One of them happens to be Class 7. Hearing the principal's words, Li Yun frowned slightly. Shouldn't the open class choose the top class? How come you chose Class 7? It's random? Which is the other class? The principal shook his head. Class 5. The 5th class of the sharpest class? 2 classes. An all-school sharpshooter. A notorious 7th class. It's a dark choice any way you look at it. In previous years, a class was taken for an open class. The experts up there will take into account the classes, the order, the seriousness of the students, and final questions to score live. As long as the experts on the scene can rate it over 80, that class gets extra education funding to help its students be able to go to college. I don't know what changed the rules this year, but suddenly there's going to be a PK between 2 classes. You're not being redundant when you say that. Li Yun finally understood. Why 2 classes? One worst and one best. This is about sacrificing Class 7 to protect Class 5's 100% resource quota. This would have been unjustifiable, but as the teacher of the 7th class, Li Yun would instinctively be a little upset inside. The principal seemed to notice and immediately said, Mr. Lee, I know that this is all in the palm of my hand, but there's only one spot. I can't help it. Who let the 7th class score? Li Yun interrupted the principal. I understand. What does the principal need me to do? The principal breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Lee just needs to maintain order on the day. For the rest, Face the experts with questions on the real situation of the students of the 7th class. It's impossible to answer correctly. The principal's message was clear. You don't have to do anything. That's all. In other words, it would be hard to do anything to change the result that Class 7 would definitely lose. Li Yun didn't agree the first time. Fade. The principal should understand what the 7th class was like once and what it is like today. I never think it's my fault alone that the 7th class has become normal today. At heart, these kids want to be recognized. And who wants to be a bad kid? I've been away for the past few days, and I'm sure the principal and the other teachers have seen how hard they've worked. They are also students at the school and are struggling with the transition. Keep up. There's no reason to fall victim to another group of students. So I'll tell the kids exactly what the principal just said. If they're willing to make the effort to compete, lose, and be less skilled, there is no excuse. But as their teacher, if I tell them nothing, I am betraying them and failing them. I can lose to Mr. Chen. But my students should make their own decisions on whether they win or lose. You think so? Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen, who was holding a thermos, came out from the shadows. When did Mr. Li find out about me? Teacher Chen's face was slightly shocked. A smile followed. I see you know. For this open class, the principal specifically asked me to take Class 5. I agree with you. Every student should have the right to compete. Mr. Li, I'm not going to let go again. I also hope that the children in Class 7, under your leadership, will give us a great surprise this time. Mr. Chen opened up and held out a hand. Li Yun was fine with such head-to-head competition. Shook hands with the best senior teacher in the school. Then we'll see. The principal saw the handshake between the two teachers and couldn't help but sigh. It's my pattern that's small. Thank you both for teaching me. It made me realize that every student deserves the right to honor their school and compete. I'm looking forward to the open class soon and how both classes will do. 7th class. I'm done talking. What does everyone think? Li Yun told the students of the 7th class all about the principal's words. The students are silent. You look at me. I look at you. Finally looking in unison to Ruth, the main centerpiece. Ruth stood up, taking full advantage of her big sister's lead. It's just an open class. What's there to be afraid of? Class 5 top class. We're not so bad. Other students. Really? After all, Class 7 has the number 1 in the school. Me. All in all. I'll just say one thing. This time in the open competition, our 7th class is going to bring out its full strength. Tell everyone we're not a hanging car. Hearing Ruth's words, the other students responded. Big sis is right. We're already trying to keep up with our studies. Work harder and you might be able to overtake Class 5. Class 7 is not the worst. As long as you can't learn to die. Learn to die. Don't steam the buns. Fight for them. Watching a determined student in the 7th class. The most stifled were a couple of substitute teachers. Really no students think about them. Give them a voice? What do you mean? As long as you can't learn to die, you'll learn to die. You guys are weirdly noble and amazing. We're human beings. And that's just after graduating from elementary school and being exposed to the middle school curriculum. The open house is just a few days away. Sure you can catch the 5th class of the top class? Seeing the students so determined, Li Yun was relieved. Since you have made up your minds, as your teacher, I'll help you. Li Yun opened his system. There are many rewards in the background. Substitute teacher to teach your class for you. Proficiency plus 20. Intermediate teacher proficiency plus 10 inch. Li Yun accepted the reward. Intermediate teachers then began to upgrade. Teachers. Occupational level, advanced. Gifted skills, plus 50% for tutoring students. With your help, students can progress and grow faster. Occupational skills dash. You have the ability to forget everything that you see with your eyes and store it in your memory palace. Pressure. You carry a teacher's natural breath of pressure, which suppresses the opponent's aura. Student rebellion levels cleared in favor of learning progress. Advanced teachers can increase student progress. With this aura added to it, all students in Class 7 will double their progress. This also was Li Yun's bottom line to the 7th class. Li Yun looked at a few substitute teachers. What are you waiting for? Get on with the lesson. A couple of substitute teachers were slightly stunned. Mr. Li, what about you? Li Yun looked toward the hotly dressed Alice outside the door. Said to Ruth, I have a date with your sister. I'll just go ahead. Ruth tossed her head in exasperation. Humph. Episode 113 Love Sister-in-Law? Li Yun is a young woman killer. Facing a young woman is a real pleasure. Women are like flowers. The venerable Mrs. Timid was like a rich flower. The unattainable air is most fascinating. As she stood there, owning the entire old castle, the Timid family, she is then the most honored queen, Mrs. Medusa. It's a wolfsbane flower. Nice to look at, but highly poisonous. The slightest misstep could lead to your own undoing. As for Crimson, it was a hot rose. There are thorns and thistles, but they can't stop her from being born gorgeous. Mrs. Iris is more like a daisy than they are. Always a gentle smile, soft and quiet. Even though she was dressed hot, she still gave off a feeling of pure lust. She kissed and hooked Li Yun's arm. Walking on the street, it immediately attracts countless envious and jealous gazes. Cloud, I've been really happy since I've been with you. I want to give you something. Mrs. Alice led Li Yun into the mall. Li Yun also had some knowledge about Mrs. Alice's situation. Even though she was a single mom, she wasn't short of money. A little rich girl with her own little coffers. Entering a mall is not very different from a human mall. There are all sorts of clothes, bags, jewelry and more. Alice led Li Yun to a branded men's clothing store. Hello MS. Is this for clothing for your toys and pets? Hearing the guide's words, Alice blushed a little shyly. For most shenanigans, someone who can bring it here. Usually toys and pets for fun. No, it's someone I like. Hearing this, the guide froze slightly, but after all, they were professionally trained, and their faces didn't show too much expression, just a slight smile to look at Li Yun. Hello Mr. Human. You can come here and look around. These are the finest clothes in our house. The shopper led Li Yun to the formal men's section. There are all kinds of clothes lined up here. Suit robes for blood-sucking creeps, official uniforms for zombies, anti-abrasion clothing for walkers. There are different options for different shenanigans. I don't know which style of dress the gentleman prefers. He's fit for blood-sucking shenanigans. Mrs. Iris spoke up. Okay, this one is new for the season. Made of the finest sole silk. Not only is it fireproof, it's waterproof. It won't need cleaning for 100 years. I think this gentleman has a good temperament. It should fit him well. The professional shopper held up a burgundy suit. Mrs. Iris looked away. Cloud, try. Looking at Mrs. Alice's expectant eyes, Li Yun took the clothes and walked into the dressing room. One foot in, the other ready to close the door. Mrs. Iris suddenly followed, with a mischievous and shy face. I'm afraid you won't wear it. Li Yun smiled, then opened his hand. Mrs. Iris gently removed his clothes. In the small fitting room, Mrs. Iris pressed herself against Li Yun and dressed him. The little face turned even redder. Draped that suit over Li Yun. Then he buttoned him up and carefully turned his collar. After doing so, Mrs. Alice placed her gaze on Li Yun and was slow to move. The red suit made Li Yun's handsome face look even more evil. Every knit of his brows and smile carried an air of blood-sucking guile and dignity. Was it good? Well, look. Li Yun suddenly hugged Mrs. Alice and walloped her to death against the wall. Gently said, "You think it looks good? Then I'll listen to you. Just get this one." The ambiguous aura of the two quickly overflowed the entire fitting room. Dum. Are you done trying, sir? Do you need help? The knock on the door of the guide outside the fitting room interrupted Alice, who was immersed in Li Yun's tenderness. She hurriedly straightened her hair. The door was then opened. I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were there too, miss. Ahem. I've finished trying it on for him. I'll take this one. Swipe your card. Alice interrupted the guide and took out a card and handed it to the guide. Just wear it, don't change it. Then he said to Li Yun. Walked out of the fitting room with Li Yun and came to the rest area to wait for the shopper to settle the bill. At this moment, a male trickster covered in gold plating walked into the store. Alice, I didn't expect to run into you here. The male trickster saw Iris with a look of surprise and joy. Alice's eyes, however, showed a hint of boredom. Turn your head and ignore it. The male creep didn't care about Alice's ignorance and instead leaned in more aggressively. I've asked you out so many times and you're afraid to come out. I didn't expect to meet here. It's fate. What? Are you here to buy clothes? Just tell me what you see and I'll buy it for you. I was just hoping to have dinner with you and get to know each other better. What a smell. Your store is really getting out of class. Letting smelly humans in. At this moment the guide walks towards Alice. Here's your card, miss, and this gentleman's clothes are paid for. It was only then that the male trickster noticed Li Yun on the side. There was a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes at that moment. Alice, you like toys like humans too? It was then that Iris spoke up. He is not my toy. Li Yun asked as he looked at the male trickster. Which one is this? Iris got up and grabbed Li Yun's hand. Cloud, let's go. This is a guy who knows no shame. Seeing that Alice took the initiative to grab Li Yun's hand, the male creep couldn't sit still any longer. One stopped them in their tracks. Alice, are you crazy? I can't believe you chose a human. Iris looked over at him and said in a single word. I'm not crazy. I'm sane. I like Cloud. Plus, I don't need your permission to be with anyone. Now please get out of the way. The male trickster looked at Li Yun with eyes as if he wanted to kill him by 1,000 cuts. He gritted his teeth. You're so, can't stand up to, big brother. Hearing this, Iris became even more angry. Your big brother is a creepy scum. Alice, had nothing to do with him a long time ago. I'm just me. Off. Now Li Yun understood. The big brother in this male creep's mouth should be Ruth's father. And this male creep, I don't know. Love your sister-in-law? Male trickster said reluctantly. I don't care who you like. The point is that he deserves you. A human who lives and breathes in the underworld needs you to give him even a suit. What he can bring to the table. Li Yun said cheerfully. Bring your big brother a green hat. Alice covered her mouth and snickered when she heard Li Yun's words. I didn't expect Li Yun to be so poor. Human, do you know who you're talking to? Li Yun thought about it and summarized. Brother Cuckold's little brother? Episode 114. Ma'am, I'm craving dumplings. Blown up. Totally blown up. Male Guile said angrily. Alice, stay out of this. This ungrateful human has completely angered me. No one in the whole of Spectre City has dared to talk to me like this. Not even if Big Brother comes back. I'll get him killed. One way or another. My big brother's cuckold can only be me for him. Li Yun, 666. This creep is simply a wolf out. Iris tried to stop it. Li Yun stopped her behind him. There's no way I'm letting you stand in for me. Cloud. But you're just a teacher. Then you really don't understand me well enough. I think I'll have to find some time to get to know Mrs. Alice a little better. Li Yun lightly snapped his fingers. Soul contract activated. Duke Zoltan appeared before him. The male trickster's attack was easily deflected by Zoltan. It was then that he saw the Duke-level blood-sucking creep in front of him. Slightly surprised. Is your excellency having some misunderstanding with me? I just want this human dead. Are you the owner of this store? If so, I would like to apologize for my rashness. Duke Zoltan ignored the male trickster and looked at Li Yun respectfully. Boss. Li Yun nodded faintly, then glanced at Mrs. Iris, who was beside him, covering her small mouth in surprise. Cloud. This Duke. Hello ma'am. I'm one of boss's men. Just call me Zoltan. Duke Zoltan bowed to Lady Alice. Both guests, could you please not do it here? The little store just can't take it. The shopper also came over at this moment, with a prayerful face. You're a pretty good guide. I'll give you a face. When Li Yun opened his mouth, Duke Zoltan stood in front of him without the intention of taking the initiative. The look on the face of the male trickster who was trying to wear the hat for his big brother at the moment changes endlessly. He really couldn't figure out how a human had captured a Duke-level blood-sucking trickster. Had enough? Get out of the way when you've had enough. I'll tell you again. There's no way I like you, much less want to see you again. Mrs. Alice said in a cold voice. Male Guile gritted his teeth in death and finally struggled. Iris, I admit there's something about this human, but so what? He's nothing but a gigolo who needs you to spend your money. I'm different. I'm willing to spend money for you. I'll buy you anything you like. Li Yun was happy to hear this. So you're an ATM. Mrs. Iris pointed to the town necklace of the jewelry store in the distance. I like that one. Go get it. Eyeing the town's treasure in the distance. Male Guile suddenly regained some sanity. That's a lot of numbers up there. Love your sister-in-law. It's an XP. Doesn't mean it has to be Alice. He had to weigh whether it was worth it or not. After all, that's not a small amount of money. Is that all the vigor? Sure enough, all you men want a whore for nothing. Once you mention money, you are immediately sober. Iris saw through all the mockery. Male Guile pointed at Li Yun. Then he's up. He's not only whoring for nothing, he's costing you money. He's handsome, and I'm happy to be. Iris rolled her eyes and said with an old lady's biggest tone. Just as Male Guile was getting pissed off in 5 different ways, Zoltan came over from the distance at some point. A jewelry box was handed to Li Yun. Li Yun slowly opened it, and inside was none other than that town store necklace. You gave me gifts in exchange. There's your present. Iris looked at the expensive necklace. Cloud. This is too expensive. That necklace is enough to buy as many of these dresses as it takes. You're just a teacher. How did you get so much money? Male Guile heard this and disdained it. So it's just a teacher with a swollen face. This necklace will cost you half a year's salary. I was only a step slow just now. Those town store earrings I think go great with the necklace. Iris, I'll buy it for you right here. A mere earring. It's nothing. Eyes on male creep headed for the jewelry store. Alice hurriedly held Li Yun's hand and was about to leave. Cloud. I don't want anything from him. Let's go and get away from this annoying guy. Li Yun, however, stopped her. You don't want it from him. What about me? What do you mean? Li Yun looked to Zoltan, who bowed his head slightly. Boss doesn't know if ma'am needs any other jewelry to go with this necklace either. That's why I was just told to go buy all the jewelry. This one was requested by the lady by name, which is why I sent it here in the first place. Iris stared in disbelief. Cloud, did you really buy all the jewelry? Li Yun nodded gently. Go ahead. Check it out and match it however you want. No woman is too short on jewelry. And I'm sure you are too. If I don't come up with 1,000,000,000 points of strength, how can I bring a hat to his big brother? Hearing Lee Yun's flirtation, Alice said with some inferiority complex. Cloud, would you mind if I ever? Please call me Lee Mengda. Which probably means, that's my favorite thing about you. Really? There's nothing more exciting than putting a hat on big brother. Little bad boy. Iris gave him a sheepish pat. Instead, there was a happy smile on his face. What did you say? Sold? Tease me. These have been sold? Who's so good they've got the place wrapped up? The male shenanigans who was trying to put a hat on his big brother was now listening to the words of the guide with a surprised look on his face. The shopper couldn't pay attention to him in time as she saw Lee Yun and Alice walking towards her. She looked to Mrs. Iris, smiling with envious eyes. Miss, I really envy you for having a good husband. Your husband has bought all the jewelry here. Hearing the words of the guide, the male trickster was struck by lightning at the moment. He looked at Lee Yun woodenly. You finished shopping? Lee Yun said faintly. From now on, if you don't have money, don't follow my example of putting a hat on your big brother. What is sister-in-law's status? How can one necklace be enough? Now will you get lost? I need to take your sister-in-law for a good try at the jewelry. The male trickster stood there, his eyes clearing at once. How had he ever seen such a human? Not only do they have ducal henchmen, but they also have multiple fortunes and billions today. A few words and you can smoke your CPU dry. This gentleman, please also leave our store. The place is packed, and the rightful owners don't seem to welcome you to stay. Male shenanigans heard the repulsion of the guide. No longer have the face to stay. Gray. For his departure, Alice, who was wearing jewelry one by one, and Lee Yun, who was admiring from the side, didn't care. Cloud, does it look good? The jewelry looks great against you. Pfft, yuck. What are we going to do later? Asterisk. Ma'am, I want some dumplings. Episode 115. The public class begins. Teacher Lee, Teacher Chen, the open class is about to begin. Class 5 or Class 7? It's all about school pride. Just laboring on you guys. Listening to the principal's words, Lee Yun and Mr. Chen shook hands. Be a teacher and play fair. This is the first time in nearly 100 years that I've competed against a human. Mr. Lee, I'm honored. Teacher Chen smiled, full of admiration for Lee Yun. It's also an honor to compete with Mr. Chen. Our children in Class 7 will show everyone a different performance. The principal was happy to say. Then I and all the teachers will wait and see. Mr. Chen and Lee Yun walked out of the teacher's office and returned to their own class. Mr. Lee, the class stood up when they saw Lee Yun approaching. Today's Class 7 students can be described as transformed. One of these is the addition of senior teacher Lee Yun. It gives them a certain bottom line to learn at an increased rate. The face was full of confidence. The other is a couple of hollowed-out substitute teachers. The last few days have been badgering them around the clock. The dark circles under my eyes are bigger than a panda's. If it wasn't for Lee Yun giving them the refined blood-replenishing potion, these college students are going to die of exhaustion in this classroom. The most infuriating thing was that their efforts to lecture and empty their knowledge just got one at Ruth's. Not bad for a simple review. Today Ruth, minus all the rebellious dress, she also went from being the big sister of Class 7 to being the class president of Class 7. Learning commissioners. Standing there at the moment, holding his hands. It's finally time for me to hit the ground running. After letting Class 5 fool around for so many years, it's time to show them that Class 7 has me. The 7th class cheered. Big sister is awesome. Call me Lord Bandmaster. Yes, big sister. Yes, big sister. Lee Yun looked at the confident Ruth, then gently laughed. Well, sit down, all of you. I'm going to go over the open class process for you again. The open class is divided into 3 tests. One is classroom discipline. One is the quality of teaching. In both of those miles, discipline is something I'm sure you can all do. The crowd immediately nodded their heads in a well-behaved manner as they looked at the fierce-guile sword in Lee Yun's hand. Do it, do it. Only then was Lee Yun satisfied and put away his sword. And then it was time for the 3rd session. Quiz. Lee Yun swept towards his classmates. The experts will give you an accompanying quiz then. The difficulty of the quiz. The questions are the same for Class 5 and our class. Scoring is based on the average score of each class. It also tests how well you've been studying lately. Hearing Lee Yun's words, the students looked at each other, full of confidence. In that case, then let's welcome the open class in Class 7. The experts have come to the school. At the moment the principal was accompanying them towards Class 7. The experts have asked somewhat timidly, Principal, are you sure that the class for the open class is the 7th class? This open house is visible to the entire education community. This 7th class can teach? The infamy of the 7th class had spread not only in the school, but even outside the school. This group of experts remembers the last time they came to the school for an open class. Just accidentally passing by the 7th class. Just got caught by the 7th class. It left a deep negative impression. At this moment, when they were told to go to the 7th edition to listen to the lecture, each of them looked at each other. The principal smiled. Please rest assured, gentlemen, the 7th class is no longer the 7th class it once was. What is the meaning of this? I think you all might as well go and see for yourselves one of the wonders of educational history. Miracle? The experts were a little puzzled as the principal pointed to the door of the 7th class. Smile and welcome them in. The experts warily pushed open the door. Subconsciously, he stepped back. I'm afraid that when the door opens, a bunch of undesirables will pop up inside. Welcome, teachers. There were no expected images, just students who stood up and bowed in neat rows. The teachers on the panel were dumbfounded by this look. One by one, is this still that demonic 7th class? It's not like the principal changed the door sign. See that the experts are still standing late outside the door. The students bowed again. Welcome, teachers. A second request slowed the experts down. With an awkward smile, he waved his hand, then carefully walked in. Same. Hello classmates. Ruth saw this and raised her voice. Sit. The class sat down neatly and obediently. Rather, it was the neutral voice that startled the skeptical experts. One of the most profound influences on the 7th class froze at the sight of Ruth. Isn't this the one who instructed the 7th class students to scare us last time? Big sister? The shadows seemed too deep at the time. After all, as an expert in education, I've seen too many good students. It's the first time I've seen a delinquent student who dares to scare, threaten, and catch them. It's hard not to remember Ruth, the big sister. Her name is Ruth, and she's the class president and study counselor of class 7. Li Yun's voice came from behind that expert. The experts turned their heads, and only then did they see Li Yun on the podium. Human? You're the teacher of the 7th class? Li Yun nodded and introduced himself. My name is Li. I'm the teacher of the 7th class, and the lead teacher for today's open class. These are the substitute teachers for the 7th class. A couple of college students off to the side nodded politely in greeting. The open class thing is something they've experienced too much of since they were kids. Much more familiar than shenanigans. Principal, is this the miracle you were talking about? How dare a bunch of humans become the teacher of the 7th class? It was unbelievable for us. Looking at the surprised expert, the principal smiled calmly. Mr. Li is an excellent teacher in our school. Guys, don't underestimate him just because he's human. The 7th class in the past was a problem that countless teachers couldn't crack. Since Mr. Li came, it's been transformed. Looking at each of the obedient and well-behaved students sitting in the 7th class, the experts believed it after all. A human teacher with a bunch of former delinquent students. That's an experience like no other. I'm already looking forward to this open house. The principal pointed to a few seats arranged in the back. You may all take your seats. One by one, the experts took their seats. It also signaled that this open class was about to begin. Mr. Li, let's begin. We can't wait to hear you speak. Li Yun nodded. Eyes on the students. Close all the basic textbook books that have been laid out in advance on the podium. He was definitely no match for Mr. Chen with these basic textbooks. Not even the few substitute college students. He'll have to find another way. In today's lesson, I want to teach you something different. The students as well as the experts looked at Li Yun with curiosity. Only Li Yun took out a bottle of potion. The art of refining medicine. Want to learn? Episode 116, Genius of the Alchemist? Think. There was no hesitation in opening the mouth. Not any student. Instead, it was a group of experts sitting in the back. At the moment, he saw the eyes that the students were casting. The experts were embarrassed by the tactical coughing. Ahem. Sorry, got excited. Mr. Li, go on. The art of refining medicine may not be clear to this group of children as to the value of it, but for these experts, this is the kind of high-end course that they naturally want to listen to. As for why a human, a college, would know such high-end arts, they are also curious. Seeing this, Li Yun continued, the art of refining medicine is the most important of all arts. The path of refining pills is even more of a big question, designed with knowledge of pharmacology, alchemy, and the powers of the elements. This time it wasn't just the students who were listening and taking notes. Even the substitute college students, experts, and principals on the sidelines were taking notes after Li Yun, listening more carefully than the students, even making eek, wow, oh noises from time to time. Class V. Mr. Chen lectured on the basic material, a high level of understanding and educational underpinning. It made the experts listening to the class nod their heads in recognition, worthy of being Mr. Chen. That was an insightful speech. The understanding of education is a notch above all of us. Awesome. Teacher Joe and the rest of the teachers who stood outside the classroom secretly poking around the situation whispered. Experts speak highly of Mr. Chun. That's Mr. Chun. In terms of lecturing, I don't think Mr. Lee is a match. Alas, the gap will even be wide. Mr. Joe thinks otherwise. I do think it's different. Mr. Lee is no ordinary man. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, would you dare to believe that a human teacher could subdue and change the 7th class? The rest of the teachers shook their heads. Human? Surrender? Change the 7th class? What a niche term. But it happened with my own eyes. So let's go to class 7 now. I'm for it. A group of teacher dogs sneaked toward the 7th class. Teacher Lee, what is the principle of synthesizing this decaying element and soul-breaking grass? Can flame elements really be synthesized like this? If I want to make a blood-replenishing potion, what do I need to do to prepare it now? Mr. Joe and the other teachers were dumbfounded as they looked at the experts who were scrambling to raise their hands to ask questions. Am I looking at this the wrong way? A bunch of experts asking questions? No, you're not wrong. I even suspect that in this parlor. These experts are the students. The art of refining medicine? This is something Mr. Lee also knows? I Lua Teacher Lee, which have open class into this throughout the class. The experts scrambled to ask questions, afraid that their problems Li Yun could not see. One by one all ran by the podium. A pair of expectant gazes looked at Li Yun. Li Yun also came and answered their questions one by one. You pass on knowledge of pill refining. Career value plus 30. Exclusive proficiency of a pill refiner plus 20. Exclusive proficiency of a senior teacher plus 20 inch. Li Yun also didn't expect that by combining the dual professions together, he would be able to receive double rewards. It showed him what was truly awesome about the teaching profession. The one who has attained the goal can teach all things. Linda's Alchemist's Gnosis, 20. Qin Lei's Alchemist's Perception, 15. Zhang Yuan's Alchemist's Gnosis, 10. The Gnosis values of students, experts, substitute teachers, and principals kept appearing in Li Yun's background. This is a new skill that I have realized after being promoted to senior teacher. By exporting one's knowledge, one will get a corresponding feedback of enlightenment from the recipient. A higher level of enlightenment naturally indicates a greater ability to learn relevant knowledge. Ruth's Alchemist Gnosis, 99. Ruth has been recognized as a trainee alchemist. Alchemist proficiency plus 50. Advanced teacher proficiency plus 50 inch. Li Yun looked at Ruth, who had been burying her head in thought. I didn't think she would be so enlightened. Surprisingly, he was directly promoted to trainee alchemist in one class, and as a recipient of your own teachings, it also offers itself as a reward for doing so. That was more than a surprise. Soon, the time for this class was up. The experts looked unfulfilled and regretful. My God, how could it be over so quickly? Why did you make me hear such a wonderful lesson? What if I can't hear it later? Mr. Lee, can we still come to your class to listen and learn in the future? Wonderful art of alchemy. Simply a great masterpiece of God. Look at the sincere but insufficiently enlightened touch of the experts. Li Yun could only nod his head first. It's okay to listen to the lecture, but remember to give me a 5-star review. Experts have been scoring full marks on the measurement of teaching. In this class, even they became students. That's full marks. What else is there to say? Seeing this, Li Yun also smiled with satisfaction. Sort of speculating on my own. Next up is the third segment. The experts come up with a role. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the final session of the open house. Have a class quiz. I know, it's hard for class 7, but there's no way around it. Those are the rules. The experts handed out the papers and spoke to Li Yun. This human teacher of Li Yun's was so powerful that they recognized it in their hearts. But it's one thing to be able to subdue class 7. Raising the grades of a poor class is another yard. After all, the exam was not about the art of refining medicine. Rather, it's the basics. What makes the experts wonder is this. The students of class 7 got their papers and did not show a flabbergasted touch. Instead, one was glowing. The expression seemed to say, I do it all. One then immediately bowed his head and snapped his pen. Quickly start answering the questions. It's the third link. That's not an easy quiz. Will class 7 really do it? A group of teachers outside the door were skeptical. I don't know. Mr. Lee is great. It's a pity that there's so little time to come. The bottom of the 7th class is too bad. The odds are that the grade point average won't even be passable. Mr. Joe thought about it. I reckon the average score of class 5 this time could be above 90. If you can't reach the class 7 pass line, you're not even close. Alas, Mr. Lee tried his best. Unfortunately, the other teachers nodded. For the 7th class to reach the passing line is a victory. A little bit of time passes. Soon, both classes finished their quiz tests. Phew, so nervous. First time I've ever been this nervous. Yeah, we used to tear up our papers without even writing our names on the exams. What? Did we used to have exams for this stuff? Soon, Li Yun walked over with the report card. Everyone looked to him. Li Yun held the results with a satisfied smile on his face. The average score of our 7th class broke through the passing line. 75 points. Hearing this, the students of class 7 applauded, their faces full of happiness. As for first place on this quiz, Li Yun looked to Ruth, squad leader. Ruth clasped her hands and tugged. Simple. The other teachers standing outside were shocked. Above the passing line? How? Class 7 students are such strong learners? Episode 117. You're not like them. Don't waste your time studying. Class 7 scored an average of 75 in the primary exams, who is nowhere near as good as 90 points in Class V. But the real thing gave the whole school a shock. Raider? You said Raider? 75 average in Class 7? Teacher Chen walked out of the classroom, and when he heard the average score of the 7th class, he almost didn't hold the thermos in his hand. Mr. Chen, you said that if you didn't see this with your own eyes, how dare you believe it? How many years has it been since the 7th class had an average score of 30 and it's all burnt out? 60 in passing is a New Year's Eve. This one dried up to 75. It's unbelievable. What's even scarier is that the class president of the 7th class scored a perfect score. Hearing this, Mr. Chen couldn't sit still any longer. Straight into the 7th class. Full marks. Let me see the full papers. Mr. Chen brought it for a look. The whole thing froze. Cheating? Where do you go to cheat on a perfect paper? Even if there is a way to get out of the body. The point is that the entire 5th class, the students he looked after, didn't have any of them scoring full marks, either. He was even more shocked when he saw Ruth's name. You used to rebel for fun. Well, you're noble. You're marvelous. Rebel for fun and a full score on a random shot. Headmaster, I propose to transfer this student to Class 5. With her grades as well as her talent, it's possible to get a top student for our school. Hearing Mr. Chen's words, the principal was also overjoyed. Scholar what a temptation this is for schools. On what grounds? You're telling me to go to Class 5 when you say so? What's so great about Class 5? A bunch of nerds. I'm the class president of Class 7, and I don't go anywhere but Class 7. Ruth's good behavior disappeared instantly in front of the other teachers. Yeah, which one of you? Why should our class president go to Class 5? Is my 7th class bad? Looking at the group of Class 7 students who had risen up in anger to dislike themselves. For a while, Mr. Chen was speechless. Is Class 7 bad? Before, in his eyes, it was really no eyes at all. When I first heard that I was going to Class 7 if I won, I broke my principles and admitted defeat at the first opportunity. He was a good teacher, but also believed in a good saddle for a good horse. Class 7 had never even been in his sights, but that 75 points is not as good as the 5th class though. It also certainly surpasses a portion of the regular class. Li Yun has only been here for a long time. Just take the 7th class with a qualitative leap. And, as a substitute teacher, even the best teacher in the school, he had always assumed that students belonged to the school, no matter what class they were in. Only the students of Class 7 told him that they only belonged to Li Yun. Class 7 only. Students, you, shut up, Principal Olden, and before I can say anything about you, you didn't even squeak when you heard he was going to take my class president. I'm all for school, so there's nothing wrong with calling you Old Den. Eyes on Class 7's angry dislike of Mr. Chan and the principal. Li Yun coughed gently twice. That stopped their anger. Mr. Li, I'm all for the school. I just don't want to waste her talent. Teacher Chen explained to Li Yun in a bit of a panic. Li Yun also understood that there was no selfishness in front of Mr. Chen. Unfortunately, he has. It's the principal's job to think about how good the school is. As a teacher, I only have to think about my students. Her wishes come first. She's the head of my 7th class and an independent student. She doesn't want to. No one can make her. The moment Li Yun's words came out, the students of the 7th class applauded. Ruth crossed her little legs. Not bad for the parents I've found for myself. He. Handsome. The principal nodded repeatedly. Mr. Li is right. Mr. Chen, forget about Ruth. Class 7 is getting better too. Maybe it won't be long before it's no worse than Class 5. This open class. Your 5th class won. Class 5 won? Looking at the cheering and shouting long live Mr. Li, the students of the 7th class, Mr. Chen, however, felt that he had lost. Teaching for many years and leading Class 5 to win open class. But the students of Class B were indifferent. It's as if it's all deserved and unsurprising. Himself is just a bit of insurance on top of the icing on the cake. Not that any of the students thanked him for it. And he, in the eyes of the 5th class, was a very good teacher. But dispensable teachers. It was far less than Li Yun's absolute position in Class 7. When the teacher is not tied to the student, is he still a good teacher then? Mr. Chin couldn't help but begin to doubt himself, leading Class 7 to a dramatic improvement in grades. Career value plus 50. Advanced teacher proficiency plus 100. Master teacher quest is now available. The panel of experts also stepped forward. Mr. Lee, you are simply a myth in the education world. Demon Class 7 has been in your hands for just a short period of time, but it's been transformed like this. We adore you so much. I wonder when you're going to give another lecture on alchemists, so we can listen again? Looking at the experts who had revealed their purpose, Ruth grimaced. Gee, trying to whore yourself out for nothing? There has to be some kind of competition, since you all see that there is hope for us in Class 7. Why can't they give out more than one education grant? Hearing Ruth's words, the experts looked at me and at you, embarrassed. There's really nothing we can do about that, and we have limited grants. I know that the individual students in Class 7 are not as good as Class 5, but by the rules. Li Yun directly interrupted them. I don't care about your rules. If we lose, we lose. But education grants, I give. Hearing Li Yun's words, even the principal froze. Mr. Lee, your salary is far from enough for this subsidy. Ruth rubbed her chin with a skeptical look. You're not cheating my mom out of her petty cash, are you? Li Yun glares at the quirky Ruth. A bank card was then produced. Hand it to the principal. It's an education grant that I fund. It's exclusive to Class 7. As long as the students in Class 7 make progress in their studies, just pay. As long as the students in Class 7 get into college, I'll pay for the tuition. The principal squeezed the card. The whole shenanigans are bad. He, really so rich. As long as the children in Class 7 are willing to learn and their grades improve, they can make money. Hearing Li Yun's words, the people in Class 7 were overjoyed. What? You can make money by raising your grades? By mom. I've decided not to go home and live in the classroom. Mr. Lee's tie pants are hot. Hearing this, Ruth was disgruntled. What about me? Do I still have room for improvement? Are you ostracizing me and not making me money? Li Yun said cheerfully. You're not like them. Don't waste your time studying. You have more important things to do. The rest of the class? What do you mean? Not like us. When did learning become a waste? Episode 118. Born with the holy body of pill refining. The Master Teacher quest opens. Master Teacher's mission. Task 1. To gain the favor of a class of students, favorability, 100%. Task 2. Achieve an average of 90 in a class, current average, 75. Mission 3. Take a close disciple and help him master a profession. Li Yun shelled out the Class 7 education grant. On the one hand, it is for the Master Teacher mission to monetarily increase students' enthusiasm for learning. On the other hand, it's all about favorites. Now the favorites have been pulled full circle. The second item takes a little time. The key right now is to collect shut-in disciples. His eyes burned into Ruth. Ruth hugged herself as soon as she could. What are you doing? You don't play with flowers like that. Li Yun cocked her little head. Let me ask you, are you interested in making medicine? Ruth thought about it. Well, this feels more challenging than studying. The point is, I've heard that alchemists are very lucrative. As expected, this little ninny was more precocious than the average child. Other students are still thinking about how to take the entrance exam. She was already thinking about how to make money. What's the point of wanting to make money so badly? Ruth beamed. Adopt you. Teacher. Ahem. This little ninny. You're more enlightened than they are. I can teach you. Of course I know. Those experts ask stupid questions. Ruth poked her tongue out quietly. Adorably. Not bad for a talented girl. Willing to be my closed disciple? Is it necessary to close the door? Don't fool around. Would you like to follow me to learn the art of the apothecary? Yes. Bound to a disciple, Ruth. Study profession, pharmacist. Level, trainee alchemist. Okay, Ruth, follow me to the other place. You guys get back to class. Substitute teacher. A couple of college students were dumbfounded. What? Another class? Give or take a life. Li Yun looked at a few people. Have you guys added the guild yet? A few people shook their heads. Not yet. Li Yun nodded. Any interest in joining my guild? These college students look at me and I look at you. Love each other as a family? To be a part of our family. Well. Several college students immediately nodded. Though love one another family is the new guild. But the reputation isn't bad. Newcomer king president. Frost goddess vice president. The eightfold Vajra. It's all big time in the newbies. Not to mention, the newer the guild, the better the chance to get ahead. However, even though our guild is new, we don't take in anyone. Here's a test for you. Keep raising their grade point average. The test is complete, and you are let in. Become a new member of the first batch. Hearing Li Yun's words, they immediately came to power. Class is in session. Come on. As long as it's dry, just do it to death. Li Yun watched their rekindled passion, a satisfied nod. Ugh. Another couple of dumbass who were fooled and crippled. Ruth sighed and shook her head. Li Yun turned his head and knocked her. You're the one who understands. Hurry up and follow me. Ruth rubbed her head, beamed, and followed Li Yun away. You have mastered the principles of the art of pill refining. Now need to memorize all the basic herbs. I said. Listen. Li Yun began to talk about the pharmacology of each herb, the combined reactions. Ruth just listened, her eyes burning. You pass on knowledge of herbs to Ruth. Career value plus 20. Alchemist proficiency plus 10. Ruth mastery plus 10". Star soul grass effect. Suck in the souls and gather them into stars. The effect of the evil body flower. Increases one's evil nature, and it is easy to go off the deep end after an overdose. The effect of the secret prana root. Eliminates soul impurities. Question after question. Ruth seemed at ease. Li Yun couldn't help but marvel. Yes you can. A talented girl indeed. Ruth, who was complimented, was also happy. That's for sure. Li Yun was able to grasp so much pharmacology by relying on the skills given by the system. And Ruth all but relies on enlightenment and talent alone. Ruth was more suited to be an alchemist than him. It was simply a little genius in pill refining that was 1 in a million. Now try refining one of the most basic solid potions. I've found the materials for you. You do the refining. Li Yun threw a stream of materials to Ruth. An alchemy pot was then set up. Ruth looked at the ingredients while keeping an eye on the fire. Then put it in a little bit. Each step was very precise in minute. Once all the ingredients are put in, it is stirred so that each ingredient creates a chemical reaction. There is also something to be said for the mixing process, which needs to be controlled with one's own spiritual energy. Ruth gently stirred, the potion in the alchemy pot fluttering and fluttering with huge bubbles. Soon the blisters disappeared. A potion was then successfully made. Li Yun stared at the solid potion. Something about the color fell off. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Ruth shook her head. That's right. Why don't you try it, teacher? Li Yun? You simmer up a pot of blackened sesame paste-like stuff. You'll let me try? Backstabbing teacher, right. Try it yourself if you've made it yourself. Ruth looked at the pot of black sesame seeds and gave a disgusted eek. Categorically refuses to try it himself. She turned her head. Take out the psychic bear that Li Yun won for him. Throw it to the ground. The little bear doll instantly transformed into a 3-meter-tall big bear evil spirit. Ow. Ow fart. Come here. Take a sip. Ow. Bear looked at the pot of black sesame seeds and instinctively stepped back. If you don't drink it, I'll throw you in the toilet. Bear was in a hurry, yelling no no no. Cautiously, he came forward. Seeing his bear-like appearance, Li Yun couldn't help it. Then he scooped some up with his paw and put it in his mouth. Suddenly, the entire body glowed with a golden color, and the toughness of the flesh was enhanced with the naked eye. Ruth said in a rare panic, "What's going on with Bear? It's not going to eat bad, is it?" Li Yun watched the change in the big bear and pondered. Solid potions usually only strengthen part of the physique for a short period of time. Not only is this big bear effective, it's instantly recognizable. What's going on? Li Yun got some of the black solid potion out, took the glassware and put it in his hand. Soon, euphoric panels surfaced before his eyes. Solid potion, variant, bullying potion. Hegemony potion, after drinking it, you will have 3 minutes of hegemony added to your body, and after 3 minutes you will fall into weakness. Li Yun hissed and sucked in a breath of cold air. Ruth's first alchemy was not only a success, it also produces an enhanced mutation with a small probability of 1 in a billion. Is this the legendary natural body of a medicine maker? Ruth looked to Li Yun, waiting for his answer. Li Yun smiled and looked at her. This little ninny would also have times when she was in a hurry. Congratulations, not only did you successfully refine your first potion, it even mutated to enhance its properties. Now this big bear in your house can fall into dominant hyperactivity. The big bear with a full body of golden light straightened its body and looked up to the sky. The huge force shook the glass of the surrounding school building, and it all shattered. Li Yun added, "Now, it's time for you to figure out how much you should pay the school." Ruth's small face changed and she gritted her teeth. "I still have to throw you down the toilet." Episode 119 Promotion to Intermediate Alchemist. Ruth makes mutant potions. Career value plus 50. Alchemist proficiency plus 30. Ruth mastery plus 20". The profession of apothecary has been promoted to middle grade. Success rate of medicine making plus 50%. Can make 3 to 5 grade special potions. A mid-grade alchemist now. It's possible to refine a grade 5 curse elemental. I'll see what herbs I need. Golden lotus earth. This is a rare herb. Li Yun muttered to himself. What? Ruth, who was simmering the medicine, looked over. It's okay. Li Yun then pulled out a bunch of level 1 potions from his bag. Throw it to Ruth. I made all these medicines. Now you need to follow the pharmacy and copy it all once. I'll have Bear watch you. So don't be lazy. Big Bear points at himself. Huh? I see, big sister? Li Yun didn't have the heart to kick it in the bear's ass. Look at that bear. Ruth looked up. Is the teacher going on a date with my mother? Mind your own business, my lord. Then he stood up and patted himself on the back to leave. Li Yun left and walked straight to the principal's office. Mr. Lee wants to buy some herbs? All these herbs you want are rare, not to mention our school. Even normal pharmacies don't always sell it. Li Yun looked to the principal. And does the principal know where there is one? The principal thought about it. By the way, we have an auction here recently. The herbs that Mr. Lee wants might be in there. I happened to receive an invitation, so I'll give it to Mr. Lee. Li Yun received the invitation with a happy face. This level of auction, if there is no invitation, also progress is not really simple. You can't always wear a cloak of invisibility. What's the point of an auction then? The principal was a big help. You're welcome, Mr. Lee. Those experts entrusted me to ask, when will you be free and be able to give them another lecture on the law of the alchemist? Li Yun thought about it. With the talent of that group of experts, it would be futile to talk about it himself. But since he took the principal's favor, he must also give some return. I'll open it again when I'm free these days. Getting Li Yun's reply, the principal was carnally happy. With Li Yun's promise, he could also go to the expert panel to ask for a favor. After all, who could come and listen and who couldn't? Li Yun left the decision to him. It's not a bad invitation to give away. It's simply a big profit. One person and one trick each get what they want. Win-win. Ding dong. Mrs. Iris heard the doorbell. A quick walk of joy. Is that Cloud visiting me? Opening the door. To her disappointment, the person outside the door was not Li Yun. Instead, it was a face that disgusted her. Sister-in-law. I'm sorry. It's my bad. The male trickster who loves his sister-in-law is on his knees. Slap yourself across the face. I shouldn't love my sister-in-law. Shouldn't covet your sister-in-law. It's my fault. It's my bad. And please forgive me. Sister-in-law. Iris looked at him with a bruised nose like he had been beaten up, searching for the word. Did Cloud hit it? With a question, Iris asked. What's wrong with you? A voice came that made Iris even more disgusted. I hit it. Such an unfaithful and unrighteous thing dares to love sister-in-law. Beat him to death. The male trickster who loves his sister-in-law trembles at the sight of the visitor in his suit. Big brother. I was wrong. Give me a chance. I'll never again. Pust. The sharp, tricky claws of the visitor plunged into his chest, plucked out his withered trick heart. Ha! Give him a chance and he dares to love sister-in-law. How can I give this chance? Iris covered her mouth and looked at the hideous face. The eyes were like earthquakes, and the body could not help but tremble. Subconsciously, he had to retreat to his home and close the door, but it was stopped by a hand. I'm your man and you're going to shut me out? Iris said angrily. White corpse, we've had nothing to do with each other for a long time. Get out of my house. With a brutal shove, the white corpse entered the house. Look around. It's kinda cozy. A hand then grabbed Alice's stabbing arm behind her, close to her long blonde hair. Well dressed up so nicely. Are you waiting for me? Iris gritted her teeth and drew back her arm. Disgusted pat. It's waiting for that human bimbo, isn't it? I've heard. It's been pretty good for you. Kinda rich. The white corpse sat himself down and poured a glass of water. After taking a sip, he teetered to look at Iris. Didn't you disappear? And come back for what? White corpse said faintly. I can leave when I want to, and return when I want to. No one can stop me. You have a problem with that? Iris pointed to the door. Naturally you can come and go as you please. We ended it a long time ago. It no longer matters. Now please get out of here immediately. Get out of my life now. The white corpse looked at the fried Alice. He smiled. School's out. I lost interest in you a long time ago. Your little boyfriend is fine with me. I came here to ask you a question. Where is your daughter? Hearing the white corpse mention Ruth, and then look at that unkind look, Alice erupted into a mother hen-like realization. I don't know what you're talking about. The white corpse sneered. According to the time, the boy should be grown. My current boss's daughter is about her age. Unfortunately, with a strange disease, the flesh of a girl of the Mostine is needed in exchange for it. I immediately thought of you, and if it comes to pass, I'll never forget you when I saw her. Hearing the white corpse's words, Iris was furious. White corpse, you firstborn. Seeing Iris coming at him regardless, the white corpse released a scarlet-red color all over her body, then pressed her backhandedly onto the table. Coldly, what kind of motherly love are you playing here? I didn't touch you in the first place. She's your daughter, not mine. In other words, she's nothing more than a parasite you picked up on the side of the road. What a difference from the cats and dogs on the side of the road. If she hadn't met you, she'd be dead. I'm just helping her walk back to her original destiny, the body of the Mostine. How rare. It would be a waste not to use it. Iris struggled. There's no way I'm giving her to a firstborn like you. Outside the door walks a group of White Corpse's henchmen. Find me every trace of that girl. Iris watched as the group of shenanigans stormed into Ruth's room. Her information was then found. Big Brother found it. The White Corpse looked to the information found and grinned. Creepy Vine High School. Found you. And what a handsome girl. The boss will be pleased. Labor is one step away from flying high. Alice. Thank you. The White Corpse's arm made a knife and knocked Iris right out. Leaving the house with his men, he headed towards Tricky Vine High School. Episode 120. I don't have what you want, but I can cure the disease. Auction. This auction will be held anonymously, so please show your invitations. Then pick up the auction mask. Li Yun handed out the invitation and put the auction mask on his face. The information about yourself is comprehensively obscured. This honored guest, please enter. Li Yun stepped into the auction under the guidance of the auction attendant. The gilded venue was filled with participating shenanigans. As Li Yun took his seat, the auction opened. Welcome to the auction. Now we begin the first lot. A serrated sword from the underworld of purgatory. Comes with a tetanus effect. Starting at 100,000 spirit coins. With an increase of 5,000 spirit coins each time. Li Yun glanced at it. He didn't have much interest in it as he already had the Fierce Guile blade. 100, 5,000, 1,100,000, 120,000. The serrated sword, which eventually sold for $150,000. The second lot. A 1K necklace that protects the mind. Starting bid is 120,000, 10,000 per increase. Li Yun continued to be indifferent. The 13th lot. As each item was pushed onto the auction table, Li Yun's brows also began to furrow a bit. It's either equipment or props, or live toys. No rare herbs of any kind? One of the creeps beside him had just taken a shot at something and sat back after paying for it, with a hint of happiness on his face. A few more words. Dude, it's pretty steady. Nothing that strikes your fancy? Li Yun shook his head. No. This auction is almost over. If you don't make a bid, it will be too late. Is it going to end? Li Yun had some regrets. Our official auction for today has ended. Li Yun was about to get up and leave. Instead, he saw a huge flame-speckled golden lotus appear on the auction cabinet. Like Li Yun, the eyes of the people who were about to leave lit up when they saw this golden lotus. If it isn't the Golden Lotus Earth Collection, I didn't expect such things to be available here. This is a rare herb that increases the strength of the soul. Great stuff. Finally, we've seen the good stuff. We must take it. Seeing this, Li Yun also sat down, as our boss wants. Next, this Golden Lotus Earth Collection will be auctioned in a special way. The crowd of patrons wondered. What do you mean? Isn't it the highest bidder? What's this new trick? In the midst of the crowd's questions, the owner of the auction walked up. It was a guile in a fancy dress, with a dragon head staff, somewhat old and richly built. Gentlemen, I am the owner of the auction, Chi Tian. Many patrons below have said, we all know the name of Master Chi. Master Chi, tell me, how do you shoot this golden lotus? Master Chi's voice was hoarse. This golden lotus is not for auction, only barter. I need two things. One is the body suppressor pearl that can keep my flesh intact. The other requires the body of a maiden of the most een. The room was filled with astonishment at these words. The body suppressor pearl, that's a treasure that can't be found in abundance. It's about as rare as the golden lotus. As for this supreme een maiden, it is even less. What does Master Chi want with this? Is it hard to believe that an old cow wants to get a taste of young meat? Either way, those are not good to get. Hearing the analysis, the other creepy creatures nodded. Li Yun quietly analyzed what connection there was between these two things that this old den wanted. Gentlemen, I've heard that this Master Chi has a precious daughter in her old age, but lately I've suddenly gotten a strange disease. The flesh is about to fall apart. I thought it was a rumor, but today I see it might be true. Hearing these words, the other creepy creatures nodded their heads. It must be. The body suppressor pearl is used to suppress the body. That makes sense, even if we knew why. What's the point? Do either of you have either of these? Everyone shook their heads. Looking at the gentlemen who shook their heads, Master Chi exhaled in disappointment. Looking aside to another scholarly-looking old man. Professor Chin, without these two things, is my daughter really hopeless? Professor Chin nodded. Mrs. Strange illness is really strange. The only way for me to treat it is with the help of these two. If not, I really can't help you. Old man. Hearing this, Master Chi sighed. I have $1,000 and a party of power, but I can't save my beloved daughter. This body suppressor pearl is already rare, and the most een maiden is even more so. And who are the parents willing to sacrifice their daughter's life to save mine? Hey, Just as Master Chi was in despair, a voice came. Can I have this golden lotus groundhog? Master Chi looked towards Li Yun, who stood up. This little brother, do you have the 2 things I asked for? Li Yun shook his head. Master Chi frowned slightly. Are you playing me? Without these 2 things, you can't get this golden lotus, Li Yun faintly said. So if I can cure your daughter? Master Chi's eyes stared, and his hand shook as he held the dragon head staff. What did you say? Don't you want these 2 things just to cure the disease? I'm not good at finding things. I'm good at curing people. Li Yun's words instantly attracted the attention of the entire room. The first thing Master Chi did was to look aside to Professor Chin. Professor Chin, you're the most authoritative medical professor in the city. What do you think? Professor Chin also frowned cautiously at his words. According to the scientific method, without those 2 things, the likelihood of a cure is almost nil. As soon as Professor Chin's words fell, Li Yun confidently said, that's if you haven't met me. I can be sure that I can cure it without anything. Master Chi's eyeballs lifted and gritted his teeth. With the attitude of beating a dead horse, I decided to give it a try. Let's see what makes the person in front of us sound like that. I, Master Chi, pledge my own honor. As long as Your Excellency can cure my beloved daughter, this golden lotus is Your Excellency's. Your Excellency, please also follow me to the VIP lounge. Master Chi made a gesture of invitation. In full view of everyone, Li Yun followed without the slightest panic. When he reached the VIP lounge, Master Chi opened his mouth. Would you like to meet me in your true colors? Li Yun nodded. Why not? Remove the auction mask from your face and return to your original form. Humans! Master Chi instantly gritted his teeth. How dare you make a fool of me with my daughter's illness in my territory? Don't you want to die? Li Yun frowned slightly as he looked at the furious Master Chi. Why would Master Chi say that? Can't humans heal? Master Chi coldly grunted. How does a human know how to heal? I think I should just get you now. Just as Master Chi was about to do it, Professor Chin stopped him. The eyes burned at Li Yun. I once heard that there was a human director of the 100 Guile Hospital who could cure all difficult cases, including terminal illnesses. You and him, Li Yun faintly said. You're talking about me. Professor Chin and Master Chi's eyes glazed over as they became fleshy with excitement. Episode 121 True or False Divine Doctor. Impersonated Li Yun. Are you really the legendary Dr. Dean? As in fake. Master Chi. That's great. Miss might really be saved. Professor Chin immediately said. I didn't expect to come today and see the divine doctor himself. My name is Chin Shan, a professor at the University of Trick Medicine. Professor Chin took the initiative to extend his hand, and Li Yun shook it with him. Divine Doctor Li, just let me know if you need anything. I'll have all medical equipment prepared immediately now. Li Yun shook his head. No need. Where's the patient? Professor Chin was once again shocked. Healing now? Master Chi was overjoyed. If the divine doctor can really cure my daughter, I, Chi Tian Hai, would like to repay properly, Li Yun faintly said. Just give me that promised golden lotus geocache. Sure. Master Chi immediately made a gesture of invitation. And please, divine doctor, move and follow me home. Riding in Master Chi's limousine, Professor Chin asked Li Yun many questions about medical knowledge along the way. Li Yun was all half questions and half answers. Seeing that Li Yun could even answer some esoteric knowledge in depth, Professor Chin couldn't help but sigh. Worthy of a miracle doctor. Master Chi, Miss is saved. Soon, Li Yun reached his destination. A huge, luxurious manor house. This shows that Master Chi's financial strength is evident. The divine doctor's visit to the humble abode. I'm sorry to see you laugh. A cold house? Even if Li Yun was not too short of money nowadays, he was still slightly stunned at the sight of such a large manor. Sure enough, one is still too poor. Master, you're back. Just as he entered the manor, a female trickster dressed in an enchanting outfit, wearing gold and silver, trotted over. Master Chi frowned slightly. What are you doing here? Don't you know that Yun doesn't like you? Get lost. Don't get in Xiao Yun's way here. Professor Chin whispered from the sidelines. This little cloud is the young lady of Master Chi's family. The people were lovely and polite. It's sunny on weekdays, and this manor was a gift bought for her by Master Chi. It's a shame that when you get this weird disease, you stay in a coma. This woman is Master Chi's mistress, since Xiao Yun's mother died. Then she became Little Cloud's stepmother, but was never accepted by Little Cloud. Li Yun glanced at Professor Chin. This old man, weirdly nosy. What are you yelling for? Old man? Doesn't the old lady know that this girl doesn't like me? She's dying. So what if you, Master Chi, are such a bully out there? Once this little girl is dead, you're done for. You still have to beg me to leave you an heir. And then, when I officially take the throne, all your family's assets will be mine. Li Yun looked at Junior, who had a smiling face. Can't help but sigh. Gee, This mistress can really stand it. It's a trickster. In response, Li Yun didn't say much. He's just here to see a doctor. No need to be nosy. Master Qi, you say that. It still gives me chills. I also came over because I was worried about Xiao Yun, and I purposely found a doctor to take a look at her. Master Qi sneered. Don't I know what you're up to? I'm telling you. I've arranged for someone to look after Xiao Yun's room 24 hours a day. No one comes near but me. And as for your so-called doctor, what a name-dropping loser. Junior immediately explained. This one's no loser. You've heard of the hospital of all creeps. The big hot hospital today. It's because of the arrival of a wonderful human healer. This doctor I've hired is the miracle doctor. Junior clapped his hands. A man in a white coat with gold-rimmed glasses approached. Seeing the human walking towards him, Li Yun frowned slightly. This is Master Qi, isn't it? I'm Dr. Li from the Wangue Hospital. That's what you call a miracle doctor. Master Qi and Professor Qin also had strange faces, looking at the man who called himself Dr. Li, and then looking at Li Yun on the side. You're a miracle healer. So who is he? Li Yun was also dumbfounded. I didn't realize there were people pretending to be themselves these days. Professor Qin, what's going on here? How did two miracle doctors pop up? Master Qi looked at Professor Qin, who was also a bit confused. Professor Qin, Master Qi, there are a lot of people who know about Xiao Yun now. You must be careful not to let people with ulterior motives take advantage of the situation. Just now, Master Qi also said that there are quite a lot of people who sell their names. Not just any human with a cat or dog can call himself a miracle healer. Junior's conspiratorial tone. It made Li Yun laugh. Himself a Li Kuei meets a Li ghost. And then it was slandered by a forehand? He looked to the man in front of him who was impersonating himself. This guy, where did he come from again? Brother, what's your name? We're all human beings. It's not a good idea to pretend to be someone you're not. Even if you want to cheat, you have to see what kind of place this is. Dare to cheat on Master Qi's head. Don't you want to die? Li Yun? What's he saying about my words? Ha! Another peer posing as a divine doctor trying to cheat favors from Master Qi. I can't even talk when I'm exposed. It's just as well. I'm using you to sit on my identity. The man planned in his mind. Master Qi looked over at the two. His gaze like a torch. Heavily, he slammed the dragon head staff in his hand on the ground. There is only one divine doctor. There must be a lie between you. Dare to deceive me with my daughter's life. I will not spare you. Professor Qin soothed. Master Qi, this gentleman I think has a high probability of being real. Being able to enter your auction means he has some skills. Hearing this, Junior immediately quit. Being able to enter the auction is nothing. The divine doctor is here to see me. And this divine doctor of mine has actually cured me. Oh, he's great. Much harder than the old man. It makes me happy. The man strode confidently towards the front of Master Qi. Master Qi is always losing sleep lately, isn't he? The guile fire is very strong. You still need to take care of your body. As soon as Master Qi heard this, his entire anger dissipated by half. How do you know? Oh, I told you I'm a miracle doctor. The man pulled out a pair of pills. Master Qi, if you take this medicine every day, in less than 3 days, the guile fire will come down. I heard about the lady, and now I'm here. Just relax. You don't want your body to fall down when this is healed. Master Qi took the medicine, and at the moment his trust in men skyrocketed. The man has some skills, and is not the usual cutie pie who dares to cheat with a name on top. Medical fundamentals and pharmacology. He understands them all. The lookout isn't bad either. The man pushed his glasses provocatively, as if to say again, what could Li Yun fight him with? Professor Qin walked towards Master Qi and whispered, Master Qi, the average doctor can see a general picture of your illness. That's not enough to prove he's a miracle healer. With my years of experience, I always feel that this person is uneasy with good intentions. Instead, the gentleman. Master Qi interrupted Professor Qin with a raised hand. Professor Qin, thank you for accompanying me back. We've been friends for years, and you know how important Little Cloud is to me. You say he's a miracle healer, yet you can't even see these basics. For your sake, you take this liar and leave the manor immediately. Episode 122, Chronopause. Does Master Qi think I'm a fake? Li Yun laughed lightly. Isn't it clear to you? You're pretending to be Dr. You and trying to scam money from Master Qi. It's a shame to meet a real miracle doctor. Master Qi is letting you go for the sake of Professor Qin. I advise you not to be insensitive. Junior grunted coldly. Professor Qin also had an ugly face at the moment. He looked to Li Yun. Mr. Li, do you have any evidence to prove that you're the godly doctor of 10,000 Guile Hospital? Evidence? Li Yun shook his head. Ha, I'm ashamed to be in the same human race as people like you. Come out and cheat without being professional. The man pulled out a work permit. Here's my work ID. Folks, Maneki Hospital. Attending physician. Sure enough, a professional liar. Surprisingly, it was done in a way that was decent enough to be fake. Unfortunately, since Li Yun became the honorary dean, the work permit from the attending hospital is long gone. Professor Chin, you saw it. You believe he's a miracle healer and he can't produce any proof. To have him still alive and standing here is already an old friend of mine for your sake. If you don't get rid of him, I'm really going to have to resist tearing this liar apart. Master Chi's gaze was cold as he squinted at Li Yun. Professor Chin was also in doubt at the moment. Could he really be the real miracle doctor? And who was Mr. Li, who has answered so many of my medical dilemmas along the way and who has been able to answer so many of my medical dilemmas? Professor Chin looked at Li Yun. Mr. Li, is there anything else you'd like to say? Li Yun said faintly, if it weren't for the Golden Lotus Earth, there's no way I'd be here. Since you don't believe me, believe him. Then let him see it. I'm waiting for you to beg. After Li Yun finished speaking, he turned around and left. Beg him? Ha, an ickle lying human. Master, you're really letting him go, Junior said irritably. Master Chi was also furious at Li Yun's words. If Professor Chin hadn't believed in him, I would have swallowed him long ago. The man posing as Li Yun feigned a big belly at the moment. Master Chi, it's okay. And you know that nowadays I'm so notorious that there are plenty of people pretending to be me. This kind of person, sooner or later, will be made to die. Master Chi heard the divine doctor in front of him open his mouth and stopped paying attention to Li Yun. Immediately and respectfully, Divine Doctor, may you come with me to see my daughter? The doctor looked puzzled. Master Chi, you do know that your father's illness is not a minor one. It's a big problem, and the cost is. Master Chi waved his hand in a bold manner. Don't worry, Divine Doctor. I can afford to spend any amount of money. This is a deposit of 50 spirit coins. As long as I can save my daughter, Mr. Chi will be 10 times more grateful. Master Chi was quite a character after all. More or less stayed the course, but used to being generous. The deposit of $500,000 still makes the miracle doctor in front of the eyes cannot help but be stunned. Boy, what a family. The deposit is more than 10 or 100 frauds. Junior saw this and snickered. The old man's finally taken the bait. It's only $500,000. Once you let us near your daughter, we'll have a way to hasten her death without her realizing it. When the time comes, I'll roll out this little teddy to take the fall, and then make you beg to have children with me. Countless hundreds of thousands of dollars. All mine. Very good. Very good. The divine doctor smiled and nodded. Li Yun listened to their hearts and walked out of the manor. A rich ingrate. A con man. A scheming female trickster with a heart of gold. It's still hilarious. But it doesn't matter much to him anymore. It's just a shame about the Golden Lotus. Forget it. Turn around and let Wendy, Si Yao Tsing, Scarlet, Sister use their connections to help me look for them. With his resources, it still wouldn't be hard to find a Golden Lotus. Mr. Li. Mr. Li. Hearing the voice behind him, Li Yun turned his head, seeing Professor Chin running over. Is there anything else, Professor Chin? For this Professor Chin who had always defended himself, Li Yun didn't have much to resent. After all, if it wasn't for him, one would have to struggle a bit to get out of the manor that was guarded by Master Chi's men everywhere. Professor Chin opened his mouth. I still have a question. If anything, Mr. Li is a liar. Why the medical knowledge is so vast? Li Yun looked at him and said, do you still believe me when I say I'm the miracle doctor now? Professor Chin thought for a moment, then shook his head helplessly. But, Mr. Li can't produce any evidence. Li Yun looked at him and said, forget it, Professor Chin. It doesn't matter if it's true or not. We've met in passing, so let's leave it at that. Li Yun was just about to leave when he saw Professor Chin frozen on the spot. Not a single movement. The whole thing was like being in a trance. It took a few seconds before Professor Chin gasped and moved again. Taking the medicine out of his bag, he stuffed it haphazardly into his mouth. Sorry, old habits. You've got time-lapse syndrome? Mr. Li even knows about such a rare ailment. Professor Chin was surprised, because when you're sick, it's like time stops. The patient will be motionless and physiologically lose all response. It seems like death. And when such a malady strikes, it's just for a few seconds at first. If you don't take the medicine, the time will increase in no short increments, up to several years. Did such a genetic disease come from your father or your mother? Professor Chin said without thinking. My father. Old age. Death is not an option. There's no chance of curing it if you want to. I call myself a professor of medicine and have treated countless patients on the results of my research. But the only one who can't be cured of this disease is himself. Ugh. Professor Chin shook his head. At the same time the eyes lit up. Mr. Li, you can tell me about this disease as if it were a disease. It means I was right. You have the real thing in you. So, Why are you pretending to be the divine doctor? Lee Yoon. This old man is really worthy of doing research. Stubborn as hell. Had to ask for an answer, only to see one of Lee Yun's hands suddenly slap on his shoulder. You're aware of the time-delaying poison. Do you choose to refine the toxin? Refine. In the next second, Professor Chin only felt his body produce a strange change. The stubborn time-stop syndrome in the whole body is disintegrating, until finally it disappears completely. He stared in surprise. No. Horror. Looking straight at Lee Yun. Hands were trembling more than ever. Lee. Mr. Lee. What did you just do to me? Why do I feel? Lee Yun collected the poison of delay. Laughing. You're feeling right. You've been cured of your time-stopping syndrome. Professor Chin excitedly pressed his hands on Lee Yun's shoulders. Rips. You are truly a miracle healer. Episode 123. How can a teacher give up on his students? Professor Chin was convinced. Completely convinced. He's been studying this time-lapse syndrome all his life, and he knows it better than anyone. Trying to suppress it. Hard. It's unthinkable to try to cure it. Lee Yun just gently patted him and he was all better. What is this if not a miracle doctor? You believe it now? Lee Yun laughed. I've always believed in you, divine doctor. As expected, the creepy thing changed its face faster than a human. Professor Chin, who was still skeptical of himself just a moment ago, had eyes that were as firm as if he wanted to enter the D at this moment. If you, divine Dr. Lee, are real, that kid must be a fake. Why don't you just expose him? Prof. Chin held out for Lee Yun. Lee Yun, however, put up a fight. I treat people's illnesses, and I've always been concerned about fate and eye contact. Since Master Chi doesn't believe me, forget it. It's not my daughter who's going to die. Professor Chin clapped his hands when he heard this. Why is this Master Chi confused at a critical time? Divine Dr. Lee, can you really not help Master Chi's beloved daughter? This kid, Little Cloud, is still pretty good. Lee Yun's face was cold. Think what I said was a fart. Let me go if I want to save his daughter. Let him beg. Lee Yun turned around and walked away. Professor Chin let out a dark sigh and immediately headed in the direction of the manor. Since that divine doctor is a fake, I'm afraid it's not good for Xiao Yun. Lee Yun left the manor and headed back towards the school. It's a bit of a shame I didn't get the golden lotus though. It's not a loss to get this delayed poison, which is also a level 5 element. Looking at the delayed poison that could synthesize the time-stop potion, Lee Yun walked towards the front with satisfaction. He was about to reach the school gates when he suddenly saw a panicked Alice. Alice, what are you doing here? Alice's eyes were filled with tears, and when she saw Lee Yun, her entire body fell into his arms. He's back and he's taking Ruth. He's a firstborn. Alice's heart was in turmoil and panic. So much fear for the first time. Lee Yun patted her shoulder. Don't worry. No one can take Ruth with me. Someone is taking his students. He naturally disagreed. Walking on campus, the whole school seemed to be shrouded in a black fury. The principal and a group of panicked teachers came trotting in. Mr. Lee, something big has happened. There's a bunch of evil creeps in our school. When Lee Yun looked around, every class in the school building was surrounded by a group of evil shenanigans dressed in black. Seems to be looking for something. Look at the principal and teachers hiding behind him. Lee Yun was somewhat speechless. You are also shenanigans and even more teachers. Just let them do whatever they want in school to jeopardize the safety of students? The principal gulped and said helplessly, Mr. Lee, you don't know. It's not that we don't protect our students. They're all Master Chi's men. We can't afford to mess with it. The other teachers nodded, incredibly goated. Get off me. A voice came from the teaching area. Ruth. It's Ruth's voice. That Hatsune must have found her. That firstborn wants Ruth's body and offers it to his boss. I'm going to save Ruth. Iris was about to rush over, but was stopped by Lee Yun. Ruth is your daughter and my student. Alice, there you are. Lee Yun looked to the principal and the teachers. I'm going to stop them from taking my students now. Which one of you wants to go with me? The teachers look at me and I look at you. The principal is even more of a wimp to the very back. With Master Chi's reputation, no one wanted to take that risk. After all, it's just a teacher. What are they playing at? Let go of big sister. Get out of class 7. A roar of anger came from the students of the 7th class. Lee Yun flicked his hand and looked at the group of teachers. Cold grunts. Here, where students learn. As a teacher, you should keep them safe. Being a teacher is not as good as a bunch of students. After saying this, Lee Yun did not look back and headed towards the school building. Principal, are we really teachers here? But they're Master Chi's men. Fearful of his wife at home, fearful of his teachers and students at school, and fearful of the evil and creepy principal tugging at his tie outside, gritting his teeth. Asterisk 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 that. I've had enough of being a loser. Big deal. I'm not going to be this principal. He, Master Chi, has his hands all over the world here? so is it okay for me to move? Teacher Lee is right. As a teacher, how could we let them bully our students? I'll fight. Listening to the principal's words, the fervor of the teachers was also ignited. Although I'm not the teacher of the 7th class, but I'm also a teacher at this school. Evil creep, get the hell out of school. Follow the principal on. Looking at the teachers who tied their ties on their heads and rolled up their sleeves about to charge with the principal, Iris puffed out in relief. Go for it. As soon as the words fell, he saw the principal, who had rushed to the front, fall heavily to the ground after slipping without paying attention. Iris looked away. A look of shamelessness. Li Yun slowly felt his way into the school building wearing a cloak of invisibility. 1 or 2 black-clad evil shenanigans stood outside each level of the class. Li Yun grabbed a bottle of blight potion and rolled towards the center of the corridor. Grunt, the potion rolled away in a slippery manner. It attracted the attention of the black-clad evil creeps. Ha! What's this? Attracted by the potion, the evil creeps gathered over. Boom, the potion explodes. Blight potion release. Li Yun grasped the fierce guile blade in his hand and seized the opportunity. A knife kills. After dealing with these evil creeps, Li Yun opened a classroom. I'm the 7th grade teacher, and there's a security problem at school. Get to the safety of the playground immediately. One by one, the students ran out of the classroom. Mr. Lee, we're here. Where are the evil creeps? Let's fight them. The nose to the grindstone principal ran over with the teachers with brooms and mops. As soon as he came over, he saw Li Yun, who was carrying a knife as well as the body of evil creep on the ground. The group of teachers were all scared to death. I didn't expect Li Yun to be so ruthless. Directly to the death. Headmaster, teachers, leave these evil shenanigans to me. You are responsible for getting the students out safely. The principal and the rest of the teachers nodded. Don't worry, Mr. Lee. Class, come with us. Don't get in Mr. Lee's way here. Looking at the kitchen knife in Li Yun's hand that was filled with a fury, all the teachers knew that Li Yun was going to go on a killing spree. Not daring to delay in the slightest, he rushed off. See that all the students on this floor are safely away. Li Yun headed towards the 2nd level where the 7th class was located. Along the way, other out-of-class evil shenanigans were dealt with as he did. After the corridor is cleaned of its evil shenanigans, he pushed open the door to the 7th class. Mr. Lee. The 7th class students who were resisting the evil guile saw Li Yun's eyes light up. Li Yun saw Ruth, who was hanging in midair with the white corpse by her throat. Eyes red. Episode 124, You're the Family of 3. Ruth raised her hand slowly to Li Yun, reaching with effort. Lee, teacher. She tried to call, but unfortunately was about to suffocate. White corpse had Ruth in a chokehold with one hand, and at his feet stomped Bear, who was holding his head and trembling from the beating he'd given him. Slowly, he grabbed his head and grinned. Mr. Lee? Li Yun looked at the white corpse with an icy gaze. A Guile King realm existence truly surprised him. Who are you? A strange laugh laced the white corpse's voice. Me, the boy's father. I'm here to pick her up from school, as opposed to you, the teacher, who won't stand in the way. White corpse looked at Ruth, who was struggling and in pain, and hemmed and hawed. Ruth's father? Then why do this to your own daughter? He also had to give his daughter's body to Master Chi to heal his daughter. To get to the top? Where is this firstborn father? A tiger's venom still doesn't recognize a son. But, it's kind of the other side's family business. Is it really good to intervene like this yourself? Help! At the moment Ruth didn't know how desperate she should be. His own father. Yet he did this to himself. All she can rely on is a teacher who is an outsider. Ruth. White corpse, you let go of Ruth. You're not her father. And you don't deserve to be. Cloud. Please. Save Ruth. Even though I'm not her real mother. I watched her grow up. In my mind she's a piece of meat I dropped. This firstborn. Hearing this, the confusion in Li Yun's heart instantly disappeared. Turns out, Ruth is not related to the creep. As it is, Li Yun mobilized the blood-sucking guile power of his entire body. Leaping high, the ferocious guile blade in his hand slashed down fiercely. He shouted, "Let go of my student." When the white corpse saw Li Yun slashing, he raised one hand and instinctively tried to block the tricky blade. However, it didn't occur to him that Li Yun's goal wasn't this blade at all. With his other hand, he pulled out a petrification potion and threw it. Boom, the white corpse's body quickly petrified. It was about to spread to Ruth. And at the moment of 1,000 pounds, Li Yun held Ruth in his arms. Alice saw Li Yun grab Ruth and immediately ran up. Ruth, you're okay. Ruth shook her head. Viciously, he looked at the white corpse. I knew this asshole wasn't my father. My father wouldn't do that to me. Right. Li Dad. Li Yun. Ruth hugged his hand, her eyes blinking. I picked it up anyway, and in my mind a mother is a mother. Forever. So father, am I allowed to choose for myself? Good. This Ruth really did pick herself a satisfactory father. I was worried that Ruth wouldn't be able to handle the truth. but I didn't realize she was so open-minded. Iris crouched down and wrapped her in a hug. Iris, however, soothed. Mother, it doesn't matter if it's your own. All I know is that you're good for me. Beats all blood and 1,000 words. Snap. And what a touching family. I could have been this touching with Ruth since Ben. I didn't realize it was for you, Mr. Lee, to do the graft. So you're Alice's little boyfriend. To use this kind of potion against a senior like me. Aren't you going a bit overboard? Li Yun frowned deeply. This level 1 potion could really only restrain this trickster king for a moment. The white corpse just shook all over. Then the petrification was restored. Now, take my. Oh no. Like it's not mine. It doesn't matter whose daughter she is. All I know is that I need her. Give her. To me. Li Yun blocked in front of Ruth and Alice with his fierce style blade across his body. What if I say no? White corpse snapped his fingers. The henchman who had trapped the rest of class 7 threw a student over. The student had the white corpse by the throat. Then I'll kill. You're not the teacher of this class. Isn't she the class president of this class? I'll see if you're willing to trade lives for lives. Li Yun sneered. Threaten me? The white corpse nodded. You can think so. After all of you combined don't threaten me. I have arrogance. Is it? In the next second, the white corpse flew out horizontally as if its entire body had been hit by a train. Duke Zoltan appeared where he had disappeared. Hugged the student. Boss. The white corpse steadied itself and looked to Zoltan. Blood-sucking creepy Duke. How dare you make a soul contract with a human? It's still a disgrace to Argyle. The blood-sucking trickster Duke sneered. That's because you don't know anything about my boss. Li Yun coldly said. He's all yours. Zoltan nodded. At the same level, Zoltan wasn't afraid of white corpses. As for the other shenanigans, the breath in Li Yun's heart was about to be ready to be vented on them. Ruth patted Bear on the head. No talent. What a wimp. Ow. Ruth took out the Buster potion and gave it a sip. Go. Get the students out for me. Great Bear Buster golden body. Back on his feet. Ow. It roared, signaling that it was working again. Follow Li Yun towards the other evil shenanigans. Ruth and Iris, mother and daughter, opposite each other. They are two mothers and daughters. A kind of mutual salvation. That's when Iris was abandoned, lost love, but found Ruth, who had lost her family. That's what made motherhood come into play, and she was adopted. For the sake of the child who was not your own, she gave it her all and learned how to be a mother. Just afraid that Ruth would cite her as an incompetent mother. Ruth wrapped her arms around Iris in a hug, with a little cry. I'm sorry, mother. I will never again resent the love you give me too much. Too much. Who else in the world, if not you, would love me so much? Hearing Ruth's words, Iris stroked her head. Didn't you get yourself a father? He's more anxious than his mother when he hears you're in danger. Ruth crossed her arms. Mother, you don't have the same eye for finding your other half as I do. Such a firstborn is not even as good as a hair on Papa Lee's head. Ruth compared a heel of her thumb and Iris snorted, turning crowing into laughter. Outside the school gates, a limousine pulled up. The principal and the crowd of teachers with the students are at the playground. Turn your head and look. Saw that dragon head staff. Oh no. Why is Master Chi here? What on earth did our school do to mess with this evil creep? Teachers hugged their students one by one with worry. The principal took a deep breath. Even if I give up my life, and I can't let him hurt my students, I'm going to see what he wants. The principal walked towards Master Chi. Master Chi got out of the car and looked at Professor Chin. Is Divine Dr. Lee really a teacher here? How should I know? Isn't this information from your men? Master Chi sighed. I was so blind to drive away the true Divine Doctor. If it wasn't for your old Chin arriving in time, Xiao Yun would have been killed by that bastard. We must find the Divine Physician quickly at the moment. Even if I have to kowtow to him and apologize, I'll do it. Episode 125, The Cage. The principal, with the determination of certain death, blocked the door of the school. I'm the principal of Creepy Vine High School. I know how much you, Master Chi, have only one hand to cover the sky and how powerful you are. But if you want to enter the school, you have to step over my body. As soon as the bodyguards beside Master Chi heard this, they directly pressed the principal to the ground, and each of the 4 bodyguards grabbed the principal's limbs. Master Chi said to Professor Chin as he stepped over him, I've never seen such a strange request in my life. Principal, come back. You guys. The bodyguard let go of the principal, who immediately stood up, patting the shoe prints on his body. Master Chi and Professor Chin turned around in confusion. Any more strange requests, Your Excellency? I'm not very good-tempered either, and I'll satisfy you with one more at the most. The principal shivered as he looked at Master Chi's gradually cold eyes. I just said to get into the school from me. Get into the school unless I die. Master Chi listened. When I say 2, I mean 2. No more gluttony. Satisfy him. Give him a ride. Master Chi waved his hand and his bodyguards surrounded him. Master Chi muttered to Professor Chin again. Are all you intellectuals sick in the head? What a lot of strange requests. Prof. Chin, I just want to find Dr. Lee, makes so much trouble. The principal, who was about to be killed, heard Master Chi's words and rushed to say, are you here to see Mr. Lee? Master Chi turned around and waved his hand as the bodyguard retreated. The principal of the school suddenly felt good to be alive after the robbery. Is Mr. Lee Dr. Lee? This? I don't know. So what do you know? Nothing. Make all the demands on me. You really don't know why I won't let you in? Why don't you let me in? Master Chi was furious. It turns out that both of those requests were to keep themselves out. His own daughter is a matter of life and death. And he has stopped himself here. What is the intention of this principal? Looking at Master Chi's angry eyes, the principal gritted his teeth. Your henchmen wantonly arrested our students at my school. Don't you say this has nothing to do with you? Upon hearing this, Master Chi froze slightly and looked at the several bodyguards. Several of the bodyguards shook their heads. Master Chi, we didn't know. Master Chi frowned slightly, and his attitude improved a bit. Headmaster, you know what I, Master Chi, am. I don't do good things often, but I never miss bad things. But something like kidnapping a student would do me no good, only damage to my reputation. Why would I do that? Prof. Chin also added, I'm Professor Chin from the University of Trick Medicine. I can testify. Master Chi didn't let any of his men into the school to kidnap them. The principal looked at Professor Chin, looking up and down. You're really Prof. Chin. I've seen you before during a meeting at the University of Trick Medicine. Out of respect, the principal shook hands with Prof. Chin warmly. For this college professor, the principal changed his face. Why are you in bed with Master Chi? Hearing the principal's words, Professor Chin's face darkened. That's what Prof. Chin was supposed to be. Bah! Professor Chin glared angrily at Master Chi. Years of friends, he Chi Master don't want fame. Himself a professor still want. If Master Chi didn't send people to kidnap my students, why have you suddenly appeared here? Prof. Chin explained. We're here to find a human teacher named Lee. The principal listened. Case solved. It's not the students you're tying up. It's the teachers. Zoltan is a blood-sucking trickster with thick blood and high flesh strength. Even if you are injured, you can recover quickly with your abilities. What he didn't expect was that the white corpse in front of him was also so difficult to deal with. Not only are they proficient in physical combat, but they are incredibly ruthless. White corpse used to be known for his underground black boxing. Not good to deal with. Alice spoke up. Li Yun, who had finished solving the other evil shenanigans, stood aside, his eyes like eagles. It seemed to be looking for the white corpse's breaks and flaws, and assisted with a strike of its own aside. Should we call Daniela out too? Thinking of this, Li Yun shook his head. Daniela's fighting strength is about the same as her own. It would be a waste to call her on the battle between the trickster king and the duke. The blood-sucking guile duke. What a difficult opponent. Obviously you can be a lord of a party, but you're working for a human. The white corpse sneered. What's the difference between you and me? You don't work for your bosses just the same. Zoltan sneered back. You're comparing him to Master Chi? This is an insult to Master Chi as well as to me. For these words of yours, the treasure bestowed upon me by Master Chi must be used even if I am heartbroken. The white corpse took out a dark birdcage. It was then thrown towards Zoltan. Look out! Zoltan had noticed it long ago, and at the moment was darting about like a bat, quickly dodging the birdcage. The birdcage, however, followed as if it had eyes. Dead on. Seeing that he couldn't avoid it, Zoltan took out a playing card and threw it, trying to cut right through this birdcage. Pinned the poker that had cut through that burly man's shenanigans so easily in the first place hit the birdcage, only to be met with a spattering of sparks, but can't do any damage to the birdcage. Li Yin grabbed the fierce guile blade in his hand and smashed it. Boom! This invincible fury chopper still couldn't shake the birdcage by 3 points. In a flash of lightning, Zoltan, who had only turned around and thrown out a card, was caught up. The birdcage instantly expanded and covered him. Trapped in the birdcage, Zoltan was unable to move. And once his hands approached the cage, a zippy electric current came from it. Eject him back. Yo! The little bat can't get away. Hey! 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 The white corpse looked at Zoltan, who was enveloped in a birdcage, and grinned. Li Yin retrieved the fierce guile blade and slashed it viciously a few times. The birdcage was impassive. It's useless. This binding guile cage is a treasure given to me by Master Chi. Not your average prop. I've never been able to use it. After all, it only works once and only traps the target for 10 minutes. A Duke-level blood-sucking trickster is not a bad deal. After all, if I get this girl, there will be no shortage of such treasures in the future. The white corpse doesn't bother with Duke Zoltan. It takes quite a bit of strength to try to kill a blood-sucking creep. Trapping him for 10 minutes was enough for him to take Ruth. Mother, Teacher, take the 7th class. Ruth stood there calmly with a low growl. She didn't want to drag anyone down. He's got one thing right. I would have been an abandoned child. If I hadn't met my mother, I would have died a long time ago. Now, it's just a matter of getting back to your destiny. No one can stop him. You guys go. Lee Yun nodded. To Alice. Ruth's right. Let's go. As soon as he had Ruth in his arms, he turned and ran. Run. Ruth. Episode 126 Lee Yun's teachings. Ruth's ruthlessness. No martial virtues. Say run, asshole human. White Corpse gritted his teeth as he looked at the 7th class students who swarmed out, and Lee Yun who ran away with Ruth. Zoltan laughed out loud. The White Corpse said angrily, your boss abandoned you and you're still smiling. What do you know? It's called human intelligence. The White Corpse ignored Zoltan and ran toward the door. Split up and run. Holding Ruth, Lee Yun and Alice ran separately. As soon as the White Corpse was out the door, he looked at it, eventually chose to chase Lee Yun. Ruth lay on Lee Yun's shoulder and wooed a little. Teacher, actually, you don't have to mind me. Yes, you're right about everything. I would have been a. Yes, you're right about everything. Can you not just have that one sentence? Missy, we're running for our lives. What's the point of being melodramatic? Put. Ha ha ha. Laugh again and I'll throw you to your father. You're my father. How can a human outrun the king of tricksters? The White Corpse flickered, still chasing after him. You rat, if I don't kill you, it's hard to ease my heart's hatred. Lee Yun looked into the distance and breathed a sigh of relief. First, your grandfather's name is not Mouse. It's Lee Yun. Second, you can't kill me. In the distance, Master Chi walked briskly with his dragon head staff and Professor Chin. It's Dr. Lee. Seeing Master Chi, the White Corpse was slightly stunned, then immediately greeted him. Master Chi, what brings you here? I have good news. That girl is a body of supreme Yin. I can change the body for the lady. Hearing this, Master Chi's eyes lit up. Fruity? Professor Chin coughed twice from the side and said softly, Master Chi, there's a divine doctor. So this method is not necessary. Right. Old Chin is right. The White Corpse frowned slightly when he heard this. How could one's own path to the top, which he had been working harder on, be cut off just like that? What miracle doctor? Mrs. Illness is a strange disease that all the doctors in the city can't do anything about. Humph. The so-called miracle doctors are most likely frauds. Master Chi must be careful. As soon as the White Corpse said this, Master Chi slapped his face in anger. Bold. How dare you call the divine doctor a liar in front of him? I'll ing holler at you. 3 slaps to the face, shattering the White Corpse's dreams of getting to the top. Li Yin cheerfully looked at the White Corpse. Well, that's much better behaved. Being beaten by Master Chi, the White Corpse could endure. But being taunted by a human, the White Corpse couldn't bear it. What are you laughing at? A punk teacher. I could kill you right now. In the next second. The whole shenanigans of the White Corpse was bad. I only saw Master Chi throw his dragon head staff. Clasp your fists and bow 90 degrees. All of the bodyguards around him are like that. I still ask Divine Doctor to forgive Mr. Chi for having no eyes. Save my little girl. The White Corpse's eyes went round. Him? The miracle doctor? Master Chi backhanded another slap. Bow. Stupid. The White Corpse gritted its teeth and turned to Li Yun, bowing slowly. Look at that straight, unyielding stance. Ruth couldn't even hold back her laughter. Keep it up for me. Keep begging until the Divine Doctor nods. I ask the Divine Doctor to forgive me for having no eyes. I ask the Divine Doctor to forgive me for having no eyes. Professor Chin stepped aside, sighing, AI, if I had known, why would I have done it in the first place? Li Yun didn't bother with them. All around them, the principal, the faculty and students, and Iris looked dumbfounded. The name of Master Chi is unknown to anyone. This great man was actually begging Li Yun here at this moment. Principal, what kind of Buddha is Mr. Li? I don't know. We can't afford to mess with this guy. We have to provide for him. Indeed. I'm impressed that you're a teacher. Teacher Chin deadpanned as he squeezed the thermos cup. Convinced? You still don't agree? You're too heavy for me to talk with you in my arms. Humph. This beauty girl is so light. Li Yun put Ruth down as soon as he could. Ruth tugged at his sleeve. I've heard of Master Chi's great name. He's a resounding figure. It's amazing how far he'll go for his daughter. Why don't you just help him? Li Yun laughed. What? Touchy-feely? Thinking of your own mother? Not guilty now of suffocating her love for you too much? Ruth shook her head. No. Okay. Listen to you. Who made you my student? Ruth took Li Yun in her small hand and came to Master Chi's side. No need to apologize. Mr. Li promised to help you. Hearing this, Master Chi raised his head in excitement. Divine Dr. Li, is this true? Li Yun nodded. If you want to thank me for being a student. She was touched by your desire to save your daughter. Otherwise, with my temper, I won't forgive you so easily. Master Chi was in tears. Little Cloud is saved. Thank you. This student. Thanks. Ruth glanced at the white corpse that was gritting its teeth in a shady way. Don't you thank me. If it weren't for my teacher's skill, I would have almost been swapped with your daughter. It's that close. Oh. Ruth's index finger and thumb compared to a thin slit. Master Chi came angry and slapped him again. Asshole, how dare you act without my instructions? Really think you're the boss? Looking at the white corpse that had been reprimanded and scolded by Master Chi without saying a word, Ruth subconsciously looked to her mother. Iris shook her head, signaling that she was fine. It's all over. We haven't had a relationship for a long time. Master Chi turned his head, smiling at Ruth. I can make it up to you for all the damage he's done to you. Do you think it's okay? Ruth shook her head. I don't want any amends. He then took the fierce guile blade from Li Yun's hand. Rip! A slash was made in the middle of the crowd's incredulity. This cut. My mother cut it. You're a complete asshole. Another cut. This cut is for myself. You called me a fatherless bastard. I tell you, I have. Last cut. This cut is for Mr. Lee. I can't think of a reason to hold a grudge. 3 times the knife went down. The white corpse opened its guts. Ruth wiped the blood from her face. Then he grinned at Master Chi. Too clear. Master Chi couldn't help but take a deep breath and give a thumbs up. It's a talent. Then he looked to the white corpse holding his intestines to the side. Someone take him to the hospital. He shall not be worthy of the divine doctor's hand. Throw out of this place afterward. Never again. The white corpse was about to head to the hospital with the help of his bodyguards. Li Yun's gaze was grim. Far away from the birdcage, Zoltan emerged from the birdcage with a card that cut right through the head of the unsuspecting white corpse. Teachers have told students to cover their eyes. Iris couldn't believe it. Ruth seemed to be the only one in the room who guessed it. Teacher will teach you one more lesson. When you have the ability and opportunity to kill your enemy, don't let it go. You're a teacher and you teach your students this kind of stuff? Professor Chin. I seem to know who this kid learned the ruthlessness in his body from. Master Chi smiled helplessly. Episode 127 The Fractured Patient. Principals and teachers get it too. Why this Mr. Lee can conquer the 7th class. Bears are afraid of tough guys. 2. What kind of person would dare to slaughter a creepy thing like this? Not to mention in front of Master Chi. The point is that the death of the white corpse is something that Master Chi just turns a blind eye to. Still happy and polite, he looked at Li Yun. Divine Dr. Lee, should I trouble you to go to the manor with me before? Li Yun nodded. Ruth's small hand pulled at him. I want to go with you. When Master Chi heard this, he was immediately happy. Very good. Very good. This little girl is similar to my little Cloud. Maybe we can even become good friends in the future. A word from Ruth Saves can make Li Yun forgive himself. How could Master Chi not know the girl's weight? Immediately, he smiled and waved. Very welcoming. Alice came up a little worried and Li Yun looked over at her. Don't worry, Ruth will be fine. Then he pointed to the body of the white corpse. And there will be no more of these firstborns to bother you. Go home and wait for us. Ruth chimed in at this opportune moment. Mother, I want to eat the fish you made. Alice immediately smiled and nodded at Ruth's words. Okay, I'll get it now. Meet you at home. Watching this scene, the principal couldn't help but sigh. What a happy family of 3. Other teachers? Is that, reasonable? Once again, I'm riding in Master Chi's limousine, toward the manor. This time, with the extra quirky, talented girl of Ruth. It made Master Chi and Professor Chin laugh along the way. The atmosphere, which had been somewhat awkward, was much better. When he arrived at the manor, Master Chi even jogged all the way to lead the way. I was afraid that something would go wrong again and make Li Yun leave in anger. Li Yun stepped into the luxurious villa. Ruth couldn't help but marvel. It's huge. Master Chi smiled slightly. MS. Ruth can come back often if she likes. Big but not warm. I must not dislike it. Ruth added, causing Master Chi to cough twice in embarrassment. Li Yun looked toward a freshly potted plant in the far backyard. Seated the human that was impersonating himself. At the moment it is made into a human swine and placed in the dirt. Master Chi's butler kept pouring it with a kind of life fluid. Jun is always saying that the house is too cold and needs some fresh plants. Sure is fresh enough. Li Yun gave a thumbs up, along with Master Chi to the 2nd floor. Outside the room were his henchmen in clear black evil guile. Master Chi, no one's been near here while I've been away. Have they? No. Master Chi nodded. Open the door. Master Chi then made a gesture of invitation. Li Yun, Ruth, and Professor Chin walked into the room. On the bed lay a disintegrating teenage girl trick. It's literally just falling apart. The entire torso, starting from the head, kept splitting into pieces. There is also no bleeding at the split. It's just that when you're apart, it's hard to put it back together again. Master Chi looked at his daughter's touch, stood aside, and wiped his face. Professor Chin sighed. Schizophrenia. I looked it up. It's an unweird disease. The only thing that can suppress the spread of this disease is the body-suppressing pearl. Or look for a body of supreme Een. Perform a soul swap, and get a new physical body. Otherwise, this body will keep splitting like this over and over again until the soul also splits following the flesh. Suddenly, a pleasant voice came from that gaping mouth. Is that Professor Chin? Cloudy. It's me. The split mouth floated in the air and continued. Professor Chin, let's forget about the matter of swapping flesh. I'm not used to other people's bodies. Not to mention who would want to. Dad has tried so hard. This body suppressor pearl is hard to find, I know. It's okay, I'm not afraid to die. Hearing Xiao Yun's words, Master Chi couldn't help but burst into tears. But for fear of being heard by her own daughter, she could only cover her cheeks with death. Seems like a nice daughter after all. Ruth whispered. Suddenly he saw an ear floating beside him. Then the hovering mouth wondered. Ha, I hear a strange voice. Professor Chin, is there a new friend visiting me? Professor Chin promised. Yes, a girl about your age. Her name is Ruth. Xiao Yun's voice carried a hint of surprise. Ruth, what a beautiful name. Hello MS. Ruth, could you come closer? I can't move my eyes. Let me look at you. This room hasn't had a new friend in a long time. Ruth walked over to the bed and met Cloud's good-looking eyes. What a lovely, beautiful young lady, Koyan quipped. Instead, Ruth was a little embarrassed. I'm really sorry. It's rude of me to meet you like this. Ruth shook her head, and then went to hold her own hand on the arm of the small Cloud split. That's okay. Nice to meet you. I'm Ruth. My name is Chi Yun, and I'm also glad to make another friend. Oh. Ruth nodded back, narrowing her eyes and smiling. I would have thought you'd be crying and groping when you were sick. I didn't realize it was so optimistic. Chi Yun's mouth came up. I don't like the crying look. It's pretentious. Me too. Watching the two girls chatting away as if they were instant BFFs, Master Chi and Professor Chin were both infected and revealed long-lost smiles. Okay, you guys, stop chatting for a second. Aw, little Cloud, we've hired a divine doctor for you. You're saved. Sayumi's eyes blinked when she heard this, but it quickly dimmed. The divine doctor? There was a self-proclaimed miracle healer just now, too. Didn't Prof. Chin call him a liar? It was to join forces with that woman to hasten my death. I know. My disease is difficult to cure even for a miracle doctor. Professor Chin immediately said. Dr. Lee is different. How can he be compared to that crook? He's a real miracle doctor. He'll be able to cure you. Ruth chimed in. He's my teacher. And he's awesome. Cloud's eyes blinked again at Ruth's words. Really? Can this gentleman really cure me? Li Yun walked toward Xiao Yun and looked at the broken her. A hint of greed appeared in his eyes. Rather, it's not Koyan. It's this schizophrenia. Such a special and strange disease that he couldn't help but absorb it. Hello MS. Chi Yun. You can call me Dr. Lee. Can we start the treatment now? Chi Yun said in disbelief. Don't you need any medical equipment? Will it hurt? I'm a little afraid of pain. Looking at Chi Yun's slightly trembling body slice, Li Yun laughed softly. Don't worry. Soon you will be healed. Li Yun hovered one hand in the air. After all, there were too many chunks. It could only be centered on this, completely covering Chi Yun's entire body. Then Holy Hand is activated. Episode 128. A 17-year-old college department chair? You perceive the element of division. Do you choose to refine the elements? Extraction. Progress of extraction of splitting elements 1%. 10% progress in extraction of splitting elements. 30% extraction of split elements. As the splitting element continued to be extracted, Xiao Yun's split body slowly recolonized from the head. Master Chi stood aside, happy as a 300-pound kid. Little Cloud is saved. My teacher is being treated. You better shut up. Yeah, it's my fault. It's my fault. Master Chi, who was reprimanded by Ruth's frown, hurriedly covered his mouth. 60% extraction of split elements. 70% extraction of split elements. A miracle. This is a medical miracle. I have no regrets to witness this scene in this life. Ha ha ha. Professor Chin witnessed Xiao Yun's continuously repairing body and was excited. Shoo. Oh, shoo. Ruth put her index finger to her mouth and skimmed Professor Chin. Professor Chin and Master Chi, who were several hundred years old combined, were being glared at by Ruth at the moment. All have to shut up. The split elements have all been extracted. Split elemental plus slime seed equals level 6 split potion. A level 6 potion. Boy, did I make a profit this time? Li Yun couldn't help but be excited as he looked at the split elemental. Recovered as before, Sayumi moved her hands and feet, looked at his intact body. Slowly, he sat up. I'm like, okay. Master Chi couldn't hold it together any longer and ran straight over to hug his daughter. Dad, I'm good. Little Cloud, you're finally well. But I was really worried sick about Dad. Master Chi touched Xiaoyun's arm. Make sure it's intact. That's when he took Sayumi's hand. Quickly, give thanks to your benefactor. Xiaoyun got off the bed and looked over at Li Yun, crossing his arms and bowing to thank him. Thank you, Divine Dr. Li. Master Chi even bowed continuously in succession. Many thanks to Divine Dr. Li. Ah, many thanks. You are the great benefactor of our Chi family. Li Yun waved his hand. Thanks once is enough. Master Chi, you know the cost of my treatment. When Master Chi heard this, he immediately laughed. Little things, quickly go and bring the Golden Lotus Earth collection that Divine Dr. Li wants. And the payoff. Wait for the men to bring the Golden Lotus Jizo, and the other wolfsbane flower. Li Yun surveyed Master Chi suspiciously. Master Chi laughed. When she saw that the Divine Doctor needed this Golden Lotus Earth collection, he guessed whether to use it for medicine. This wolfsbane flower is likewise a grade 5 medicinal herb, and she would like to present it to the Divine Doctor together. So uptight? Li Yun looked at the wolfsbane flower and was overjoyed. More herbs of this caliber are better. Don't be polite, Divine Doctor. For Xiaoyun, Mr. Chi will do whatever he wants even if he has to dump his family's money. Although these 2 5th-grade herbs are precious, they are nowhere near as valuable as my little girl. Master Chi doted on Xiaoyun. Ruth watched the scene, and if it had been before, she might have envied it. But now, she's got herself a great dad who's also a mentor. Divine Dr. Li, just take it. If you want to refine this 5th-grade herb, I do know a powerful pill refining master. It's just that he's rather eccentric in nature, immersed in pill refining all his life. He refuses to help others even if they beg for $1,000, and only my face he gives back a few points. Professor Chin said immediately. Li Yun collected the Golden Lotus Earth collection and wolfsbane flower and shook his head. No, I can refine it myself. Professor Chin was shocked. You're still an alchemist? Though healers and medicine making are not separate, but when you break it down meticulously, these two are not the same profession. The path of the healer is already difficult. The underworld is not the human world, with all its strange and bizarre diseases, curses, viruses, magic, and so on. Basically, by choosing the path of a healer, one would by default give up the path of refining medicine. There's no way around it. Both careers require a lot of heart and time. The usual shenanigans are destined to be only one of two things. It took him, Prof. Sheen, hundreds of years to become a professor at the University of Trick Medicine, and the medical skills of Li Yun in front of him had long since far surpassed his. Not only that, but you can make medicine? It's a 5th-grade herb. Look away. My teacher is a master pill refiner. I am her proudest disciple. Ruth labeled herself. Li Yun didn't hesitate to break it down. After all, you're the only apprentice for now. Humph. Even if there are many disciples in the future, I'll be the one that makes you the most proud. Ruth said unconvincingly. Professor Chin sighed and shook his head. Sure enough, for a true genius, one pass will make 100. Healer, alchemist, both. Such enlightenment, not to mention humans, is an incomparably rare existence even in Guili. When Master Chi heard that Li Yun also knew how to refine medicine, he was also immediately attentive. Divine Dr. Li, I have a pill refining room right here. Do you need to use it? Li Yun shook his head. What do you need that for medicine making? It's been refined. In Li Yun's hand, the level 5 potion Dark Geocache appeared. Dark Jizo, after taking it, you will gain the power of darkness for half an hour and become a master of darkness. Looking at the energy and aura emanating from the potion, Professor Chin affirmed. This is the aura of the Golden Lotus Earth. And this energy, it's really level 5. A 5th-grade potion. How was it made in a flash? The knowledgeable Professor Chin was dumbfounded. Ruth beamed back. Teacher, I want to learn this move of yours. Li Yun knocked her head. That's a trick you won't learn. Honestly, follow the normal order of refining pills properly. After all, this is a one-click synthesis granted by the alchemy profession. How do you teach that? Professor Chin immediately clasped his fists. Divine Dr. Li, I have an unkind request. Can we hire you to become the head of our university's pill refining department? Now that's a position that's being vacated. Treatment everything. Li Yun waved his hand. It's almost time to leave yourself. It's impossible to go back to being the head of the Department of Pill Refining at the University of Trick Medicine. However, Trick Medicine University seems to be the best medical university in the area. Li Yun set his eyes on Ruth. Once a teacher, always a father. Since this kid called himself a master, plus his own relationship with Mrs. Iris, should indeed have put more thought into her. That's a shame. I've never met a human as good as Divine Dr. Li. Professor Chin's words caused Master Chi and Xiao Yun to nod in recognition. Just because humans don't have it, doesn't mean Guile doesn't have it. Ruth has the best talent I've ever seen. I recommend her for this director. Ruth froze. I'm a 17-year-old high school preparatory student and you're asking me to become a director at a university? Li Yun took out the overwhelming body potion that Ruth had refined. Professor Chin looked at it and was immediately puzzled. Why have I never seen this potion before? It's called a mutation potion. It's a solid potion mutated. Hearing this, Professor Chin once again looked at Ruth with glowing eyes. Ruth waved her hand in quick succession. I am but an apprentice now. Li Yun patted her on the shoulder. Not anytime soon. With your talent, I'll give you special training during this time. Maybe after the college entrance exam, you can become a master pill refiner. More than enough to be a department chair. Hearing this, Prof. Chin was also overjoyed. Then it's a deal. Director Ruth, I can't wait for the day you cross the threshold into master pill refiner. Personally presented you with a letter of employment. Episode 129 Promoting Master Teachers. Special Skills Teaching Without Class. There are 10 days left until the entrance exam. Class 7 is now encouraged by Li Yun's money. Progress is rapid. On the last mapping exam, the average score had been pulled up to 85. This has surpassed other classes. 5 classes only. The principal also saw the potential of Class 7. Let Mr. Chen replace a couple of substitute teachers from time to time who are all about to be emptied out. At the beginning, Mr. Chen stepped into the 7th class with a thermos cup. After experiencing these things, he was no longer afraid of Class 7, much less looking down on Class 7 students. He now shifted his goalposts and looked down on a couple of substitute teachers in Class 7. You humans, you're just weak. 5 people in one class and they can't hold it together? Take a break. I'll do it. Mr. Chen took a sip of his thermos and looked up charitably at the 7th class students. Students, if you don't know anything and want to learn, ask me. This kind of talk is usual for teachers. Usually when it's said, not many students raise their hands. After all, the desire to know is not the desire to live. Not that strong. The next thing remains to be seen is what the teacher says and what they learn. Which I know. That's what came out. A couple of human substitute teachers outright cringed. It was too late to warn Mr. Chen. The class raised their hands. Teacher, I don't know trigonometry. Teacher, I don't understand what this high math means. Teacher, what do you think the relationship between magic and math is? Throughout the class, there was not a single student who did not bring a question. Looking at the students of Class 7 who raised their hands enthusiastically and were on the verge of a fight, Mr. Chen's thermos slipped in his hand and fell to the ground. After a class, it was the principal himself who came to help him out. The 5 human substitute teachers saw this and hemmed and hawed. Mr. Chen, just go back and rest. Let's come to the next class. The tough-talking Mr. Chen turned his head. No, I'll continue. The old man has been in the education world for so many years. I've only ever seen teachers teaching their students to be afraid. I've never seen a student ask a teacher to be afraid. Principal, let go of me. Even if I die today, I'll die on the podium. Mr. Chen returned to the podium. The principal rehanded him a thermos, and was going to take the opportunity to have a drink between classes. I didn't expect another tidal wave of students from Class 7. The teacher is back and we have questions. Mr. Chen's hand slipped again and the thermos fell to the floor once more. You guys, Class 7, don't even take breaks? Looking over at the 5 substitute teachers, overwhelmed with shock, the 5 substitute teachers pointed to their black eyes and took out the blood-replenishing potion given by Li Yun and grunted. How do you think we got hollowed out? Thanks, Mr. Chen. We really need to get some sleep and rest. Mr. Chen is old and strong. Go for it. Mr. Chen, we look out for you. You must die on the podium. Mr. Chen, what a bunch of assholes. How detrimental. But he who has always been known as a famous teacher and full of teacher's virtue would not be afraid. Squeeze out a charitable smile. Students, let's take it one at a time. I'm not getting out of class until your problems are solved today. The principal on the side of the room felt a straight shiver when these words came out. Class 7 used to kill me in class. Class 7 is still killing me right now. As for Li Yun, he took Ruth back home to start the intensive training. After all, normal knowledge was no enhancement for Ruth. What she had to do now was to advance to Master Pill Refiner in the shortest possible time. Li Yun purposely bought a whole bunch of herbs, piled up all over the house. How about that? Confident. Ruth nodded. I'm a girl genius. Great. If it was an average person in Guile, with such a short period of intensive training, it would never be possible to enter the pill refining master. But Ruth was a Gnosis 99 born pill refining sacred body. With the addition of his own senior teacher buff boost to learning enhancement, this impossible task may not be hopeless. Let's get started. Refine all the first class potions all over again. The success rate must be higher than 70% or more. Feel with your heart the chemical reaction of each herb in the refining pot. You have to remember that all these potions are going to be fed to Bear later. You don't want Bear to get eaten. Sitting on the floor, surrounded by a dishcloth, Bear was thoroughly clear-eyed as a child. Bear, I eat them all. Ha! What if Big Sister refines it wrong? My Big Bear's life won't be a life? Bear looked at Ruth with a hint of begging in his eyes. Big Sister, you must take it easy. As for Li Yun, he was going to eat. Naturally, the incredibly virtuous Mrs. Alice, do the dishes. Cloud, try the fish I made specially. It's not as crafty as yours, but it's my signature dish. Li Yun took a bite, then a thumbs up. Ruth also took advantage of the smack of simmering medicine to steal a bite. Caught by Li Yun, he slapped his small hand. Humph, the craftsmanship is really not as good as yours. It's full of the sour smell of love. Ruth deflated, protesting. Time passes quickly. In the blink of an eye, 10 days will pass. Look at the high school entrance exams coming up. Ruth lived up to Li Yun's expectations. And with the dual support of Gnosis and Buff again, it's finally a done deal. Ruth has been promoted to Intermediate Master Pill Refiner. Career value plus 500. Master Alchemist proficiency plus 500 inch. Ruth, the closed disciple, has mastered the profession of alchemist. Stand to open your own master teacher assignment. During this time, Mr. Chen, in order to fulfill his great dream of dying on the podium, in the 7th class as if it had taken root, the days and nights were spent in a frenzy of lecturing. Class 7 also made a leap from 85 to break into the 90s. Sure enough, it's still a master teacher. After all, when the score is high, every point is incredibly difficult. Can get class 7 to break 5 points in just a short time. Mr. Chen has really put his life on the line. 2. Master Teacher's Mission. Task 1. To gain the favor of a class of students, favorability, 100%. Task 2. Achieve an average grade of 90 in a class, current average, 90. Task 3. Take a closed disciple and help him master a profession. Mastered. You've been promoted to Master Teacher. Mastery of Master Teacher skills, teach to teach. Teachers. Occupational level, Master Teacher. Gifted skills, plus 80% in tutoring students. With your help, students can progress and grow faster. Occupational skills dash. You have the ability to forget everything that you see with your eyes and store it in your memory palace. Pressure. You carry a teacher's natural breath of pressure, which can instantly suppress an opponent's aura. Master Teacher skill, teaching without discrimination, the ability to teach all living beings in the world with one's own will. Teach the destruction of all that exists in this world? Li Yun was a bit confused about this skill. He then looked over to Bear, who had been drinking potions and drinking himself silly all this time. He unleashed his skill and sent out his will. Ruth hemmed and hawed and pulled out a bottle of black, smelly potion. Come on, Bear, take your medicine. Bear rose in terror and held his hands in front of him, stammering, Big Sister, ba. Ruth froze, and Bear subconsciously covered his mouth. When did you learn to talk? Episode 130. The last lesson. Li Yun finally understood the function of this skill. His own intention just now was to make the bear learn to speak. After passing it on, Bear then learns the language. Only, there are limits to this. Depends on what is being taught, and how enlightened the target is. Target, Bear. Species, dull creatures. Gnosis, 5. Bear's Gnosis is 5. All can only be taught simply to it. Like, language, cleaning, dishes, that sort of thing. If you go any deeper, like making it fry, it's a bit of a strong bear. Teacher, did you teach Bear? Li Yun nodded. Thanks, Mr. Li. The big bear bowed to Li Yun. His speech was learned and somewhat stuttered, but for a Gnosis of only 5, that's pretty good. Then can you teach it to make medicine for me? Li Yun's face darkened. You're asking Gnosis 5 bears to learn medicine making? You've got to be kidding me. Don't even think about it. You're a master pill refiner now. You're going to be department chair at Trick Medicine University soon. Don't slack off on me. Let those students laugh at you then. Ruth crossed her arms and tossed her head. I'm a big sister. I'll see who dares to laugh at me. Iris looked at the present-day Ruth with relief. Ruth is going to be a college director. What an out-and-out better kid than me. Ruth pouted as she threw her arms around Iris. Mother, as good as I am your child. Outside I'm the director, but at home, I'm still your naughty, unconscious daughter. Looking at the cute touching Ruth, Iris nodded her forehead. If you become department chair, you can't bully your classmates. That's what Li Yun wanted to say. With Ruth's nature and experience, he wasn't afraid of students who were older than her bullying her. He was afraid that Ruth would toss the group of students and cry, "Come on, the college entrance exam is tomorrow. My irresponsible class 7 teacher has to go and cheer up the students anyhow. Let's go." Back to school. Ruth nodded. 7th class. Li Yun took Ruth back to class. Seeing Li Yun, Mr. Chen, who had roots all over his legs, was on the verge of crying. Mr. Li, you're finally back. If you don't come, my old bones will really fall apart here. Looking at Teacher Chen, who wanted to cry, Li Yun and Ruth snickered. That's quite a stubborn and lovable old man. Teacher, we have questions. Mr. Chen's whole body trembled when he heard this. Life to be asked about PTSD. Li Yun waved his hand directly. You can never learn enough. Let Mr. Chen rest. Seeing Li Yun and Ruth, the students who were silent in their studies slowed down. Big sister. Teacher Li, you're finally back. Ruth returned to her seat. Li Yun took over from Mr. Chen on the podium. Mr. Chen was carried down by 5 substitute teachers. The legs are simply too far apart to walk. Mr. Li, what are you going to make us learn on the last day? The last class? Look at the big, eager eyes of the students. Li Yun smiled gently. Me? This last class. To teach you to learn. Nothing. Relax. By this day, it doesn't matter what you learn anymore. It doesn't work. You have been good and great in your teacher's mind. In just 1 month, you can go from averaging in the teens to doing this. The teachers were very pleased and appreciative of you. Li Yun bowed to the students. Rise. Ruth gave an order. The 7th class stood up. We also thank Mr. Li, Mr. Chen, and the 5 substitute teachers. You guys worked hard. Looking at the bowing and thanking students, the 5 substitute teachers hugged and cried together. OMG. First time any shenanigans have thanked us. These days hollowing out is worth the effort. At first I taught them to survive, but now I'm suddenly a little reluctant. The students in class 7 are not evil. They are the best students I've ever seen. Li Yun looked at the 5 players who were crying and then thought about the 7th class when he first arrived. Couldn't help but smile, looking at a smiling face, and for the first time, there was also dismay. Teacher is here to wish you all the best of luck in the golden years. Every student can marry good grades and get into a satisfactory school. The shenanigans from now on get more and more exciting. After Li Yun's words, the students applauded. Outside the door, suddenly walks the first place of the 5th class. She politely bowed to Li Yun first, then looked to Ruth. Class 7 President. I'm from Class 5, and I used to come first in every exam. The entrance exam is tomorrow. I came just to tell you that the first prize is mine. I'll get into Trick Medicine University with the top grade. Look at the first of the 5 classes who are polite and combative. Pleased with this legitimate and healthy competition, Li Yun clasped his hands and looked at Ruth. Ruth stood up. Then you'll have to work hard. After all, I'm using my full strength for the first time tomorrow. The 2 men battled it out without losing their atmosphere. Class 7 students were applauding the 2 from the sidelines. Go for it, big sister. Hey, Class 5. Very courageous to challenge our big sister. You have to do your best too. As he was making a scene, the principal walked in at the door with a group of people. Ruth. Zian waved to Ruth. Ruth ran over cheerfully. Little Cloud, why are you and Godfather here? On the side, Master Chi looked at Ruth favorably and hemmed and hawed. Today is the day of your inauguration, and tomorrow is the day you get the top prize in the college entrance exam. My goddaughter is really great. How can my godfather not come to cheer you on? After Li Yun saved Chi Yun that day, the 2 girls became friends at first sight. Immediately became BFFs. Master Chi is also offering to take Ruth as his goddaughter. For one thing, he heartily liked this Ruth who had a mean bone in her body and a quaint spirit. Secondly, he wanted to get closer to Li Yun. After all, Ruth was Li Yun's close disciple. Eventually, Master Chi came to the door with all sorts of obeisances and got Alice's consent. Li Yun was also relatively satisfied with the result. After all, he had left. The orphan daughter and widowed mother had a big backer. Professor Chin took the appointment letter and bowed. Our school officially invites Miss Ruth to become the head of our school's alchemy department. This is a letter of appointment to our school. Ruth becoming Master Chi's goddaughter was explosive enough. I didn't realize there was a more explosive one. Class 7 whispered. The principal and the surrounding teachers who had gathered around were even looking at each other in disbelief. Did I hear you right? A student who hasn't even taken the entrance exam yet becomes the head of the department at Creepy Medical University? Or the Department of Alchemy? My God! The principal just exclaimed with excitement. Our school. The enrollment quota for the 7th class next year is probably going to be squeezed out. Looks like the title of our school's best top class will have to give way to Class 7. The first of the 5th class covered his little mouth. I just competed with you to see who could come in first on the test. Swear you're going to get into Creepy Medical University. And now you're telling me you're already the director? Please remember this book debut domain name, Diveshu. CC. Vertex novel mobile version reading URL, M. Diveshu. CC.